In a dimly lit train compartment. A faint light flickering. A strange, captivating scent lingered in the air. Chen Xin suddenly opened his eyes from the cold floor. Trying to push himself up with his hands, but with a thud sound, he collapsed back onto the ground. A sharp pain echoed in his stomach. I'm so hungry. At that moment, a cold voice sounded in his mind. Welcome to the Rule Horror Tale. Chosen one, you have earned a chance to draw a mysterious talent. Talent drawing in progress. Congratulations, you have drawn an E-level talent, Starving Ghost. Talent analysis, born as a starving ghost, everything you consume melts into nothing. Talent effect, you can devour anything and convert it into free attribute points to strengthen yourself. The cost is, you will always be in a state of hunger. This talent is growth type, more abilities are yet to be discovered. E-level? The last bit of light in Chen Xin's eyes flickered out. Tired, just ended already, quickly. At the same time, in the highest meeting room of the Hua country. Chen Xin is the only one we have chosen to enter the horror world, only 18 years old, too young. If he fails, our country will suffer another horror invasion we cannot afford to lose again. Yes, we don't know what talent he drew. We still have 3 chances to send messages, should we? No. These 3 chances are extremely precious, not to mention, this is a global live broadcast. Once Chen Xin reveals his talent, it's like exposing our trump card to the world. Exactly, the only thing we can do now is trust him. Our country cannot endure a 6th failure. Everyone nodded gravely, their eyes all fixed on the image of the young man on the screen. Hope, the fate of the nation, now rested on his shoulders. Everyone present knew the painful price if they failed the Rule Horror Tale. The first 5 failures had already left Hua country scarred. This time, it was a battle for survival. But the young man on the screen looked so frail? His cheeks sunken, limbs weak, unable to even stand. Is he really this hungry? But the reality was before their eyes, they had no way to change the chosen one. Helpless, all they could do was again place their hopes on the trembling figure on the screen. Chen Xin, the survival of Hua country depends on you. At this moment, in the horror world. The door of the train compartment opened, a bright light spilled out, and a powerful force sucked Chen Xin in. Chen Xin only felt the world spinning around him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a room. Welcome to the Rule Horror Tale copy, the 5-person household. Please find and follow the rules, survive for 7 days to complete the task. Good luck. A fierce hunger surged through him. Chen Xin, exhausted, couldn't bear the hunger any longer. He found himself lying on a bed, and seeing the blue blanket covering him, he took a bite. That bite, however, revealed something surprising to him. It was mint-flavored. Free attribute points, plus 0.01. Chen Xin was stunned, suddenly remembering the talent effect description from before. Could it be that devouring meant biting directly? His eyes lit up, so, now he could eat anything. So, he kept taking bites of the blanket, like a silkworm eating mulberry leaves. Soon, the whole blanket was gone, and then he began chewing on the bedsheet, the pillow, the bedboard, and even started gnawing on everything in the room, occasionally showing a melting expression on his face. Oh my god, this tastes so good. Even if I die in this Rule Horror Tale, I'm going to die a full ghost, he thought. What the hell, what is he doing? Outside the screen, countless people from Hua country stared at Chen Xin's every move. At this moment, they were all stunned. Chen Xin's actions had completely confused them. While others entered the Rule Horror Tale, the first thing they did was look for items that recorded the rules. You're already eating? And what are you eating? All this strange, mixed up stuff? What's with the pica? Hey! Wait, are you seriously chewing on the table? Countless citizens of China watched as the chosen ones of other countries had already found the rules and started analyzing them, while their own chosen one was busy eating. It's driving everyone crazy. How could this be? Highest level conference room of the Chinese government. Watching the figure on the big screen rapidly chewing through everything in the room, everyone fell silent at once. Is this a talent? Or something else? It must be a talent. If this was just normal, then his teeth are way too good. Report to the commander. Currently, we haven't found any similar traits in the talent database. Chen Xin should be the first. The commander silently observed Chen Xin on the screen, not saying a word. An unknown talent? 10 minutes later, Chen Xin looked around the empty room, his stomach growling again. The entire room had been eaten clean, even the white wall paint had been scraped off a little. I'm so hungry. Chen Xin helplessly sighed. The feeling of being hungry was unpleasant, but this was his passive skill. But it wasn't completely without gain. After finishing off the entire room, he had gained 13 points in free attributes. At that moment, in his hand, he was holding a note he had found unexpectedly while eating through the room. Welcome home. To ensure your safety throughout this week, please remember the following house rules. This family loves you, but the way it shows love requires your careful discernment. Rule 1. Our family is a warm 5-member household: father, mother, younger brother, younger sister, and you, the older brother. Always confirm this number. Rule 2. You are part of the family and must participate in all family activities, especially meals. Rule 3. The younger brother is the pride of the family. His requests must be fulfilled. Making him happy is your most important task. Rule 4. The younger brother's toys are his most treasured possessions. Absolutely no touching. The old rabbit doll is especially off limits. Rule 5. All snacks in the house belong to the younger brother. Unless permitted by him, you cannot eat any snacks. Rule 6. The younger sister is in poor health and often stays in the attic. If she appears in your room, you may briefly converse, but try to maintain a good relationship with her. Rule 7. If you see the younger sister staring at the water in the kitchen sink for a long time, immediately leave. Do not disturb her. Rule 8. The younger sister may occasionally ask you to help her unbind. Never respond, and immediately go to the kitchen to find mom. Rule 9. Mom loves you. She will prepare rich meals for you every day, and you must finish them without wasting any food. Rule 10. Dad works very hard and likes to rest in the study. If he asks you if you've heard the crying from the attic, firmly answer, "No, Dad, that was the wind." Rule 11. Absolutely no entry into the parents' bedroom closet, no matter what sounds come from inside. Rule 12. Keep your room tidy. Before going to sleep every night, confirm that your door is blue and that there is no smell of smoke. Rule 13. There should be no burn marks on the floor. If you find any, cover them immediately. Survive, then, save this family. All the plot in this book's side stories is original, so don't worry about cliches. Of course, if I end up writing an animated side story later, that's a different matter. Leave a comment if you want to see it. Let's check the interest. If a lot of people want it, I'll write a few occasionally. Also, the read-through rate in the first few thousand words is very important for the author, so please don't leave it hanging. Please. Chapter 2. 5-person household. I bite. Chen Xin looked at all the rules on the note, his brow slightly furrowing. This is really tricky, but fortunately, it seems that my ability is stronger than I expected. He thought, and a pale blue panel appeared. Name, Chen Xin. Strength, 6. Speed, 9. Charisma, 13. Luck, 12. Intelligence, 9. Rationality, 13. Free attribute points, 13.215. Above values are average for normal people. What should I add? He thought for a moment, then added all 13 points to intelligence. 13 points were simply too few, and adding them all to strength wouldn't help against the bizarre forces. It was better to make himself smarter, survive this strange tale, and deal with everything else later. As for rationality, although it's important in the rule-based bizarre tales, even with the increase, it wouldn't be enough to withstand any casual contamination. He'd deal with it once he had more resources. But why is my strength only 6? Am I really that weak? He looked down at his starving stomach. It seemed about right. As intelligence jumped from 9 to 22, Chen Xin felt as though the entire world had been wiped clean with fresh water. The chaos and restlessness in his mind caused by hunger faded away like a retreating tide, and his thoughts became sharper, colder, and faster than ever before. The rule papers in his hand, each line was automatically broken down, analyzed, and connected in his mind. A family of 5, the younger brother is the core, the sister is an anomaly, the parents are maintainers and also potential sources of danger. He murmured to himself, his eyes sharply scanning the tidy room that he had already stripped down to nothing but load-bearing walls and the floor. Rule 12 requires keeping the room tidy, confirming that the door is blue and has no smell of smoke. The room is definitely tidy now, the door. He turned to look at the only blue wooden door, his gaze flickering slightly, is temporarily blue. Rule 13, the floor cannot have burn marks, currently, there are none. Then, smoke and burnt marks are likely from the same source of contamination, must be cautious. He froze for a moment. Wait, why had he already analyzed so much so quickly? Is this the joy of having doubled intelligence? His eyes sparkled with a new hope for life. It seemed this dungeon wasn't impossible to survive after all. Just as he was rapidly processing information. Knock knock knock. A heavy knock sounded suddenly outside the door of every selected participant's room. Brother, can I come in? A child's tender voice echoed from outside the door. At this moment, all selected participants had already done a preliminary exploration of their rooms, the rule papers were not deliberately hidden, and most had already found them and begun studying them. Outside the live broadcast, the hearts of viewers around the world hung in suspense. Is it starting already? Is this the sister mentioned in the rules? The live chat exploded. The first hurdle is here. If you can't make it through, it's game over. The 5-star dungeon family of 5. Remember the 3-star sunny neighborhood? Half of the people were eliminated right at the start. How brutal will it be this time? This chosen one from Huaxia looks like he hasn't eaten in a week. Can he really make it? He must make it. Huaxia can't take another wave of strange tales. 5 provinces have fallen, and so many lives are hanging in the balance. God, what if it's our province next? Huaxia's national luck is exhausted. Our chosen one from Huaxia has an S-class talent, a 1 in 10,000 chance. Cut it out, mind your own business, go back to your little island. In most of the live broadcast rooms, the scenes were the same. The door was gently pushed open. A little girl about 9 years old, dressed in an old, faded dress, walked in holding an exquisite small porcelain plate. The plate held several brightly colored macarons. She looked up with a gentle smile. Brother, would you like something to eat? However, in the live broadcast room of Chen Xin from Huaxia, a very different scene unfolded. The sister, holding the porcelain plate, had just stepped into the room, and before the word brother could fully leave her mouth, she froze in place. Her large eyes were filled with confusion, staring blankly at the empty room, which resembled a bare shell of a house, and at the lone brother standing in the center of the room. She instinctively took a step back. He turned his head to confirm. He hadn't made a mistake. But, where had everything in the room gone? The hungry ghost, Chen Xin's gaze, locked onto the few colorful and tempting macarons in the porcelain plate the moment his sister entered the room. It was food. Real, delicate food. A hunger, deep from the soul, roared wildly, pushing him to almost leap at it. However, the remaining trace of rationality, like a tiny flame, suddenly reminded him of the rules written on the note. Rule 5, all snacks in the house belong to the younger brother, and no one may eat them unless the younger brother allows it. Rule 6, the younger sister's health is poor, and she often stays in the attic. If she appears in your room, you may briefly communicate, and try to maintain a good relationship with her. Trouble had arrived. The sweets in his sister's hands undoubtedly belonged to the category of snacks. The prohibition of Rule 5 felt like a death sentence, and the consequences of defying it were unpredictable. Yet Rule 6 clearly required maintaining a good relationship with his sister. Wouldn't outright rejecting her kindness anger her? The two rules sharply opposed each other at this moment, forming a deadly logical trap. Breaking Rule 5 could result in immediate punishment, while offending his sister in Rule 6 would be like planting a bomb that could explode at any time. At this moment, most of the live streams across the globe showed the selected ones stuck in a deadlock, their faces filled with struggle and indecision. Chen Xin was also frozen in place, motionless. In the highest conference room of Huaxia, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could drip with water. Has he been scared stupid? One leader's voice was dry, his heart in his throat. He's only 18, in the face of life and death decisions, his brain crashed. Someone beside him sighed, a tone of despair in their voice. Starting off with an unsolvable contradictory rule, the difficulty of this instance is absurd. Initiate the emergency plan. We must minimize the damage after his failure. The leader's words were abruptly cut off. Because he realized that everyone around him was staring wide-eyed at the screen, as if they'd seen a ghost. Clearly, everyone's guesses were wrong. Chen Xin had indeed been scared, but that wasn't the reason for his daze. It was because, at the moment he saw his sister, a voice had sounded in his mind. Rare food detected, sea-level anomaly. After devouring, the talent can grow to D-level. What? Chen Xin stared at his sister in front of him, a storm of shock raging in his heart. A sea-level anomaly, did that refer to his sister? Is this really E-level ability? Can even anomalies be eaten? What else was there to say? In the livestream, after a brief moment of dazedness, Chen Xin suddenly shot forward like a wild dog that had broken free, not towards the macarons, but directly toward his sister. The sound of the porcelain plate smashing was sharp and ear-piercing as he opened his mouth and bit down on his sister's delicate wrist. Ah! A shrill scream instantly shattered the silence. His sister's tiny body trembled violently, and a thick black resentment surged from within her like a tide. Her pupils turned blood-red, as if they would drip with blood, as though she would transform into an anomaly in the next moment. She wildly swung her arm, and that seemingly fragile body suddenly exploded with terrifying strength, tossing Chen Xin around like a broken sack in the air, the sound of it whooshing through the air. Bang! 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 The dull thudding sound continued without pause. But Chen Xin simply would not let go. I bite. Crack! A sound that made one's teeth ache rang out, followed by his sister's high-pitched scream, now distorted, exploding in the empty room. Chen Xin suddenly jerked his head, and with sheer force, he tore off his sister's slender, pale wrist along with part of her forearm, directly pulling it off. Without hesitation, he shoved the still twitching limb into his mouth, his cheeks rapidly swelling. Creak. Creak. The creepy sound of chewing echoed clearly. Content is blocked. It was like chewing on some crispy bones. There was no blood as expected. The severed arm quickly turned into a thick, ink-like black mist in Chen Xian's mouth, which he swallowed down. Still chocolate-flavored. A strange, cool energy instantly spread through his limbs, dispelling some of the eternal hunger, bringing an unprecedented sense of fullness. Devouring C-grade abnormality, partial. Free attribute points plus 15. Talent, Starving Ghost, upgraded to grade D. New skill unlocked, Power of Devouring Abnormalities. Power of Devouring Abnormalities. By devouring the flesh and blood of abnormalities, one can accumulate and transform its primal energy, temporarily or permanently enhancing one's own strength, with a chance of acquiring some traits of the abnormality. Effects depend on the degree of devouring and the strength of the abnormality, but it worked. As they say, youth has no price, abnormalities melt in the mouth. Chen Xian was ecstatic in his heart. This E-grade talent was far from useless, it was clearly a divine skill. However, at this moment, the outside world had already completely exploded. In the live stream of Hua Country, the bullet comments flooded the screen like a tsunami. What the hell? What did he do? Did he just eat his sister's hand? He's crazy. Absolutely insane. Eating abnormalities raw? Is this something a carbon-based lifeform could come up with? It's over, it's really over. The abnormality is completely enraged. Dragon Country is finished. He's committing suicide. He's taking all of us down with him. Look at his sister. She's turning dark. She's about to be completely corrupted by the abnormality. In the live stream of Hua Country, there was a wave of schadenfreude. Ha ha ha. Stupid Hua Country people. Seeking their own death. Even our great Hua Empire's S-grade talent must be careful, and he dares to attack directly? Looks like we don't need to do anything. Hua Country is going to destroy itself. Let's mourn for Hua Country for 3 seconds, ha ha ha. In the highest conference room of Hua Country, there was a dead silence, followed by desperate roars. Nonsense. This is outright suicide. He has angered one of the core abnormalities of the instance. The balance of the rules has been completely shattered. Prepare to face the worst outcome, the 6th incident is coming. Can we still hold on? The commander's face turned ashen, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly dug into his flesh, staring hard at the screen as if trying to find a miracle in that young boy's actions. Inside the world of the abnormal stories, the sister, whose arm had been forcibly bitten off, let out a scream that was not human. Thick, solid black smoke poured out of the severed arm and her 7 orifices, and her previously small body twisted and swelled in the black mist, exuding an overwhelming aura of resentment and murderous intent. The room's temperature suddenly dropped, and frost began to form on the walls. Her blood-red pupils locked onto Chen Xian, and that gaze was enough to freeze the soul of any living being. She was about to completely erupt, to tear the brother who dared to harm and devour her into pieces. Just at this critical moment, facing his sister who was about to fully turn into an abnormality, filled with murderous intent, Chen Xian made a move that left all the viewers stunned. He extended his index finger, which was stained with some black mist, placed it on his lips, his face showing no fear but instead an expression of cold, all-seeing calm. Shoo! His voice was not loud, but it clearly cut through the painful screeches and the surging black mist. You wouldn't want your little brother to know. Chen Xian's gaze swept across the shattered porcelain plate and scattered macarons on the ground, his tone calm yet carrying a deadly threat. You took his snacks, didn't you? The moment those words landed, time seemed to freeze. The black mist pouring out from his sister suddenly froze, as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, coming to a halt. Her twisted, swelling body stiffened mid-air, and the murderous intent and resentment quickly faded like a burst balloon. The ferocity and blood-red rage on her face was quickly replaced by a deeper, more bone-deep sense of dread and fear. Little brother snacks. These two words, when combined, seemed to touch a fear deeper than the pain of her severed arm or the humiliation of being devoured. Content is blocked. The surging black mist receded like the tide, pulling back into her body, leaving only the lingering trace at the severed arm. She transformed back into the form of the little girl wearing an old dress, but her face was even paler, and her gaze toward Chen Xian was complex, filled with anger, resentment, but more so, an overwhelming fear, as if her life was firmly in someone else's hands. She stared at Chen Xian with all her might, letting out a hissing, unwilling growl from her throat, but in the end, she dared not take another step forward. Chen Xian looked at her and slowly grinned, revealing a smile filled with hunger and satisfaction. He knew his thoughts had been right. The rules of this family were even more interesting than he had imagined. The rules clearly stated that the brother's demands must be met, and the brother is the pride of the family. In other words, the brother should hold the highest position in the family. As for the sister, the rules only mentioned to maintain a good relationship as much as possible. Just this alone shows that the sister's position in the family is clearly lower than the brother's, yet she brought me the brother's snacks. This clearly violated Rule 5, which says that I cannot eat the brother's snacks. She clearly had ill intentions. But obviously, the content of these rules was not just for me, many of them could be applied to other family members as well. For example, this sister, she wanted to harm me, tampered with the brother's snacks, and most likely did it without the brother's knowledge. This violates Rule 5, and if the brother finds out, she will surely face severe punishment. As long as I have this leverage, I have nothing to fear from her stirring up trouble. A smile unconsciously appeared on Chen Xian's face. Indeed, feeling like a genius with high intelligence is truly satisfying. Chapter 4, A Family of 5, IQ 250. Meanwhile, the outside world was in chaos. In the Chinese livestream, after a brief silence, the bullet screen went completely wild. What the hell? He survived? Not only did he not die, but he also repelled the weird thing? What just happened? Did I imagine it? Did he eat his sister's hand? He ate the weird thing? What kind of operation is this? Can a human even do this? The key thing is that line. You don't want the brother to know. He used the rules against them. First, he gnawed on the room, now he's gnawing on the weird thing. What is his ability? Strength enhancement? Or something else? No matter what the ability is, his brain is working so well. To think of using the rules to counteract in that situation. We won. We won the first round. Chen God is amazing. Screaming. In the Japanese livestream, the earlier celebration and mockery abruptly stopped, replaced by shock and confusion. What? This is impossible. How is he still fine? He ate the weird thing? He must be a monster. Not human. Baka. It was just luck, he happened to find a loophole in the rules. What is his talent? There's no record in the database. In the highest conference room in China, the atmosphere was like a roller coaster, suddenly shooting from the lowest point of despair to extreme joy and confusion. How did he do it? A leader pointed at the screen, his voice slightly distorted by extreme shock. Not only did he repel the weird thing, but did he just eat that weird thing? The commander slowly loosened his tightly clenched fist, his eyes filled with disbelief and intense curiosity. Immediately analyze. Key point 1, how did he figure out that the brother's snacks were the key to controlling the sister? Key point 2, is this behavior of devouring the weird body an effect of his talent, or is it some unknown countermeasure in extreme situations? The members of the analysis team typed frantically, their voices filled with excitement and uncertainty. Report. The behavioral logic analysis is complete. Chen Xian precisely grasped the contradiction between Rule 5, snacks belong to the brother, and Rule 6, maintaining a relationship with the sister, Using the fear of the younger sister violating her brother's taboo, she successfully resolved the crisis. His tactical thinking and on-the-spot judgment are top tier. Another analyst added, as for the devouring behavior, it's impossible to confirm. There is no record of any similar abilities in the database. It could be an extremely rare, unlisted physical or rule-based ability, or it could be something even more unique. The commander took a deep breath, suppressing the waves of emotion in his heart, and said in a deep voice. No matter what it is, he achieved something no one else could, and in a way we can't even understand. Immediately elevate Chen Xian's threat level and observation priority to the highest. Until he voluntarily exposes himself or we can confirm it, do not make any public speculations about his abilities. What we need is for him to survive and create miracles. In comparison to live streams from other countries, the situation is brutal. In Curry Nation and Stick Nation, several selected individuals have already died. Their actions seem to have angered the younger sister, and she killed them in an utterly bizarre way. The selected individual from the United States barely avoided death using the A-level ability rule insight, but this caused some dissatisfaction from the younger sister. Fewer than 10 individuals remain, some with special abilities, others with meticulous minds, using various methods like pretending to accidentally knock over a plate, or having a transfer-type ability to avoid direct confrontation. They barely made it through, but no one is like Chen Xin, not only unharmed, but turning the crisis into supplements, even reversing the threat to the bazaar. In comparison, Chen Xian's feat of consuming the bazaar and cleverly retreating from the younger sister seems so dazzling and absurd. In the world of strange tales, Chen Xin rubbed his stomach, which was growling again, and looked at the blue door in the room. A bit looking forward to the next meal. He murmured, a hunger and dangerous smile forming at the corner of his mouth, a smile only he understood. His ability is his greatest trump card. Amidst the endless speculation and shock from the outside world, this feast, exclusive to the hungry ghost, has only just begun. But before that, he needs to deal with the points he just earned. Name, Chen Xin. Strength, 6. Speed, 9. Charisma, 13. Luck, 12. Intelligence, 22. Rationality, 13. Free attribute points, 15.215. Having tasted the sweetness, Chen Xin did not hesitate and poured all 15 free attribute points into intelligence. Warning. After adding the attribute points, intelligence will exceed 3 times that of a normal human, which may lead to brain overload. Do you wish to continue adding? Chen Xin was stunned. Brain overload? Am I reaching the human limit? But it seems so. A normal adult's IQ is 100, and even Einstein's IQ was only 250. If calculated normally, I am now a genius with an IQ of 220. If the IQ increases any further, the brain could support it, but it would cause a massive increase in information processing, making it easier to become fatigued. And in the world of rules and bizarre tales, where every step is life-threatening, this is undoubtedly very dangerous. Fine. Chen Xin used 3 free attribute points to raise his IQ to the level of Einstein, and then poured all remaining attribute points into strength, bringing his previously pitiful 6 points up to 18. In an instant, a surge of strength spread throughout his body, changing his physical constitution. Even the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Chen Xin felt his body become light and transparent, more powerful than Tyson, though his appearance still seemed thin. He then turned his gaze to the younger sister, who was still standing at the door. What are you looking at? Do you believe I'll call my brother over right now? The younger sister's face turned pale, and she quickly shook her head, then picked up the fallen macarons and left, crying. TCH, it would have been better if you did that earlier. Saying this, Chen Xin walked to the corner and ate the broken plate crumbs. Can't waste food. Free attribute points, plus 0.01. The family of 5. The price of failure in the ghost tale. Just as Chen Xin devoured the broken pieces of a porcelain plate, feeling his strength growing within, the piercing alarm sounded like a dying scream, echoing across the ghost tale response centers in dozens of countries worldwide. Warning! The chosen one from Siam has died. The ghost tale Drowning Mercy will descend in 1 hour. Warning! The chosen one from the Thousand Islands has died. The ghost tale Silent Isles will descend in 1 hour. Warning! The chosen one from the Maple Leaf Country has died. The ghost tale Eternal Winter Watch will descend in 1 hour. As each live broadcast turned to a black screen, the cold system notification declared the fate of nations and peoples. The United Nations Ghost Tale Emergency Response Center was in chaos. On the massive circular screen, the light dots representing the chosen ones of various countries were fading and extinguishing at an unprecedented speed. Especially for countries with weaker overall national power and lower-rated chosen ones, many were wiped out during the first test, Sister Snack. Oh my god. It's only been less than half an hour. A Western European representative looked at the large red areas on the screen, his face ashen. 5-person family. This isn't a 5-star dungeon, this is the entrance to hell. Preliminary statistics show that more than 40 chosen ones have been confirmed dead. 37 countries are affected. The secretary's voice trembled with despair. Among them are 15 countries that are resource poor and have small territories. Before he finished speaking, a screen on the side of the center, which specifically displayed the status of small countries, erupted with a terrifying black alert representing national annihilation. In the South Pacific, a group of island nations. The last chosen one, while attempting to snatch the macaron from his sister's hand, was twisted into a knot by an invisible force. The entire nation witnessed this on a live stream. The desperate cries hadn't even stopped when the sky began to twist. The originally blue ocean turned pitch black like ink, and waves with a strong fishy smell suddenly appeared on the streets of the capital. Countless wet, child-sized hands emerged from the puddles, pulling panicked pedestrians into the bottomless waters. This island nation, famous for its tourism industry, experienced a complete communication blackout within 10 minutes of the ghost tale Drowning Mercy arriving and was silently erased from the world map. On the African continent, in a small landlocked country, their chosen one, with a D-rank talent for agility, managed to dodge the first attack from the sister, but could not escape the ensuing spiritual pollution. In a frenzy, he ignited the room, violating the taboo of burned marks, and was consumed by the flames that erupted from nowhere. In reality, on the land of this country, patches of scorched, unquenchable burning areas began to appear, the air thick with the foul stench of burning flesh, and countless citizens were reduced to ashes in their sleep. The national borders blurred and disappeared in satellite images. Similar tragedies unfolded simultaneously in multiple small countries. At the United Nations Center, the flags representing these countries were covered with black curtains. Despair and the fear of the rabbit dying and the fox mourning loomed over each representative's heart. Some small country representatives collapsed in their chairs, their eyes vacant, silent tears falling. Their countries, families, cultures, everything, had been declared over in this moment. During the arrival of the rule-based ghost tales, such events had become all too common. However, amidst the sea of despair, a few stable live broadcasts stood out, appearing especially glaring. The S-rank chosen one from Japan, Yamamoto Ichiro, used his Shikigami to have the Shikigami take the Macaron and destroy it. Though he suffered backlash and coughed up blood, he barely passed. The A-rank talent Rule Insight from the United States, at the critical moment, accidentally dropped the macaron into the room's trash can. It was judged as discarded, not eaten, narrowly escaping disaster but leaving him mentally shaken. The chosen one of the empire where the sun never sets, used a precious one-time item, the stand-in doll, to endure his sister's fury. What was most incomprehensible, though, was the live broadcast from Huaxia. In the picture, Chen Xin was not only unharmed, but seemed to have gained a little weight. He was casually clapping his hands, as if what had just happened was a trivial matter. Compared to the other live streams, where participants were terrified, severely injured, or barely clinging to life using expensive items, the calmness of Chen Xin from Huaxia formed an absurd contrast. Huaxia, what exactly did their chosen one do? Analysts from countless countries all turned their puzzled eyes toward the screen of that Eastern power. Chen Xin's unfathomable eating behavior, along with his key counter-threat, became the most illogical and thought-provoking anomaly in this global storm of death. Not only did he survive, but he also managed to injure the bizarre. Since the rules meeting began, few had been able to do so, and even fewer survived. The first wave of shock was like a cold sieve, ruthlessly filtering out the weak. The countries and chosen ones that survived, still struggling to catch their breath, were already deeply aware that the cruelty of the five-person family had only just begun. The true horror was still to come. And Huaxia's mysterious starving ghost might become the key variable that shakes the whole game. For a time, most of the surviving countries focused their attention on Huaxia's live broadcast, with the viewership numbers surging. Countless eyes fell on this new awakening of Huaxia. In the world of strange tales. Outside the door, Mom's voice was gentle but carried an undeniable stiffness. Chen Xin, come out for dinner. Coming. Chen Xin responded quickly. For the starving ghost, there was nothing more tempting than the words dinner. He instinctively reached for the rule slip to take another look, but then realized he had chewed it earlier, thinking it was material. TSK, mint flavor. He clicked his tongue, his intelligence of 25 making him almost memorize all 13 rules, clearly listing them in his mind. Rule 2, you are part of the family and must participate in all family activities, especially meals. Rule 9, Mom loves you. She prepares abundant meals for you every day, and you must finish them without wasting. And the warning of Rule 5, all the snacks in the house belong to your younger brother. Finish it, no wasting. Chen Xin muttered, his eyes glowing brighter with greed. This rule really speaks to my heart. Don't just finish it, if needed, I can even gnaw on the table. Without hesitation, he opened the blue door and stepped out. In the highest conference room of Huaxia, and among the countless viewers focused on this, hearts once again jumped to their throats. He came out. He really came out. Other chosen ones are all looking for ways to delay, preparing carefully before daring to leave, but why does he act like he's rushing to the cafeteria for food? Wait, where's the rule slip he had? Could it be? Report. The analysis team confirms that there is no trace of the rule slip in Chen Xin's room. It seems, it has been processed by him. The commander rubbed his forehead, feeling his blood pressure rise. So, you mean, he ate his only guide to action? In theory, yes. But based on his abnormal increase in intelligence, we cannot rule out that he has fully memorized it. On the screen, Chen Xin had already entered the living room. The dining room was connected to the living room, the lighting was warm yellow, but there was an inexplicable chill in the air. A long rectangular dining table, covered with a white tablecloth, already had 4 people seated. The man sitting in the main seat, wearing a neatly pressed but slightly old shirt and gold-rimmed glasses, was reading a newspaper. It's Dad. He looks gentle and refined, but the gaze behind his glasses holds no warmth. Beside Dad is Mom, wearing a clean apron, her face displaying the standard, mask-like smile as she places the last dish on the table. Her movements are gentle, but there's an unmistakable mechanical quality to them. On one side of the table, a boy about 7 or 8 years old, dressed in a fine little suit, is bored, tapping his spoon on the table, producing a crisp clang sound. His eyes are full of the spoiled arrogance of being indulged, and this is the younger brother, the pride of the whole family according to the rules. And across from him, in the corner, sits the younger sister, who had just been bitten on the wrist by Chen Xin. She still wears that faded dress, her head lowered, her long bangs hiding her eyes. The wrist where she was bitten bears faint, almost burnt-looking black marks. When Chen Xin steps out, she slightly lifts her head. Her eyes, hidden under the shadow of her bangs, flash with intense resentment and a hint of indescribable fear, quickly glancing at him. Chapter 6, The Family of 5, Clean Plate Campaign, Start with You and Me. Chen Xin sits down across from his younger brother, in the empty seat beside his sister. Under the warm yellow light, the dining table is filled with what appears to be simple home-cooked dishes at first glance. glistening white rice, stir-fried vegetables, braised ribs, a whole steamed fish, and a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. The aroma even wafts enticingly. However, under Chen Xian's sharp observation, the oddities in the details are impossible to hide. The braised ribs are shiny, but in the cracks of each bone, there's a faint, almost imperceptible black mist swirling, as if something alive is moving inside. The stir-fried vegetables are a vibrant green, but upon closer inspection, the veins of the leaves don't carry juice, but rather a dark, blood-like color. The most noticeable is the 3 cupcakes placed next to his younger brother, the frosting on top gently rippling as though alive, and the thick, black resentment seems about to condense into droplets and fall. Mom gently serves food to everyone, except for the younger sister. When it's Chen Xian's turn, she deliberately picks a few pieces of the braised ribs with the thickest black mist and places them in his bowl, her smile so loving it seems almost mechanical. Xiao Xian, eat more, you're growing. Thanks, Mom. Chen Xian answers loudly, unconsciously swallowing as his throat moves. Meanwhile, the live broadcast room outside is exploding. That rib is clearly problematic. Chen, don't eat it. Is there a single normal dish on this table? Is this even food? This whole family, except for the chosen one, is strange. Why are they even bothering to serve food to a person? The one upstairs, you make a bit of sense. Dinner begins in an eerie silence. Dad is still reading the newspaper, and the back of the paper shows a report about a fire. Mom maintains her smile, continually serving food to the younger brother, while he critically picks at the rice in his bowl, occasionally throwing a mischievous glance at Chen Xian. The younger sister still hasn't touched her chopsticks, her head down, her frail shoulders slightly shaking, and the white rice in front of her hasn't been touched. Suddenly, the younger brother picks up a piece of the black mist-covered cupcake with his clean little spoon, a naive yet malicious smile appearing on his face as he offers it to Chen Xian. Brother, this cake is so delicious, you should eat it. The death sentence, once again, descends. Rule 3, the younger brother is the pride of the family, his requests must be fulfilled. Making him happy is your most important task. Rule 5, all snacks in the house belong to the younger brother. Unless the younger brother allows it, no one can eat any snacks. The cupcake also falls under the category of snacks, and this time the younger brother has allowed it. But even so, it's obvious that the cake is problematic, right? In the Huaxia live stream room, the audience's hearts tighten once again. Here it comes. The younger brother's deadly feeding. That cake is so black it's about to drip ink. Can this be eaten? Chen Xin, hurry up and use your invincible brain to think of a solution. Just as everyone was holding their breath, Chen Xian's eyes suddenly brightened, as if he had seen a Michelin 3-star dessert, and he exclaimed in delight, "Brother, you're too polite." Before he finished speaking, he swiftly leaned forward like lightning, opened his mouth awoo. With one bite, he not only swallowed the piece of black aura cake whole, but also accurately bit the spoon his brother handed him and his index finger. Crunch! The sharp, painful crunch made everyone cringe. Ah, his brother screamed in agony, yanking his hand back. The black aura surged from where his finger had been severed, quickly regenerating, but his little face twisted with rage as he stared at Chen Xian. The parents' gazes locked onto him like cold spotlights. Dad put down his newspaper, his glasses flashing coldly, Mom's smile disappeared completely, and the atmosphere in the restaurant froze. Chen Xian, however, seemed startled, quickly swallowing what was in his mouth, the cake and some hard finger-like object, then piling his face with panic and aggrievement, his voice cracking as he looked at his parents. Dad. Mom. I'm sorry. I was so hungry. I was dizzy and saw my brother handing me food. I didn't see clearly. Sniff. I haven't eaten anything since I came in, my stomach has been growling. He rubbed his eyes forcefully, looking utterly pitiful with his thin frame. He was absolutely a professional green tea act. Rule 9, Mom loves you. She prepares rich meals for you every day, you must finish them, no food waste. Dad stayed silent, and Mom's stiff expression slightly softened. Rule 9's motherly love twisted slightly in the face of the child's hunger reason. Alright, little treasure, brother is just too hungry, Mom's voice was dry, trying to soothe her brother. He bit me. He ate my finger, the brother screamed, black aura swirling around him, the restaurant lights flickering wildly. Chen Xian sneered inwardly, but his face showed even more unfiltered words, his gaze panicking as he scanned the corner where his sister was, and muttered softly. I was just so hungry, and no one gave me food, unlike my sister, she seems to have hidden a few macarons in her room earlier. You dared to steal, hide my snacks. The brother's fury exploded instantly, like a lit bomb, all his attention shifting away from Chen Xian and locking onto his trembling sister's scarlet eyes. He jumped off the chair, pouncing on her and began tearing into her, the black aura wrapping around his weeping sister. The parents immediately rushed over to stop him, and the scene became chaotic. Chen Xian's crisis was temporarily averted. However, before Mom intervened, she turned coldly to give Chen Xin a glance, her eyes now devoid of any warmth, leaving only cold indifference. She pointed to the untouched food on the table, especially the plate of braised ribs soaked in black aura and the nearly whole fish, her tone leaving no room for debate. Chen Xin, weren't you hungry? Mom loves you and specially made all this. You must finish everything, not a single bite should be left. If you waste food, Mom will be sad. This was an obvious challenge. The hard dishes wrapped in black aura were clearly deadly traps. The hearts of the global audience hung in suspense once again. Then, Chen Xion's face suddenly broke into an extremely touched smile, his eyes gleaming like a starving wolf. Thank you, Mom. You're the best mom in the world. He quickly grabbed his bowl filled with black ribs, using his hands to tear into the ribs, chewing them with great relish, even crushing and swallowing the bones. He ate quickly, like a tornado clearing his bowl, then without hesitation, extended his chopsticks toward the center of the table. That plate of stir-fried vegetables, he swallowed in large mouthfuls, that steamed fish, he devoured, bones and all, and finally, he grabbed the pot of seaweed egg drop soup, drinking it bottom up in gulps. During the entire process, faint black aura seemed to be drawn from his body, only to be quickly devoured and digested by some force within him. Free attribute points plus 0.5. Free attribute points plus 0.5. Free attribute points plus 0.5. In the slightly bewildered gaze of his parents, with his younger brother temporarily halting his actions, and his younger sister staring through tear-filled eyes in disbelief, Chen Xian swept away the entire spread of dishes on the table, including those obviously ominous foods, not leaving a drop of soup behind. He patted his flat stomach contentedly and, with a sincere smile, said to his parents, who had darkened expressions, "Mom, your cooking is really good. I've never eaten such delicious food before." After speaking, his eyes, filled with lingering satisfaction, once again fell upon the clean, newly emptied plates and bowls. Then, in front of his family and the viewers in the live broadcast room, he picked up his bowl and chopsticks, and devoured the food as if it were chocolate. The Huaxia live broadcast room exploded with comments. Ambassador of the clean plate movement. He really ate it. Even the black gas? Look at his parents' expressions, it must be the first time they've seen such an eating son. I suspect Chen Xin's stomach is connected to another dimension. By the way, why did he anger his younger brother and still be completely fine? To the person above, I have the same question. I'm watching live broadcasts from other countries too, and the chosen ones in Japan seem to be dying. Chapter 7 5-person family mimicking the process. In the Japanese live broadcast room. On the screen, Yamamoto Aikiru sat at the dining table with a pale face. Unlike the seemingly normal dishes in Chen Xian's case, the food on his table presented a more obvious form of distortion. The rice resembled wriggling white maggots, and the miso soup contained objects that looked like eyeballs floating in it. The only meat dish was a grilled fish with scales standing upright, its mouth constantly opening and closing. Sweat beaded on Yamamoto's forehead, and his S-level talent, Shikigami, Aikyuku, had already activated. A translucent, elegant female figure holding an ancient lantern hovered behind him, emitting a faint blue glow, barely warding off the invisible mental pressure in the restaurant. This was his greatest support, but the fear and tremor transmitted by the Shikigami made his heart sink continuously. Mom began serving the meal. When the plate of eyeball miso soup and wriggling rice was pushed in front of him, the Shikigami's light flickered violently, giving a silent warning. Yamamoto-kun, please make sure to finish it, don't waste any. Mom's smile was perfect, but it carried an icy coldness. Yamamoto picked up his chopsticks, his hands slightly trembling. He knew the rule number 9, you must finish it, but could he really eat these things? At that moment, the younger brother, the boy dressed in a small suit, revealed a devilish smile. He scooped a pitch-black pudding, dripping with thick liquid, and handed it to Yamamoto. Brother, this one is for you to eat. The moment of death. Yamamoto froze. He could feel it, the Aikyuku was screaming. The contamination contained in the pudding was far worse than anything on the table. Eating it would mean certain death. But not eating it would immediately violate the rules and anger his younger brother. He tried to find an excuse, his cold sweat soaking his back. Dad silently put down his newspaper, and his gaze behind his glasses cut through him like a surgical scalpel. Mom's smile remained unchanged, but her eyes had turned completely cold. Yamamoto-kun, how could you refuse your younger brother's kind offer? Mom's voice was still gentle, but it made Yamamoto feel like he had fallen into an ice pit. He gritted his teeth, ready to withstand the potential attack even at the cost of damaging his Shikigami. Just as the critical moment arrived, Japan used an information transmission opportunity. An emergency message flow, which only Yamamoto could hear, rushed into his mind. Key hint, use the younger brother's snack rule. Divert the disaster. The target is the younger sister. Repeat, the target is the younger sister. The message was short and urgent, not mentioning Chen Xian's specific actions in Huaxia, but the keywords younger brother's snack and younger sister cut through Yamamoto's despair like lightning. At the life and death moment, Yamamoto's thoughts began to operate at unprecedented speed. He suddenly remembered the macarons his younger sister had brought to his room earlier. Rule 5. Snacks belonged to the younger brother. He didn't have time to think more. Almost instinctively, the moment the younger brother handed the pudding to him, a forced expression of mixed surprise and accusation appeared on his face. His gaze unconsciously shifted towards the sister in the corner, and his voice, not loud but enough for the furious brother to hear clearly, was filled with tension. Brother! You better keep the pudding for yourself. I think I saw sister sneak some of your macarons back to the attic earlier. If you don't believe me, you can go count them yourself. The words hit like a paralyzing curse. The brother stopped abruptly, the malicious smile on his face freezing instantly. He slowly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes first wide with disbelief, and then replaced by a pure, uncontrollable rage as if every possession had been violated. He even forgot about the pudding in front of him, his gaze fixed on his sister, whose face turned ashen, her body trembling. You stole my macarons? The brother's voice twisted with extreme anger, a dark aura bursting from his small frame, causing the lights in the dining room to flicker wildly again. I didn't. It's him. The sister tried to defend herself in terror, pointing at Yamamoto. Shut up. The brother didn't give her a chance to continue. He threw the ominous pudding back into his own plate, clearly prioritizing the theft accusation against his sister over forcing Yamamoto to eat. Like a missile, the brother lunged at his sister. You dare steal from me? I'll kill you. He pounced on her, small fists wrapped in black energy falling like rain, tearing at her hair and clothes. The sister curled up, not fighting back, only making suppressed sobbing noises, but in the mess of her hair, her eyes shot a look at Yamamoto Aikiru, full of intense, almost overflowing, bitter resentment and hatred. Yamamoto Aikiru slumped in his chair, breathing heavily as if he had narrowly escaped death, drenched in cold sweat. He had successfully shifted the deadly crisis. Though in a sorry state, his Shikigami dimmed, he was still alive. The parents' attention was immediately drawn to this sudden brother-sister dispute. The mother quickly stood up to pull the frenzied brother away, while the father furrowed his brow. Yamamoto Aikiru slumped in the chair, gasping for air, his clothes soaked with cold sweat. The Shikigami behind him, the ghostly shadow of Psyche-Do, had dimmed to its lowest point, as if it would disappear at any moment. Although he hadn't been directly physically attacked, the mental pressure from that moment, combined with the backlash from his Shikigami nearing collapse, had already caused internal damage. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his condition dire. He watched, horrified, as his sister was being chased and beaten by the brother, filled with fear and a tinge of relief. Though wounded and in a sorry state, he survived. In the Japanese livestream, the bullet comments turned from despairing Yami to wild cheers and relief. He survived. Yamamoto-kun survived. Thanks to the intelligence department. Thanks for that crucial information. Which country provided the information? Was it our great ally, the United States? Whoever it was, saving Yamamoto-kun is saving Japan. Though tainted, as long as he's alive, there's hope. However, before Yamamoto could even catch his breath, the mother, after barely controlling the enraged brother, turned and fixed him with her cold, emotionless gaze, staring at Yamamoto and the nearly untouched, eerily horrifying meal before him. Yamamoto-kun, the mother's voice was devoid of emotion, you haven't finished your meal. Yamamoto looked at the rice wriggling in the plate and the eyeballs floating in the soup, his face turning even paler. Having dodged the brother's deadly feeding, the mother's must-finish rule still hung over him like a sword, hovering above his head. Unable to escape, Yamamoto glanced at his Shikigami behind him. The Shikigami's ghostly figure was now covered with a dark line. Do I have to do it again? In the Chinese livestream room, the mother held on to the still struggling and clawing. The shouting younger brother's face, with its programmed tenderness, finally couldn't hold up, revealing an almost numb exhaustion. I'm hungry. I want to eat. Kill him. Dad pushed his golden-rimmed glasses up, his gaze sweeping over the smooth, mirror-like dining table, and then cautiously looking out into the deep, dark night that seemed to contain endless danger, his brows furrowing. All right, little darling, Dad's voice had a barely noticeable dryness, I'll go out and buy some food. For now, let's just leave dinner like this, everyone go to sleep. No. I want to eat right now. The younger brother was relentless, twisting in his mother's arms like a fish out of water, his hateful gaze locked onto the tightly shut door of Chen Xian's room. Mom tightened her hold on the struggling brother, saying nothing, only silently holding him as she walked toward what should be the parents' bedroom. The younger sister, like a frightened rabbit, had already lowered her head and darted up the narrow staircase to the attic as soon as Dad said go to sleep, disappearing from sight. Dad straightened his shirt collar, a hint of hesitation flashing across his face, but he still walked toward the entrance, opened the door, his figure blending into the darkness outside, gently closing the door behind him. The entire home temporarily fell into a brief silence after the storm. Inside the room, Leaning against the cold door, Chen Xian's expression of feigned meekness instantly vanished, replaced by cold sharpness and deep thought. F-level anomaly, the younger brother's strength is actually only F-level? He recalled the moment he bit down on the younger brother's finger, and the prompt that sounded in his mind. Devoured F-level anomaly, partial. Free attribute point +1. Compared to the generous rewards when he devoured the younger sister's arm, devoured C-level anomaly, partial. Free attribute point +15. This was a world apart. Not only was it a difference in quantity, but the dark energy in that finger was far less pure and powerful than in the younger sister's arm. The younger sister is C-level, yet she was so scared by an F-level younger brother that she didn't dare to fight back, letting herself be beaten and scolded? This doesn't make sense. Chen Xin rubbed his chin, his brain, with an intelligence of 25, running at full speed as he eliminated various possibilities. Unless, ha. A bold, immature guess began to take shape in his mind, causing a mocking curve to form on his lips. As the excitement slowly faded, a wave of fatigue rushed in. Forget it, it's getting late. I'll sleep first and rest up, then I'll play with you all tomorrow. He habitually tried to walk toward the bed, but as he turned around, he only faced the 4 empty walls and the bare floor. Chen Xin. Damn. I forgot, I was so hungry earlier, I chewed up the bed along with the blanket and pillows. Should have left a blanket. He muttered, slapping his forehead in frustration, and reluctantly found a corner, curled up on the hard floor, closing his eyes. The next day, the morning sunlight filtered through the dusty window glass, casting mottled patches of light across the empty room. Chen Xin had curled up on the floor all night, his joints a bit stiff, but his spirit was unusually full. He had slept deeply, without the nightmares he had expected. He stretched his body, and his joints let out a slight popping sound. The familiar feeling of hunger stirred in his stomach, but it was still within tolerable limits. He habitually walked toward the door, preparing to start his new day of foraging. The living room, just like yesterday, was rundown and silent, with dust floating in the air. He walked straight to the dining table, hoping to see something to eat. However, the dining table was empty. Chen Xin raised an eyebrow, his gaze scanning the dining room, finally landing on a corner of the table where a folded note was pressed down. He walked over and picked up the note. The paper was rough, with a certain indescribable sense of age. Kids, Mom and Dad are going to be out for a while, they'll be back in a day. During the time they are gone, you must strictly follow these rules. The first line of the note made Chen Xian's heart race slightly. Business trip? The corners of his mouth twitched silently, revealing a smile mixed with mockery and interest. He continued to read on. Rule 1, take good care of your brother at home and meet all his needs. Rule 2, do not pay attention to your sister, everything she says is a lie. Rule 3, close the doors and windows properly before sleeping every night, do not open for anyone who knocks. Rule 4, if there are strange noises outside the window at night, that is normal, do not open the window. Rule 5, make sure all 3 of you stay at home for these 3 days, absolutely do not go outside. Rule 6, do not enter our room. Rule 7, do not eat food from outside, there is enough food in the kitchen. Crossed out. Rule 7, save food in the kitchen, once it's gone, it's gone. Looking at the first crossed out Rule 7, Chen Xian's mouth twitched slightly. At the same time, the Chinese netizens who had gotten up early to watch the livestream saw this modified rule on the screen, and the comments instantly became lively. Why does Rule 7 still have the crossed out rewrite? Ha, was the crossed out part enough food? Are you sure the concept of enough exists for Chen Xin? His stomach is connected to another dimension. Hey! I just came back from another livestream, and the chosen ones from other countries had complete there is enough food in the kitchen, only our Chen Xin's rule was changed. Pooh, case cracked. Chen Xin has single-handedly forced the Weird Tale to change a rule on the spot. In the world of Weird Tales, Chen Xin looked at the hurriedly crossed-out mark and the emphasized phrase with 3 exclamation marks at the end, once it's gone, it's gone. It felt as though a few invisible black lines hung down from his forehead. Really, do I eat that much? He touched his stomach, which was indeed starting to feel empty, and thought to himself, going on a business trip without leaving enough food, what do they expect me to do while starving? I'm just a child who graduated from kindergarten for just over 5,400 days. But soon, his attention immediately returned to the more critical information. Mom and Dad have actually gone on a business trip? His gaze became sharp as his fingertips gently tapped the table, making a rhythmic sound. That means now the whole house is left with just my brother and sister, 2 weird ones? An uncontrollable smile, mixing curiosity and greed, slowly blossomed on his face. He turned his head, his gaze seemingly able to penetrate walls, directly hitting that tightly closed door belonging to his brother, with a wisp of black energy seeping from his body. China, the highest conference room. Many high-ranking leaders of China gathered here, their eyes bloodshot, clearly having not slept all night. Everyone's gaze was tightly locked on the huge screen at the front of the conference room. The screen displayed Chen Xian's every move in the world of rule tales. In the adjacent data analysis section, the sound of keyboards clicking was non-stop, team members busily recording every action of Chen Xian, analyzing the shallow and deep meanings of each rule, trying to determine their authenticity. At this moment, the appearance of this note with 7 new rules pushed the already tense atmosphere to a breaking point. "Another rule note, this number is a bit tricky," said an elderly man with glasses in a deep, tired voice. "The last scenario had only 9 rules in total, this time, just the apparent rules have already accumulated to 20. "Can Chen Xian endure this?" said another female official, her tone filled with worry. The discussions in the conference room gradually started, everyone holding their opinions, but a consensus quietly formed. Chen Xian had survived until now, and his performance had far exceeded expectations. What level has his awakened talent truly reached? At that moment, a freshly made analysis report was quickly handed up. Report to the commanding officer. The head of the data analysis team spoke urgently. The preliminary analysis results are out. Among the 7 new rules, except for the second one, the rest are highly likely to be real rules. By cross-referencing these with the 13 rules from the first note, we believe that in this scenario, the sister character is extremely important. She could be the key point for survival in the later stages. The leader paused for a moment, and his tone became even heavier. However, based on Chen Xian's previous act of devouring his sister's arm, it's clear he has completely angered her. Unless he finds new leverage or uses other rules to threaten her, otherwise, the chances of their relationship collapsing and causing a failure are extremely high. The commander furrowed his brows tightly, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the table. An official leaned over and whispered, "Commander, should we use one of the hint opportunities to share this key information with Chen Xian? We still have 3 hint opportunities left, while most other countries have already used up one opportunity during last night's crisis." The commander fell into deep thought. Use it, or not? If the relationship with the sister can't be repaired, the future may be full of dangers, leading to total failure. But considering Chen Xian's extraordinary understanding of the rules and his bizarre, inexplicable talent, wouldn't he realize this himself? As he weighed the pros and cons and struggled to make a decision. What the heck? Several uncontrollable gasps of shock echoed like thunder in the silent conference room. Almost all the officials and data analysts who were glued to their screens turned pale at the same time, with many of them shocked enough to stand up abruptly, as if their jaws were about to hit the floor. The commander's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly turned his head toward the live stream screen. On the screen, Chen Xian didn't hesitate at all. He swiftly rushed to his brother's room and then leapt into the air, delivering a straightforward flying kick, packed with a fierce momentum, directly smashing into the door. Bang! The deafening sound seemed to pierce through the screen. The seemingly sturdy door was kicked completely out of its frame and slammed inward. Commander! Netizens, Sigma, surprised face. Chen Xin. Chapter 9 5-person family who's the real weirdo? The loud sound of Chen Xian's kick not only echoed through the strange house but also triggered a tsunami of barrage comments in the live horror stream. What the heck? Did Chen God wake up on the wrong side of the bed? Kick the door directly. It's over, the first rule is, meet all the younger brother's needs. Chen God just stepped right into the trap. What do you understand upstairs? Meeting needs equals solving the person who creates the needs. Chen God is in outer space. Haha, God TM solving the person who creates the needs. Younger brother, my need is to be hit? Other countries' chosen ones are still carefully coaxing their younger brothers, while our Chen God directly uses physical exorcism? I bet $5, the younger brother's hidden need is get beaten. As the barrage comments went wild, the atmosphere in the high-level meeting room was completely different. Has Chen Xian gone mad? An official exclaimed in disbelief. Did he get mentally corrupted by the strange forces during his sleep last night? Everyone's hearts were in their throats, staring at the screen. They saw Chen Xian, after kicking down the door, take a quick leap onto his brother's bed. The younger brother, woken up in a daze, hadn't even seen who had come before a loud slap landed on his face. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap was especially jarring in the silent room. The younger brother covered his face, and after a brief moment of being stunned, his rage exploded instantly. You dare hit me? Thick black smoke surged from his body, writhing like tentacles. Shut up. Chen Xian's body was also surrounded by a dark aura. That black mist was actually more solid and more turbulent than my brother's. My brother was about to resist. Slap. Another powerful slap flipped his head around 180 degrees, and his neck made a painful crack noise. But the next second, with an uncomfortable sound of bones grinding, my brother's head slowly turned back, piece by piece. He stared fiercely at Chen Xian, crying out in a high-pitched voice. You dare to hit me? Mom and Dad. Brother hit me. Quickly kill him. Chen Xian's smile became increasingly wicked and crazy, resembling a classic villain. Scream all you want, even if you break your throat, no one will come to save you. He. Break my throat. Break my throat. My brother really cried out, his voice harrowing, like a pig being slaughtered during the new year. Thanks to last night's meal, which seemed to contain a lot of strange pollution. While helping to accumulate a lot of free attributes, it also allowed him to gather a considerable amount of strange power. After using all his attribute points, his attribute panel had changed to this. Name, Chen Xin. Strength, 34. Speed, 9. Charm, 13. Luck, 12. Intelligence, 25. Rationality, 13. Free attribute points, 0.141. All attribute points from yesterday's dinner were added to strength, and his strength had now reached more than 3 times that of a normal person, as he had read in a boxing magazine before. Tyson's punch strength is about 5 to 6 times that of an ordinary adult. Chen Xin rubbed his chin, feeling the power surging inside him, clicking his tongue regretfully. It seems that the revolution has not succeeded yet on the road to becoming more powerful than Tyson. At that moment, the loud noise and harrowing cries from the room downstairs finally alerted the sister upstairs. She quietly slipped down the stairs, hesitantly following the sound to the doorless entry of her brother's room, peeking in. She found Chang Wei beating up her brother. Oh no, it was Chen Xin slapping her brother. The slap sounded like a drum, left and right, as if money didn't matter. The sister was instantly petrified, her mind blank. He actually dared to hit my brother? He's finished. He's dead for sure. Just then, Chen Xin caught sight of a dazed figure standing in the doorway out of the corner of his eye. He continued his actions without pause, instead grinning widely, revealing a brilliant yet wicked smile, and enthusiastically called out. Come over here. What are you standing there for? You should hit too. Honestly, this guy's face is nice and soft, feels really good. The sister instantly began to sweat, her voice trembling. Are you crazy? Mom and Dad will kill you when they get back. Meanwhile, my brother, pressed down and with a face swollen like a pig's head, finally saw his savior. He struggled to turn his head, crying out sharply. You worthless piece of trash. Are you just standing there like a dead man? Hurry up and save me. Or I'll tell Mom and Dad, and sell you to the dirtiest place. Do you hear me? A deep, bone-chilling fear flashed in the sister's eyes, and she instinctively moved forward. Wait. Chen Xian's voice came at the right time, carrying a strange allure. Let's make a deal. I can help you unlock the chains on you, letting you truly escape this place. In exchange, all you need to do is provide me with some power. So, how about it? This deal is quite beneficial, right? As soon as the sister heard the word deal, she instinctively covered her wrist that had once been bitten, her face filled with caution and distrust. Does this guy want to bite me again? But the next second, a deeper chill ran up her spine. How does he know I have chains on me? I haven't even told him. Chen Xin looked at her expression of seeing a ghost yet guarding against thieves, and silently rolled his eyes. How would I know? Isn't it clearly written on the rule note? The first note, Rule 8, the sister may sometimes ask you to help her unlock her chains. Absolutely do not respond, and immediately go to the kitchen to find Mom. This is simply a confession without confession, there's no silver here worth 300 taels. In the world of rule horror, every punctuation mark on the paper could be a matter of life and death. While he was thinking quickly, little did he know that his actions of forcing the palace and trading had already stirred up an unprecedented wave of public opinion in the external live broadcast room. Oh my god. I thought Chen was fierce, but I never expected him to be this fierce. He directly charged into the creepy lair and slapped his brother wildly on the bed. Whoa, do you know how much damage those dozens of slaps will do to a creepy little child's heart? But I like it. Please increase the intensity. How is this possible? Humans suppressing the creepy? Since the arrival of rule horror, such a script has never appeared. TCH, are you new to watching Chen's livestream? If his actions could be explained by common sense, would he still be Chen? Would a normal person be so hungry as to chew on both the bed and the plate? Phew, you scared me to death, my heart that just jumped into my throat was swallowed back down by me. By the way, is Chen still considered a human? How come I feel that compared to his brother, his momentum and style are more like a large creepy being? The highest conference room in Hua country had now fallen into a state of speechless shock. Chapter 10 5-person family brother bullying without parents. Genius. Simply genius insight. In the data analysis groups area, a young analyst suddenly slapped the table, so excited he almost jumped out of his seat. The team members around him also snapped back from their initial extreme shock, their faces lighting up with an excited blush of realization. Commander. Leaders. The head of the data group spoke with barely suppressed excitement, rapidly pointing to the rule list just adjusted next to the screen. We understand. Player Chen is not acting blindly, he is using the rules to carry out an extremely bold rebellion. While saying this, he highlighted the rule, Rule 8, sister may sometimes ask you to help her unwind the bindings. Absolutely. He is using the most direct and brutal way to break the fear in his sister's heart towards their brother and parents, and pave the way for the subsequent deal. This reverse interpretation of the rules and almost gambling-like courage is simply unheard of. The atmosphere in the conference room quietly shifted from extreme shock to a mixed feeling of tension, anticipation, and disbelief. They realized that the young man on the screen might be walking a path that no chosen one had ever imagined. It's not about surviving, but about overthrowing. However, all of this meticulous planning is based on the sister's nod of agreement. At this moment, the sister's eyes are still full of vigilance, like a wounded beast staring at the hunter. Her brother's unbearable curses still echo in the room, intensifying the tense atmosphere. You are too naive. The sister's voice is cold, tinged with a hint of barely noticeable despair. You want to use my power to overthrow mom and dad? It's impossible. My power is far less than theirs. Even if you help me break free, as long as you can't deal with them, I might escape for a while, but I will soon be caught again. And then. Oh? Is that so? Chen Xin interrupts her, his action still unceasing, but his tone carries a chilling calmness. What if I say I only need you to lend me a portion of your power temporarily, and in 3 days, find a way to control brother's mouth? I can kill mom and dad within a week and give you true freedom. What? The sister's pupils suddenly constrict, her eyes filled with unbelievable shock, but soon overshadowed by deeper suspicion. Why should I believe you? What method do you have to kill them? Your power, though strange, is still so small that even the peak of my power couldn't defeat them. She sharply points this out, trying to puncture Chen Xin's arrogant claims. The curvature at the corner of Chen Xin's mouth deepens. He knows the fish has caught the scent of bait and is starting to linger. As for the method, you don't need to worry about that. He speaks slowly, as if discussing tonight's menu, but I am 100% confident. Since I dare to do this today and dare to hit this useless piece of trash, I would never joke with my life. After all, if the plan fails, I will die as well, right? He pauses and throws out an even more tempting condition. Moreover, I can help you lift a part of the seal right now as a sign of my sincerity. How about it? With your power after lifting some of the restraints, it should be easy for you to keep this guy quiet for 3 days, right? What makes you think I can trust you? The sister almost grits her teeth, repeating every word slowly. This is her last psychological defense line. The smile on Chen Xin's face instantly fades. He suddenly stands up from beside the brother, one foot heavily stomping down on the brother's chest, the force so great that the meat pad beneath erupts with thick black blood, and the curses stop abruptly, leaving only painful whimpers. He looks down at his sister, his gaze no longer playful, only cold and undeniable reality. Unfortunately, you now have no choice. His voice is not loud, but it strikes like an ice pick, piercing deep into the sister's heart. I have been making such a big noise while beating up this useless piece of trash for so long, and you have just been watching, without protecting him or going to tell on me. Do you think, when mom and dad come back, this useless piece of trash will only blame me, or will he drag both of us into it? You, who didn't help and me, who committed assault? At this moment, the air seems to freeze. The sister's face instantly turns pale. What Chen Xin is stepping on is not just the brother's chest, but the last glimmer of hope for her. This is a blatant conspiracy. After a long silence, she seems to lose all her strength. A long, trembling sigh escaped her lips as she closed her eyes in resignation. All right. Her voice was as light as smoke, yet heavy as 1,000 pounds. I'll join. You. Her brother, pinned to the ground, was about to curse, his eyes wide with rage. You little put. Before he could finish, a cold gleam flashed in Chen Xin's eyes. With a swift motion, she kicked with her right foot as if pushing aside an annoying sandbag. Her brother's small, frail body was sent flying directly off the ground by the force of the kick, making a clumsy arc through the air. With a short, panicked scream, he crashed heavily onto the living room floor with a loud bang, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. TCH, such a sharp tongue for someone so young. Chen Xin scratched her ear, her tone impatient as if swatting away a fly. Hurry up and get to the kitchen to cook. If it doesn't taste good, I'll burn you as firewood tonight. Her brother, his face swollen like a pig's head, curled up on the cold living room floor, his body aching all over. Looking at Chen Xin, whose presence was like that of a demon, every last thought of resistance was completely crushed, leaving only a deep, bone-chilling fear. No parents, just a brother bullying him. This world, it's changed. Chapter 11, 5-Person Household, Nation's Reminder. In the Huaxia livestream, the bullet screen was alive with excitement over Chen Xin's brutal rule. The brother flew out. That kick was awesome. Brother, first of all, I didn't offend anyone. He just pulled a bazaar into his camp like that. Chen Xin is amazing. Amidst this sea of joy, a bullet screen with clear hostility suddenly appeared, its ID prefix clearly showing, Waguo. Baka. How dare your Huaxia chosen one treat the bazaar like this? He's dead for sure. The rules will never forgive him. The final winner will definitely be our great Waguo warrior. The appearance of this bullet screen instantly ignited the emotions of the Huaxia audience. Where did this Waguo troll come from? Oh, sour chickens are jumping. Final winner, that's hilarious. Soon, some viewers who quickly traveled between the two livestreams brought back frontline reports, their bullet screens full of unabashed mockery. TCH. I just came back from the Waguo livestream. You should see how pathetic your chosen one is. Brothers, go check this out. That Waguo guy, Yamamoto, is kneeling on the ground letting his brother ride him like a horse. Good grief, his Shikigami is almost falling apart, and he's still saying hi, every time. He looks like a servant, and he still dares to come and bump into our Chen Xin? Our Chen Xin is making the bazaar cook, while your chosen one is letting the bazaar be a dog. Do we even need to compare? In the Waguo livestream, the scene was in stark contrast to the brotherly love displayed here. The Waguo chosen one, Yamamoto Ichiro, was kneeling on the cold floor, his forehead pressed tightly against the ground, his body trembling from fear. In front of him, that seemingly young brother was riding on a Shikigami, conjured by his S-grade talent, Xingxing Lantern, using the powerful Shikigami as a wooden horse and whipping it with a small leather whip. Giddy up! Giddy up! Crawl, you fool! The brother laughed loudly, his smile innocent yet cruel. Hi! Hi! Yamamoto dared not slack off for a second, desperately urging the Shikigami to crawl, his face as pale as paper. The Shikigami's glow had already dimmed considerably. This was already the 7th request of the morning. From bark like a dog to bang your head against the wall, from give half of your blood to now let the Shikigami be a horse, each request was more excessive than the last, some even fatal. He could only rely on the Shikigami to barely resist the most deadly commands, but for the other humiliating and exhausting ones, he had no choice but to humbly obey. Sweat mixed with the blood left from his kowtows dripped from his temples, his heart chilled. But at least this way, I can stay alive. And besides, I'm just following the rules. Other countries' chosen ones are probably not doing any better. They might already be dead. At that moment, Chen Xin, like an officer inspecting his own territory, casually weighed a cucumber he had no idea where it came from, leisurely wandering around the house. In the kitchen, his younger brother, with a pig-faced expression, stood before the stove, frustrated and awkwardly trying to figure out how to start a fire. His sister, standing beside him, had a complicated look on her face as she acted as the supervisor. She seemed to have yet to adjust to this extreme role reversal, and deep in her eyes, there was still a trace of instinctive fear when looking at her brother. However, Chen Xin couldn't care less whether she adapted or not. He believed that under the iron fist of reality and the strict education of a large pocket, she would soon recognize who was truly in charge now. He paced, appearing casual, but his sharp eyes swept across every corner of the room. Finally, his steps stopped in front of a tightly closed door. The dark wooden door, no different from any other door, emitted an invisible feeling of oppression. This was the mom and dad's room. Rule 6, do not enter our room. This rule, from the second note, was self-explanatory. It was the clear no-go zone in this house. But the corner of Chen Xin's mouth curved into a challenging smile. He never believed that rules existed simply to be blindly followed. In the world of rules and strange stories, to truly survive, even to control the situation, one must dig into the truth behind the rules, piecing together the complete puzzle of this world. And now, the fragments he held were enough to justify pushing open this door. At last night's dinner table, the content of the newspaper his father held had already been clearly imprinted in his high-intelligence brain of 250 IQ. Aside from the boring entertainment section, a particularly eye-catching news story about a serious fire broke out in a residential area, destroying an entire house, and a family of several had no survivors stood out. Rules are a collection of clues. Rule 13, there will be no scorch marks on the ground. If found, cover them immediately. This rule did not directly mention the fire, but the keyword scorch marks was enough to trigger endless associations. If someone said it had no connection to the fire in the newspaper, who would believe that? Chen Xin had already discreetly checked his room, his brother's bedroom, and the living room, and found no abnormalities. So, aside from the attic where his sister stayed, the only place left in the house that could hide the scorch mark secret was here, the bedroom of the rulemakers, mom and dad. Risk and opportunity go hand in hand. He needed evidence, a deeper understanding of the essence of this home. With that thought, Chen Xin no longer hesitated and reached out to grip the cold metal doorknob. Just as his fingertips were about to exert force to turn it, a swift, crystal-clear stream of information, as if injected out of nowhere, rapidly passed through his mind. Critical hint, there is a deadly trap behind the door. Let your sister open it to avoid it. Chen Xian's hand, which was about to push, suddenly stopped. This. Is it a message from the country? They used a precious communication opportunity just to warn him about this? A trap behind the door, deadly, let his sister open it, no harm. His eyes narrowed, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. How did the authorities know this information? Was it based on the analysis of other Chosen Ones' encounters? Chapter 12, The Danger Behind the Door of a Family of 5. 3 minutes ago, in the highest meeting room of Huaxia. The air was so heavy, it could almost drip with water. The data analysis team stared at the few live broadcast screens still showing, with only 9 green dots representing life signals remaining, scattered across the vast world map like a few stars in the sky. Commander, there are only 9 selected survivors left globally. Apart from Chen Xin, the most outstanding performance is from Mike in the United States. The analyst's voice was filled with suppressed tension. The screen switched to the US live broadcast room. Mike, a tough-looking former FBI agent with piercing eyes, was picking up the second rule note from the dining table. He was a survivor who had endured 2 horrifying encounters, and his A-level talent, Rule Insight, had brought him to this point. A hint of golden light flickered in his eyes, and in his view, the 3 rules on the note instantly changed color. Rule 2, do not pay attention to your sister, everything she says is false. Green, false rule. Rule 6, do not enter our room. Green, false rule. Rule 4, if there are strange sounds outside the window at night, that is normal, do not open the window. Red, true rule. The golden light quickly faded, and a hint of fatigue appeared on Mike's face. This was the price and power of his talent. He could randomly choose 3 rules for authenticity determination, with green indicating false and red indicating true. However, having gone through life and death trials, he knew well that even a true rule might not be safe, and a false rule might not be harmless. Everything needed to be judged in context. Rule 6 is false, which means I can enter my parents' room. Mike stroked his chin, lost in thought, but a gut feeling formed by years of dealing with danger sent a chill down his spine. He glanced at his younger brother nearby, fiddling with toys, and noticed the child was slyly watching him, with a childish face wearing an age-inappropriate, mixed expression of expectation and malice. A trap. Mike's inner alarm bells rang loudly. His knowledge of psychology and former FBI experience told him that the little devil's expression was definitely not anticipating anything good. The talent judgment said can enter, but the sense of reality was filled with danger. This meant that the danger did not come from the rules themselves but from other aspects, and there might be ways to avoid it. He thought of the tips he had received from high-level officials in the US not long ago, inspired by the insane livestream of the crazy Chen Xin from Huaxia, to use his sister to counterbalance his brother. He followed the suggestion. Although he did not have Chen Xian's overwhelming strength to completely subdue his brother, he successfully made his brother temporarily settle down. The price was the clear resentment his brother now held against him because he had not fully obeyed Rule 1, satisfy all his brother's needs. Let my sister open the door? A thought flashed through his mind. Since his brother showed expectation, it meant that the act of opening the door itself might be targeting me. Letting his sister trigger it might shift the risk away. He quickly weighed the options. His sister's strength was unknown, but she could counterbalance his brother, indicating she had some ability. If she opened the door, she might get hurt, but she probably wouldn't die. If he opened the door, facing an unknown danger that even the talent warned him about, his chances of survival would be slim. If he didn't go in, he might miss key clues for survival. After a brief struggle, the desire to survive and the thirst for information prevailed. He called for his silent sister and pointed to the dark door. You, go open the door. His sister glanced at him, seeming somewhat displeased with his attitude, but asked no further questions and stepped forward to grasp the doorknob. At the moment she turned the knob. Whoosh! A cold light, carrying a strong scent of blood, shot out from the crack of the door. It was a rusted and murderous bone knife, moving at an astonishing speed. His sister let out a scream and instinctively sidestepped to avoid it, but the knife still grazed her shoulder, leaving behind a cloud of black mist that looked like blood. Then, with a sharp clang, it plunged deep into the floor behind her, the handle still trembling violently. The wound on his sister's shoulder was enveloped in swirling black energy, slowly healing at a visible rate. Mike gasped, his back instantly soaked in cold sweat. If he had opened the door just now, it would have been him nailed to the ground, or directly decapitated. However, the scene revealed behind the door. He temporarily forgot the fear, leaving only a deeper shock and confusion. Inside the door, it was not the expected bedroom scene, but a raging fire. Charred furniture, twisted tongues of fire on the walls, billowing thick smoke, everything looked like a fire disaster scene. But strangely, no high temperature escaped the door. The swirling smoke seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, not a trace leaking into the living room. The flickering firelight illuminated Mike's face, filled with astonishment. This hellish scene lasted only a few seconds. The flames suddenly disappeared as if snuffed out by an invisible giant hand. The room once again became dim and tidy, as if the huge fire just now had been an illusion, leaving not a single trace of charring. In the conference room, all high-ranking officials' breaths almost stopped in sync at that moment. On the screen, Chen Xin was completely unprepared as he reached for the dark, forbidden door, the parents' room. No! We can't let him open it himself, an official, who had been closely monitoring the data analysis screen, exclaimed in alarm, his voice trembling with extreme tension. According to real-time intelligence from Mike's side, the doorknob is connected to a deadly trap. Quick! Send a warning. We must stop him immediately. The originally solemn conference room was like a deep pond hit by a boulder, waves rising instantly. Everyone knew this was not the time for hesitation. One wrong judgment could lead to irreversible disaster. If at this moment, victory was within reach but everything was lost due to a cunning trap, it would be an unbearable loss. Immediately initiate the first warning opportunity. Hurry! The commander made a decisive decision, his voice firm and resolute. This was not a waste, it was using a precious chance to gamble for a future that could lead to ultimate victory. The orders were issued and executed swiftly. Almost at the same time, Chen Xin on the screen clearly paused, evidently receiving an urgent warning from his homeland. His brows furrowed tightly, falling into brief contemplation. In the conference room, everyone's heart was in their throats, their eyes locked onto the screen, each inwardly screaming, "Call for your sister. Hurry, call your sister to open it." However, the next scene made everyone's blood nearly run cold. After a brief pause, Chen Xin did not call for his sister. Instead, the hand gripping the doorknob suddenly exerted force, turning it resolutely. Click! A crisp sound of the latch popping open echoed clearly through the live broadcast equipment, like a thunderclap in the silent conference room. In an instant, the air in the entire conference room seemed to freeze. All the officials stared at the screen, watching helplessly as Chen Xin ignored the warning and gripped the doorknob. Has he lost his mind? Stop him! Amid the cries, Chen Xin's wrist exerted force, and the doorknob turned. Creak! Almost at the same moment the gap appeared in the door, a familiar scarlet cold light shot out. A bloody bone-cutter knife rushed straight for Chen Xin's face. In a critical moment, instead of retreating, Chen Xin advanced, his right hand darting forward, dark mist gushing from his palm, forming twisted tentacles to meet the blade. Hiss! At the moment the dark mist tentacles collided with the blade's murderous aura, they swiftly melted away like ice meeting boiling oil. The piercing sound of corrosion echoed in the corridor. Although the blade was momentarily blocked, it still advanced forward with heart-stopping killing intent. Chen Xin's pupils constricted, his body filled with the strange power from his sister surged towards his palm. This was originally a trump card he prepared for coping with greater crises, but at this moment, he had to use it to block this sudden lethal strike. Letting my sister open the door is indeed safe, this thought flashed in his mind, but during the transaction, she had lent me most of her power. If she comes to take this knife now, she will undoubtedly be doomed. The blade was now closing in on his forehead. In a flash, he suddenly turned his head. Swish! The bone-cutting knife whizzed past his ear, stirring a few strands of hair. And just at the end of the knife's path, his younger brother was timidly approaching with a bowl of burnt breakfast, hoping to please Chen Xin. Younger brother, Sigma, oh. Those eyes that were filled with fear just a moment ago were now wide open in shock. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment as the younger brother watched the deathly glimmer of ice-cold light that even Chen Xin couldn't fully block, heading straight for his face. Chapter 13 5-person family. He's grown up enough, he should learn to solve problems by himself now. Just as the bone-cutting knife, surrounded by a sinister aura, was about to pierce the younger brother's head in a life-or-death moment, an unexpected change occurred. The black mist lingering in the corridor seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, wildly gathering and condensing in front of the younger brother, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into his younger sister's translucent figure. She looked as if she was forcibly dragged here by some power, her face filled with pain and reluctance, but she still opened her arms and unhesitatingly stood in front of the blade. Thud! Accompanied by a spine-chilling tearing sound, the bone-cutting knife violently stabbed into the solid shoulder of his younger sister, the raging sinister aura immediately exploding, tearing and dispersing most of the black mist surrounding her. His sister let out a muffled groan, her eyes tightly closed in pain, her slender body trembled violently, yet she continued to stand her ground. Shakily, she reached out to grasp the knife handle, yanked it out of her shoulder, and casually tossed it to the ground with a loud clattering sound. Black mist surged at the wound, but the healing speed was noticeably much slower than before. Fortunately. She breathed weakly. Your earlier blocking changed its trajectory, weakened its strength, otherwise, this blow would have completely made me disappear. Chen Xin's brows furrowed tightly as he watched this absurd scene, asking in a deep voice, why? Why did you save him? He clearly remembered how his brother had bullied her, remembered her longing for freedom in her eyes. His sister slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with helplessness and bitterness. She pointed to her heart and then to the dirty old rabbit toy tightly held by her brother. I am trapped here, a part of my soul is imprisoned in that toy. I am cursed, I must protect every family member in this house, whether I want to or not. This is not something my will can decide, it is the rule. Chen Xian's gaze sharpened, instantly understanding. The content of the first rule paper immediately appeared in his mind. Rule 4, the brother's toy is his most cherished possession, and is strictly forbidden to touch. That old rabbit toy is especially so. So-called cherished, so-called strictly forbidden to touch, were not because his brother loved this toy so much, but because this worn-out rabbit toy was actually the core of the curse that bound his sister and forced her to protect this twisted family. His sister bent down and picked up the bone-cutting knife surrounded by a sinister aura again. She gazed at the flowing crimson sheen on the blade, her expression complex and unfathomable, as if she could see some long-forgotten memories through it. This is for you. She turned the handle toward Chen Xin, her voice low. If you really intend to resist Mom and Dad, it might help you. The moment Chen Xin took the knife, a surge of violent unnamed anger suddenly shot up in his heart. His eyes were suddenly stained crimson, and a murderous intent raged and howled in his mind. Just holding it for a second, he violently threw the knife to the ground, as if it were not metal but a burning hot iron. Ha! He took a deep breath, the blood red in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by a trace of seriousness and caution. This knife actually can directly affect the mind? He felt clearly that at the moment of holding the knife handle, some cold and cruel awareness was frantically eroding his rationality. Since entering the world of strange tales, he had deliberately ignored rationality during the 2 times he had enhanced his attributes. Currently, there were only 13 points. Even so, it far surpasses the level of an ordinary person. If an ordinary person got their hands on this knife, they would probably become a monster that only knows how to kill in an instant. But at the same time, he could sense within the knife an enormous power that was terrifying. That power was unfathomable, like an abyss, many times stronger than his sister at her peak. TSK, I really want to taste its flavor. Chen Xin stared at the knife on the ground, swallowing hard, forcibly suppressing the urge to consume it with his starving ghost talent. Swallowing it would undoubtedly grant him a massive amount of bizarre power, but the conversion rate was too low, making it not worth the cost. Although he had other plans to deal with his returning parents, there was still uncertainty. This knife might become a keycard in his hand. As for the problem of demonic energy corroding him, Chen Xin looked around, his gaze sweeping over the sofa, chairs, and cabinets in the living room. If I swallow all this furniture, I should gain quite a few freedom attribute points, right? He calculated. Adding everything to rationality should extend the time I can hold the knife. Reluctantly, he withdrew his gaze. Now was not the time to act on it. His attention turned to the open bedroom of his parents. The blazing fire inside had long been extinguished, and the room regained its usual appearance, clean as if the previous inferno was just a collective illusion. But Chen Xin was sure that the hellish scene he glimpsed was not a lie. This further confirmed his suspicion that the catastrophic fire reported in the newspapers, which spared no one, undoubtedly had a deep connection to this home. He lingered at the door for a long while but finally turned around and walked toward the dining table. Let's eat first. He rubbed his protesting stomach. It's dangerous just to open the door, who knows what's hidden inside. The urgent matter is to increase my strength first. His gaze greedily swept over the large house, a familiar smile creeping onto his lips. With such a big house, there should be plenty to consume. Chen Xin expressionlessly closed his parents' bedroom door, walked to the dining table, and pulled out a chair to sit down. His eyes landed on the breakfast presented by his younger brother, a bowl of suspiciously colored, sticky paste and 2 pieces of blackened matter that vaguely resembled fried eggs. To be honest, after unlocking the starving ghost talent, or even the bed and plate could be chewed with delight, it was the first time Chen Xin felt deep hesitation about the food before him. This stuff, with the shock from the visual and olfactory senses, seemed even more terrifying than those dinners full of bizarre power he had last night. Holding onto a spirit of scientific inquiry and a hint of self-destructiveness, he picked up a spoon and stirred it into the paste 2 times. When he tried to raise the spoon, he found that the part immersed in the paste had disappeared. Even the broken end of the spoon was hissing faintly with white smoke. Chen Xin. After a moment of silence, he ultimately couldn't break through his psychological barrier, pushing the chemical weapon to his younger brother who was looking at him eagerly. Enjoy. Then, under his brother's furious yet silent gaze, he silently picked up a corner of the nearby solid wood dining table and took a crunch out of it. Looks like I can't leave cooking to others in the future, or to the bazaar, he concluded while chewing on wood. For the entire day that followed, Chen Xion's mouth hardly stopped moving. The freedom attribute points steadily grew as he consumed. He seemed to have become a super termite living in a big house. Wherever he went, nothing could grow. From the normal vegetables and fruits in the kitchen, to the unusual plates and pots, to the furniture, floors, walls in the living room, even the toys scattered on the ground by his brother became his food and a source of strength. Even that key, dirty old rabbit toy couldn't escape his grasp. Chen Xian stared at it for a few seconds, then without hesitation, he reached out and pulled off one of the toy's arms. He stuffed it into his mouth and chewed. It feels a bit like overcooked gummy bears, he commented. As parts of the doll were damaged, a hint of color seemed to return to his sister's pale face, and the dark aura surrounding her grew a bit stronger, though most of this recovered energy was used to heal the severe injuries from the bone saw earlier that morning. As darkness fell, Chen Xin, having gnawed all day long, finally felt a sense of satisfaction and a sore jaw, deciding it was time to rest. Unlike last night, this time he had a bed. While munching in his brother's room, he had deliberately shown mercy and left behind a whole bed. As for where the original owner of the room, his brother, would sleep tonight? Chen Xin yawned, thinking without any psychological burden, he is grown up now, he should learn to solve his own problems. For example, the floor is actually quite spacious too. Chapter 14, A Family of 5, Brothers' Revenge. Chen Xin's remarkable actions throughout the day were naturally streamed live, and the chat room messages were going wild. Do you guys remember this morning when Chang God caught the knife with his bare hands? Damn, my heart almost stopped. Ignoring the official warnings, this play is in the atmosphere. Today's MVP, Chang God's teeth. Is that breakfast or a biological weapon that the brother is holding? About my brother eating my bedroom. Last question, does the brother find the floor cool? Doge. As Chen Xin drifted into sleep, blessings of good night, home-wrecking monster floated across the screen, just as his brother, curled up on the floor, let out a loud sneeze. However, that night was not peaceful. When Chen Xin finally fell into deep sleep, the chat room messages gradually quieted down. However, this peace did not last long. Knock, knock, knock. The regular and persistent knocking sound jolted Chen Xin awake from his dreams. Propping himself up, his blurry gaze turned towards the window, and his blood seemed to freeze in an instant. Outside, a dark figure was pressed against the glass. The moonlight outlined a blurry silhouette, but failed to reveal any features. At the same time, a cold female voice drifted in, as if it were directly ringing in his ear. Hello, can you let me in? This scene was enough to make anyone feel spine-chilled. This was a high-rise. How could there be someone outside the window? Chen Xin instantly sobered up. He would bet all of his brother's toys that if whatever was outside was human, he would perform a handstand and a full turn right then and there. Rule 4, if there are strange sounds outside the window at night, that is normal, do not open the window. Thinking of this rule, Chen Xin rubbed his temples in frustration. He gave an appropriate middle finger gesture towards the window, then hugged the ominous bone saw a bit tighter, trying to find a strange sense of security to fall back asleep. However, in less than 2 minutes, a sharp scream pierced the silence. What are you going to do? It was his sister's voice. Chen Xin jumped up, without hesitation, wrapped the handle of the bone saw with his clothing, and rushed towards the source of the sound, his original room. But it was already too late. He saw his sister gripping his brother's arm tightly, while his brother's hand was already pressing down on the window lock. The dark figure outside seemed to press even closer, and his brother turned to look at Chen Xin and their sister bursting in, a twisted and gleeful grin spreading across his face. The humiliation of the day was like poison, ever accumulating and fermenting in his brother's heart. His cheeks, still bruised from being slapped like a pig's head, ached faintly, and the impact from being kicked still lingered in his bones. He was forced to act like the lowest servant, learning things he had never touched before at the cold stovetop in the kitchen while that detestable brother Chen Xin supervised like a foreman and even chewed on his favorite toy car. What he could not tolerate most was that screwed-up material sister, who actually dared to use that complicated and... With a look of pity, she gazed at him. Why should she? She is nothing but a prisoner bound by a doll. Every time she lowers her head, every time she is forced to swallow the curse on her lips, it feels like adding fuel to the fire of his heart. He watched Chen Xin greedily devouring everything in the house like a termite, watching him swagger onto his bed while he could only curl up on the cold, hard floor. This extreme contrast and humiliation were almost driving him mad. He was the real little tyrant of this house, the core favored by his mom and dad. Why should he be bullied like this by an outsider? All the endurance during the day was for this moment, when night falls, when the power of the rules changes, and when the normal knocking sound outside the window occurs, he knows the chance for revenge has arrived. Ha, you bad people, go die. The resentment, anger, and twisted desire for revenge that had been accumulating all day long exploded in this sharp laugh. He wanted to open the window, he wanted to bring in these terrifying things, he wanted to watch those who bullied him be swallowed by the black tide. Splash! The window was suddenly pushed open. Outside the window, the terrifying formation of countless palm-sized black spiders mimicking human shapes instantly collapsed, like a black tidal wave breaking through a dam, rushing madly into the room. Splash! The window was suddenly pushed open. But outside the window, there were no human figures, there were countless palm-sized, pitch-black spiders. They clustered outside the window, and the human shapes just now were actually terrifying formations made up of them. At this moment, these spiders, like a black tidal wave breaking through a dam, rushed wildly into the window. Damn! Chen Xin cursed angrily, black energy swirling around him, and countless sharp tentacles shot out from the shadow behind him, piercing the spider swarm like bullets. His sister threw her brother fiercely into the corner of the room, the remaining power inside her erupted, and the black mist turned into sharp blades to assist Chen Xin in slaying the spiders. However, the effect was minimal. There were too many spiders, and they kept pouring in through the window, as if there was no end. The black tide quickly submerged the floor and was madly pressing toward them. Damn it! How could I forget about this? Chen Xin cursed inwardly, the rising regret almost drowning him. He was still too soft-hearted. If he had known earlier, he should have treated this little brat like he did with him, decisively cutting off his limbs, completely eliminating any possibility of him causing trouble. The spider swarm, like a black tidal wave surging toward them, each one emitting an eerie strength comparable to his brother. Though individual spiders were not strong, their terrifying numbers formed an absolute crushing force. Even if he immediately activated the starving ghost ability and started devouring them on the spot, by the time he finished eating, it would be enough for these spiders to tear him apart 1,000 times. This, he had no doubt about. With the little remaining strength from his sister and his own pitiful, eerie aura, it was simply insufficient to withstand this flood. Hiss! Each piercing of the shadow tentacles took down 3 or 4 spiders, but more kept coming, and the black tide kept pressing forward, the cold breath of death already in their faces. As the spider swarm was about to reach their feet, a cruel look flashed in Chen Xin's eyes, and he no longer hesitated. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the bone saw knife that had always been wrapped in cloth and placed nearby. The cloth was instantly corroded and dissolved by the invisible death aura as soon as it touched the handle, and the cold knife handle was directly gripped in his palm. Take my blade! He roared, his arm muscles bulging as he suddenly swung the knife down. Chapter 15, 5-Person Family, Death Blade. Whoosh! The scarlet death aura erupted like a long-suppressed volcano, forming a fan-shaped wave of destruction sweeping forward. Any strange spider that got touched by the ominous red glow didn't even have time to scream. In an instant, it turned to flying ash, instantly emptying a large area. At the same time, the familiar violent will stabbed into Chen Xin's mind like an ice pick, frantically eroding his sanity. But compared to the almost uncontrollable state during the first encounter, this time he was clearly much more stable. After a whole day of frenzied feeding and digestion, his attributes panel was already vastly different from before. Name, Chen Xin. Strength, 34. Speed, 9. Charm, 13. Luck, 12. Intelligence, 25. Sanity, 30.17. Free attribute points, 19.539. He had stacked a large number of free attribute points onto sanity, forcibly raising it to 30 points. This was the confidence that allowed him to dare to grip the knife again. The nearly 20 remaining free attribute points were his cautiously reserved trump card, saved for real emergencies. The murderous aura still held low, and sanity and madness fiercely tugged at each other in his mind, but Chen Xin's hand tightened its grip on the knife even more. What the hell? How did Chen God grab that evil knife with his bare hands? He was affected just by touching it this morning. His eyes still seem clear. He actually withstood it? Is it because he chewed on so much furniture during the day? Could eating really enhance mental strength? I have a bold guess. Chen God's talent couldn't possibly be you or what you eat, right? Is he charging during the day? One cut clears the field. This knife really is a divine artifact. Where's that ungrateful little brother who caused all this trouble? Don't let him get away. Throw him out to feed the spiders. What's going on? I just woke up in the middle of the night for a bathroom break, and how did the horror livestream become like this? I still don't know what happened, anyone can explain? The bullet screen was filled with terrified shouts, heightened analysis from coffee-induced excitement, and puzzling guesses. All the viewers were shocked by the sudden burst of power from Chen Xin, far beyond their understanding. They couldn't see the attribute panel and could only piece together the fragments of truth from his one knife strike in this desperate situation. Meanwhile, the violent will brought by the murderous aura stabbed into Chen Xin's mind like an ice pick, but the 30 points of sanity built a defense much stronger than before. His hand gripped the bone knife tightly, his eyes scanning the endless swarm of spiders that kept coming, quickly calculating in his heart. With my current sanity, I can only hold out for 15 seconds at most using the bone knife. Beyond that time, my mind will inevitably go out of control. But what happens after 15 seconds? Chen Xin's brain worked at unprecedented speed under the pressure, weighing all possible escape plans. The bone knife was indeed powerful enough to temporarily fend off the spider tide's invasion, but trying to forcefully close the damned window against this endless onslaught was like dreaming. As for using the 19 reserved free attribute points all on sanity, he calculated and concluded it would only push back the time of losing control slightly, like a drop in the bucket, and ultimately, he would not escape being exhausted to death. Retreat! This is the only way. Chen Xin decisively commanded, shouting low, his figure retreating like a cheetah, instantly flashing outside the door. His sister's reaction was also very quick, following closely behind, and with a bang she forcefully shut the door. The heavy wooden door temporarily blocked the black flood, the door panel shook violently under the dense impacts, but it remained strong. However, this breathing moment was fleeting. Accompanied by a teeth-gritting tearing sound, a hole was suddenly drilled through the center of the wooden door, and dark spiders like pus spewed out from the breach. Looking at this desperate scene, Chen Xian's sister felt not only a deep sense of powerlessness in her eyes, but also a fleeting glimpse of an extremely complex and hard-to-express longing. Hurry and go. Don't freeze. At this moment, Chen Xian no longer actively attacked the spider swarm, conserving every bit of his strength. He rushed into his brother's room, his target clear as he grabbed that worn-out rabbit toy. Another hand grabbed the icy wrist of his sister, decisively rushing toward the end of the corridor, toward the door that belonged to Mom and Dad, a door that once hid a hell of fire and fury. The retreat along the way was unexpectedly smooth thanks to Chen Xian's daytime demolition style of chewing through obstacles. The troublesome furniture in the corridor and living room had mostly disappeared, creating hardly any barriers. He gripped the worn rabbit toy tightly in one hand and held onto his sister fiercely with the other, sprinting at top speed to the dark-colored door, yanking it open wide, and throwing the two of them and the toy inside. Then he forcefully pressed against the door with his shoulder. Bang! The muffled sound of the door closing seemed like a dividing line. Outside the door, that chilling sound of scuttling suddenly stopped. The last thing Chen Xian glimpsed through the crack in the door was a tide of spiders, halting in unison about a meter away from the door, as if they had crashed into an invisible wall. They spun in place anxiously, waving their pincers but never daring to take another step forward. Soon, the mass of spiders slowly dispersed like a retreating tide, carrying a kind of reluctant rhythm. At the same time, his younger brother's changed tone of struggling and cursing came from the living room direction, quickly fading away. He evidently did not escape, dragged away by spiders through the window he had opened himself, vanishing into the thick darkness of night. The world suddenly returned to silence. But this silence was not safety. Chen Xian could feel that an unsettling, eerie atmosphere still lingered in the whole house. The spiders had not truly left, they had merely retreated into the shadows, lurking, waiting. Inside the room, Chen Xian leaned against the cold wall, his chest heaving violently, gasping for air as if trying to expel the fear from his lungs. He moved as far away from the door as possible. Behind him shadows roiled, dozens of sharp tentacles condensed from darkness swirled in the air, ready to pounce on anything that dared to break in. Time passed second by second. The anticipated impact and breakthrough did not happen. Outside the door, there was utter silence, terrifyingly quiet. Chen Xian's taut nerves finally relaxed a little, but the tension in his heart tightened even more. Indeed, they cannot directly attack here. He murmured, his voice sounding particularly clear in the empty room. I was right. However, this judgment brought not relief, but a deeper chill. What could be the thing that made those endless, ferocious spiders hesitate? In this room, there existed something that made them profoundly fearful, even too afraid to set foot beyond the threshold. Perhaps it was some kind of limitation, or perhaps a more terrifying presence. Chapter 16, A Family of 5, Do You Eat? In a sense, escaping the sea of spiders might have landed them in a more hidden and dangerous cage. Chen Xian's gaze slowly swept over the seemingly normal room, which had once transformed into a sea of fire before his eyes. Every shadow seemed to harbor an unknown threat. The breath he had released slowly drew back in. However, at this moment, there was no other way. No one knew if the spiders would return. With danger lurking outside, Chen Xian dared not leave recklessly and could only temporarily regard this most dangerous room as a safe haven. I had planned to completely digest the resources at home and enhance my strength to the peak before exploring here. A tinge of regret flitted through his mind. After all, man proposes but heaven disposes. However, he was not completely without a trump card. The reserved 19 points of free attribute points could turn into the cornerstone of reason at any time, greatly extending his ability to wield the bone-cutting knife. As long as the opponent was not a horde of spiders that relied purely on numbers to overwhelm everything. Facing a single or a few powerful and eerie beings, with enhanced reason and the murderous aura of the blade, along with his sister's assistance, he might not be without a fighting chance. Of course, the complete power bound to his sister by the doll is another card. If he completely unravels her seal, he would indeed gain considerable help, but that would also mean he loses the most important bargaining chip. A fully liberated, power-restored sea-level eerie being, would it immediately bite back at him, the partner who knows its secret and once threatened her? Chen Xian didn't dare to gamble. This seal must not be touched until it is truly a matter of life and death. While he rapidly calculated the pros and cons and risks of various plans in his mind, he didn't sit idle either. From the battle just now, he had stringed back a few spider corpses with his shadow tendrils, which now became excellent supplies. He grabbed a still warm spider, which was slightly twitching, and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it hard. Devour E-level eerie, partially. Free attribute points plus 5. Devour E-level eerie, partially. Free attribute points plus 5. The prompt tones echoed in his mind, continuously replenishing his reserves. The bloody and eerie flesh down his throat not only brought attribute points but also slightly settled his churning stomach and nerves due to severe consumption and tension. Gaining free attribute points through devouring eerie beings was extremely fast, far beyond what those broken pieces of furniture could compare to. After replenishing, he finally had the leisure to calm his mind and carefully examine the room he had adventurously entered. What came into view was a standard, almost stereotypical, double bedroom, a large bed, symmetrical bedside tables, tightly drawn curtains, and everything arranged in an orderly and spotless manner. There was no imagined chaos, not even a trace of scorch marks, too clean, too normal, eerily contrasting with the fiery hell he glimpsed the moment he opened the door. His gaze finally landed on the bedside table. There, quietly lying, was a newspaper. It was the same edition his father had flipped through last night at the dinner table. Chen Xin stepped forward and picked up the newspaper. The smell of ink mixed with a certain indescribable old feeling in the room filled his nostrils. He took a deep breath, focused his gaze on the page, and began to read meticulously, word by word. Quickly, his eyes locked onto a striking headline in the social news section. The report detailed a horrific fire in a certain residential building, where an entire family of 5 had perished without exception. However, the reporter's thorough investigation revealed even more chilling details. According to the autopsy report, 2 of the victims did not die from flames or smoke. Their fatal wounds were caused by slicing injuries. They were stabbed to death first before being engulfed in flames. The date of the fire was prominently printed, December 21, 2025. Chen Xin's gaze moved away from the newspaper and instinctively swept to the walls of the room. There hung an old-fashioned calendar, the open page displaying December 16, 2025. As if in response to his gaze, when the clock hands quietly overlapped, pointing to midnight exactly, the calendar seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand. The page marked 17 was automatically turned, and on the page that had just become past marked 16, a blood red was slowly outlined, shocking to behold. Chen Xin's heart sank slightly. On the 3rd day in the eerie world, the time had come. The condition on the note is after 7 days. If counting from the entrance, the 7th day happens to be December 21, the day of the fire. He quickly calculated in his mind, a chill crawling up his spine, and the newspaper says 2 people died from knife wounds, not from the fire. His gaze involuntarily fell on the bone knife wrapped in layers of clothing, still emanating an ominous aura. Is this the bone-chilling bone removal knife with its terrifying murderous aura? Combining the cold description in the newspaper with the surging scarlet murderous energy on the blade, it almost seems like the answer is shouting at him. Just as Chen Xin was calculating how many free attribute points he could convert if he swallowed this strange calendar that automatically marks the dates, a flicker of something unusual caught the corner of his eye. His sister, who had been unusually silent since entering this room, was now standing still in place. Her gaze wasn't nervously scanning the room, nor was she vigilantly listening to the sounds outside the door. Instead, she was staring directly at the calendar in his hand, unblinking, with an intense, focused, and almost imperceptible trembling. Chen Xin blinked, following her gaze to look at the calendar in his hand, then he looked up at his sister's pale, rigid side profile. After repeating this several times, he seemed to have a sudden realization. A conflicted expression of "I really can't do anything with you" appeared on his face. After a few seconds of hesitation, he reluctantly, but still with some reluctance, extended the calendar towards his sister, cautiously asking, "Would you like to eat it?" Sister, underscore. Obviously, not everyone has an appetite like Chen Xin's. Chen Xin was even more puzzled now. Doesn't want to eat? Then why has she been staring at the calendar like that? Could it be that this thing, besides marking the days, hides some other trick? He hesitated, then cautiously tore off a tiny corner of the calendar, smaller than a fingernail, and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it whole. Swallowed unknown strange entity, trace amount. Free attribute points plus 0.0001. The attribute increase brought by the prompt was minuscule, but the surge of power that flooded into his body made Chen Xin's pupils shrink instantly. It was an indescribable, extremely concentrated, and pure strange power. Even just a tiny bit, after merging with his own strange energy, brought a substantial growth and transformation, comparable to the gains from swallowing his sister's entire hand earlier. And this was just a tiny scrap. Chen Xin's breath became heavier without him realizing, his gaze locking onto the entire calendar with the greed of a gluttonous diner. If he were to swallow it all, the power boost he could gain would likely reach an unimaginable level. Chapter 17: The Truth of the 5-Person Family. A fiery desire clashed within his chest, but with it arose a deeper sense of caution and coldness. This calendar contained such incredible strange origin, it could not possibly just be a simple timer. What exactly is it? Why is it placed in his parents' room? What does it have to do with the fire that is about to happen, and with that bone removal knife? This is too suspicious. He forced down the impulse to devour it right away, carefully placing the calendar aside. Just in case this feast should be kept as a last resort, it would be safer to use it to enhance strength at a critical moment. He took a deep breath, temporarily shifting his burning appetite. His eyes swept over the other seemingly ordinary furniture in the room like a spotlight, double bed, nightstand, wardrobe, vanity. A familiar, slightly sinister smile crept back onto his lips. Although the main course has to wait, these side dishes seem pretty plentiful. About an hour later, the entire room had become completely empty. Chen Xin licked his lips with satisfaction, and the once ferocious shadow tentacles behind him now lay obediently, as if they had also become lazy after a good meal. The bed, wardrobe, vanity, nightstand, all the furniture that could be consumed had been devoured, converted into a tiny but real growth in the attribute panel and the heavy, eerie power settling in his stomach. As for the sister, she had been quietly standing in the corner of the room all along, her gaze never leaving the old calendar that Chen Xin had placed aside. Her eyes were blank and distant, as if they had pierced through paper and time, sinking into some buried, untouchable memory. Not even the noise created by Chen Xin could wake her. Besides attribute points, Chen Xin unexpectedly tasted a hard paper hidden deep in the nightstand while devouring it. He spat it out. This process was not very pleasant, and laid it flat to inspect. It was a slightly aged official document, the adoption record of the orphanage. In the line for the adoptee, it was neatly written, Chen Xin. I was adopted? Chen Xin's eyebrows slightly raised. This discovery felt like a key puzzle piece, snapping into the chaotic riddle with a clack sound. Many previously inexplicable feelings of disharmony suddenly had a reasonable context at this moment. He had originally thought this family just severely favored boys over girls, but there had always been a question stuck in his heart. As the eldest son, why was his status as marginal as his sister's, or even worse than the younger brother who was born later? He had imagined various reasons, but none could fully reconcile. Until now. A clear and cruel family picture quickly reconstructed in his mind with 25 points of intelligence. Parents who longed for a boy first welcomed a daughter, the sister, and in disappointment, adopted a boy, him, from the orphanage. Before the arrival of the true biological son, the younger brother, he might have briefly held center stage. But once the real son arrived, all love and resources were ruthlessly shifted, and he and his sister became the victims and backdrops of this family's twisted structure. From his sister's previously complex and hard-to-explain attitude, trying to harm him with rules, yet at certain moments revealing a faint concern, as if aimed at another person, one could see that the original brother Chen Xin and sister might have once shared a warm bond of dependence. But what they both faced was the long-term oppression and unfairness from their parents and the favored younger brother. Then, one day, perhaps an accident or perhaps a desperate backlash forced to the extreme, a fire happened. And before the flames consumed everything, that knife, very likely had once been held in the hands of the former him. Was it protection? Was it revenge? Or both? The outcome was already written in the newspapers, no one survived, everything turned to ash. However, the arrival of the Rule horror story distorted time and space, turning this tragedy into a bizarre script that kept looping. The sister might have sensed the difference in this Chen Xin core during the reincarnation, which made her initially choose to test and even clear him with the macaron rules, hoping that the real brother could return. Only to be countered and broken in even more unexpected ways by the current Chen Xin, who possessed the starving ghost, talent and super high intelligence. A logical closed loop, fitting perfectly. Ha! Chen Xin let out a long breath, a sense of clarity washing over his thoughts like clouds parting. The advantage of high intelligence in the Rule horror story lies here. Once the story's source is uncovered, many mysteries naturally dissipate, and the path for survival becomes much clearer. But the doubts had not completely disappeared. Why was the sister's soul sealed in that rabbit doll, forced to become the family's guardian? Rule 12, keep the room tidy. Before sleeping every night, please confirm that your door is blue and there is no smell of smoke. What role does this rule play in this family, the source of the fire? Is it a warning, a cover-up, or a condition of some ritual? And perhaps the deepest answer hidden in all of this is locked within this old calendar, brimming with pure strange power that could make the sister lose herself in tears. Chen Xin took a deep breath, as if he wanted to inhale all the silent secrets within this room. He tightly gripped the bone knife, pulsating with a sinister aura. Through his clothing, the cold touch kept him highly alert. The other hand slowly reached for the calendar, preparing to flip it open. His younger sister also stared at the calendar. A crystal tear silently slid down her pale cheek, falling onto the cement floor and spreading into a small, unnoticeable dark mark. Oh. Don't get it wrong, this room used to have a floor, but someone had picked it off to eat. Chapter 18 5-Person Household Tragedy. Chen Xin held his breath, his fingers slowly flipping through the calendar. The pages rustled. At first everything was normal, just the usual changing of dates. However, as the date approached the day of the fire reported in the newspaper, December 21st, the resistance of the pages seemed to vanish, replaced by a backward pulling force. He felt a chill in his heart, wanting to close the calendar, but found the speed of the flipping pages began to accelerate uncontrollably. The sound grew increasingly urgent, as if an invisible hand was frantically flipping the pages. Suddenly, the calendar tore from his hand, hovering in midair, the pages fluttering violently in an invisible whirlwind, making a roaring sound. Blinding light burst forth from inside the calendar, consuming Chen Xian's vision. He felt the world spin and, when he opened his eyes again, the surroundings had completely changed. He stood in a familiar living room, yet it felt incomparably strange. There were no spiders, no signs of gnawing, the place was brightly lit, filled with an oppressive sense of homeliness. In the living room stood 6 people. Dad, Mom, 2 identical younger sisters, one kneeling in the center of the room, her face marked with a bright red handprint, head bowed. The other stood beside Chen Xian, a ghostly bystander, tears silently trailing down her translucent cheek. And 2 Chen Xins. One was himself, existing as an intruding phantom, the other was the Chen Xian from his youth, kneeling beside his sister, tightly clenching his fists. Mom sat slumped on the sofa, hair disheveled, looking haggard, her eyes filled with bloodshot and near-mad anxiety. Dad paced the living room like a caged beast, phone pressed tightly to his ear, voice dry and tense. Still haven't found him? Okay, I understand. What the hell is going on? How long has it been? Mom suddenly shot up from the sofa, her voice sharp slicing through the oppressive air. Those useless police can't even find a child? It's pouring outside. If little Bao suffers a mishap, gets soaked, or scared, can they take responsibility? What are you shouting about? Am I not anxious? Dad slammed the phone down, veins bulging on his forehead. We've been searching. Search. It's been over an hour. Not even a shadow. They aren't putting their heart into it at all. Mom's voice turned tearful, and more so, filled with projected anger. Her gaze suddenly stabbed towards the pair of siblings kneeling in the center of the living room, especially when it landed on the sister, it nearly spewed fire. It's all your fault. Can't even keep an eye on your brother. What use are you both? Especially you unlucky star. Little brat. If your brother wanted that broken doll, why didn't you just give it to him? What are you fighting over? If it weren't for you, would little Bao have run out in anger? She nearly jabbed her finger into the sister's face. The kneeling sister trembled, her head hung lower, the handprint on her face even more glaring. The youthful Chen Xian beside her clenched his fist so tightly that the knuckles turned white, nails digging deep into his palm, his jaw clenched, but he remained silent. Chen Xian subconsciously wanted to step forward, but his arm passed straight through the boy's body. He froze, then bitterly smiled. He was just a ghost drawn into fragments of the past, powerless to change anything. The sister ghost beside him was just shedding tears, quietly watching this cruel scene. Now, I don't care what means you use, go out and bring little Bao back to me. The mother's voice twisted with extreme anxiety. If you can't find her, you both aren't allowed through this door. Useless money-wasting children. She pushed and shoved, driving the kneeling boy Chen Xian and his sister toward the doorway. The door was yanked open violently, and outside was a torrential downpour, the dark rainy night like a heavy curtain, instantly swallowing the thin figures of the two. The door banged shut, isolating the wind and rain and cold outside, and completely casting those 2 figures into a night of despair. The phantom Chen Xian stood still, gripping tightly the bone knife concealed under his clothing, a chilling ferocity swirling uncontrollably, its icy and violent aura piercing his palm. A burning anger mixed with biting cold crashed recklessly in his chest. He understood too well the coldness and despair of being seen as worthless by one's closest kin and being cast out into the storm. Because he understood, the impulse to wield the knife and shatter all this unfairness in front of him almost broke through the chains of reason. And this past illusion, clearly presented before countless sleepless viewers through the Ghost Stories livestream, made billions of hearts in front of the screen tighten, tremble, and then surge with silent waves of panic. The number of people in the live broadcast room unexpectedly surged again in the dead of night. My fist is hardened. What kind of parents are these? The little brother got lost on his own, why blame the brother and sister? That slap, even through the screen, I felt the pain in my face. Sending kids out in such heavy rain? Is this something a human would do? Showing me this at midnight. I'm crying and can't sleep. The sister looks like she's only 6 or 7 years old. This isn't a ghost story, this is a bloody family tragedy. Chen God, you have to break the deadlock. For those 2 kids, and for yourself. After an extreme outpouring of emotion in the bullet comments, the atmosphere gradually settled into a kind of suppressed yet burning expectation. All the viewers realized they were touching the most painful, darkest core scar within this strange household. Phantom Chen Xian gripped the knife handle tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his palm. He watched helplessly as this despairing scene unfolded before him, yet it felt like it was through a thick glass, and not even a single sound could pass through. His sister's phantom had long since fallen into inconsolable tears, her ethereal body trembling like a leaf falling in the wind. In the rain-filled night, the standing water on the bridge reflected dim light. Chen Xian was far too familiar with his brother's malicious gaze, filled with defiance, cruelty, and boldness born from being spoiled, just like the expression he had when he opened the window and let in a wave of spiders. No! quickly get out of the way. Chen Xin shouted in vain, his voice drowned out by the storm and the illusion. The bystander's sister tightly closed her eyes, as if by doing so, she could erase the impending tragedy. He saw a flash of vicious light in his brother's eyes, who not only failed to pull up the fainted sister but instead lunged once more with full force, shoving the sister, who was slumped against the railing, hard. Splash! The small, thin body easily flipped over the low, slippery iron railing, drawing a brief arc in the pouring rain before disappearing into the darkness below. A few seconds later, a heavy sound of falling water came from below, followed by weak, futile splashing, and soon, only a series of quickly dissipating bubbles remained on the river's surface. Chapter 19, A Family of Five, The Blue Door. At that moment, a figure shot out from the shadows at the bridge's edge like a bolt from a crossbow, without hesitation, leaping into the dark, churning river. It was the brother. He had been following behind, watching the entire process unfold. His heart-wrenching cries were swallowed by the rain as he swam with all his might toward the place where his sister had sunk. After a long time, the soaked and exhausted brother finally struggled to drag his sister back to the shore. He knelt on the muddy riverbank, trembling as he performed CPR, again and again. Until the arms grew sore and numb, until hope gradually cooled down. The little sister's small body was cold and stiff, already breathless. The older brother held his sister's lifeless body, letting out a beast-like wail in the heavy rain, with rainwater mixed with scalding tears streaming down his face. The ghost of the sister, as a bystander, knelt beside him, silently crying as if her soul were being torn apart. Soon, the parents arrived in a hurry with the finally found younger brother. Upon seeing the sister's body on the ground, their first reaction was not sorrow, but the instant paleness of their faces and the panic in their eyes that could not be hidden. What happened? The mother's voice was sharp and trembling. The younger brother, scared, hid behind his father, stammering. The father's gaze quickly swept over his son's terrified face, the small, soaked corpse on the ground, and the older son who was holding the body as if his soul had been lost. In an instant, weighing options, fear, and a twisted protective instinct overwhelmed everything. It was an accident. The father's voice was cold and resolute, as he crouched down and quickly checked, growling in an unquestionable tone. The mother immediately reacted, rushing over to embrace the trembling younger brother. Yes, it was an accident. She lost her balance. My little treasure must be terrified, right? Don't be afraid, it's okay. They quickly took action. The father, using his connections and methods, hurriedly and effectively erased any traces that might have been left at the bridge, unified the narrative, and turned a malicious murder into a regretful slip and fall into the water. They warned, even almost threatened the older brother, insisting that this truth must stay buried in his heart. No repentance, no mourning for the lost life. In fact, after the initial panic, a twisted resentment began to grow. It's all her fault. She couldn't even take care of herself, almost harming the younger brother, and harming our entire family. The mother, in front of the cold body of the sister, actually said such words. We've raised her this long, and she brought no happiness, only trouble. The father irritably smoked a cigarette. What was even more outrageous was that, in order to calm the bad luck this incident might bring, and for the sake of their beloved son's future, they actually listened to a certain charlatan's malicious advice. They secretly locked the sister's body in a dark attic with a red rope soaked in black dog's blood, set up an evil formation, and used a rabbit doll as the vessel. Under the guise of, let her soul forever protect this home, forcibly transferring her fortune and life to the younger brother, in order to redeem her failure to fulfill filial duty and almost harming the younger brother. As the formation was completed, the mother, watching the small body tangled in the red rope, murmured, with a tone filled with a strangely justified resentment. At this moment, the illusion trembled violently, as if unable to bear the extreme distortion of malice and sorrow. The ghost of the younger sister beside Chen Xin let out a piercing, extreme, yet still silent scream. The bone-picking knife in Chen Xin's hand radiated a murderous aura, dyeing the reign of the illusion with a layer of blood red. That was the fury of the knife's original owner. The illusion shattered like broken glass, countless fragments of memories scattering, carrying unresolved resentment and sorrow, vanishing into the void. The outline of reality reassembled, they were still standing in their parents' bedroom, which had been devoured empty. But in the final moment, Chen Xin seemed to catch a glimpse of it. In the illusion, the older brother, holding the sister's body and crying in pain, before completely fading away, his gaze seemed to briefly cross the barriers of time and space, and in that fleeting moment, linger on the bystander like Chen Xin. That gaze was hard to decipher, filled with bottomless sadness. A hint of relief, perhaps. There was also a hint of entrustment? Chen Xin shook his head, casting aside this fleeting illusion. He returned to his senses and immediately noticed his hand feeling light. Looking down, he saw that the old calendar, which contained the pure and strange power that recorded his family's darkest secrets, was now completely blackened as if burned by invisible flames, turning into crumbling ashes at a touch. Just a slight movement of his fingers made the entire calendar go puff, turning into fine powder that softly fell to the ground. Chen Xin was stunned. The next second. Ah, My calendar. Where did it go? A cry filled with the sorrow of losing a treasure echoed through the room, its sharpness comparable to the heartbreaking cry of his brother in the earlier illusion. Chen Xin looked at the unreturnable ash on the ground, his facial muscles twitching, his heart aching as if bleeding. The expression of grief seemed even deeper than witnessing his sisters drowning in the illusion. Damn! What a massive loss! If I had known this thing was a one-time experience ticket, I should have ripped off a few big pieces to save for later before using it. He pounded his chest and stomped his feet, feeling as if he had missed out on a fortune, his insides turning with regret. Unfortunately, the wood had turned to ash. Chen Xin took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down from the shock of this huge loss. His gaze couldn't help but flicker to his sister, who was still lost in the echoes of sorrow, her soul wandering. Should I pull her arm to make up for the loss? This dangerous thought flashed through his mind. But after a moment of consideration, he dismissed it. Having witnessed the past displayed in the calendar, he understood how tragic his sister's fate was: mistreated while alive, imprisoned after death, her soul restless. This despair he had touched before. Moreover, it was an agreement with his sister that kept him from being torn apart. If it really came to a fight, who would win or lose was still uncertain. The urgent matter was to resolve the crisis at hand. It seemed there were no other powerful tools or clues left in the room, so what about the strange spiders hovering outside the door? Chen Xin quickly assessed his own status. After devouring a few spider corpses, his free attribute points had accumulated to as much as 38 points. Not only that, but the transformation brought about by continuous devouring had pushed the total and quality of his truly own bizarre power close to the threshold of D level. Coupled with that ominous, foul-smelling bone knife as his trump card, he estimated that he could put up a fight against C-level bizarre entities in a direct confrontation for a short time. Of course, this was based on his sister's C-level strength. He had not truly fought life and death against bizarre entities above D level yet. With the remaining 38 free attribute points, if all stacked in rationality, it would undoubtedly extend the time he could wield the knife to a considerable degree. Even so, facing the seemingly endless tide of spiders, he still did not have the confidence to break through them head-on. Let's take it one step at a time. He steadied his nerves, walked to the door of his parents' bedroom, and carefully opened a crack to peek outside. His brother's figure had vanished, and only a few scattered spiders remained in the shadows of the living room, slowly crawling as if they had lost their large-scale gathering target and motivation. What made Chen Xin's eyes widen in shock was outside the window, the sky had turned a hazy gray-white, close to dawn. The flow of time in the illusion is different from reality, he immediately realized. But then, a strong sense of incongruity gripped him. His gaze suddenly locked onto the opposite side of the corridor, the doorway that originally belonged to him, its door panel long since consumed by him. At this moment, there was suddenly another door appearing out of thin air. A door exactly like the one before, a blue door. But this door emitted an astonishing heat. The air around the doorframe twisted and warped in the heat wave, making a faint sizzling sound. Even more alarming was the smooth surface of the blue door. Just like being licked by flames, dark, charred marks quickly appeared, and the color visibly shifted from blue to dark red, even turning into an ominous, scorching red. Chen Xin's heart suddenly stopped, and in an instant, that rule flashed through his mind. Rule 12, keep the room clean. Before going to bed each night, please confirm that your door is blue and there is no smell of smoke. And now, the sun had not fully risen above the horizon, the night, strictly speaking, had not yet ended. Chapter 20, A Family of Five, The True Brother. Damn! What the hell? Chen Xin muttered under his breath, his muscles instantly tensing. The murderous aura of the bone-cutting knife seemed to sense the danger and started swirling uneasily in his hand. The red door that was burning looked like a strange, slowly opening eye, glaring at him without mercy. Damn it! A black aura erupted from Chen Xin's body, almost solidifying. His feet slammed into the ground, crack. The wooden floor beneath him shattered, wood chips flying everywhere. Like a black cannonball shot from a gun, he rushed towards the ominous door, which was turning a scorching red. The bone-cutting knife was raised high, surrounded by murderous intent, ready to smash the eerie portal in one strike. His speed was so fast that even the spiders lurking in the shadows of the hallway didn't have time to react. They only felt a shadow, wrapped in cold killing intent, sweep past them. The knife blade broke through the air, just 1 meter away from the door. At this critical moment. Click! The doorknob turned on its own. The red door, now burning, slowly opened from the inside. A figure stumbled out from the endless sea of fire reflected behind the door. His hair was disheveled, matted with dried and wet blood, almost covering his face. His clothes were torn and stained with blood, the original color unrecognizable. In his hand, he too held a bone-cutting knife, its tip dripping with thick blood, one drop at a time falling onto the floor at the doorway, spreading into a small dark red stain. As if sensing the sharp killing intent and the sound of the knife slicing through the air, the figure slightly raised his head. The blood-soaked hair stuck to his forehead, revealing a pair of eyes. They were not human eyes, but two flames burning in the eye sockets, a blood-red fire, filled with boundless hostility and a mad, destructive killing intent. Those blood-red eyes instantly locked onto Chen Xin, who was charging towards him with a raised knife. And Chen Xin, upon seeing the face that emerged from the blood-entangled hair, which was thin, haggard, yet still recognizable, was struck as if by lightning. His forward motion abruptly stopped. This face, he had just seen it. In the torrential rain of the calendar illusion, the boy who had been crying in despair, holding his little sister's cold corpse. He is the older brother. The one who was adopted, replaced, ignored, and finally lost everything, trapped in this endless cycle of tragedy. The true older brother. Rare food discovered, A-level anomaly. After consumption, can evolve the talent to C-level. Chen Xin's mind was struck by the cold and abrupt notification of the starving ghost talent. However, the word food had not fully formed in his consciousness. Boom! A violent, indescribable aura, as if coming from the depths of hell, exploded suddenly, centered around the older brother. The air let out a deafening, unbearable boom. Chen Xin didn't even have time to block, his body being sent flying back faster than he had charged, like a leaf caught in a storm. Bang, crack! His back slammed into the wall outside his parents' room, and the hard wall instantly dented and cracked. He felt a bone-crushing pain in his chest, with a noticeable inward collapse. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, with small fragments of internal organs mixed in the blood foam. Cough, cough, damn. Chen Xin collapsed to the base of the wall, his mind nearly submerged by the excruciating pain, his vision going black. A-level, anomaly, what the hell am I supposed to do now? Even his C-level sister, at her peak, had power that made him feel danger. Now, he was facing something even worse, content is blocked. This surpassed the A-level anomaly of the sister by at least 2 major ranks. Its strength was like heaven and earth, as if there was an impassable chasm. Devour? At this moment, even surviving was a luxury. Black mist poured out of him frantically, wrapping around the collapsed chest area, trying to heal this fatal wound, but the speed was far behind the weakness brought by the injury. Damn it, it's that calendar. The calendar originally sealed part of the brother's power, but as it gradually faded, this bondage disappeared. Chen Xin had vaguely guessed the existence of his brother before and also speculated that he, like his sister, was suffering from some kind of seal. He simply thought at the time that this seal could only be lifted when there were signs of burning at home. Clearly, he was wrong. The seal his brother received was not limited to just burnt signs. He forced himself to condense his consciousness and scan the attribute panel in his mind. Strength, 34. Speed, 9. Charm, 13. Luck, 12. Intelligence, 25. Rationality, 30. Free attribute points, 37.7961. Nearly 38 points of free attribute points were his last assets at this moment. He calculated quickly, if he poured all these points into rationality, perhaps he could sustain himself long enough to wield the bone knife in his hand and engage in a brutal fight. But as soon as this thought arose, it was bitterly extinguished by him. Useless. The bone knife in his hand, which made his sister wary and which he viewed as his trump card, was probably steeped in the ferocious aura that originated from the brother emerging from the sea of fire before him. This knife in his hand, compared to the original in the other's hand that seemed to drink blood and connected to infinite hatred and flames. It was perhaps just the difference between a trickling stream and the raging Yangtze River. The gap in strength was not something mere attribute points could bridge. His brother's burning scarlet eyes still locked onto him, devoid of any emotion, only pure, cold desire for slaughter. He slowly raised the bloodied knife in his hand. In the deep of night, the live streaming room erupted into an unprecedented frenzy due to this sudden terrifying twist and absolute display of power. The barrage flooded the screen like a tsunami, interweaving shock, fear, despair, analysis, and a trace of unwilling hope. Oh my gosh! The door opened on its own. Who is that? Walking out of the fire? So handsome. Handsome my foot, he's coming for Chen Xin. If Chen Xin can't hold on, the urban legends will descend into reality, and we'll all die. It's him. It's him. The real brother Chen Xin from the illusion. Rules. Quickly think of rules that can limit brother? Showing me this in the middle of the night. You owe me for emotional damage. This difficulty is simply not from the same dimension. Chen Xin broke through the dungeon's progress and also crushed the difficulty. Amidst the extreme panic, the barrage also erupted with an astonishing amount of information and survival instinct. Everyone realized that Chen Xin was standing on the edge of a cliff, and every second that followed was a matter of life and death. The number of people in the live room soared to an unprecedented height, countless pairs of eyes glued to the screen, waiting for a miracle or the final curtain. Chapter 21 5-Person Family Survival in Desperation. However, at the moment the A-level anomaly brother broke through the door, the one soaked in cold sweat was far more than the command center of Huaxia. On the other side of the world, the President of the United States and a group of strategic higher-ups stared at the live streaming screen, their faces pale, the air thick with repressive curses and heavy breaths. They had been closely watching the Huaxia live streaming room, trying to pave the way for their chosen one, Mike. After all, Mike's talent of rule insight consumed precious psychic power with each use and must be used wisely. Not long ago, when they saw Chen Xin return safely from the illusion in his parents' room, the American leaders had felt like they had struck gold. Without hesitation, they used the second hint opportunity and succinctly relayed this valuable information to the sleeping Mike. No direct physical danger inside the parents' room. Woken up by the prompt sound, Mike hesitated, weighing his options, and decided to take action. From Chen Xin's livestream, entering that room seemed like going through an immersive holographic tragedy, with no real threat. But who could have predicted that the deadly danger would not come from within the room, but from outside, guarding the exit? What should he do now? Should he immediately use his last prompt chance to urgently stop Mike, who was heading toward his parents' room? A heated debate broke out in the command room. If used now, the three chances would be exhausted, and Mike's retreat would be completely cut off, leaving all future dangers to be faced alone. But if not used, should they just watch as he, like Chen Xin, faces the terrifying presence that severely injured Chen Xin at that very moment? Though, in the eyes of ordinary viewers, Mike's situation might seem fine, even stable, to the high-level experts who understood the art of strategy, his situation was actually filled with hidden dangers and crises. His relationship with his sister was one of exploitation, not alliance. The knife wound at the door was a crack caused by mutual suspicion. His relationship with his brother was more of accumulated hatred under a fragile balance, one that would shatter with the slightest touch. And his truth recognition, pieced together through talent and observation, second only to Chen Xin's, might not be a shield in the face of absolute power, it could even become a death sentence. Use it, or not. This last prompt was like a hot coin, burning through everyone's decision-making nerves. Meanwhile, the image from the Japanese livestream was even more absurd and cruel. Their chosen one, Ichiro Yamamoto, was like a failed prank project, wrapped layer by layer with bandages by his brother, forced to play the role of a mummy, unable to move, in a pathetic state. In this humiliating moment, the Japanese command center, based on already expired information, sent him a deadly prompt. Go to your parents' room, there is no danger, but you will find the key clue. This message, like a death sentence from an unknown cliff, quietly reached him. At this point, the situation faced by the Japanese high-level officials was no different from the Americans, both had only one prompt chance left. As the command centers of both countries were scrambling over the crisis behind that door, the few remaining chosen ones from small countries in the ghost world were facing even more tragic situations. Most of them had run out of chances, having exhausted all prompt opportunities, struggling alone in the dark. Among them, a few small country command centers, due to inefficiency or hesitation, hadn't yet passed on the parents' room as safe information and witnessed the terrifying scene that Chen Xin encountered outside the door. The officials in the command room first gasped, then, to their twisted relief, instinctively patted their chests. Thankfully, they almost sent their own chosen ones to their death. However, before they could catch their breath, new abnormalities occurred in the live streams of chosen ones who hadn't yet gotten up or approached their parents' room. In all these live streams, the images synced eerily. The sister, who should have been in her own room, silently appeared in the pitch-black kitchen, like a ghost being pulled in unison. She quietly turned on the tap but blocked the drain of the sink. In the silence of the deep night, the sound of running water was amplified infinitely. She stared down at the rising water in the sink, her eyes hollow, as if lost in some deep thought, or perhaps listening to something. Then, she began muttering at the gradually filling water, which could not reflect her image, as if talking to an invisible presence beneath the water's surface. Rule 7. If you see the sister staring at the water in the kitchen sink for a long time, leave immediately. Don't disturb her. And the source of all this chaos and spying, Chen Xin, was now enveloped in the purest shadow of death. His heart was in turmoil, a fear like never before pierced his bones like an ice pick. He looked at his brother holding the knife, an eerie sight, his figure flashing and charging forward with a terrifying speed that tore through the air, almost impossible to catch with the eyes. The bloodthirsty bone-cleaving knife was raised high, the swirling crimson murderous aura like a roaring sea of blood. Before it even touched his body, the destructive aura almost engulfed and crushed Chen Xin, who was too heavily wounded to move. There was no way to avoid, no way to block. Chen Xin closed his eyes, ready to meet his end. Brother! A hoarse, tear-filled cry slashed through the stagnant killing intent like a sharp blade. The knife strike of his brother suddenly shook, the blade shifted slightly, and like cutting tofu, it severed half of Chen Xin's arm. He turned his head, his crimson eyes looking toward the source of the voice. It was his sister. She didn't know when she had entered the living room, her eyes red, tears pouring down like a dam that had burst, her tiny shoulders trembling with each sob. The moment he saw his sister, his brother froze, his crimson eyes in a wild fluctuation of madness, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The knife in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. He pressed both hands to his head, which seemed about to split open, groaning in pain, his murderous aura swirling violently around him. After a long time, the swirling aura began to calm down slightly, and a dry, hoarse voice, trembling with endless exhaustion and disbelief, slowly emerged. Sister? Brother! The emotions that had been stored up finally erupted. The sister screamed and rushed forward, wanting to embrace the figure that had returned from hell. However, the moment she touched her brother. Sizzle! A high temperature, as if coming from the depths of hell, suddenly burned. The sister cried out in pain, stumbling back, the spot where her arm touched now showing scorch marks. The high temperature on her brother was like an unextinguishable inferno, and the intense murderous aura served as the best fuel. It was a burning from the very essence of the soul, a heat that even the sister, strange as she was, couldn't bear. Brother, don't kill him. The sister endured the searing pain and urgently pointed at Chen Xin, who was sprawled on the ground. He's here to help me. He can help us break the curse on us. He might even destroy this damned place. That way, maybe we can leave together. Alright, I understand. When his brother's gaze fell on his sister, within the crimson that could burn everything, there was an inexplicable tenderness, and even the swirling murderous aura softened a little. Deep in his eyes, besides the regained family bond, there seemed to be another emotion settling. But when his gaze turned to Chen Xin, all the tenderness instantly froze, turning into a coldness more chilling than the edge of a blade. Listen well, his voice was cold and unquestionable. I don't care who you are or why you came. For my sister's sake, I will spare you this time. He paused slightly, the invisible pressure almost causing the air to freeze. But the condition is, you must help me destroy this place, completely free her. If you try any tricks or let her suffer even a little more harm. His brother slightly raised his hand, the dropped bone-cleaving knife humming as it flew back into his palm, and the murderous aura soared once again. I don't mind letting you experience firsthand what true despair feels like. Chapter 22, The Five-Person Household, Achieving the Ending, Liberation of All Beings. The pain from his arm almost suffocated Chen Xin, leaving him unable to speak. He could only grit his teeth and heavily nod, his face twisted in extreme agony. Where's the little brother? Where did he go? The sister looked around, and after not seeing the familiar small figure, she asked in confusion. The word little brother. Like a spark thrown into boiling oil. The suppressed malice around the brother exploded, with crimson light blazing in his eyes. Where is that bastard now? His voice was deep like a beast's roar, every word soaked in molten rage. Probably, already dead. Chen Xin squeezed out the answer through clenched teeth. At this moment, his broken right arm was visibly growing pale new bone and fresh red flesh, the depression in his chest quickly rising and healing under the swirling black mist. This was the near-immortal regeneration power after mastering a strange force. However, at this moment. Click. The doorknob turned without warning. Dear ones, we're back. Mom and Dad pushed the door open, their cheerful tone cutting off instantly as their eyes fell on the scene inside. They gasped as they looked at the unfinished house, seemingly devoured by a monstrous beast. Was this really their cozy home? And when their gaze fixated on the center of the living room, seeing the sister standing shoulder to shoulder with the brother they thought had turned to ashes in the flames, their boundless shock instantly transformed into bone-chilling gloom. Damn, how did they come back so fast? Chen Xin's expression grew serious, his brows slightly furrowed. It's you. Mom's voice began to distort and stretch. It's you who killed us. You destroyed this home. Dad's roar scratched like sandpaper. Their bodies began to swell and distort violently, the surface human skin splitting like poor fabric, revealing the surging ominous black mist and twisted limbs beneath. In an instant, two nearly 3-meter-tall monsters, exuding a wild aura, stood at the door. That aura was far more terrifying than the sister at her peak, yet clearly suppressed by the brother's malice roughly at the level of a B-class anomaly. I destroyed this home? The brother's expression turned mad with supreme hatred, he grinned widely, showing a smile more monstrous than a cry, humph. You all forced me. Whoosh. 3 figures disappeared simultaneously from their spots, and the next moment, they slammed into each other fiercely at the center of the living room. The thick black mist and scarlet malice crashed like 2 violent waves, the intense shockwave made the whole house tremble, the walls cracked, debris fell like rain. The brother fought against 2, his malice spreading everywhere, managing to hold his ground, but clearly unable to easily win, caught in a dangerous stalemate. Now is the time. The brother dodged a combined attack from the parents and seized the chance to shout at Chen Xin, light it up. Burn this place down. Actually, he didn't need to remind him. In a brain with an intelligence of 25 points, all clues had already connected into a clear pattern. Tearing the doll meant the sister's complete liberation of power and release of soul. Then, reproducing flames and signs of charred remnants might be the ultimate release of all the brothers' imprisoned power and obsession. Rule 13, there should be no scorched traces on the ground. If found, cover them immediately. This rule had caused countless chosen ones in other countries to die tragically. Because once it was triggered, it would release an uncontrolled, hate-filled brother. But if one could ally with the sister first and then gain the brother's temporary acknowledgement, this deadly taboo would become the sharpest sword in one's hands. The puzzle was finally complete. The rule prison named home was about to reach its end. Chen Xin did not hesitate at all. With the slightly recovered strength in his left hand, he suddenly tore the tattered rabbit doll he had been tightly holding into two halves. Cotton rained down like dirty snowflakes. The sister's form then became transparent and ethereal. Her long-standing gloom and pain melted away like ice and snow, replaced by a complete calm and relief. She looked at Chen Xin, a faint yet sincere smile of gratitude blossomed at the corner of her mouth. The lips slightly moved, silently uttering that phrase. "Thank you for freeing me from this suffocating cage." On the horizon, the first ray of morning light pierced through the darkness, gently falling on the spot where the sister once stood. In the light and shadow, there was nothing at all. She was finally liberated. But Chen Xin's battle was not over. He charged towards the kitchen like a cheetah. After reaching an intelligence level of 25 points, he gained a deeper understanding of the rules. The warning about burn marks in the first rule was not entirely false, it could also be a reverse hint. Thus, while he crazily devoured the furniture, he took risks, deliberately holding back and leaving a small box of matches in the corner of the kitchen. In hindsight, this gamble was a good move. He lunged towards that corner. At the same time, his parents, who were engaged in a fierce battle with his brother, noticed his intent. "Stop him." The monster that was once Dad let out a sharp howl. They knew better than anyone that once the flames ignited and the scene from that day was repeated, total annihilation awaited them. Puff. His brother's bone knife took the opportunity to slash at the monster that was once Mom's chest, leaving a charred, hissing wound. Mom let out a chilling scream, but, fiercely, she did not retreat. Instead, she moved in, her twisted claws gripping the blade tightly. Acrid white smoke rose from her palm, the intense pain making her body tremble, but this desperate act managed to temporarily restrain his brother's movement. Die. The monster dad seized this fleeting moment, abandoning his brother and charging towards Chen Xin from behind with a stench of blood and death. As long as they killed this human and stopped the flames, they still had a chance. Chen Xin's fingers had already touched the rough box of matches. Instinctively, he wanted to use his more nimble right hand to grab it but came up empty. He was stunned for a moment, looking at his right arm, which was not fully healed and was only covered in a layer of pale new skin, his face darkening. Use the left hand. But that half-second delay was already enough. The shadow of the monster dad, filled with stench and death, completely enveloped him. A giant hand covered in tumors, with fingers like knives, came crashing down towards the top of his head. Life and death in an instant. Chen Xin's pupils contracted, and dark energy surged towards his right arm at an unprecedented speed, instantly condensing into a solid, jet-black claw, replacing the underdeveloped hand, and reached down. Clang! A bone knife was gripped within the dark energy claw, slashing upwards. Crack! The sound of tearing was tooth-achingly loud. The murderous blade left a deep, charred wound on the monster dad's palm, exposing the bone, several twisted claws breaking off with a crisp sound. However, under the impact of immense force, Chen Xin's dark energy claw also shattered with a bang, and the bone knife snapped with a clang, breaking into two. The searing counterforce made half of Chen Xin's body numb, but the monster dad's assault was also momentarily halted by this desperate strike. Now is the time. Chen Xin used his last bit of strength, pinching a match with his left thumb and index finger, and with a swift stroke against the rough, oil-stained wall behind him. Sizzle! A small yet exceptionally bright flame suddenly leaped up. That spark flickered in the cold air for a moment, then fell onto the wall. A fine, almost negligible black mark appeared, spreading like an ink blot. Then, boom! As if igniting invisible gasoline, or triggering a switch in time and space. That fine scorch mark suddenly spread and expanded at an incredible speed. The crimson flames did not ignite from a point but erupted out of nowhere, instantly devouring the walls, ceiling, floor, filling every corner of the vision. The hot, bright, roaring flames, just like the tragedy in memory, completely consumed this twisted home once again at the moment when the morning light first appeared. The parents' screams twisted in the flames. Dissipation. The figure of the brother stood firm in the center of the sea of flames, the murderous aura blending with the fire, his scarlet eyes gazing toward the direction where his sister had disappeared, the madness gradually fading away, ultimately returning to a deep calm. Chen Xin only felt an endless light enveloping him, hot yet not painful. A grand, indifferent voice, as if originating from the world itself, resonated deep within his soul. Indulging is a deadly poison wrapped in honey. The shackles of prejudice have never truly been unlocked. You have ended the nightmare of this cycle, allowing all beings to attain liberation. Congratulations, Chosen One. You have cleared the subchapter A Family of 5. Achieved conclusion, all beings liberated. Clear evaluation, 4 stars. Note, the source of unspeakable has not been reached and eliminated. Reward, 4 tickets, 10,000 rule coins, bone-piercing blade of murderous aura, broken. As the voice fell, boundless white light engulfed all perception. Chapter 23, End Train, Rest Period. In the first half-second, the barrage area was as silent as a vacuum. Everyone held their breath, unable to believe their eyes. In the next second, a tsunami of text completely shattered the server barriers. Cleared, cleared? Chen has cleared the game. 4 stars. It's a 4-star excellent evaluation. All beings liberated. I'm crying to death. We won. We won. China has won. Chen is amazing, voice-breaking. The curse of 5 consecutive defeats has been broken. From now on, we stand up. Fire. It's that fire. It burned away all the distortion and injustice. Sister is liberated, brother is liberated too, this ending is perfect. The first in history. Breaking the fastest global clearance record. In the midst of ecstasy, the director quickly switched to a split-screen display. On one side was the glorious victory frozen in the Chinese live broadcast room, on the other side were the other chosen ones still struggling in the horror stories, in real-time hell. USA Mike, he just followed the safe prompt, cautiously stepping into his parents' room, lost in thought before the wall full of calendars, completely unaware that the world outside had turned upside down. Japan Yamamoto, he was dragging his body, battered and bruised by his younger brother, trembling as he twisted the doorknob of his parents' room under his sister's eerie gaze. The barrage floated by, don't go in. Run. The ultimate boss has just been defeated. Other small countries, the scenes were even more tragic. Some chosen ones were in the kitchen facing a younger sister, murmuring with the water accumulating, trapped in a new rule's dead end. While others, triggered by the burnt marks rule, were being chased madly by an out-of-control, rampaging brother, screams echoing. Thank you, Chen. He not only cleared the game himself, but also took out the ultimate boss of the subchapter ahead of time? It's over, Mike and Yamamoto stepped into an empty city of safety. Other subchapter brothers are still rampaging. Chen's fire only burned the shackles of his own subchapter. No comparison, no harm, Chen. You are my god. In the highest strategic meeting room of China. The moment the words cleared appeared, time seemed to freeze. Then, like a volcano suppressed for 100 years, it erupted with a roar. We did it. An old general with gray hair slammed his fist on the table, knocking over teacups, hot water spilling everywhere, yet no one cared. The commander-in-chief, with shoulders tense as iron, suddenly relaxed, leaning heavily against the back of the chair, closing his eyes, letting out a lone, trembling sigh. That sigh contained the weight of witnessing fellow countrymen's repeated defeats and sacrifices 5 times, and the shudder of survival at this moment. In the data analysis group area, young analysts erupted in uncontrollable cheers mixed with sobs, which soon turned into collective, cathartic shouts and embraces. All officials, regardless of rank, now wore the flush of excitement on their faces, many with moist eyes, patting each other's shoulders. The sustained 72 hours of high-pressure silence was completely shattered by the ecstasy of victory. The shadow of 5 consecutive defeats was dispelled by Chen Xin in the most brilliant way. This is not just a victory, it is a powerful shot of adrenaline, proving that in the face of absolute talent, wisdom, and courage, strange tales are not unbeatable. At the peak of this celebration and busyness, a secretarial aide, with a hint of subtle seriousness on her face, quickly walked through the noisy crowd and silently placed a newly decrypted paper document gently on the freshly cleared desk of the commander. What is this? It is a personal investigation report on Chen Xin. You just found it now? Is it really that complicated to investigate someone's information within our country? It's not that, Commander, you will understand once you take a look. The commander picked up the document and glanced at it, however, as soon as he scanned the first page, his brows furrowed slightly. Fortunately, the revelers around did not notice the commander's unusual behavior. After reading the entire document, the commander thought for a few seconds, then crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it into the trash can. This information must not be leaked, classify it as a national secret of level 2 and prohibit any investigation. But Commander. No need to say more, Chen Xin is our hero now, and the people of Hua country need this hero. If this information were to be released now, Chen Xin's image in the hearts of the people would instantly collapse. Understood, Commander. The scene in front of Chen Xin slowly became clear, like a focused camera lens emerging from a pure white light. A dimly lit, enclosed train carriage. Only a few wall lamps emitted a yellowish light, casting mottled, flickering shadows on the worn yet polished metal walls, and the air was filled with a strange aroma. This was where he had briefly stayed before being transported into the 5-person household copy, the Terminus train. In recent years, although he had not interacted much with electronic products, he was not unfamiliar with the rules of strange tales. After each copy ended, the selected ones would not immediately return to reality but instead would come to this mysterious train to receive a 3-day rest period. These 3 days were for catching breath, for reward, or perhaps a buffer before the next cruel selection. The carriage was silent. Through the narrow train windows, it was not a starry sky or the ground outside, but an endless, slowly moving milky white mist. This iron giant train, at this moment, resembled a hibernating giant, quietly lying in the sea of fog, unaware of its origins or its destination. Chen Xian's thoughts lingered on the final, grand announcement of passing the level. 4-star rating. Did not eliminate the unspeakable. Chapter 24 Terminus Train Rules of the Terminus Train. The unspeakable? He rubbed his chin, a flash of thought gleaming in his eyes. This ultimate existence, spread through past strange tale records as being godlike, and surely fatal when touched, appeared to not directly manifest as some monster in this copy. Brother? Parents? No, they had all been dealt with by fire. With a brain scoring a high intelligence of 25 points, thoughts raced rapidly, piecing together all the clues from the copy. The favoritism of parents, the bullying of younger brothers, the tragedy of the sister, the madness of the brother, and behind the all-consuming fire, there lay an even colder, more stubborn societal root. The so-called unspeakable does not refer to any specific ghost or monster. Chen Xian murmured to himself, reaching a conclusion, but rather the thing that breeds this twisted family, and countless similar tragedies. The deeply rooted preference for sons over daughters mindset, and the distorted family ethics that twist love into control and exploitation. Realizing this, a helpless curve tugged at the corner of his mouth. Even if he understood the truth of the unspeakable from the beginning of the strange tale, what could change? This was not a knife or a flame that could sever the burned entity. It was a chronic illness flowing through the blood of civilization, a stubborn ailment that even Blue Star had failed to eradicate after more than 100 years of ideological change. With his own strength, in just a few days of strange tales, to eliminate it? It is no different from a dream of a fool. In the end, the most troublesome unspeakable is still the shackles created by humanity itself. What a great irony. He leaned against the cold seat, letting out a vague sigh. At this moment, the carriage was empty, with only him inside. This is thanks to his unconventional way of clearing the level. The originally 7-day 5-person household scenario was brutally torn open by him with a strategy that directly targeted the core, creating a path in just over 2 days. This meant that the other selected ones on Blue Star would have to struggle for at least 5 more days in that scenario, which had already lost its ultimate boss but remained fraught with danger. And Chen Xian, in turn, gained a whole 8 days, remaining scenario time plus standard rest period, that completely belonged to him, a vacation. Just as he silently calculated the time and relaxed his tense nerves. Tap, tap, tap. A series of clear, rhythmic, unhurried sounds of leather shoes striking the ground echoed from afar, resonating in the silent corridor of the carriage. Creak. The sliding door of his carriage was quietly pulled open. A figure stood at the doorway. It was a tall figure, dressed in a finely tailored dark suit and shiny leather shoes, apparently a woman based on her physique. She wore a plain white mask without any patterns, hiding all facial features, revealing only a pair of eyes that were calm to the point of being hollow. She held a silver tray with both hands and walked towards Chen Xian with steps so precise they seemed measured, then slightly bowed in a flawless yet somewhat stiff posture, presenting the tray before him. On the tray, there was nothing else, only a thin object resembling a manual or identification. On the dark cover, several cold silver characters were embossed. Rules of the N Train. Chen Xian raised an eyebrow and reached out to take the booklet. Its touch was cool and heavy. As soon as he took the booklet, the attendant straightened up, with no words spoken and without a moment's pause, she turned and left, her footsteps echoing in the same tap, tap as before, and the sliding door closed silently behind her. There's still an attendant? And, this kind of aura. Chen Xian watched the straight back that disappeared behind the door, and his tongue unconsciously licked his lips, his eyes flashing with a pure curiosity and exploration that belonged to a starving ghost. I wonder what it would taste like if I bit into it. Strange, or something else. He forcibly suppressed this thought, which seemed overly dangerous in the current environment. Information on the N train known to the outside world was extremely limited. All he knew was that this was a safe zone between selected candidates, and once entered, all actions would no longer be broadcasted until the next scenario opened. All the rules, risks, and opportunities here were a fog to Chen Xian, who had just stepped into this place. And this rule book was undoubtedly the first ray of light to uncover the fog. Filled with caution and curiosity, he opened the cold cover. On the title page, a few lines of simple words caught his eye. Welcome aboard the N train. To ensure your journey is smooth and safe, please be sure to read and follow the following rules carefully. We wish you a pleasant journey. Chen Xian's gaze swept through the rules listed below, his fingertips lightly tapping on the paper page. Rules for passengers of the N train. Article 1, this train heads to the end, passing through many stations. Please ensure that the number of your tickets is sufficient for your journey at all times. If tickets are insufficient, you may get off at the train stops to purchase more tickets. Note, please carefully assess the necessity of getting off. Article 2, the N train is dedicated to providing you with comprehensive services. As long as you have enough rule coins, you can exchange for everything you can imagine, and everything you cannot imagine. Article 3. It is strictly forbidden to damage any public facilities on the train. Those who violate will pay a price you cannot bear. Article 4. Any form of attack, provocation, or obstruction against train staff is strictly prohibited. Article 5. Upon full mutual consent, passengers may request to use the dual car to resolve any disputes. Article 6. During the train's journey, it is absolutely forbidden to attempt to leave the carriage or jump from the train in any way. The outside is not an escape. Article 7. Please do not attempt to communicate with staff for any reason outside of work needs. They will not respond, nor are they allowed to respond. Article 8. Certain areas of the train are marked staff only, and passengers are forbidden to enter or linger for long. Your area is limited to the public carriages and personal resting cabins. Article 9. If a passenger dies on the train, regardless of the cause, all their property and belongings will automatically belong to the end-of-days train. For other questions or services, please use the fixed communicator on your cabin's wall to inquire. End-of-days train rules organization. Closing the booklet, Chen Xin slowly leaned back into the seat, his gaze drifting into the eternally thick fog outside, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the cover of the rules. Rule coin. Ticket balance. Dual car. He murmured the keywords, his intelligence spiking to analyze the order, danger, and possible loopholes hidden behind this information. Stop thinking. A voice suddenly rang out from behind Chen Xin. Chen Xin's hair stood on end, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. His senses had been heightened to an extraordinary level, yet at this moment, someone was able to get so close behind him without him noticing. Without a moment's hesitation, his fighting instincts took over his body. An eerie power as dark as ink erupted explosively, several shadowy tentacles imbued with chilling cold shot out from behind him like coiled vipers, poised to pierce the source of the sound. Chen Xin suddenly turned around, his gaze sharp as a knife, wanting to see who this mysterious visitor was. What came into view was an Asian face that resembled his own. Young, yet carrying a calmness and weathering that belied his age. This face felt strangely familiar. In the flash of an instant, fragments of memory pieced together. News footage, overwhelming reports, the name that ignited hope in Huaxia at the beginning of despair. Huaxia's four-crown king. Zhou Mingyu? Chen Xin exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief and shock. Chapter 25 End-of-Days Train. The final interpretation rights belong to the End-of-Days Train Rules Organization. Zhou Mingyu. One of the most dazzling legends since the arrival of the rules and strange tales. At that dark hour, when the world knew nothing of the strange live broadcasts, chosen ones died in groups, and no one cleared an instance multiple times, this man, like a monster, emerged. With 1 3-star, 2 4-star, and 1 5-star crushing victory, he topped the global chosen leaderboard 4 times, being revered as Huaxia's four-crown king, a monument for countless later generations to look up to. However, after achieving his 4th epic clearance, he seemed to vanish into thin air from all live broadcast feeds. 9 successive instance updates, and not a single sight of him. It was during his disappearance that Huaxia suffered a brutal 5 consecutive defeats. The outside world was rife with discussion, most speculating he had perished in some unknown corner. Chen Xin never expected to see this legendary figure alive on this so-called end-of-days train. At this moment, Zhou Mingyu regarded the eerie tentacles, almost touching his nose and exuding an ominous aura, as if they were nothing, showing no fear whatsoever. He simply lifted his hand casually and pointed to a certain part of the passenger rules in Chen Xin's hand. Did you see that? His voice was calm, carrying a hint of someone who had been through it all. Don't bother trying to find a loophole. Chen Xin followed the direction he pointed and saw, at the very bottom of the rules, a line of extremely easy-to-ignore small print coldly printed there. The final interpretation rights belong to the Terminus Train Rules Management Department. I tried before, Zhou Mingyu shrugged, with a trace of barely noticeable helplessness in his tone. There are no loopholes. The administrators here, or rather, the conductors, are way smarter and much trickier than those weird ones who follow the rules in the copies. After saying this, he seemed to notice Chen Xin's face still frozen in shock and couldn't help but smile. That smile softened some of the detachment around him. He reached out his hand. Let's officially meet, newcomer. My name is Zhou Mingyu. Indeed, it's been a long time since I've seen a chosen one from our Huaxia on this train. Chen Xin instinctively shook that hand, the warm touch pulling him back slightly from the violent shock. His brain started racing, piecing together what he saw with the information he already knew. The Terminus Train, a gathering place for all selected ones who cleared the levels. Getting off means entering a new rules copy, leveling up, star rating, rewards, tickets or currency or time left on the train. In an instant, it all became clear. Zhou Mingyu had not disappeared or fallen. With 4 high-star level clearances, he must have gained a considerable number of ticket rewards. He must have used these tickets to keep paying the fare, staying on the relatively safe Terminus train, thus avoiding the subsequent 9 consecutive calls for level clears. Because the outside world could not observe the inside of the train, they naturally thought this legend had indeed fallen. I recognize you. Chen Xian's tone was complicated. You are very famous, a hope for many. Thank you for the compliment, but that's all in the past. Zhou Mingyu scratched his head a bit shyly, then pointed at Chen Xian's pets. But little brother, could you please put away those scary pets before you praise someone? They look quite creepy. As the saying goes, old friends meet, eyes teary. Both being Huaxia citizens, meeting on this strange and unpredictable train far from reality, an indescribable sense of familiarity quietly grew. The atmosphere between the two eased up, and Chen Xian took the opportunity to ask the doubts in his heart. Why is it only you coming to find me in this train car? Where is everyone else? Zhou Mingyu rolled his eyes directly and pointed at the deep darkness outside the window. Duh, look at what time it is now. Early morning. Besides night owls like me, everyone else is sleeping in their compartments. The train's time is synced 1:1 with the outside world. Only then did Chen Xian realize. He set the fire to clear the level in the 5-person family copy at dawn, and it was only natural to be transported out at dawn as well. He just didn't expect that this mysterious train, traveling among strange tales, also followed the usual rhythm of day and night. Then why aren't you sleeping? Chen Xian asked casually. Zhou Mingyu's expression momentarily froze imperceptibly, then he laughed it off. Oh well, you don't need to worry about that. Personal habits, personal habits. He did not elaborate, and Chen Xian also wisely did not press for more. Everyone who made it here must have their own secrets and burdens. Just as Chen Xian was reuniting with the legend on the terminus train and gaining a moment of breath, the life and death struggles in other rule copies were still continuing bloodily. The command centers of One Country and Me Country could not sit idly by and watch their last hope extinguish. At the critical moment, they gritted their teeth and used their respective last valuable hint opportunity, forcibly pulling Mike and Yamamoto Ichiro, who were lingering outside their parents' door, back from the edge of the brothers' butcher knife. The cost was that in the next levels, they would completely lose outside support. You must face all unknowns alone. However, those chosen ones from small and medium countries who ran out of chances or failed to build enough bonds with Sister were not so lucky. After uncovering the secret behind the illusion of the calendar, they unsurprisingly collided head-on with the raging A-class anomaly, the furious brother, the moment they opened the door. The outcome was tragic in uniform. A few chosen ones who had a decent relationship with Sister might have gained a glimmer of hope in the instant hesitation of the brother. The vast majority, however, did not even have time to scream before turning to dust under the crimson blade, and the live stream went permanently dark. With the death of these chosen ones and the forced departure of the survivors, the door of Parents' Room, which had hidden the ultimate family secrets, was completely shut. All clues about the bloody past of this twisted home became distant and unreachable for those latecomers who had yet to touch the core. When Mom returned, Mike, the chosen one from America, did not hesitate to report his brother's indifference and abuse over the past few days. As a result, Mike faced severe punishment, with strange powers nearly swallowing half of his body. Fortunately, the love that Mom still had in Mike's silver-tongued arguments ultimately saved his life. Rule 9, Mom loves you. As for Ichiro Yamamoto from Japan, because he nearly satisfied all of his brother's requests, his brother did not say much when their parents returned. The remaining lucky chosen ones, however, under the ruthless exposure by his brother, let Mom know about their actions of releasing the real brother. Without exception, their live streams went dark one after another, and horror stories soon descended upon their respective countries. After this round, only Mike and Ichiro Yamamoto remained in the instance. The 7th day finally arrived. For Yamamoto, these 7 days felt so long as if they had no end. No one knew the inhuman torment he had endured from his brother during this time. At this moment, a glimmer of hope finally appeared in his eyes. Finally, is it going to end? The one who lives to the end is indeed me. Confidently, he pushed open the bedroom door, ready to welcome the announcement of victory. However, the expected hint did not come. The moment the door opened, flames surged in, completely engulfing his figure. The 7th day was not a path to survival. This day was indeed the day of the fire reported in the newspaper, and the time when the brother's strange power was fully unleashed. Even the S-class Shikigami talent that had saved him multiple times could not protect him in his final journey. As the livestream went dark completely, the Rule's supernatural tale descended upon Japan. And Mike, through luck and talent, caught a glimmer of hope. He realized that Sister was the key and began to quietly seek her favor without drawing family attention. On the 7th day, just when the fully liberated brother was about to kill him, Sister pleaded for him, buying him a moment of life, allowing him to stumble and escape through the door. At the same time, the clearing hint sounded in his ears. Spoiling is a deadly poison wrapped in honey. The shackles of prejudice have never truly unraveled. You are like a passerby, leaving no trace. Congratulations on clearing the instance 5-person household. Ending achieved, surviving in the cracks. Clearing evaluation, 1 star. Reward, ticket times 1, rule currency times 10. The rules instance of 5-person household ends, surviving countries, China, America. China reward, randomly revive 40% of those who died during the supernatural tale. America reward, disease rate decreased by 5%. As the global announcement of the end of the 5-person household instance lit up, the live stream bullet screens in various countries erupted for the last time. China live stream. Chen Xin Niu Pai. Reviving 40% of the deceased, this reward is too heavy, but thank you, really thank you. Not cold resources, but living people, tears are unstoppable. With a mortal body, standing beside the gods. Tonight, we are all the saved ones. America live stream. Disease rate decreased by 5%? Is that it? That kid Mike actually managed to clear it? Be content, look at the misery of other countries. At least we haven't fallen. Get out of here, you saint upstairs. The Hua nation has resurrected 40% of its people. What do we get? A negligible percentage. Mike is just surviving in the cracks, while Chen Xin is liberating all beings. The rewards say it all. Sour, but I admit I'm sour. From Japan, what are the Americans complaining about? Our country is being devoured by monsters. You are still alive. From India, our players disappeared on the first day. Watching American netizens complain that 5% is too little, my feelings are complicated. Human nature, ah. From France, typical American thinking, always comparing, never satisfied. They forget the essence of the monster rules is survival, not competition. Not. From North Bear Country, the strong should be rewarded well, this is fair. Congratulations to Hua Nation. As for America, your rewards match your performance. Shrugs. A highlighted comment slowly swept across every live stream screen, coming from a country completely shrouded in monsters, with no signal coming out. Please cherish your life. And remember us. The torrent of bullet comments gradually calmed, turning into cold data in every country's background. Joy, jealousy, resentment, desolation, human emotions are so vivid in the face of disaster, while the countdown of the monster rules has silently begun on the next chapter. Chapter 26 Zhu wishing you fond moldy memories. When Mike was transported to the car of the inn train, he was completely bewildered. Is this scene for real? Two Hua people comfortably lounging in massage chairs, casually peeling lobsters while chatting? That's right, it is Zhou Mingyu and Chen Xin. And to be precise, Chen Xin wasn't peeling lobsters, he was eating them whole, shells and all. As someone who has cleared the monster rules 3 times, Mike recognized Zhou Mingyu. This guy is simply a freak. But the key point is that Zhou Mingyu hasn't gone into the chapters for a while, and his remaining rule coins were clearly insufficient for such consumption, hence, these rule coins must have come from that Chen Xin guy. Is this another freak? I have to say, the treatment on the N train is indeed beyond imagination. Here, 1 rule coin can be exchanged for a pound of normal delicacies, from lobster steak to mountain treasures and seafood, everything is available. The emphasis on normal is because Chen Xin once tried to order some things that aren't so ordinary. For example, 1 pound of S-class bizarre meat. N train rule's second rule, as long as you have enough rule coins, you can exchange for anything imaginable and unimaginable. All the attendants wore white masks, and Chen Xin had no way to know the expression of the attendant when hearing this request. But he clearly saw the attendant pause for a moment. Yet it was just a brief moment. The attendant quickly regained composure and answered in a consistently cold tone. A pound of S-class bizarre meat costs 10 million rule coins. How would you like to pay? Forget it, not needed at the moment. After Mike boarded, the attendant took away his only ticket. The remaining selected individuals in the other compartments also handed over their tickets one after another. Then, the train slowly set off. After 3 days of travel, the train came to a stop. Zhu Station has arrived, please prepare to disembark. Chen Xin looked at Zhou Mingyu, aren't you going? Your ticket can't last for many chapters. Zhou Mingyu shook his head, it's not time yet. You go, try to aim for a high rating that will take you further. Chen Xin had doubts but didn't ask further, turning and walking towards the door. Among the dozen selected individuals in the carriage, 5 or 6 stood up together. Most had only experienced 1 chapter, their tickets exhausted, and they needed to enter a new chapter to replenish. A blinding white light flashed. Chen Xin was now standing before the entrance of a zoo. Welcome to the Monster Rules chapter, Zoo. Please find and obey the rules to escape from here. This chapter offers external hints, 3 times. Good luck. At the same time, global live streaming rooms lit up again, a new batch of chosen ones were sent into the world of horror stories. In the Huaxia live streaming room, the comments section was already buzzing. Chen God has a new copy. This time it's the zoo. Just came from the 5-person household, with Chen God leading, we can rest easy. A 4-star clearance master, can he achieve a perfect ending this time? Feeling a bit nervous. No info on the new copy, it's all up to Chen God to explore on his own. Don't panic up there, don't forget he's Chen God, he might become the second four-crown king of Huaxia. It seems like there are newcomers from other countries again, but with Chen God, we're halfway safe. Not asking for a speedrun, just hoping for a stable finish. Chen God, come back safely. Already starting to take notes, learning the rules and logic with Chen God. At this moment, Chen Xin looked at the sign of the zoo at the entrance and the bustling crowd, and couldn't help but lick his lips. A zoo, huh? Animals. Sprinkle some cumin and roast them, it should be delicious. Chen Xin walked towards the zoo's slightly worn entrance. At this moment, in live streaming rooms all around the world, most of the chosen ones made similar choices, heading towards that unknown entrance. However, there is always an exception. TCH, escape from a zoo? The chosen one from Curry Nation looked disdainfully at the lively entrance ahead, his face showing a smug expression of everyone is drunk while I remain sober. I'm right outside the zoo, the rules only say escape from here, if I don't go in, don't I never have to escape? Only fools go in to seek death. With this thought, he turned decisively and began to walk away from the zoo in the opposite direction. However, this cleverness did not last long. About 10 minutes later, when the Curry Nation chosen one confidently thought he had distanced himself from danger, he looked up, and the smug expression on his face instantly froze, turning into disbelief and terror. Before him stood the familiar, slightly worn entrance of Sunny Zoo, quietly looming ahead. Red brick pillars, dim lettering, a bustling crowd. Everything was the same, as if his 10-minute rush just now was merely running in circles. He refused to believe it, wildly turned to another direction and ran. 5 minutes later, gasping for breath, he stopped, only to despairingly find himself back at the side entrance of the zoo. No matter whether he went left, right, or even tried to backtrack, the end of his sight would always, inexplicably, reveal another entrance to the zoo. This zoo seemed like a black hole with a bizarre attraction, silently devouring all paths attempted to escape. Within the Curry Nation Command Center, the faces of high-ranking officials were as dark as the bottom of a pot, with someone slamming a fist on the control panel. Damn it! Is this chosen one's brain filled with Ganges water? How could the rules of the horror story world allow such a low-level loophole? It won't be like last time, on the first day. Their cursing was interrupted by the live broadcast screen. Their smart chosen one, after experiencing several futile attempts, finally resigned himself, dragging his heavy steps with a pale face, and merged into the crowd entering the zoo. His cleverness, aside from earning a flood of sarcastic comments of ha, and genius. Absolute genius, from the global livestream, yielded nothing else. At this moment, Chen Xin had already reached the ticket check near the zoo's main entrance. At the entrance, a staff member wearing a fluffy rabbit hat and a pair of long ears was enticing visitors in a slightly exaggerated, bouncy manner, sporting a standardized bright smile. Seeing Chen Xin approach, this rabbit-eared staff member's eyes brightened, bouncing over with a voice sweet as syrup. Hello there, distinguished guest. Our Sunny Zoo is holding a large celebration event, free entry today. There are many lovely little animals inside, would you like to come in and experience it? We guarantee you a stay that will linger in your memory. Chen Xin did not answer immediately. His gaze was sharp as a knife, firmly locked on the pair of rabbit ears atop the staff's head. Those ears were glossy with color, slightly trembling with movement, and one could even see the fine veins beneath the skin, realistic to the point of discomfort. If made spicy, they would surely taste delicious. These ears of yours? Chen Xin slowly began, his tone calm yet filled with a scrutinizing pressure. Ah. This? The staff hurriedly raised a hand to touch the ears, his smile unchanged, yet his speech suddenly quickened. This is just our costume for matching the zoo theme. It's all props, very popular with the children. Visitor, we also have real, cuter rabbits here. Look, this is the park map, wish you a great time. He seemed eager to end this topic, unceremoniously shoving a folded, colorful map into Chen Xion's hand, stepping aside to make a faultless please enter gesture, his smile flawless, yet subtly betraying a hint of urgency. Chen Xian looked at him deeply, did not press further, took the map, and stepped through the entrance of the zoo. Inside and outside the gate, it was as if there were two worlds with excellent soundproofing. The noise instantly magnified several times, with children's screams and laughter, adults' conversations, and faint animal sounds blending together, coming at him like a wave. The sun was bright, the trees lush, and the visitors numerous, everything overflowed with a festive joy, so normal it approached perfection, yet exuded a theatrical sense of unreality. Chen Xian slightly distanced himself from the main path, stopping under a relatively quiet shade, unfurling the map that had been thrust into his hands. The map was beautifully printed, with bright colors, clearly marking major venues like Lion Park, Monkey House, Bird Paradise, and Reptile House. But next to this regular information was a prominently printed article in larger, bold type. Visitor Guidelines for Sunshine Zoo. Welcome to Sunshine Zoo. To ensure you have a pleasant and safe visiting experience, please be sure to read and strictly follow the following guidelines. Rule 1, this zoo has a rich and diverse array of animal species, and it's normal to see any creatures in any exhibit. Please maintain a calm mindset while touring. Rule 2, this map only marks several major large venues within the park. If you discover other animal exhibits in areas not marked on the map, and feel that the animals inside those exhibits are somewhat unusual, please do not panic, they cannot leave the exhibit on their own. Rule 3, all formal staff at this zoo wear a uniform with a standardized panda badge on their chest. If you find any staff with a dolphin badge on their chest, please immediately distance yourself and do not believe anything she says. Rule 4, to enhance the immersive touring experience, some staff may wear realistic animal-themed accessories related to the park, such as ears, tails, etc. Please do not be afraid, they are merely harmless decorations. Rule 5, our animals are rigorously trained and are gentle in nature, and will not actively harm you. If you unfortunately witness or encounter an animal harming someone, please immediately report it to a staff member wearing a panda badge. Rule 6, due to the only giant panda mylan being unwell, the panda exhibit will be closed for maintenance starting today. If you discover any trace of pandas in any other areas of the zoo, please make sure to catch it and immediately inform the staff. Rule 7, this park offers unlimited free mutton and sea salt flavored soda daily. You can collect it at any Sunshine convenience store in the park. Rule 8, please note that all Sunshine convenience stores do not sell any meat products other than mutton. If the staff recommends other meat products, please politely decline. Rule 9, there may be dolphin plush toys in Sunshine convenience store, which are not for sale. Please do not stare into the eyes of the plush toys for a long time. Rule 10, this zoo is a terrestrial zoo with no marine life exhibits. If you see marine life moving freely on land, please remain calm and quickly hide in the nearest animal exhibit. The animals inside will provide you with shelter. Rule 11, to reiterate, this zoo has never had, nor will it ever plan for a marine aquarium. If anyone mentions marine aquarium while you are in the park or invites you to go there, do not engage in any conversation with them and promptly inform a staff member wearing a panda badge. Rule 12, the zoo is safe at night. If you wish to continue exploring the next day, you may choose to spend the night on a public bench in the park or in any Sunshine convenience store. Please be sure to read and follow the above rules carefully, as they will guide you to the best experience. Finally, we wish you and your family and friends to leave a moldy good memory at Sunshine Zoo. Chapter 27, Zoo, are the rules all wrong? When Chen Xin quickly scanned and initially analyzed the 11 printed visitor rules with his intelligence of 25 points, his expression remained calm. Although there were many contradictions and hints between the rules, they still fell within the comprehensible range of rule strange tales. He had already begun to sketch out a preliminary action logic and verification sequence in his mind. After all, even though he now possessed strange powers and had the severed knife of evil energy obtained from the 4-star clear of the previous instance, it was impossible to brute force clear an entire instance. In a family of 5, he estimated that with the complete evil energy knife, he could scarcely match a sealed C-class strange sister at a 50-50 chance, not to mention that this knife was currently broken. If he had to say something, even if Chen Xin used the severed knife of evil energy and allocated all remaining attribute points to strength, his combat power would only reach the upper tier of that D-class strange beings. However, if he could consume a high-level strange being and raise his talent level from D to C, everything might be different. Yet just as he was about to fold the map, his peripheral vision caught a line of text beside the rule box in the blank space of the map. It was not printed text. It was a line written in dark red ink, hurried and messy, seemingly written with a thick liquid. The color was dark red, like dried blood. The content made Chen Xin's pupils constrict suddenly. The above rules are all wrong, do not trust them. A single short sentence, with 3 shocking exclamation marks. In an instant, it was as if a silent thunderbolt struck his rapidly operating brain core with precision. Even his extraordinary intelligence, tempered by the family of 5, experienced a momentary stagnation and blankness at this moment. It was not confusion over any rule's contradiction, but the entire rule system's foundation had been completely denied. This impact, which directly overturned the cornerstone of his understanding, was more intense and absurd than any single strange phenomenon. All of his previous analyses, speculations on rule contradictions, and preliminary deductions of safe paths suddenly seemed precarious before this line of blood-red text, like a castle built on quicksand. Damn! The rules are all wrong, how can we even play this? Meanwhile, the footage from all live streams worldwide focused on that map and that line of red text. After a brief silence, the comments exploded like a powder keg ignited by a fuse. What the hell? What did I just see? All are wrong? I'm freaking stunned. Is this instance starting this big? Do not trust them. Who are they? Who are the rule makers? The staff? If the printed rules are all wrong, can the map still be trusted? Are we now unable to trust even the directions? It's over, my CPU is fried. This is worse than the 5-person household opening kill. It's a headache. Chen Xin, quick, use your invincible intelligence to think of a solution. It seems like the chosen ones from other countries didn't notice the red text. It's over, the information gap has appeared. But not all countries missed it. The chosen ones from Japan and the North Bear country have already noticed. The flood of bullet comments drowned the screen, filled with shock, confusion, speculation, and a hint of excitement. All the viewers realized that the zoo instance's strangeness and danger might far exceed that of the 5-person household. From the very beginning, it violently overturned the most basic rule game of the rules bizarre story, throwing the chosen ones into a mist so deep that even the rules themselves are hard to discern as true or false. At this moment, the Japanese live stream split into two, showing two completely different openings. One was a newcomer chosen one falling from the sky, still with lingering fear and confusion on his face. The other was a figure stepping down calmly from the end of the line-trained Kyujo Run. Kyujo Run unfolded the map in his hand, his gaze sweeping over the 11 printed rules like a scanner, finally locking onto the dark red handwritten words at the edge. In real life, he was a detective, and his professional instinct made him highly alert to any unconventional annotations. Moreover, he was also a chosen one who had completed a 3-star instance clearance. The rules are all wrong? He muttered softly, his brows furrowed deeply, forming a shape. This conclusion is too absolute, I can't trust it for now. But at least it reveals one fact: the rules published by this zoo are seriously unreliable. His long fingers traced over several clauses about aquariums and marine creatures, and his brain rapidly constructed a logical chain. What can be confirmed right now is that the zoo is desperately trying to cover up the existence of the aquarium. The contradiction is very obvious. If, as they say, there are no marine creatures, then why go to the trouble of specifying a method of escape if marine creatures are discovered? These are clearly the solid evidence that the staff with the dolphin pattern are from the hidden aquarium. In just a few seconds, the situation became clearer in his reasoning. The current core task is to determine whether the aquarium is a threat or an opportunity for me. There must be some kind of conflict or balance between the two. He raised his head, staring deep into the zoo, his gaze sharp and focused. This instance's level of trickery is higher than the mist town I cleared last time. However, clearing it is not difficult. His tone was calm, carrying a confidence based on precise calculations. The key is that I must earn a high rating to gain more tickets. To the Japanese viewers, this confidence seemed almost arrogant. But those who knew him understood that this confidence came from his A-level talent, future reasoning. This talent allowed him, at a critical moment, to foresee specific events that would occur 3 seconds later, with a daily limit on how many times it could be used. Although not as powerful as the late Yamamoto Aikiru's S-level talent Blue Lantern, when combined with Kyujo Ren's excellent observation skills, logical thinking, and professional detective training, it allowed him to avoid most deadly crises and steadily advance with meticulous planning. Alright, then let's start collecting information from here. Kyujo Ren folded the map and, with a clear target, walked towards the first large venue marked on the map, the Monkey House. To get closer to the truth is to earn high scores. Just as Kyujo Ren began to take action, nearly 2/3 of the command centers around the world fell into anxiety. Their chosen ones hadn't even noticed the deadly red text on the map. Fool! Where are your eyes looking? You missed such an obvious warning. Hurry, use the hint immediately. Despite the immense pain in their hearts, the high-ranking officials of these countries had to grit their teeth and use a precious hint opportunity to prevent their chosen one from stepping into death due to missing information right from the start. Soon, the confused chosen ones shook their bodies, reopened the map, and their terrified eyes focused on that line of red text, cold sweat instantly soaking their backs. Panic, born from the disruption of rule understanding, began to spread. Most of the chosen ones chose to temporarily obey the printed rules, warily heading towards the nearest venue, trying to find a safe zone in compliance. However, Chen Xin headed in a completely different direction. He didn't go to any animal exhibition area at all, but went straight to a bright and tidy sunshine convenience store next to the monkey pavilion. His gaze fell on the Rule 7 in the map he held, savoring each word. This park daily offers unlimited free lamb and sea salt flavored soda. Unlimited free. Chen Xin licked his somewhat dry lips, quickly capturing the possible hidden trap behind this rule, but at the same time, another stronger and more fundamental thought overwhelmingly took over: hunger. On the end of day's train, the food he exchanged for 1,000 rule coins had long been consumed, and he had been relying on sheer willpower to endure the last few days. For someone with the starving ghost talent, the 5 words unlimited food radiated a more tempting and dangerous light than anything bizarre. You said it yourself. Chen Xin stared at the convenience store sign, his eyes glinting with a mix of extreme desire and cold scrutiny, the corner of his mouth curling into a near-dangerous arc. He hesitated no more and pushed open the glass door of the convenience store, which was adorned with panda stickers. Chapter 28, Zoo, do you have any shame? Hello, welcome to Sunshine Convenience Store. What would you like? Our zoo is running a promotion, offering free lamb and sea salt flavored soda. Would you like to try some? As soon as Chen Xin pushed through the glass door adorned with cartoon pandas, where the crisp sound of wind chimes was still lingering, a neatly uniformed female cashier warmly welcomed him. She had an impeccable professional smile, but behind her, a fluffy, brown-yellow tail was slightly upturned, gently swaying. Chen Xin quickly scanned the store. The shelves were tidy, and besides the conspicuous stacks of boxed lamb and blue can sodas, there were also ordinary snacks, drinks, and some souvenirs like keychains and dolls printed with animal patterns. Everything looked no different from an ordinary convenience store in a tourist area. Hey! What you wrote on the map, is it really true that we can take unlimited, free lamb and that soda? A rough voice interrupted the brief piece. A burly man with a face full of flesh squeezed over, holding two bulging oversized plastic bags filled to the brim with packaged instant lamb and bottled sea salt soda, almost bursting at the seams. The cashier maintained her smile and slightly bowed. Yes, sir. Our promotion is real and valid, you can take as much as you want. Hearing this, the burly man's face relaxed, revealing a proud smile as if he had scored a big bargain, mumbling, "This broken park is quite generous," as he turned to head towards the exit with his two big bags of spoils, seemingly planning to enjoy a feast somewhere first or simply take them out of the park. However, as soon as he took 2 steps forward, "Put it down." A calm voice, devoid of any ripples, rang out behind him. The volume wasn't loud, but it was as clear as an ice cone, piercing through the somewhat noisy background of the convenience store. The burly man paused suddenly. Rudely turning his head, he glared at the source of the voice, the slightly thin young man. "Are you calling me?" "I am calling for you." Chen Xin raised his eyes, his gaze calmly landing on the face of the big man. "Do you have any shame? You've taken everything, what am I supposed to eat? Put everything down, and you can leave." Sir, please calm down," the monkey-tailed vendor, stuck in the middle, tried to mediate, her smile awkward. "Our stock is very sufficient, and we will provide food for you. What he took was just regular loss from our activities, how about?" However, the big man was not having it. Chen Xian's almost provocative behavior made him very angry. "You mother!" Whoosh! A visible, thick black mist, as dense as ink, suddenly gushed out from under Chen Xian's feet, like boiling tar. This black mist quickly surged and condensed, instantly transforming into 9 thick, solid tendrils of darkness, their edges still swirling with wisps of fog. The 9 black mist tendrils rose like giant pythons, their sharpened tips glinting with a coldness sharper than blades, all menacingly pointing at the big man up close. A terrifying feeling of oppressive death, like tangible icy water, instantly submerged the entire convenience store. The curse that the big man was about to utter was suddenly frozen, his eyes bulging as if they would pop out of his sockets, the color draining from his face in an instant, faster than a chameleon. He looked at the terrifying thing, mere inches away, made entirely of ominous black mist, and a strange sound came from his throat, a gurgling noise. "Your mother, she is healthy, and everything is well." The big man's tongue seemed tied, and he stammered out this sentence, his face twisting into a grotesque smile worse than crying. I won't disturb you then. Enjoy. Enjoy slowly." Before he finished speaking, he abruptly threw the 2 heavy bags in his hands to the ground as if electrified, not even bothering to pick them up, and he rolled and crawled to crash through the convenience store door, running away without looking back. Monster! At that moment, the vendor standing next to Chen Xian was completely stunned by his actions, even the monkey tail was frizzled. Sir, I still have some goods to unload over there, you take your pick," said the monkey-tailed vendor, fleeing like she was escaping through a small door behind the cash register. Chen Xian watched the vendor's panicked retreat, feeling a surge of satisfaction in his heart. This operation was smooth and impressive, achieving outstanding results. He bent down to pick up the 2 large bags of loot left behind, too lazy to unpack them, stuffing both the bags and their contents straight into his mouth, enjoying a feast. For the starving ghost talent, the crunchy texture of the plastic packaging and foam trays, mixed with the flavored lamb's salty taste, was rather a unique flavor. Free attribute points plus 0.01. Free attribute points plus 0.01. Subtle notification sounds rang in his mind one after another. However, just as he swept away the 2 big bags of lamb, his chewing suddenly stopped. Something's wrong. This food has a problem? Chen Xian's eyes narrowed. Not only was there a slight increase in attribute points, but he distinctly felt that the strange power within him, originating from the 5-person household instance, was spontaneously surging and growing stronger. More importantly, the nature of this power seemed to be undergoing some indescribable shift or increase. He focused his thoughts, trying to manipulate the power. A denser and heavier black mist surged from his palm, quickly condensing into a tendril. But unlike the past slightly illusory black mist tendrils, this newly formed tendril had a texture more akin to a kind of elastic pitch-black gelatin, its surface glossy and dense. He shifted his thoughts again. In the next moment, the tip of this gelatinous tendril violently split open vertically down the middle, resembling petals as it divided into 4 parts. But it was densely filled with hundreds of sharp, fine, and needle-like white teeth, silently opening and closing, wriggling. Chapter 29, Zoo, the taste is not bad. At this moment, many netizens outside the livestream saw this scene and immediately felt their scalps tingling. What the hell? Has Chen Xin unlocked a new skin? Those tentacles. I'm getting creeped out. My sanity is plummeting. Earlier, the black gas was like a whip, but now it has a mouth? Is he completely abandoning humanity? Calm down, keep it together. Just think about Chen Xin devouring the weird form of the 5-person household. It makes sense that the tentacles would grow teeth, right? Very reasonable. Chen Xin, looking at the suddenly changed mouth tentacle, after a brief shock, his eyes exploded with excitement. The weird ability, evolved? Is this ability like Pokemon? He immediately recalled the description of his talent. Hungry Ghost can devour and transform weird powers. I've only ever devoured the weirdness from the 5-person household single copy, so the ability only manifested in controlling the resentment black gas of the family. But now, I've devoured the food from this zoo copy. His thoughts quickly connected. Each rule odd talk copy may have different origins or rules for its weirdness. Consuming different sources of weird substances is like absorbing different gene fragments, which can drive his talent ability to evolve, adapt, and even fuse into new forms. If I keep devouring. Chen Xin looked at the mouth-like tentacle covered in tiny teeth slowly retracting, turning into black gas and dissipating. A surge of uncontrollable excitement surged in his heart. How perverted will my control over the weird power evolve to? Fueled with motivation. He immediately worked harder to clear the remaining food, even chewing and swallowing the blue can sea salt soda along with the aluminum can, the crunching sound resembling crispy bone. Soon, except for some small debris, the area was completely empty. Chen Xin, still not satisfied, licked the corner of his mouth and was about to go to the shelf to replenish his ammo. However, just as he turned around, the edge of his vision was suddenly filled with a clear, unnatural blue. He focused and saw that the previously empty middle layer of a shelf was now completely filled with a row of dolphin plush toys. They were about palm size, well made, with the blue velvet material gleaming under the light, and pairs of black plastic eyes staring blankly ahead. Rule 9: Dolphin plush toys may appear in the Sunshine convenience store. They are non-sale items. Please do not make prolonged eye contact with the toys' eyes. A small alarm went off in Chen Xin's heart. He was certain that when he first entered the store, this spot definitely didn't have any of those toys. When did they appear? How did they appear? With insufficient information, it was impossible to judge the truth or full meaning of this rule, but following the survival rule of better safe than sorry, he immediately tried to look away. But something was wrong. His gaze seemed to be glued to the eyes of those toys. A faint but persistent pull emanated from those hollow black plastic eyes, silently stirring his nerves, urging him to look, to make eye contact. It was like standing on the edge of a cliff, feeling an inexplicable urge to jump. Damn! Is this a mental influence? Chen Xin immediately realized the problem, cursing inwardly. A cool thought surged from deep in his mind, forcibly resisting that eerie pull. That was the defense built by 30 points of sanity. If my sanity wasn't high enough, I probably would have fallen for it just now. He didn't know what would happen if he made eye contact, but he definitely didn't want to take any risks right now. However, even though he forced himself to turn his head, that urge to look back didn't disappear, but instead, it continued to hum like background noise, interfering with his focus. If this continued, the consumption of sanity would be persistent, and it wouldn't last long. Chen Xin frowned, then suddenly a spark flashed in his mind. He decisively turned around, facing away from the row of dolphin plush toys, and began to back up, stepping closer to the shelf with precision. He reached out his arm, using memory and feeling to grope backward. His fingers touched a soft and cool fuzzy surface. Without hesitation, he gathered his fingers, grabbed one of the plush toys, and yanked it over, shoving it straight into his mouth without even looking. Chen Xin chewed a couple of times, a surprising expression appearing on his face. The taste is actually not bad? It's a bit like cotton candy with sea salt flavor. He smacked his lips, feeling the plush toy melting into pure energy within his mouth, while cautiously sensing changes in his body and mind. Meanwhile, the remaining dolphin plush toys on the shelf behind him seemed to subtly turn their hollow eyes, collectively gazing at the back of Chen Xin's head. Those originally hollow plastic eyes actually showed a hint of confusion and fear? At the same time, in the live broadcast room of the Pickle Nation, their selected candidate Park Gukchang made a choice similar to Chen Xin's, prioritizing exploration of the convenience store. However, his purpose was not simply eating. Park Gukchang's mind had its own logic. From the rules, the animals in the zoo are likely problematic. If I carry some lamb on me, if they want to attack me, they might be attracted to the lamb first, instead of coming after me. The idea seemed clever, but its success rate was questionable. Therefore, Park Gukchang decided to give it a try himself. As for conveniently snacking to replenish his energy, that was just part of the plan. After entering the convenience store, he went through a process almost identical to what Chen Xin saw. First, a big man took away 2 large bags of food, followed by a staff member with a monkey tail enthusiastically recommending lamb, then turned to organize stock in the back. Seeing this, Park Gukchang naturally did not hold back. A fool doesn't take advantage of a bargain. He imitated the big man's actions, grabbed 2 of the largest shopping bags, and began to stuff ready-to-eat lamb packets and soda inside, quickly making the bags bulge. However, when he tried to lift these two trophies, a problem arose, he couldn't move them at all. The bags wouldn't budge, while he himself became red-faced and out of breath. Ah, how can this be so heavy? Park Gukchang, feeling helpless, had to give up his original plan, ultimately only stuffing a dozen lamb packets into his backpack. After a busy session, he felt a bit hungry, so he tore open a package and took a bite. The taste is acceptable, he chewed the lamb, showing a slightly picky expression like a food critic, but compared to our country's authentic crunchy pickles, it still lacks a bit of soul. He took 2 bottles of sea salt soda off the shelf and stuffed them into his backpack, ready to leave. But just as he turned toward the door, a figure happened to block his way. It was a staff member, the uniform pristine, but with no animal features in the decorations. What stood out the most was the badge on his chest. This was not the panda described in the rules but an elegantly outlined dolphin leaping out of the water. This staff member wore an impeccable smile, his voice gentle. "Hello, esteemed guest. Our zoo's convenience store is testing a new product, a special sushi that aims to collect honest feedback from our visitors. May I ask if you could spare a little of your valuable time to taste it and provide your opinion?" Rule 3: all formal staff members in this zoo have a uniform panda badge printed on their uniforms. If you encounter a staff member with a dolphin badge, please move away immediately and do not trust anything she says. Rule 8: please note that the Sunny convenience store does not sell any meat products other than lamb. If the staff recommends other meats to you, please politely refuse. To be honest, Park Gukchang does not think he is very smart, but he is definitely not a fool. Something is wrong, this is too wrong. He sounded the alarm in his heart. Dolphin badge, violating Rule 3, recommending sashimi in the convenience store again violates Rule 8, any person with normal intelligence can see there is a problem, right? Want me to eat your sashimi? Do you think I'm stupid? Believing he had grasped the obvious flaw, Park Gukchang made a quick decision. He kept in mind the warnings of do not trust and do not talk. Facing the staff's continuous smile and waiting, he kept his mouth tightly shut, saying nothing, only suddenly lowering his head and using all his strength to squeeze past the other person, rushing out of the convenience store without looking back, as if something extremely terrifying was chasing him. His actions were swift and decisive, completely in accordance with the printed rules instructions. However, amidst the heartbeat brought by running, he completely forgot, or rather actively chose to ignore, the small line hastily written in dark red ink at the edge of the map. All the above rules are wrong, do not trust them. Chapter 30: Zoo: The Massacre at the Monkey House. Victor, the new chosen one from the North Bear Country, stepped into the world of Yuri rules for the first time. His luck could not be considered good, the drawn talent was a sea-level talent unyielding will to fight. The effect was that when injured, it could numb the pain and keep the mind clear. In the eyes of seasoned individuals, this talent was quite useless. Damages in Yuri stories often came from the bizarre, and the real killing blows would usually be fatal with very little chance of persisting through injury. Unless one had a strong combat talent, survival and death in the face of the bizarre often hung by a thread, with no middle ground. Holding that unsettling map, Victor chose to go to the first major venue marked on the map, the Monkey House, like most newcomers, who were filled with fear. The map marks 9 main venues. Victor thought plainly as he walked, going through all of them should help me find clues to leave, or just pass directly, right? He did not dare to hope for high evaluations, survive first was his only and strongest thought. This was also the common mentality of many first-time participants. In the face of unknown terror, fleeing from fear was an overwhelming instinct. The Monkey House was bustling with voices, far beyond his expectations. Tourists surrounded a huge circular glass exhibition hall in layers. Inside the exhibition hall were artificial hills made of cement and stone, several half-wilted trees were planted, and a dozen monkeys were lazily lying on the artificial hills or branches. Their eyes were hollow, their movements slow. This was in stark contrast to the lively and active image of monkeys in an ordinary zoo, exuding an unnatural lethargy. Wait a minute. Victor sensed something unusual. This is called the Monkey House. Why are there only monkeys? Where are the apes? As a person of reasonable common sense, he knew that apes and monkeys were different. The most intuitive difference was the presence or absence of a tail, and apes were usually smarter. The mismatch between the name of the venue and the actual exhibits sent a flicker of unease through him. Just then, he noticed a neatly printed sheet on the wall beside the exhibition hall, with a prominent title. Visitor Rules for the Monkey House. Rule 1: to provide an immersive experience, this house arranges close interaction at the following times each day: 10 a.m., 12 p.m., 2 p.m., 4 p.m., 6 p.m. Each interaction lasts for 10 minutes. During this time, the main entrance to the venue will be closed, and some monkeys will be released to freely interact with visitors. Rule 2: if you notice any monkeys pouncing, grabbing, or biting visitors during the interaction, please do not panic. This is just their unique way of expressing excitement and friendliness. Rule 3: no dolls shaped like dolphins, and no meat products other than lamb, are allowed inside the zoo. Rule 4: if you have eaten sashimi after entering the zoo, please do not enter this pavilion. The lingering fishy smell will severely irritate the monkeys, causing unpredictable consequences. Please strictly follow the above rules, and we hope you enjoy your time in the monkey pavilion. Are there more rules for the other pavilions? Victor felt a headache coming on. Memorizing the dozen or so general rules on the map had already been a challenge. The general rules plus the specific pavilion guidelines. If I mix them up, I might not even know how I died. His gaze quickly skimmed through Rule 1, and his heart sank suddenly. He immediately looked up at the clock hanging in the pavilion, 9:59 a.m. Only one more minute until interaction time? A wave of intense unease gripped his heart in an instant. No. I have to leave. Right now. He turned sharply, trying to push against the crowd to exit the pavilion. But the pavilion was packed, everyone eagerly waiting for monkey interaction, and his attempt to go against the flow was a struggle, like being stuck in thick glue. Move. Get out of the way. Victor urgently shoved, sweat soaking his back. The glass door to the exit was right in front of him, and through the crack, he could see the normal sunlight outside. However, just a few steps away from the door, a figure appeared outside. It was a man in a staff uniform, wearing a standard smile, but his nose was unusually long and flexible, hanging down nearly half a meter, resembling an elephant's trunk. This elephant-nosed staff member smiled a perfect but cold smile at Victor's terrified face. Click, he smoothly and decisively shut the heavy glass door and locked it. Enjoy your time. Through the glass, his lips clearly formed the words. The pavilion's clock, the minute hand and hour hand, overlapped heavily. 10 a.m., exactly. Creak. A hidden small door on the side of the artificial mountain slid open automatically. In an instant, chaos erupted inside the pavilion. The monkeys, who had been listless with empty eyes, suddenly seemed to have been injected with a furious drug, and their eyes flashed with terrifying red light. They screeched loudly and ran on all fours, rushing out from the small door at an unnatural speed, pouncing on the unprepared crowd. The onlookers had not yet realized the danger, with many still raising their phones, excitedly filming the monkey escape scene. A woman holding a selfie stick and live streaming, with her back to the monkeys, smiled brightly. Family. Today, I'm going to review this newly opened zoo for you. They're doing a free admission event, so we're here to see if it's worth it. Don't forget to follow and like, guys. Her voice suddenly stopped. A sharp, sickening crack mixed with the splashing puff of liquid. A fast-moving red-eyed monkey, like a ghost, leapt onto her shoulder, opening its mouth full of tiny sharp teeth and biting straight through her carotid artery. Hot blood sprayed out like a fountain, splashing 3 to 4 meters away, covering the astonished faces of nearby tourists. The smile on the woman's face hadn't even had time to turn into fear before her eyes quickly glazed over, and her body slumped weakly to the ground, her live streaming equipment falling aside, and the screen was instantly covered in blood. Silence. A lone, terrifying silence of 2 seconds. Then, a scream and wailing loud enough to tear the roof off suddenly erupted. The monkeys are eating people. Help! Staff! Open the door! Get away! Don't bite me! Ah! I stepped on someone! Don't push! Ah! The crowd completely lost control, wildly rushing toward the locked exit. Shoving, trampling, crying, cursing, and the monkeys screeching and the tearing sounds of flesh mixed together, turning the monkey pavilion into a bloody hell. Fallen people were instantly trampled by countless feet. Content is blocked. More people were knocked down in the chaos by the rushing red-eyed monkeys, their throats easily torn open. Victor leaned against the cold glass wall, desperately watching as 2 red-eyed monkeys sniffed the smell of blood and pounced toward him. He waved his arms in vain to block them, but the monkey's sharp claws easily sliced open his arms and chest, bringing a fiery pain. Then, the talent Indomitable will activated, forcibly suppressing the pain, leaving only the cold, clear feeling of despair. Damn it! Rule 5 of the zoo clearly says. In the last moment before darkness consumed his consciousness, that absurd general rule echoed in his mind as he used his last bit of strength to scream, as if protesting against this twisted world with powerless rage. Our animals are docile and won't harm anyone? You call this not harming? The scream abruptly stopped. The screen in the North Bear Country livestream went completely black under the terrified gaze of countless viewers. Victor had died. He died from a naive trust in apparent rules, died from the deadly trap of the branch library's regulations, and died, like the most common fate of ordinary people in this world of rule-based horror stories, not fast enough, not strong enough, not lucky enough. Chapter 31, Zoo Analysis. Chen Xin licked the corner of his mouth, swallowing the last dolphin plush toy on the shelf. Just as he was savoring the slight sweetness of sea salt, a figure appeared at the entrance of the convenience store. The newcomer was dressed in a neat uniform, a playful dolphin badge glinting coldly under the light on his chest. It was the dolphin staff member. However, the scene he expected of tourists being attracted by the plush toy did not appear. What met his eyes was the last moment of Chen Xin swallowing and the empty shelf. The staff member's professional smile instantly froze, replaced by a blank look of confusion. What is going on? He shouted in disbelief, his voice filled with the weight of his collapse. Do you know how much effort I put into placing these bait without attracting attention? I just left for less than 5 minutes, and you just devoured them all? The air suddenly went silent. Chen Xin turned his head, his calm gaze colliding with the shocked eyes of the staff member. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere fell into some kind of absurd embarrassment. The staff member felt a chill run down his neck as Chen Xin's still glinting green eyes stared at him. Meanwhile, Chen Xin's attention remained firmly fixed on the dolphin badge on the other's chest, which was completely different from the rule's description. Rule 3. If you encounter a staff member with a dolphin pattern badge on their chest, please move away immediately and do not trust anything they say. Chen Xin fell into thought. The fact that he gained strange powers through devouring lamb reversed the Rule 7's misleading notion that lamb is harmless, making it clear that ordinary people eating it would surely be in trouble. And the gentle, strange power contained within the dolphin plush toys did not seem to serve a direct attack but felt more like marking or guiding? The situation is becoming clearer, he quickly summarized in his mind. There are at least 2 opposing strange forces in the park, zoo and aquarium. The warning red text on the map, these plush toys, the dolphin staff in front of me, and even the subtly mentioned marine creatures in the rules likely all come from the latter. So far, it seems the aquarium side has not yet shown direct hostility toward me. Perhaps I could attempt a friendly exploratory contact. Just then, the staff member, who had barely regained his professionalism from his shock, finally remembered his core KPI. He tried to calm his expression, picked up the box of sashimi again, cleared his throat, and attempted to regain his professional sales tone. May I ask, would you like to taste our sashimi? Ugh. His sales pitch abruptly stopped. Several dark, sticky tentacles, exuding ominous mist from their edges. Without warning, it shot out from behind Chen Xin like lightning. They twisted around the staff like massive vines with a life of their own, tightly wrapping them up, resembling a gigantic black silkworm cocoon, leaving only 2 nostrils for breathing. Mum. A muffled sound came from within the cocoon, the staff's eyes widened, filled with confusion and shock. This was not right. At the same moment, in the Japan Live broadcast room, outside the monkey house, Zhou Tiaolian stopped a few meters away from the entrance of the venue. He did not rush in but stood quietly, closing his eyes. Talent activated, future reasoning. Future segment loading. You push open the glass door to the monkey house, rushing into the noisy voices and warm air. You weave through the crowded curious people, your gaze quickly locking onto the posted monkey house visitor rules on the sidewall. Your eyes quickly scan over the 4 newly added rules. Inference complete. Zhou Tiaolian suddenly opened his eyes. In the real world, only the briefest blink of an eye had passed. But in his perception, a brief yet critical exploration of the future had been completed, unseen by the audience in the live room. He looked expressionlessly at the door leading to the unknown venue, weighing his options anew in his heart. The monkey house's activity is down to a 1-minute countdown. Zhou Tiaolian glanced at the clock at the entrance, instantly making a decision: do not enter. In the world of bizarre rules and tales, any activity claiming interaction or closeness might be a meticulously disguised trap. Caution is the first rule of survival. As for whether there is hidden crucial information within the activity, he was not anxious. The rules clearly stated that this type of activity occurs 5 times a day. First, observe from the absolutely safe outside. If there is no danger, then enter for the next session without delay. Just as he decided to wait and see, a tall shadow quietly loomed over him. Sir, the activity is about to begin. Now is the perfect time to enter the venue. A voice sounded from behind, dripping with an overly enthusiastic stickiness. You can have close contact with the lovely monkeys. Zhou Tiaolian slowly turned around, his gaze calmly sweeping past the other person's trunk that hung low to the chest and swayed slowly, his face showing no signs of fluctuation. No, I'm allergic to animal fur. His voice was cold and distant. I will visit after the activity ends. The trunk staff grinned, a stiff smile. What a pity. Please step back. As soon as he finished speaking, he promptly locked the glass door, followed by a heavy metallic rolling shutter that fell down with a loud clatter, completely cutting off the view and sound between inside and outside the venue. This is for safety. The trunk staff turned around, his long nose pointing toward Zhou Tiaolian, his tone becoming unquestionable. We cannot guarantee if any mischievous monkeys might accidentally escape. So, sir, please move away at once. All right. Zhou Tiaolian complied easily, turning to leave. He could clearly feel that cold gaze as if it were tangible, firmly pinning him to the back until he walked far away. The corner of Zhou Tiaolian's mouth subtly lifted in an almost imperceptible arc. Information obtained. As the other party drove him away under the guise of safety, he had quietly activated his talent, future reasoning. Future segment loading. You rush over trying to pull up the rolling shutter. The trunk staff grabs you. You try to break free. Your neck is broken by the trunk. You died. Inference complete. Future segment loading. You kick the trunk staff to the ground. You rush over to pull up the rolling shutter. You see the bloody scene inside the monkey house. Your neck is broken by the trunk. You died. Inference complete. 2 inferences, 2 attempts, the outcome was highly unified, neck broken. As expected, the so-called activity is nothing but a pure slaughterhouse. Zhou Tialian's suspicion received a chilling confirmation. The information was already painfully clear. The staff of the zoo themselves are a source of danger, the activities they promote often lead to dead ends. The rules in the printed text regarding docile animals and interactive safety can basically be determined as lies. Since the overt rules are probably all false. His thoughts turned rapidly, and a bold strategy emerged. Then, perhaps going against them is the way to survive. His gaze fell on the few rules about the aquarium on the map. The staff of the aquarium must quickly clarify their stance. This is the currently most critical breakthrough point. If the aquarium is the safe zone or ally of the selected ones, then finding it means winning half the battle. But the deepest worry for Zhou Tialian is: what if the aquarium is just another strange force opposing the zoo, equally harboring use or hostility towards the selected ones? At that time, they will be trapped in a deadlock between 2 strange forces, their space for survival squeezed to the extreme. I hope the designer of this scenario hasn't twisted to that extent. Zhou Tialian looked towards the unknown fog outside the zoo, his gaze sharp as a knife. Otherwise, a complete disaster may be the only outcome. Chapter 32 Zoo. I have loved marine animals since I was a child. Where is this? In the dark, the staff member in a dolphin badge uniform gradually regained consciousness. I seem to have been attacked by a tourist? Not exactly an attack. A voice came from the shadow in front, carrying a light-hearted laughter. I just wanted to have a friendly chat with you. Chen Xin slowly walked out, wearing a harmless, gentle smile. But the staff felt an inexplicable chill from that smile. After witnessing the other party devour toys and manipulate dark fog, the smile was more chilling than any threat. He wanted to move his limbs, but found his wrists and ankles tightly bound by several cold, slippery, and incredibly tough black tentacles, unable to move. After struggling a few times to no avail, he gave up, like resigning to fate, lifting his head and asking defiantly, "What do you want to do? Don't be nervous." Chen Xin squatted down and looked him in the eye, his tone sincere as if asking for directions. "I'm just a slightly lost ordinary tourist. Can you tell me how to get to the great aquarium in the zoo?" "You want to go to the aquarium?" The staff member was momentarily stunned, their eyes flashing with surprise and caution. "Yeah." Chen Xian's eyes brightened a bit as he began to list excitedly. "I have loved marine life since I was a child, like salmon, tuna, grouper, pomfret, ribbon fish, yellow croaker." This tourist. The staff member couldn't help but interrupt, their mouth twitching. "Could you name some species other than those at the market fish stall?" "Then, mermaids? There's no such thing on Earth." The staff member was completely speechless, realizing this guy was purely greedy. "What do you really want to do at the aquarium?" "Sightseeing. I'm a tourist. Isn't traveling a natural thing?" "Who believes that?" The staff member scoffed, their gaze sharply scanning the ominous aura faintly surrounding Chen Xin. "This thick zoo scent on you is probably from those mad animals, right? I don't care why they chose you or gave you power, but let me give you one piece of advice: following them will absolutely lead to a bad ending. Leave the zoo as soon as possible. As for the location of the aquarium, I won't say a word about it." "Zoo gave me power?" Chen Xin keenly grasped the keywords, his interest piqued. "Sounds like you know a lot of insider information. Care to elaborate?" "I won't tell you anything." The staff member turned their head, adopting a defiant posture. "Do what you will with me." Chen Xin felt a bit helpless. He indeed couldn't explain the true source of this power. Was he to say, "I gained it from devouring families in my last scenario"? No one will believe it. The communication seemed to have reached a dead end. "All right." Chen Xin sighed, seemingly a bit regretful. "Looks like casual conversation isn't going to work." A tentacle moved in response, skillfully wrapping around the staff member's ankle and then suddenly jerking upward, lifting him upside down by his feet. What do you think you're doing?" The sudden inversion sent blood rushing to his head, leaving the staff member both shocked and angry. Chen Xin did not answer, merely controlling the tentacle, beginning to shake it rhythmically up and down, left and right. The movements were not violent, but the frequency was steady, as if shaking a freshly cleaned carpet. "Heh. Ha ha ha." The staff member initially forced out a cold laugh. "Do you think such childish torture techniques can make me submit? You underestimate the... Ugh." The continuous, irregular shaking quickly destroyed his balance and the calm of his stomach. Dizziness and nausea hit him like a tidal wave, and he could no longer hold back, dry heaving uncontrollably. Meanwhile, with each shake, items from his uniform pocket started falling with a clattering noise: a keychain, a lighter, a crumpled cigarette pack, a sealed employee ID, a few coins, a packet of tissues. Various odds and ends scattered across the ground. Chen Xian's gaze quickly swept over the pile of clutter, finally fixing on an inconspicuous blue-covered booklet. He thought to himself, and the tentacle stopped shaking, gently lowering the staff member, who was seeing stars and on the verge of vomiting, with a soft plop beside him, allowing him to slump and gasp for breath. Chen Xian then bent down and picked up the booklet. The deep blue cover looked slightly worn, with several lines of simple white text printed on it. Code of Conduct for External Staff of the Aquarium. A flash of sharpness appeared in his eyes, and without hesitation, he opened the first page. Welcome to becoming a member of the Aquarium. To ensure your safety and mental stability during work, please read and strictly follow the following rules. Rule 1. Your core external duties are: 1. Place dolphin plush toys on specific shelves at the Sunshine Convenience Store. 2. Promote and let suitable visitors taste the aquarium's special raw fish slices. Rule 2. The zoo exists. However, there are no employees at the zoo. If you see anyone claiming to be an employee with animal features, including but not limited to tails, ears, or mutated limbs, please immediately move away and avoid any interaction with them. Rule 3. From midnight to 1 a.m. every day, you may use a hidden path deep in the bamboo forest of the Panda House to return to the aquarium for rest. Before returning, please repeatedly and thoroughly confirm that no one is following you. Rule 4. Always remember, you are an employee of the aquarium, not one of the aquarium's animals. Before starting your shift, face the mirror and clearly recite 3 times, "I am human." Rule 5. If a visitor voluntarily and explicitly expresses their wish to rest or seek shelter at the aquarium, you may guide them. The prerequisite is that you must confirm the authenticity of their intent. Rule 6. Do not trust any of their temptations. Do not attempt to explore, understand, or contact the hidden he. Always remember your position. Rule 7. All animals displayed in the zoo are highly dangerous, except for the panda. You may try to trust and seek help from the panda, but do not rely on it too much, as the help it offers is limited. Rule 8. If you find an animal that should not be in a certain exhibit, for example, sea creatures appearing in the terrestrial animal area, you may try to help it leave. This action may bring a turning point but comes with great risk. Rule 9. When performing tasks outside the aquarium, no external staff member is allowed to talk to each other. Because you cannot be sure of what lies beneath the colleague you are talking to. Rule 10. Absolutely no entry is allowed into any animal exhibition hall in the zoo. Those places do not belong to you. Final advice: stay alert. What would the taste of your flesh be? Chapter 33, Zoo. The World of Strange Tales live streaming room. The comments exploded again after the bloody slaughter in the monkey house. Damn. Is the monkey house a scene from hell? Everyone who went in is dead. Activity equals massacre. This rule is too hellish. Did no one notice the weirdness? Why are there only monkeys and no apes in the monkey house? Where did the apes go? Thinking deeply is terrifying. Could they have been? Q Tialian is truly stable. This prediction is amazing. No wonder he's a veteran. If only our legendary Zhou Mingyu from Huaxia was here, along with Chen Xin, the 2 gods combined would crush the dungeon. This dungeon is too fierce. Half the country has already used 2 hints. One was in red, and the other was a warning about the monkey house. Even so, half of the chosen ones still died. I hope it won't be like last time with only 1 or 2 passing through. Look at Chen Xin. He seems to have discovered something new. Ha! Chen Xin finally got full and started doing real work? I've been watching his livestream, I don't know why, but it always feels like watching a horror zone food show. +1, watching him eat is surprisingly relieving. +1. +1. Plus 10,086. Chen Xian closed the blue-covered manual, raising his eyebrows slightly. The employee code of conduct for the oceanarium, interesting. He murmured to himself, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the cover of the manual. It seems working at the oceanarium is also not without risks. The information was already clear enough. To safely reach the oceanarium, one must wait until midnight at 12 o'clock, using the only hidden bamboo forest passage. And it was still morning. He had plenty of time to explore this zoo. More importantly, this manual was like a key, instantly connecting several contradictions in his mind. He quickly matched them in his head. Map Rule 10, if you find any ocean creatures that can walk freely on land, quickly hide in the animal exhibition hall. Employee Code of Conduct 4, please remember at all times, you are merely an employee of the oceanarium, not an animal of the oceanarium, emphasizing you are human 3 times. Cognitive distortion. A sharp light flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. Employees of the oceanarium will, for some reason, gradually believe they are ocean animals, leading to physical transformations? Those ocean creatures walking on land must be former employees who completely transformed and lost their human cognition. The last line of the manual, "Humanity never compromises," sent a chill through his heart. This didn't seem like a simple slogan, it felt more like a tragic battle cry or a cruel warning. Here, staying human itself is a state that requires one to fight for their life to defend. The information is still not enough. Chen Xin suppressed his swirling thoughts. Speculation needs evidence. Having obtained the information he wanted, he no longer paid attention to the dolphin staff member in the corner who was still gagging and temporarily lost value. He stood up and opened the storage room door. Outside, the sunlight was glaring. He had just taken a step when he bumped into someone head-on. It was the monkey-tailed vendor. She was holding a box of goods, seemingly heading towards the nearby warehouse. At this moment, her gaze passed over Chen Xian's shoulder, landing precisely on the dolphin colleague, bound and in distress inside the storage room. Time seemed to freeze for a second. The monkey-tailed vendor slowly turned her head, looking at Chen Xian. The professional sweet smile on her face had not disappeared, instead, it deepened and twisted, forming a highly bizarre and malicious arc, a crimson light flashing in her eyes. "You." Her voice was overly sweet but carried a bone-chilling coldness. "Broke the rules, didn't you, this disobedient visitor?" Before her words ended, her legs slightly bent, exploding with a jumping power beyond human limits, leaping 3 meters high. Her agile hands accurately grasped a thick branch above her head, and her entire body hung from it like a real monkey. Her mouth opened wide, and her canine teeth visibly lengthened and sharpened at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scarlet pupils locked tightly onto Chen Xin below, poised to pounce. However, her attack had not yet begun. Whoosh, crash. A dark, ink-black tentacle, edged with a furious howl, launched forward like a steel whip. Crack. With a crisp sound, the branch she relied on snapped in response. "Ah!" The monkey-tailed salesperson cried out, losing balance and falling. Before she could hit the ground, 2 more tentacles, long hidden in the shadows, shot out like venomous pythons waiting for prey. The front ends of the tentacles suddenly split open in midair, transforming into 2 terrifying giant mouths filled with spiral teeth, one on the left and one on the right, viciously biting down on her arms. Put! The sharp teeth pierced the flesh, blood splattering. Her arms turned instantly into a bloody mess. Ugh! The intense pain made her want to scream, but as the sound reached her throat, a black gas thread, thinner than a hair yet incredibly tough, flashed between her lips like a sewing needle. Her upper and lower lips were instantly stitched together, allowing only vague, painful ugh sounds to escape. All this happened in the blink of an eye. The predator, who moments ago radiated murderous intent, had in an instant become a prey, nailed in midair, waiting to be slaughtered. The smile now fully shifted to Chen Xian's face. He looked at the monkey form trembling violently from pain and fear, feeling within him a bizarre force, made more aggressive and mimetic after devouring the dolphin toy, surged with an indescribable excitement, merging exploration and appetite. A low and pleasurable chuckle spilled from his throat. At the same time, his empty right hand gripped the air, black gas swirling in his palm, as a broken blade quietly emerged. The blade was wrapped in an unquenchable scarlet malevolence, emanating a wave of resentment and protection that sent shivers down the spine. Malevolent bone-cutting knife, broken. Item description: a blade carrying the memories of flames and blood. The malevolent energy on it embodies a brother's extreme anger and unwavering commitment to protection. Special attribute: the user's intense emotions, especially anger, can temporarily enhance the blade's power, with the enhancement level corresponding to the intensity of the emotion. I wonder what your flesh will taste like. In the reflection of the monkey-tailed salesperson's pupils, which rapidly contracted in ultimate fear, Chen Xian's malevolent bone-cutting knife traced a precise and cold arc. The scarlet malevolent energy hissed slightly, burning as it cut into the flesh. A thin slice of meat was elegantly lifted and placed upon the blade. The malevolent energy rose, transforming into an invisible flame that roasted it. The meat quickly shrank, revealing a strange texture as clear as a bodybuilder's abs underneath. Yellowish white fat oozed murky oil bubbles under high temperature, sending forth a scent that blended meatiness with an indescribable fishy sweetness. Chen Xian placed it in his mouth, chewing carefully to savor it. It's between the tenderness of chicken and the richness of pork, surprisingly delicious. Devour E-level abnormality, partial. Freedom attribute points +5. The prompt sound rang like the bell announcing a feast. A surge of bizarre power, far hotter and closer to his essence than lamb or dolphin toys, roared into his limbs, not a simple energy accumulation but a completion and resonance of a shared material. The most primal desire to devour similar life forms, long suppressed by rationality, was no longer able to be restrained. He suddenly leaned in, biting into the salesperson's neck artery, tense from despair. Chapter 34: Zoo Mental Instability. Gulp gulp. Warm blood poured into his mouth, carrying the taste of iron and rust with a hint of strange sweetness, as if premium wine exploded across his taste buds. Strength flowed with the blood, quickly filling and reinforcing every corner of his body. Beside him, the marine aquarium staff, just freed from the tentacles' binds and witnessing the entire scene, felt a chill rush from the base of their spine to the crown of their head. The scalp tingled. Good news, the monstrous guy in front of him is definitely not with the crazy zoo people. He had no hesitation when attacking them. Bad news, this guy doesn't seem to stand on the side of humanity or order. He now fully believed that this guy wanting to go to the aquarium might truly just be for a taste of seafood. Hiss, this is bad. If he gets in the mood later, will he turn me into a dessert after the meal? A strong desire to survive overwhelmed everything. He took advantage of Chen Xin being focused on eating and scrambled away from the entrance of the junk room that had already become a hunting ground, with only one thought in his mind. He must immediately return to the aquarium and report this unpredictable variable, which cannot be measured by any existing rules, to the director. Chen Xin was not unaware of his escape, but he was too busy and unwilling to stop it. His entire focus was consumed by this feast. At this moment, he was like a ghoul from an ancient legend, blood dripping down his chin, gathering into a small dark red stain on the ground. The expression in the vendor's eyes had completely faded, with life and strength rapidly draining away, unable to do anything but helplessly feel his blood being sucked dry and his body slowly devoured by the terrifying split tentacles and sharp teeth, piece by piece, inch by inch. As Chen Xin placed the last piece of brain matter on the blade and slightly seared the remaining malice before sending it into his mouth. An indescribable, mixed with extreme deliciousness, warm current rushed into his brain, bringing an unprecedented sense of fullness and a thrill on a soul level. And this feast finally came to an end. He clearly felt that the satisfaction and enhancement gained from devouring this humanoid anomaly far exceeded that of the lamb. It was as if this better aligned with a deep yearning in his hungry ghost talent, not only replenishing strength but also completing something of his essence. He had realized this very early when he devoured his younger siblings during the 5-person family dungeon. But back then, he could still suppress his craving for humanoid creatures. Now, however, that craving had become addictive. I need more, Chen Xin thought. After completely devouring a zoo staff member, Chen Xin gained a clearer understanding of the battle strength distribution of this zoo. Most of the staff wearing uniforms have an energy level around E. He felt the newly absorbed power within him and silently assessed. And they probably aren't hired at all. They seem more like the zoo's animals, wearing human skins. This guess was not baseless. The rule from the Aquarium Field Staff Manual, Rule Number 2, that seemingly contradictory statement the zoo exists. But, the zoo has no employees, now became the strongest evidence. As for those main subjects locked in cages, Chen Xin looked deep into the venue, his gaze seemingly piercing through the walls. Even if they are stronger than these staff, they probably won't exceed D level. He weighed the trump card in his hand. With the bizarre powers he currently controlled, along with the cursed knife still releasing a dark aura, confronting a D-level anomaly head-on should be no problem. Even if he encountered something like Sister, a C-level existence again, he was confident that with all his free attribute points as a trump card, he could at least escape unscathed. After the evaluation, the action goal became clear. He once again set his sights on the building not far away that had just gone through an event, the Monkey Pavilion. His tongue unconsciously brushed the corner of his lips, where there still seemed to be a faint, uncleaned, already cold rust smell. He didn't rush over immediately but instead slipped into the shadow of a bush by the side of the road. A shadow tentacle silently extended out, precisely inviting a passing lucky tourist with a similar build. Before the other person could scream, content is blocked. Chen Xin had neatly completed the exchange. He took off his coat stained with dark red marks and put on the clean clothes of the other person. After adjusting his non-existent collar, he walked calmly toward the main entrance of the primate exhibit like an ordinary tourist. The earlier meal and information sorting had taken some time. By the time he arrived, the bloody intimate interaction inside had already ended. The heavy metal shutter had risen again, and the glass door was wide open, as if everything was back to normal. Only the strong smell of disinfectant that lingered in the air, even after washing, mixed with a faint hint of blood, silently told the story of what had just happened. At this moment, in the live broadcast room of Huaxia, the camera tightly followed his back. What the hell? Eating it raw? Did you guys notice? Chen Xin is becoming increasingly calm, but also increasingly cruel. Really, is this some kind of contamination? Brothers, I'm a little scared to watch now. Next time, when he looks at the camera, will his eyes be like how he looks at food? I find myself worrying about the monkeys in the primate exhibit. This vibe is all wrong. Where's the Huaxia command center? Hurry up and use a hint to ask about his mental state. This is even more worrying than the weirdness. The atmosphere in the barrage was filled with concern. Anyone could see that Chen Xin's mental state was off, but he seemed unaware of it himself. As for the audience outside, they had no idea how this had come to be. Was it the strange things he had consumed that were affecting his nature? At this moment, in the highest strategic meeting room of Huaxia, there was a dead silence. All the senior officials' eyes were fixated on the live broadcast screen, displaying the entire process of Chen Xian's meal without any omissions. Even these individuals, who had been through countless storms and witnessed the tragic fate of many chosen ones, now felt a chill crawling up their spines, their scalps slightly tingling. It was not just killing, it was a kind of tasting and enjoying predation. This brutal and calm combination, which exceeded the bounds of normal combat, brought a psychological shock far beyond an ordinary bloody scene. The commander's brow was tightly knitted, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, the rhythm betraying the heaviness in his heart. He no longer hesitated and decisively ordered, his voice clearly echoing in the quiet meeting room. Use a hint opportunity. Remind him to pay attention to his abnormal mental state. Understood. The command was instantly transmitted and executed. At the entrance of the primate exhibit. As Chen Xian's hand just touched the cold glass door handle, the grand, indifferent prompt sound, which directly acted on his consciousness, exploded in his mind without warning. Mental abnormality. Bloodthirsty tendency. Risk of cognitive contamination. Attention. A few short words, like thunder, and like a bucket of ice water, abruptly woke him from a kind of immersive, almost instinctive state. This is a prompt from the outside? Chen Xin froze, his pupils slightly constricting. My mind has been affected? No. Something was wrong. A late sense of panic instantly seized him. Why have I become so cruel? It was not just about fighting, it was an almost pleasurable desire for devouring itself. That exquisite cutting, tasting, and even savoring. It was the starving ghost talent. That hunger, seemingly stemming from the depths of his soul, had not been satisfied through the repeated act of devouring, but instead, like a fed beast, became increasingly stronger, quietly eroding and distorting his will, pushing him toward a more efficient and direct instinct to feed, while diminishing his humane considerations of means and consequences. As I gain strength through devouring, those strange essences are also contaminating me. This realization sent a chill through his heart. Without hesitation, he immediately brought up his personal panel in his mind. Strength, 34. Speed, 9. Charm, 13. Luck, 12. Intelligence, 25. Rationality, 30. Free attribute points, 51.7961. Without much hesitation, he swiftly thought, and 30 free attribute points were instantly drawn from his reserve, completely invested in the property of rationality. Rationality, 3060. Buzz. An indescribable cool current seemed to flow in from the top of his head, instantly sweeping through his entire sea of consciousness. Like a piece of glass covered in stubborn grease, with thinking stuck like mud, it was thrown into a powerful cleaner. Those chaotic, restless, and bloodthirsty thoughts that were subtly influencing him were washed and peeled away by this powerful rational force, like withering and pulling. His mind had never been so clear, his senses had never been so sharp. The previous state of slightly tipsy with the joy of power growth and devouring completely disappeared, replaced by absolute calmness and fear. Fortunately there was this hint. Chen Xian took a deep breath. The cold air made him even clearer. The pollution has not been eradicated, it is just temporarily suppressed. If I continue to devour recklessly, the accumulated pollution will one day become too much to control, and even a higher rationality may not be able to hold back this beast called hunger. I must be more vigilant in the future, and my rationality attribute must keep up. Just as he was calculating, re-evaluating his state and future strategy. Rustle, crackle. From the dense bushes nearby, there came an extremely slight sound, yet not that of natural wind passing through the branches. Chen Xian's eyes narrowed, immediately pulling away from his thoughts. His sharp gaze scanned the source of the sound. Who? Come out. As his voice roared, 6 black gas tentacles shot out like poised poisonous snakes from the shadow behind him, without any warning, bursting through the bushes in an astonishing speed and precision, curling inward. Oh no! A voice, tender yet filled with shock, suddenly cried out. In the next moment, the tentacle retracted, bringing back something that made Chen Xian daze for a moment. It was a fuzzy, round, clearly black and white panda cub? What made Chen Xian's pupils shrink even more was that this chubby little guy was tied up by the black gas tentacles, flailing wildly in the air, yet when pulled in front of him, it actually spoke clear human words, its voice childish yet filled with a forced arrogance. Let me go. You rude bipedal beast. Do you know who this little lord is? A national first-class protected animal. A national treasure. How dare you kidnap a national treasure? You're finished. Just wait to rot in jail. The 6th rule of the zoo and the 7th rule of the aquarium staff manual, regarding pandas, instantly surfaced clearly in Chen Xian's mind. Zoo Rule 6, due to the Panda Mylan being unwell, the panda exhibit is closed. If a panda is found elsewhere, capture it and inform the staff. Aquarium Rule 7, all animals are dangerous, except for pandas. Help can be sought, but do not rely too much on it. The information was strikingly contrasting. Given the distortion of the zoo rules, Chen Xin made a quick judgment. This chatty panda in front of him was likely harmless to the chosen one and might even provide limited help. Of course, with his current strength, the so-called help would probably be limited to the value of intelligence. Tisk. Chen Xin assessed the black and white ball tied up by the tentacles, temporarily suppressing his curiosity about what panda meat might taste like. Given that you might still be useful, I won't make you a meal yet. So tell me, what do you know about this zoo? TCH. The panda turned its head, its round ears shaking, behaving proudly with a tone full of disdain. You smell like them. Even from 8 distances away I can smell it. Want to pry information from me? No way. Chen Xin immediately understood it was referring to the strange power aura of the zoo system he gained after devouring mutton. A trace of regret flashed through his mind. Had he known this power would act like an identity marker, hindering communication with other forces, he would have acted differently. It should be like stocking snacks, first pack the lamb and take it away, instead of digesting it on the spot. However, what is eaten cannot be spit out. Really won't say? Chen Xin asked again in a flat tone, unable to detect any emotion. Humph. The panda faced him with the back of its head, expressing its resolute unwillingness to surrender through action. Swish. 6 black gas tentacles surrounding it suddenly shrank inward by half a foot, as if receiving a silent command. What's more frightening is that all the tentacles' front ends split open vertically at the same moment, revealing a dense array of spiral teeth, white as bone, like 6 blooming and sinister jaws, completely enveloping the panda in a cage formed by the sharp edges, the stench hitting the face. Now, Chen Xin's voice remained unchanged, just slightly tilting his head as if making a final confirmation. Are you considering it? The air was silent for a second. Ah well. The panda's black and white fur visibly fluffed up, it quickly turned its head, and its small eyes in the dark circles widened in an effort to convey sincerity. I must have lost my sense of smell just now. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. What emanates from you as clearly as righteous spirit. Yes, righteous spirit. At a glance, you are a good person who makes sense. How can a good person harm a lovely national treasure? What do you want to know? Feel free to ask. I, Mylan, guarantee to share everything I know without holding back. Watching the panda in front of him with an attitude that completed a seamless 180 turn, ready to back off, Chen Xin's eye twitched imperceptibly. He silently retracted the splitting tentacles, feeling somewhat speechless. No wonder the aquarium manual specifically emphasizes limited assistance with this fence-sitting personality that changes with the wind. How could it provide stable support? It's likely that if the opponent is strong enough, it could sell itself out in an instant. Panda Mylan was frantically justifying itself in its heart. I'm not being cowardly. I'm following my true feelings. Can following the heart be called cowardice? Chapter 36 Zoo Unexpected Protection. At this moment, on another branch of the bizarre world, American Chosen One Mike was using his former FBI agent's unique sharpness and calmness to untangle the mystery alone. He was the first Chosen One to determine that the zoo printing rules are largely false solely based on his abilities. This was thanks to his A-level talent, Rule Insight. When first encountering the copy, the 3 random rules inspected by the talent in his vision all, without exception, flashed green, representing false. This gift at the start instantly raised his alert level to the maximum. Although the blood-red warning note in the corner of the map is not considered a rule, cannot be directly judged by his talent. But Mike, drawing on years of investigative and behavioral analysis experience, almost immediately made a deduction. The one who left this warning is most likely the aquarium force that desperately denies its existence in the rules. And this warning itself probably does not possess direct malice towards him, and may even be a kind of hint. His gaze firmly locked onto Rule 11, the statement regarding the aquarium does not exist, seemed riddled with flaws in his eyes. If it doesn't exist at all, why emphasize so much and strictly prohibit contact or discussion? He chuckled coldly within, a typical case of there's no silver here at all. It seems that the zoo side is very, very unwilling for us to approach the aquarium. Combining the numerous false rules verified by his talent, a clear hostile outline emerged. The zoo harbors clear malice towards him, or all visitors. So, the enemy's enemy, even if not a friend, is at least a potential information source or temporary ally worth taking risks to contact. The aquarium must be found. However, right now, he had yet to encounter any signs related to the aquarium. Strategy needs adjustment. While searching for clues to the aquarium, he must act according to the identity of a visitor. From these false rules and the contradictions of the real environment, he dug for survival information. His first stop was also the monkey house. Standing outside the building, the 5th rule regarding animals are docile and do not harm humans echoed in his mind. His talent had already marked him as green, false. This meant: first, animals would attack humans. Second, seeking help from Panda Badge staff was not only useless but could make things worse. But behind the solid protective glass, the threat should be controllable. Mike assessed this until his gaze fell on the visitor rules for the monkey house on the wall, especially the first rule about intimate interaction time arrangements. His professional instinct immediately sensed an extreme danger. To have visitors in close contact with known aggressive animals in a confined space? Leave immediately. Almost the moment he understood the rules, this command overwhelmed everything. He hesitated not at all, turning and squeezing out of the crowd as fast as he could, rushing towards the exit. His decisiveness saved him. Just as his foot stepped out of the monkey house door, he heard the click of the lock and the harsh noise of the metal rolling door slamming down behind him. He turned back to see a staff member with an elephant trunk completely sealing the last gap, cutting off the inside from the outside. Mike's heart raced violently, cold sweat soaked his back. Just 1 second to spare. And as the massacre of visitors inside the monkey house began, an unexpected twist occurred. Those who made a different choice than Mike, who went to the convenience store first, and due to mental influence, inadvertently brought along dolphin dolls, found a turning point in absolute peril. When the red-eyed monkey group charged, those originally motionless blue dolls suddenly came to life. The dolls seemed infused with an invisible buoyancy and spirit, no longer just plush toys, but transformed into mini messengers with instincts to guide and protect. They pulled or rather carried the panic-selected individuals, moving through the bloody building in a seemingly erratic manner, yet always managing to narrowly avoid the monkey group's attacks. They glided through the chaos and death like skilled dolphins in a storm, creating a small, fragile space for survival for their bearers. Thanks to this unexpected protection, a significant number of bearers of the dolls miraculously survived the deadly 10-minute activity time. When the rolling door rose again, they escaped in a panicked, blood-stained crawl filled with ultimate fear. The dolphin dolls, a forbidden item from the rival Force Aquarium, clearly banned from being carried into the zoo, surprisingly became a lifeline for some selection group members at a critical moment. Meanwhile, the selected individual from Pickled Vegetable Nation, Park Guo-Chang. After successfully avoiding the death trap of the monkey house with national guidance, he was filled with great fear and anxiety, cautiously moving toward the next large venue on the map, the reptile house. What the hell, this is completely different from what I saw on the live broadcast, he silently cursed in his mind, cold sweat already soaking his clothes. Witnessing the hellish massacre in the monkey house had dealt a devastating blow to his psyche, fear gnawed at the last remnants of his sanity like a boneworm. He felt strange itching deep within his skin, starting from his arms and quickly spreading to his chest and abdomen. He scratched his arms restlessly, but the sensation felt odd. Looking down, Park Guo-Chang suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit, his blood nearly freezing. On the skin of his forearm, a sparse, curly layer of brown fuzz had emerged without him noticing. What is this? He screamed in shock, ripping open his shirt. A scene that made his soul fly out of his body appeared. His abdomen and chest began to sprout the same texture and color of fuzz, though still sparse, the trend of spreading was clear, as if invisible seeds were taking root and sprouting under his flesh. Pollution. He had been bizarrely polluted. Viewers from the Pickled Vegetable Nation outside the livestream, upon seeing this, broke out in cold sweat. What is going on with Park Guo-Chang? Has he been bizarrely polluted? Damn. When exactly was he polluted? Lamb. He ate lamb from the convenience store. The selected ones in other livestreams who ate lamb also showed similar conditions. Why is this happening? Chen Xin from Hua Country ate so much lamb and nothing happened, why are our selected ones being polluted? The comments were crazily conveying fear and unease, while at this moment, as the one experiencing it firsthand, Park Guo-Chang's emotions of terror and anxiety were evidently stronger than any viewers. The ultimate fear shattered the last thread of reason. Park Guo-Chang, like a wounded beast, let out a piercing howl, no longer caring about direction or rules, and began to run wildly and aimlessly along the paths of the park. He just wanted to escape from this cursed place that was starting to devour his body. On the roadside, those in uniforms with various animal characteristics, the staff, all paused their actions and quietly watched his frantic escape. On their faces, a perfect yet chillingly cold, eerie smile appeared, as if they were appreciating a performance destined to end. No. It shouldn't be like this. I clearly followed the rules. I ate lamb, I didn't enter the monkey exhibit, why is this happening? Despairing cries choked in his throat, drowned by intense gasps. Suddenly. Bang! Park Guo-Chang collided hard with a solid transparent object while running, sharp pain shot through his shoulder like a bone fracture, and he lost his balance, heavily falling to the ground. Dizzy and in pain, he struggled to lift his head, looking at the thing blocking his way. It was a rectangular glass display case, roughly a square meter in area and 2 meters high, like a showcase for precious artifacts in a museum. But what was displayed inside was not a specimen of animals. It was a living person. Chapter 37, Zoo, Human Exhibit. The person had a face as pale as paper, with hollow, lifeless eyes, and disheveled hair that couldn't hide the bruises on his forehead from repeated impacts. He seemed to have lost all consciousness and emotion, mechanically tapping his forehead against the glass in front of him again and again. Bang. 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 The sound was dull and rhythmic. Park Guochang's blood ran cold. He trembled and turned his stiff neck, looking around. There was not just one such glass display case. As far as his eyes could see, within the clearing in the forest, along the edges of the bushes, around the corners of the paths, there were densely packed, disorganized yet systematic, at least 50 identical glass display cases. Each case was spaced just enough for one person to pass sideways, like a carefully designed, silent maze. Inside each display case was a person confined. Men and women, old and young, dressed differently yet sharing the same hollow gaze, the same pale complexion, and the same mechanical motion, tapping their heads against the glass. Bang. 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 Huff. The dull banging sounds mixed with unintelligible, faint groans emanating from their throats reverberated and intertwined in this dead silent area. It was not a sound of the human world, it was more like a silent symphony, maddening and rhythmic, coming from the depths of hell, playing the utmost despair. And in the center of the empty space surrounded by all the display cases stood a simple wooden sign. On the sign, written in blood-red paint, crookedly scrawled were 3 large characters enough to shatter the sanity of any sober mind. Human race. At this moment, the words of Rule 2 on the zoo map coldly floated in Pu Guochang's nearly collapsing mind. If you find other animal exhibition halls in the areas not marked on the map, and feel that the animals inside the exhibition hall seemed somewhat abnormal, they cannot leave the exhibition hall on their own. He looked down at the brown fur still slowly growing on his arm, then raised his head to look at the kind knocking on the glass in the display case. His eyes completely lost their light. His figure gradually changed, twisted, and eventually turned into a complete golden monkey. Warning! The chosen one from Pickle Country is dead. The horror story Rain Prayer Village will arrive in an hour. On Chen Xin's side. I've been in this zoo since I can remember. The panda Mylan sat cross-legged on the ground, her posture extremely human-like, her small eyes squinting in the dark circles, speaking nostalgically. This place is great. There's a vast bamboo forest to roll around in, swings, many toys, and every day, bipedal beasts come on time to bring the freshest bamboo shoots and apples. The other bipedal beasts look at me through the glass, their eyes full of envy. Those days were simply wonderful. A genuine look of happiness appeared on her face, but soon, that light dimmed, replaced by a layer of confusion and unease. I thought such happy days would last forever, until about half a year ago. Mylan's voice lowered a bit, her round ears perked up alertly. There was a very strange voice that rang directly in my head. It said, it could give me power, let me leave the panda house, and go wherever I wanted. The condition was to help them, kill all the humans. At that time, all my little complaints about the zoo, like not enough tender bamboo shoots, being disturbed during naps, seemed to instantly become particularly big. And a cool, strange power drilled into my body. From that day on, I discovered that I could actually understand human speech and even speak it. She scratched her round head, seemingly still finding it hard to believe. As a panda, I can speak human language. You guys say, can this count as a special talent, to get my country's protection level raised a bit? A special grade or something? Ahem, Chen Xin cleared his throat, get to the point. Oh. Mylan came back to her senses, her expression becoming serious again. Because I live quite well here, I don't have much resentment towards the zoo, that voice didn't really tempt me. But, the other animals went completely mad. She shrank her neck, as if recalling a terrifying scene. They somehow broke free from their cages and the restraints of the venues, and a terrifying power erupted from them, starting to chase the bipedal beasts everywhere. Perhaps because I'm also considered an animal, they didn't actively come after me, but I can't guarantee they will never do that. So I quietly hid away. This mess lasted for about more than a month, Mylan continued, then I met some different bipedal beasts. They were wearing clothes I had never seen before, with a strange blue pattern on their chest that looked a bit like a fish. They seemed to have special powers too, and could use that power to block those crazy animals. One of them was startled when he found me. We chatted briefly, and when he figured out I wasn't with the crazy animals, he asked me for help. Mylan's black eyes gazed into the void, her tone carrying a rare seriousness. He said everything they did was to bring the zoo back to its original state. I really want everything to go back. Because after those animals took charge, no one remembers to bring me good food on time. The bamboo shoots have gone old. The last sentence revealed the core motive, but she quickly cleared her throat and returned to the main topic. So, I secretly provided them with a little help, like which small path is safe, and which animals have been wandering around recently. But I must be especially careful not to let the other animals find out, otherwise they will definitely take me down too. The result is, I can't even go back to my own panda house, and I've been hiding here and there in the zoo. Chapter 38 Zoo. How many plates of octopus balls could this make? After recounting a long experience, Mylan's expression drooped completely, and it looked pitifully at Chen Xin, with a few drops of crystal tears flowing from the corners of its mouth. I've told everything I know. It tried to make its voice sound more pathetic. Can I have some of that popcorn to taste? Just a little. Chen Xin, who was eating popcorn, paused his movements. After scratching his head and thinking for a few seconds, he pushed the remaining half bucket of popcorn to Panda Mylan. Here. Seeing this, Panda Mylan immediately hugged the popcorn bucket and started pouring it into its mouth, clearly starving. They had now moved to a warehouse of the convenience store, as technically, this panda was still wanted by the staff, and standing on the big road chatting wasn't very realistic. As for the staff in the convenience store, they had been handled by Chen Xin in advance. As the panda provided a crucial piece of the puzzle within the entire instance, the truth of this zoo instance began to gradually surface in Chen Xin's mind. Rule 6. Do not attempt to seek, understand, or contact the him that has been obscured. This warning replayed clearly in Chen Xin's mind from the manual of the Oceanarium. Combining with Panda Mylan's narrative, the clues became clear enough that existence which whispered to the animals 6 months ago, spreading power and madness, was the unspeakable of this instance. Finding and eliminating him is probably the ultimate path to a 5-star rating. He recalled Zhou Mingyu's advice on the train: only higher ratings could take him farther. But he was by no means reckless. The larger the instance, the deeper the potential dangers. So far, the opponents encountered had not exceeded expectations. This kind of smoothness felt more like an undercurrent beneath a calm sea, ringing alarm bells in his heart. Directly challenging the source? That would be seeking death. The current priority was to accumulate advantages along safer clues. He patted the popcorn crumbs off his hands and stood up decisively. Hey! Where are you going? Panda Mylan suddenly pulled its head from the empty popcorn bucket, with a few caramel bits stuck to its lips, and asked vaguely. Going to your home. Chen Xin replied tersely. The panda house? What for? Mylan blinked its black eyes. I'm telling you, all the fresh bamboo shoots there have been eaten clean, not a single one left. It's no use going. Not going to find food. Chen Xin opened the door leading to the street, and the afternoon sunlight mixed with the unique smell of the zoo rushed in. I'm going to find the way. The way to the Oceanarium. He turned his head. Do you want to come along? Oceanarium? Mylan's ears perked up, seemingly weighing the decision. It glanced at the puddle of not fully congealed dark red liquid on the floor, then looked back up at Chen Xin. This biped did indeed carry the unsettling aura of him, but their style of action was completely different from those crazy animals. Even, they had given it popcorn. There. It tentatively asked, with a hint of careful expectation belonging to a national treasure, is there bamboo to eat? No. Chen Xin answered straightforwardly, but there is a good chance there's fish. Fish. Mylan licked its lips. As a panda that was originally of the carnivorous bear family, fish was indeed on its menu, though the taste was far less satisfying than fresh bamboo shoots. It looked at the empty popcorn bucket, then back at this biped whom it thought seemed wild. Sigh, it hugged its round belly and sighed with a tone full of weariness. I guess I'm the most miserable level 1 protected animal in history. Deal. Chen Xin wore it, not out of sympathy. The panda exhibit was located deep in the zoo, and to reach it, one had to cross nearly half of the perilous park. This black and white ball, which had successfully hidden for half a year amidst a raging beast tide, was itself a living, high-priority danger zone map. With it as a guide, countless unnecessary troubles and fights could be avoided. One needed a guide to delve into danger, while the other required a long-term ticket for food and safety. Each took what they needed, just right. In the convenience store, the temporary alliance between Chen Xin and the panda Mylan was just established when sudden, piercing screams and chaotic escape sounds burst forth outside, crashing the brief calm like a wave. Chen Xin frowned. Is someone from the zoo at the door? Just as he wanted to approach the door, a sudden change occurred. Crash, boom. The convenience store's massive glass door exploded with a bang. Crystal shards poured inward like a violent rain, and a twisted, mangled male corpse, spraying blood wildly, was violently hurled inside, crashing against the cashier's counter with a sickening thud. The corpse was carrying a backpack, its chest completely caved in, blood streaming from all orifices, eyes wide open in intense fear. Seeing that Chen Xin was completely absorbed by the chaos outside, the panda Mylan's small, dark eyes rolled slyly, landing on the colorful, attractively packaged snacks on the nearby shelf. On its round face, a mischievous and expectant grin slowly spread, making even its ears twitch with joy. Hee. You're not eating? Then, they're all mine. Seizing the opportunity. Seeing Chen Xin with his back turned, its whole round body, filled with a surprising agility and determination that didn't match its size, suddenly pounced towards the nearest shelf. Crash. The shelf fell with a loud noise, and the mountain of chips, cookies, chocolates, jelly, cascaded down like a colorful waterfall, instantly burying this culprit panda completely, leaving only a pile of crinkling wrappers. Seconds later. Puff! A small mound was pushed up at the top of the snack pile, as the furry, black and white head of Melon, dusted with cookie crumbs, struggled to emerge. It shook its head, tossing off a few chips, its small eyes sparkling with excitement and the thrill of successful sneaking. Then, one of its front paws reached out from the mountain of snacks, and surprisingly, it was firmly holding a cold metallic canister it had never seen before. The canister had patterns and words it didn't understand, and when shaken, it made a soft sound from the liquid inside. Ha! Melon lifted the canister to its eyes, tilting its head, its black nose curiously sniffing close, the expression filled with pure confusion and eagerness to explore. What is this? It smells a bit strange. It clumsily scratched at the pull tab with its paw. Is it a drink? The sound of breaking glass allowed the external turmoil to sweep in without barrier. Help! Is anyone coming to save us? Staff! Where did the staff go? Monster! It's a monster! Run! Chen Xin instantly darted to the wall beside the door, his gaze sharpening as he scanned outside. What lay before him was no longer of this world. The main path of the zoo had turned into a chaotic canvas splashed with crimson paint. Blood flowed freely on the ground, splattering onto the greenery and signs. And the one responsible for all this was an octopus. A terrifying giant creature, over 3 meters long, that definitely should not exist in a land zoo. Its massive, round body showed an unnatural gray-purple matte finish, and 8 tentacles thicker than a man's thighs were not floating in water, but were rhythmically touching the ground with their hooked suckers, supporting its enormous body to move swiftly on land. Moving precisely, the posture was so strange it sent chills down the spine. A tentacle lashed out like a giant whip, its hooked end easily wrapping around a rushing man and twisting casually, crack. The chilling sound of bones breaking echoed, and the man was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing hard onto the roof of a sightseeing bus. Another tentacle shot out like lightning, ensnaring a woman attempting to fight back with an umbrella and lifting her into the air. Below the octopus's body, a funnel-shaped organ suddenly contracted, spewing forth a large, viscous, inky black stinking liquid, splattering all over the woman. She didn't even have time to scream before being casually discarded onto the ground, convulsing a couple of times before going still. Oh my, such a huge octopus? Even Chen Xin, who had seen much, felt waves of shock in his heart at this moment. How many plates of octopus balls could this make? At the same time, rules and regulations flashed in his mind. Rule 10: This zoo is a terrestrial zoo, there are no marine animal exhibits. If you discover marine creatures that can move freely on land, please remain calm and quickly hide in the nearest animal exhibit hall. The animals in the exhibit hall will provide shelter for you. Is this what the rules mean by marine creatures that can move freely on land? Chen Xin narrowed his eyes, observing the scene of this giant beast rampaging with cool determination, quickly correcting his previous conclusion. My judgment may have been a bit off. This thing doesn't seem like one of us from the aquarium. Chapter 39: Zoo is the panda drinking? From the intel about the Panda Mylan, it was known that the aquarium was built by humans to combat rampaging animals. And this octopus before him was clearly indiscriminately slaughtering tourists. As if to confirm his guess, around the corner of a path, 5 staff members in zoo uniforms, clearly bearing animal features, dashed out. They brandished large tranquilizer guns, showing no hesitation as they fired at the octopus. Whoosh! 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 Multiple tranquilizer darts struck the octopus's thick skin, but it was as if they had struck tough rubber, failing to penetrate even a little, and fell to the ground. The attack wasn't just ineffective, it entirely enraged this giant beast. Swish! Swish! 2 tentacles struck in a barely visible flurry, and the sharp, beak-like mouthpart in the center of the tentacles suddenly lunged out, piercing through the bodies of 2 staff members like the sharpest spear. As the tentacles retracted, they speared the staff together like candied hawthorns, lifting them high into the air, blood pouring profusely down the tentacles. Looks like they're not from the zoo camp either. Chen Xin concluded. This octopus was like an independent, uncontrollable third-party killing machine. Just then, the giant octopus in the middle of the street, its cold, indifferent eye, like the deep sea, slowly turned, scanning the slaughterhouse it controlled. Then, without warning, its movements completely froze. All the tentacles hovered in midair, the ink-spouting funnel tightened, and the 8 limbs stiffened as if receiving the strongest signal, all pointing precisely in the same direction. At the convenience store entrance, Chen Xin, who was eating melon. Chen Xin was taken aback. A cold, sticky, and deadly sense of crisis, as if locked onto by a natural enemy, pierced through his spine straight to his brain like a physical ice cone. He could even hear a kind of silent, greedy, and eager hiss whisper in the air, directly affecting his psyche. The next moment, the octopus released all the prey it had captured, its huge body's muscles bulging, and the 8 tentacles sprang up like springs compressed to the limit, suddenly pushing off the ground. Bang! The ground trembled slightly. That over 3-meter-long gray-purple giant shadow, like a cannonball, tore through the air, ignoring all other targets on the road. At a terrifying speed, it charged straight towards the convenience store, towards Chen Xin, ready to devour. What the hell? Chen Xin only had time to yell a curse. This melon, how did it end up on my head while I was eating? Want to kill me? Do you think I'm an easy target? In an instant, 6 tentacles formed from black gas opened wide, revealing small, sharp fangs, entangled with the 8 tentacles that were attacking him. The sharp fangs pierced the surface skin of the tentacles, dark blue blood oozing out, almost dyeing all 8 of the octopus's tentacles blue. But those tiny wounds healed almost instantaneously. With a surge of strength, the octopus's tentacles forced the 6 black gas tentacles to explode, shattering them into black mist. Seeing this, Chen Xin's face turned a bit grim. This giant octopus is stronger than I thought. His palm slightly sweated from gripping the broken knife tightly, but with 60 points of sanity, it was as solid as ice, firmly suppressing the rising fear and anxiety. The black gas surged again, condensing into new tentacles for harassment attacks, buying him precious time to think. He quickly scanned his mental attribute panel. Strength, 34. Speed, 9. Charm, 13. Luck, 12. Intelligence, 25. Sanity, 60. Free attribute points, 21.7961. Besides the intangible charm and luck, my current fatal shortcoming is speed. He thought swiftly, putting all remaining attribute points into speed could triple it, but, against such a large creature, being just fast might not mean much. More troublesome was the target itself. The octopus has 3 hearts, distributed within its massive soft body. Chen Xin only had a vague understanding of its physiological structure. Even up close, the success rate of accurately destroying all hearts in a limited time was less than 20%. Once he missed, he would instantly fall into the deadly entanglement of the 8 tentacles, where even the fastest speed would be of no escape. Running away? That was equally unpredictable. He wasn't sure of this land octopus's maximum speed. Turning around and exposing his back to a predator was extremely risky. At this critical tactical stalemate. Gulp, you should try this too, it's really good, he. A shaky, slurring voice came from behind him. He saw the panda Mylan, left paw clutching a freshly opened bucket of popcorn, right paw holding a half-empty beer can, staggering from the rubble of the convenience store, her round face flushed, eyes dazed. Chen Xin looked at this drunken national treasure, and black lines appeared on his forehead. This panda is actually drinking? Mylan's unfocused vision finally settled on the terrifying giant shadow ahead. The alcohol seemed to sober her up a bit, and she pointed in fear at the octopus. Oh, my god. A giant monster. She blinked, the double vision before her confusing her even more. Still 2. No, it seems like 3, how did it turn into 4 again? What is this gulp? Seeing her about to drift off again, Chen Xin panicked, yanked her in, and shook her vigorously, also giving her a few playful slaps. Hey! Wake up! Don't sleep. Think of a way. How to deal with this thing. Perhaps the pain and shaking had an effect. Mylan's pupils momentarily refocused. She stared at the looming octopus, overwhelmed with drunkenness and lingering fear, muttering hurriedly. Go to the lion park, those angry big cats should be able to take it down, but you have to be careful, they are not easy. Targets, gulp, targets are really tasty, he. After delivering this crucial information, her last bit of wakefulness seemed to vanish, her head drooping, and she leaned on Chen Xin, falling into a deep sleep, mumbling incoherently about directions. Go forward first, to that reptile museum, turn left, then keep going, you'll get there. There was no time to verify or weigh options. A decisive look flashed in Chen Xin's eyes, and all 21 points of free attribute were unhesitatingly poured into speed. A light, explosive heat flow instantly surged into his legs. He no longer hesitated, bending down to hoist the deeply sleeping panda, Mylan, still clutching the popcorn bucket, onto his shoulder. He turned in the direction Mylan had pointed, unleashing the speed he had just gained with all his might. Whoosh! His figure shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, leaving only a shadow and a cloud of dust behind. Behind him, the giant octopus, having lost its target, let out a silent roar, its 8 tentacles wildly dancing, moving with a speed unmatched to its massive body, thundering into action, pursuing relentlessly. A mad chase of speed and death unfolded on the main road of the zoo. Chen Xin, carrying the panda, became a blurry black shadow, swiftly weaving through the screams and scattering crowd, while behind him loomed the terrifying blue-blood giant shadow, crushing all obstacles and getting closer. Chapter 40, Zoo, The Giant's March. This strange octopus had already firmly stepped into the realm of C-class anomalies, something Chen Xin confirmed the moment they engaged. However, along with the fear, an uncontrollable excitement and burning desire unexpectedly surged within him. Last time, consuming a piece of the sister, C-class, allowed his hungry ghost ability to leap from E to D. This octopus before him, although its talent did not directly indicate can be enhanced, but that immense vitality and strange energy were like a top-tier cake giving off a deadly aroma, continually stirring Chen Xian's soul's deep-seated devouring instinct. If devouring a C-class can evolve an E-class talent. He dashed through the raging wind with the panda on his shoulder, while his mind rapidly worked through cold calculations. Then my current talent is D-class, and to evolve again, the level of nourishment needed must be B-class? This deduction made his heartbeat quicken. If the C-class octopus was this troublesome, how terrifying could the B-class presence hidden deeper in the zoo be? But risk and opportunity always coexist. Devouring it might just be the key to opening the next stage of power. Whoosh whoosh. The octopus's pursuit speed was clearly faster, the dull thudding sound of its tentacles hitting the ground like the drumbeat of death, growing closer. By all accounts, Chen Xin should have been caught by now. The turning point lay in the loyal zoo staff. Along the way, numerous staff members dressed in uniforms and bearing animal traits rushed out from all corners, attempting to block the octopus with their bodies and makeshift weapons. They were like moths drawn to a flame, instantly smashed, pierced, and dissolved by the octopus's frenzied tentacles. The sacrifice of these cannon fodder was not entirely without value. Every time they intercepted like moths to a flame, it forced the octopus to pause or change direction, as if it were stuck in a quagmire, slowing its pursuit just enough. It was this momentary gap earned by their lives that allowed Chen Xian to struggle on, continuing to flee wildly towards the lion exhibit that the panda had indicated. It seems that those animal entities locked in the official exhibition halls cannot leave their territory at will. Chen Xian observed amidst the bumps, realizing in his heart, otherwise, the pursuers wouldn't only be these transformable and evidently weaker staff members. This might be part of the rules, or perhaps a certain limitation. In any case, this became his only chance for survival. He gritted his teeth, pushing the strengthened 30 points of speed to the limit, transforming into a shadow carrying the black and white bundle, racing madly on the bloody and panicked zoo path. The shadow behind him grew ever larger, the sound of tentacles slicing through the air now close at hand. Just as Chen Xian felt his lungs burning and the pressure behind him nearly pressed against his back, a large venue finally appeared ahead. However, when he saw the rusted sign at the entrance, his heart sank. The elephant exhibit. Damn! Chen Xian couldn't help but curse aloud. Glanced at the snoring panda, Milan, on his shoulder, this unreliable black and white ball. Can't even remember the name of the venue? But now, turning back was impossible, the sound of slicing air and the smell of blood showed that the octopus was close at hand. With a dead horse treating it as a live horse, he had no choice. Gritting his teeth, he dashed into the open entrance of the elephant house. Almost at the very moment his figure vanished into the shadows of the house, the huge gray-blue octopus crashed through the doorframe, chasing right after him. The light inside the house was dim, filled with the heavy smell of grass and wild beasts. Chen Xian steadied himself. Roar! A roar filled with rage echoed like thunder in the empty hall. Immediately, a massive, shadowy foot, accompanied by a fierce wind, smashed down brutally towards the spot where he had just stood. Chen Xian reacted with utmost speed, adrenaline soaring. He rolled aside just in time to narrowly avoid disaster. Bang! The elephant's foot hit the ground, causing a violent tremor, with fragments flying, leaving a clear pit behind. Chen Xian, still shaken, looked up, his pupils contracting sharply. Before him was an African elephant, so large it defied logic, with eyes as red as blood. Its body was like a moving mountain of muscle, skin rough as rock, and its long trunk swung wildly. An ordinary adult African elephant weighs about 5 to 8 tons, but this monster before him, Chen Xian bet, definitely surpassed 20 tons. Even more despairing was that in the dark depths of the hall, there were 3 more of these red-eyed giants. Their heavy breathing sounded like a bellows, and 4 pairs of blood-red eyes now fixated on the intruder, Chen Xian. Almost simultaneously, the giant octopus that had dashed in alongside him also halted in its tracks. Its waving tentacles froze mid-air, the cold mane sweeping over Chen Xian before slowly turning to the 4 red-eyed elephants, like prehistoric beasts. The air seemed to solidify. All its menacing presence instantly deflated, the tentacles awkwardly began to retract, the mane showing a nearly embarrassed expression, and its massive body began to subtly slink back towards the doorway. If it could speak, it would probably say, "You all chat, I'll be leaving now. Sorry to intrude." It wanted to sneak off, but it was too late. One of the closest red-eyed giants, eyes flashing with ferocity, abruptly lunged forth with surprising speed, like an out-of-control heavy tank charging at them. A massive front foot precisely stepped down on the slick tentacle ends of the octopus that couldn't retract in time. Splat! Slime sprayed everywhere. The octopus cried out in pain, its instincts driving it to escape and retaliate, but the giant elephant's razor-sharp tusks struck viciously beneath its body, lifting and hooking. Swoosh! The gigantic octopus was lifted into the air, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily into the center of the elephant herd. The next moment, the brutal giant stampede began. Bang! Thud! Boom! Elephant legs rose and fell like giant pillars, each stomp causing the entire venue to tremble. The octopus let out a silent psychic shriek, struggling wildly, ink spraying like a fountain, its tentacles thrashing and wrapping around, even crack, a few times, desperately snapping off some rushing tusks, its sharp beak driving into the elephant's thick skin. This resistance did inflict some damage, but against overwhelming force, weight, and numbers, it was hardly effective. The four red-eyed giants bore down like merciless hydraulic machines, surrounding the central blue mass, carrying out the most primal, brutal punishment. The sounds of shells cracking, flesh being crushed, and bones breaking filled the air continuously. When the elephant herd finally ceased trampling and slowly dispersed, all that remained was a pile of indistinguishable, mixed bluish and dark red meat paste, along with a few broken tentacles that still twitched slightly. The once mighty C-class bizarre giant octopus. In just a few minutes, they were brutally torn apart and trampled into a pulp by a more violent and larger existence. A few red-eyed elephants huffed and puffed, swinging their long trunks, covered in mucus and blood, their blood-red eyes scanning the hall once more, searching for the little snack that had first intruded. However, apart from themselves, the remains of the octopus, and the rising dust, the hall was already empty. As the elephant herd's attention was completely captivated by the octopus, throwing them into a chaotic frenzy of attacks, Chen Xin had already carried the panda, quietly sticking to the shadows near the wall, and swiftly slipped towards the staff exit on the other side of the venue. Chapter 41, Zoo, Minors are prohibited from drinking alcohol. Ha ha ha. It worked. This time it really worked. Chen Xin looked like a madman who had just hit the jackpot, tightly clutching a fresh, writhing octopus tentacle, over half a meter long, as he dashed wildly down the main street of the zoo, his face full of uncontrollable joy. Passers-by looked over, watching this young man running while holding a suspicious seafood, exchanging glances that said, "Isn't he the one who escaped from the mental hospital next door?" He rushed into a secluded, abandoned storage room and locked the door behind him, then carefully placed the trophy on the ground. The tentacle was still writhing with strong vitality. Chen Xin looked at this top-tier ingredient, exuding a rich oceanic smell and sea-level strange vibrations, and tears of emotion flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. He skillfully picked up the sinister, swirling broken knife. This blade, which once represented vengeance and protection in the last dungeon, now mostly served as a portable outdoor barbecue grill in Chen Xin's hands. With great care, he sliced off a large, crystal-clear piece of meat from the thickest part of the tentacle, which seemed to be trembling slightly. The crimson aura flickered like flames, licking the meat, and the strange aroma mixed with a charred scent quickly spread throughout the storage room. Slurp. How fragrant. Beside him, the panda Melan, sprawled on the ground, sniffed the air, sat up groggily, and let out a long burp that smelled of fruit wine. Shaking its round head, as the drunkenness faded, it opened its sleepy eyes and immediately locked onto the juicy, sizzling octopus meat on Chen Xin's knife. Wow. Its eyes lit up instantly, stumbling over, "You really are a person of taste. You even prepared afternoon tea for me." Before it finished speaking, a shadow flashed by, accurately wrapping around one of its ankles and rudely flipping it upside down. Woo. Woo woo. Another tentacle followed closely, directly giving it a physical gag combo. Chen Xin leisurely blew on the barbecued meat, glancing at the black and white ball struggling helplessly in the air, and declared solemnly, "TCH, minors are prohibited from drinking alcohol. Do you know that you've committed a crime? This is a punishment. You have no part in this." With that, he took a big, satisfying bite. Devouring sea-level weirdness, part. Free attribute points plus 10. Devouring sea-level weirdness, part. Free attribute points plus 10. Sounds of notifications rang like celestial music in his mind, as a surge of pure power flowed through his limbs. Chen Xin ate with a broad smile, his mouth full of oil, feeling that nothing could be more fulfilling than this in life. Melan, hanging to the side, watched the slowly shrinking barbecued meat. Tears were almost flowing out. This time it was from her eyes. In a live broadcasting room in Japan, Zhou Tiaolian stood at the entrance of the Sunshine convenience store, not daring to enter recklessly. He closed his eyes, his talents silently activating future reasoning. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes, his gaze calm. The deduction showed that entering within a short time posed no direct life danger. He stepped into the store. Unlike Chen Xin's earlier shopping scene, the shelves were relatively organized at this moment. He was not there for food. After witnessing the hellish scene in the monkey exhibit, he held the highest vigilance towards the rules. The continuous simulations of death in places like the reptile house made him fully aware of reality. The conventional animal exhibits on the map were all carefully arranged traps, aimed at luring and killing tourists. The way to survive was certainly not about sightseeing. The core path to life must be hidden in the gaps of contradictory rules, especially regarding the aquarium. His brain raced. If all printed rules are untrustworthy, then safety at night is a lie. After dark, the zoo is likely to turn into a true den of monsters. It was already 2 in the afternoon. He had to find the way out before night fell. His goal was clear: to seek out and contact the aquarium forces. The convenience store was the place most directly linked to the aquarium clues in the map's rules. Rule 8 mentions that staff may recommend other meats. Rule 9 mentions that dolphin toys may appear. These 2 points could very likely be potential pathways to connect with aquarium staff. I must first confirm their stance. If they are hostile to the zoo and have no strong malice against the chosen one, they could become temporary allies, or at least sources of information. Kojo Ren's thoughts were clear. At this moment, a female staff member approached, with a panda pattern embroidered on her chest and a pair of white rabbit ears atop her head, wearing a professional smile. Kojo Ren closed his eyes once more. Future segment loading. You directly ask about the aquarium. The staff's expression suddenly changes, panicked and flustered. She vehemently denies it, claiming aquarium personnel are sent by competitors to cause trouble. You press for details. Simulation ends. Kojo Ren opened his eyes in reality, and before the staff member could say welcome, he stepped in first, gazing directly at her, and spoke in a calm but undeniable tone. Excuse me, how do I get to the aquarium? The staff member's formulaic smile instantly stiffened, her pupils constricted, revealing a hint of undeniable panic. She quickly managed her expression, but her tone was unnaturally strained. A aquarium? You must be joking, sir. We are a zoo, there is no aquarium here. Those who claim to be aquarium staff are just our owner's business rivals sent to spread rumors and cause trouble. If you see them, please be sure to inform our staff. Kojo Ren remained calm, but a judgment had formed in his mind. He activated his ability once more. Future segment loading. You continue to apply pressure, pressing for details. The staff's eyes briefly flashed with harshness and anxiety. The conflict escalates, you grapple with each other. You barely manage to maintain your ground through skill and calmness, showing no signs of defeat. Simulation ends. Chapter 42, The Zoo Mutation. From the 2 simulations, the information was clear. 1. The existence of the aquarium is a taboo that could cause panic among zoo personnel. 2. The other side could potentially attack, but he was not without the strength to fight back. Kojo Ren quickly assessed in his mind. The rabbit-eared staff member in front of him was likely an unusual creature, but weak in power. From the beginning of the zoo's scenario until now, these monsters seem to have been physically modified and enhanced, rather than being things like pollution. From a certain perspective, this was beneficial for the chosen one. After all, in rule-based ghost stories, silent pollution is the deadliest, it can make you die without even knowing how. This judgment eased his tense nerves slightly, but it was far from time to relax. He did not plan to act rashly. Gaining the upper hand for a moment did not indicate victory. Should a fight attract other staff members, or trigger even more unknown rules, the consequences would be unimaginable. Future reasoning, his talent was indeed powerful, but a mere 3 seconds of simulation could not encompass all the complex future branches. In times of insufficient information, caution was the best strategy. He sighed internally, abandoning the idea of directly pressing the other party for information about the aquarium. He hadn't really expected this approach to succeed anyway. However, he did not leave. I'll browse around a bit more and buy something. Kojo Ren explained in a flat tone. As if truly just a picky customer, he began to pace slowly among the shelves, his eyes casually sweeping over the products. Since it seemed that as long as he did not do anything outrageous, staying inside the convenience store was relatively safe, this was a stable observation point and a transfer station to avoid unknown risks in the park. Rather than blindly rushing into the next unknown area, it was better to gather as much information as possible here. After all, although the aquarium staff had not appeared yet, it did not mean they would not arrive later. The store clerk saw that he seemed to have given up questioning and ignored him, turning to organize the stock in the back. The shelves were filled with a dazzling array of food, including piles of lamb products and blue soda, alongside other normally packaged snacks. Hunger hit him in waves due to intense thinking and tightly stretched nerves. He had been in the instance for over 6 hours without a drop to drink. However, when his gaze passed over the food, he felt only vigilance. Rule 7 clearly marked lamb and soda as free unlimited supply, and this itself was a huge red warning. Even though seemingly ordinary snacks were not safe until their origins and nature were clarified. He would never easily put anything from this place into his mouth unless he was completely out of options, on the line between life and death. The mentality of luck is the deadliest poison in the rules of the bazaar, and being responsible for one's own life means eliminating all unnecessary risks. I need to hold on longer, he calculated calmly. The instance had just started, and he might have to endure until tomorrow, or even longer. Physical strength was a reality that had to be considered. Ultimately, his gaze landed on several individually packaged, well-sealed chocolate bars. This high-energy, easy-to-carry food, with relatively simple packaging, theoretically had a lower chance of tampering, although he still remained skeptical. After weighing the options, he quickly took a few bars and silently stuffed them into the inner pocket of his coat for emergency use. Just as he completed this action and was about to look away. Bang! The convenience store door was suddenly slammed open with brute force, the wind chimes on the doorframe making a piercing noise. A figure stumbled in, crashing heavily onto the shiny floor. Kojuren instantly turned his head, his gaze like lightning shooting forward. The newcomer was dressed in a uniform similar to the staff's, but the badge on his chest was a dolphin. Is he from the aquarium? However, Kojuren's pupils constricted sharply upon seeing the person's face. That did not look like a normal person. His body seemed to have lost all skeletal support, collapsing limply on the floor, like a bag filled with liquid. His arms and legs dangled at odd angles, twisted like cooked noodles, swaying slightly with his labored breaths. His hair was pitifully sparse, large patches of scalp exposed, and the skin showing was an unnatural, wet pink, gleaming with a disturbing, slimy sheen reminiscent of certain deep-sea creatures. He looked terrible, each breath accompanied by a wheezing sound. This was not how a healthy aquarium employee should look. This looked more like a kind of failure, or a terrible halfway state of transformation. Kojuren looked at the writhing mass on the ground, its form collapsing, and felt his scalp tingle, a strong sense of physiological discomfort and crisis gripping his heart. There was no time to hesitate, he immediately shut his eyes and activated his talent. Future fragment loading. You cautiously approached that writhing mass. His murky, deeply sunk eyes in the soft flesh captured your presence. He swallowed hard, making an extremely difficult, muffled sound. Do you need protection? You gave an affirmative answer. He seemed to want to say something more. Lips moved. The simulation ended. Qiu Tianlian suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. There was no direct intention to attack. This was the core conclusion drawn from the simulation. But the other party's current state was like a candle swaying in the wind, about to go out. How many seconds could the remaining sanity hold on? He had to seize the time. Are you from the aquarium? Qiu Tianlian suppressed the chill in his heart, stepping forward, keeping his voice as steady as possible. The soft mass heard the voice, struggling to twist its head position, two eyes, almost submerged in gray-white flesh, moved laboriously, finally focusing on Qiu Tianlian. You are a visitor? The voice came through as if from behind a thick, soaked cotton, muffled and distorted, but Qiu Tianlian understood it clearly. Yes. I want to seek refuge at the aquarium. Qiu Tianlian spoke directly. This was key to verifying the simulation and obtaining information. Can you tell me the way there? Those sunken eyes fixed tightly on Qiu Tianlian, as if rapidly judging something, or struggling against some crazy instinct inside. After a brief, suffocating silence, he squeezed out a few words intermittently. Night Panda House Bamboo Forest Enter. Each word was like being pulled out of a thick mud, accompanied by the unnatural swelling of his body. His body, like a soft-bodied creature, started to bulge and stretch in certain parts, things under the skin wriggling uneasily. Plop. A small blue-covered booklet slipped out from the seam of his uniform, almost merging with his body, and fell to the ground. Then, a more horrifying change occurred. Puff. A few soft sounds, and four slippery, pink fleshy appendages suddenly shot out from his shoulders and side. They twisted and stretched in the air without consciousness, thickening and lengthening at a visible speed. At the same time, the tips of his limbs, which could barely still be recognized, rapidly fused together, 5 fingers merging into one. The outer layer thickened and hardened, surprisingly forming a hard, beak-like structure similar to that of birds or marine creatures in mere seconds. No, don't go out, don't go out. His voice suddenly became sharp and chaotic, filled with pain and some kind of impending madness, the last bit of human clarity in his eyes flickering like a candle in the wind, violently swaying, quickly fading away. The dam of reason was about to completely collapse. Qiu Tianlian's heart screamed in alarm. He couldn't stay any longer. He reacted quickly, snatched up the blue booklet from the ground, which might be a crucial clue, and without hesitation, turned and sprinted toward the convenience store door. Just as he was about to reach for the doorknob. Click. The door connecting to the back warehouse of the convenience store suddenly pushed open from the inside. Hello, would you like to try our newly arrived lamb? What the hell? The rabbit-eared clerk, carrying a full box of lamb and humming a tune as she came from the warehouse, froze, her professional smile completely solidifying and twisting into sheer terror the moment she saw the scene inside the store. What she saw was the terrifying mass on the ground, having completely mutated and swollen nearly twice its size, lunging towards her direction as if thrown by an invisible force. No! Transformed completely into numerous slippery and powerful appendages, like a predatory octopus, it instantly wrapped around the clerk's head and neck, the terrifying strength tightening. A gurgle. In the clerk's desperate, brief cry and the sound of bones cracking under unbearable strain, her scream abruptly ceased. Her head exploded. Qiu Tianlian didn't even look back to confirm. The sickening sound and the heavy smell of blood that quickly spread told him everything that had happened behind him. He yanked open the convenience store door and charged outside into the still noisy, yet perilous park. He did not follow the instruction on the Zoo map to seek shelter in the exhibition hall when in danger. God knows what was waiting for him in those exhibition halls. He scanned his surroundings quickly and locked onto an inconspicuous, low storage room nearby, stacked with cleaning tools. He lowered his body and rushed over as fast as he could, slipping inside and gently closing the door behind him. In the cramped, dim space filled with dust and the smell of disinfectant, Zhou Tialian leaned against the cold iron wall, his chest heaving heavily, trying to calm his rapid breaths and the pounding of his heart after running. In his hand, a blue booklet stained with an unknown sticky substance bore a faint title in the soft light seeping through the crack of the door: Aquarium External Staff Manual. The danger was temporarily kept outside the door, while the true mystery and a way out perhaps rested in his hands. After carefully studying all the terms in the Aquarium External Staff Manual, Zhou Tialian fell into a brief contemplation. He chose not to continue risking exploration outside but decided to use this relatively hidden storage room as a temporary refuge, concealing all his presence, like a patient hunter, quietly lying in wait for the only allowed time to enter the aquarium, the nighttime. Meanwhile, after enjoying iron plate octopus, Chen Xin also sneaked into an abandoned small house not far from the panda exhibit, accompanied by a noisy national treasure that had not eaten its grilled meal. One person and one bear sat still in the silence, patiently waiting for the hidden path to the unknown to open. At this moment, within the zoo copy, the remaining selected individuals were few, about 15 or 16 people left. The brutal elimination made the survivors finally realize that blindly running around was tantamount to suicide. They began to actively seek out the aquarium staff wearing dolphin badges, hoping to grasp what might be the only lifeline. However, the process of seeking this way out was also fraught with danger, as many selected individuals inexplicably fell during contact. In the end, only a few lucky ones successfully obtained critical information about the midnight bamboo forest, and they all hid away, suffering in fear and anticipation as they waited. Yet, among this group of either nervous or desperate selected individuals, there was a complete anomaly: the weirdo from Curry Country. That's right, the one who confidently believed at the start that not entering the park means completing the game. Incredible as it was, he had somehow made it this far. The audience outside was equally puzzled. This person seemed to instinctively avoid all venues, successfully dodging many early dangers. But the problem was, he did nothing. Neither exploring nor considering the rules, it was as if he had entered a large park, diving into a pure sightseeing mode. They just want me to enter and then escape, right? At this moment, this selected individual was lounging on a bench not far from the inner side of the zoo's main gate, legs crossed, proud of his wisdom. Wait until it's almost dark, then I'll just step out. Isn't that completing the escape? I'm truly a genius. He completely ignored the two urgent prompts sent from the Curry Country Command Center, which were almost dripping with desperation, and instead fell into a deep sleep as the sky grew dim. The atmosphere in the Curry Country High Command had escalated beyond anxiety; it was a boiling despair. Their selected individual was still completely ignorant of the rules, having never even glanced at the basic map guidelines. Even though they pieced together a way to the aquarium from live broadcasts of other countries, they couldn't directly inform him via hints. The rules forbade sharing specific, key information such as locations and methods through prompts. They could only watch helplessly as their contestant charged forward on a path of self-destruction, unable to throw out even a lifeline. The dawn was finally swallowed by the last wisp of twilight. The zoo fell into an unprecedented silence. The hustle and bustle of the daylight, the cries of animals, and even the sound of the wind seemed to be covered by a huge piece of black velvet, leaving only a heart-pounding, buzzing silence. This silence, in itself, was a proclamation. The time had come. The chosen ones, who had been lurking, emerged silently from their hiding spots as if receiving a silent command, gathering toward the same destination, the panda house. Chen Xin was surrounded by a thin layer of black mist that perfectly blended with the night, completely concealing himself and the panda island. They were like two formless shadows, nimble and swift as they slipped into the already closed panda house. Chapter 44: Zoo inside the monkey house, monkeys but no apes. Around the central rock display area in the house, several figures had already gathered. A rough estimate counted over 30 ordinary visitors, shaken and filled with both fear and anticipation, along with a dozen workers in uniforms, serious yet vigilant. Chen Xin and the Panda Island, this odd combination, immediately attracted many gazes. In the visitors' eyes were curiosity and confusion, while some of the workers' gazes sharpened. A marine museum worker, wearing a dolphin badge on his chest, stepped forward and walked directly in front of Chen Xin. He carefully examined Chen Xin from top to bottom, his gaze lingering for a moment on Chen Xin's face, which was unnaturally calm, even bearing an indescribable aura, and he slightly frowned. "Are you here to seek refuge from the Marine Museum?" The worker spoke in a very low voice, confirming it in an official manner. "Yes." Chen Xin nodded, his reply brief and to the point. The worker silently assessed him for a few more seconds, his gaze not that of an ordinary unfortunate person but rather that of someone evaluating an object or confirming a signal. Finally, he gestured sideways, "Follow me." He led Chen Xin and the panda into the crowd of waiting visitors. However, before turning to leave, he suddenly leaned in quickly, almost touching Chen Xin's ear, and whispered a cryptic yet alarming sentence that made Chen Xin's heart shudder. Friend, it is him who sent you, right? Try to tone down the scent, you stand out too much, it's easy to expose yourself. The Huaxia high-level strategy meeting room. The atmosphere in the meeting room was completely different from the suffocating tension earlier. The air was filled with the aroma of food, barbecue, fried noodles, and freshly brewed strong tea. On the big screen, scenes of Chen Xin enjoying a feast at the zoo inexplicably stirred everyone's appetite. This relaxed feeling brought them back to the time when Zhou Mingyu was still around. Commander, is this really appropriate? A relatively young senior official looked at the takeaway boxes in front of him, then glanced at the screen showing their chosen one's effortless figure, his tone somewhat anxious. He felt that this national command center seemed to be a bit superfluous in front of Chen Xin. What's inappropriate? The commander slowly swallowed a piece of iron plate squid, raised his eyes to look at him, and spoke leisurely. Our own chosen one is doing great, able to carry the whole field alone, and you are not happy? This is a great thing. He paused, pointed his chopsticks at another side of the meeting room, still brightly lit and filled with the sound of keyboards. Besides, we haven't completely given up. Isn't the analysis team always working? He raised his voice and asked over there, so, analysis team? Any new discoveries worth mentioning? The leader of the analysis team raised his head when he heard this, his expression carrying a bit of helplessness and peculiarity. On his screen, the live rooms of other surviving chosen ones were displayed in segments. There aren't many valuable independent clues. The team leader pushed up his glasses. The people who are still alive, to some extent, are all benefiting from Chen Xin's light. By observing Chen Xin's actions, we deduce key information, and then package it through hints before relaying it to them. If it weren't for Chen Xin paving the way and providing analysis samples, probably no more than 5 people would be alive now. As for the information that Chen Xin still doesn't know, it's even less. He hesitated for a moment, opened a note. To put it bluntly, the observation detail that there are monkeys but no apes in the macaque hall might count as one. But what it specifically means, we have no clue. The commander, after hearing this, accurately tossed an empty takeout box into the trash can, wiped his mouth, and decisively ordered. Then let's use a hint opportunity to send this information to Chen Xin. Whether it is useful or not doesn't matter for now, the goal is to let him know Hua country has always been behind him. Understood. The order was quickly executed. Zoo, bamboo forest path. Chen Xin was mixed in with the crowd, having walked for about half an hour in the dark, seemingly endless bamboo forest path. The staff leading the way seemed to confirm that no new survivors were joining, and the group moved silently and quickly. As he walked, Chen Xin kept chewing on the mysterious whisper from the aquarium staff in his mind. He sent me? The smell is too strong? Easy to expose? He instinctively raised his arm to smell his sleeve. There was only the scent of the clothes themselves, nothing unusual. This smell probably doesn't refer to an odor, but to the strange aura of zoo power that belongs to me, or is it a more essential state of existence after I've devoured too much? His eyes narrowed slightly. Who is he? A higher existence behind the aquarium? Has he mistaken me for some kind of kin or delegate sent by him? Is this misjudgment a blessing or a curse? Is it a cover identity that can be used, or the start of a more dangerous trap? Chen Xin was uncertain. At that moment, a familiar prompt sound suddenly rang in the depths of his consciousness, brief and clear. Hint, in the macaque hall, there are monkeys but no apes. Macaque hall? Chen Xin's furrowed brows tightened suddenly. Why is this being prompted all of a sudden? In Chen Xin's original speculation, various large venues, including the macaque hall, should all be traps set by the zoo's forces. He had already experienced this in the elephant hall. Ordinary selected ones would undoubtedly die without special talents. The rules of the weird talk theory should not place crucial life path clues in a guaranteed dead end. Unless. A flash of inspiration cut through the fog like lightning. He suddenly remembered the dolphin toy in the convenience store. The power contained in those toys was gentle and pointedly clear, as if it was a token or amulet pre-arranged by the aquarium to protect or mark visitors. If the aquarium is an ally, and tries to pre-arrange protection for tourists on the zoo territory, then those dolphin toys are most likely a means of protection. Selected ones can rely on this to explore several venues with relatively small dangers. Macaque hall has monkeys, no apes, he repeated quietly, his brain running and piecing together all the fragmented information at an unprecedented speed. The aquarium staff manual, the contradictory rules of the zoo, his experience of devouring, the staff's strange whispers. Suddenly, a horrifying yet logically sound guess poured into his spine like ice water. Oh no! Chen Xin suddenly halted, a chill rushed from his tailbone to his crown, drenched in cold sweat in an instant. He looked around the dark, seemingly endless bamboo forest, then glanced at the silent staff leading the way with a blurred back, and those hopeful survivors beside him, who were completely unaware of this. If I'm not mistaken, this so-called safe passage. This aquarium might not truly be a safe zone. Chapter 45, Zoo, Advanced Clearance. Panda Mylan quietly followed Chen Xin, her round black eyes occasionally darting toward the oceanarium staff who had exchanged brief words with him. She couldn't hear the conversation clearly, but her instincts kept her on alert about the strange feeling she sensed from that person. Chen Xin remained silent, lost in thought, as they moved along a seemingly endless dark path for another 10 minutes. Finally, the monotonous view of bamboo groves was broken. Turning a sharp corner, their vision suddenly opened up. An old-fashioned aquarium, which seemed to have seen better days, stood silently at the end of the bamboo forest, its walls chipped and peeling. Dim lights outlined its whale-like shape. The neon sign at the entrance, spelling out aquarium, had half its lights extinguished, and the remaining ones flickered erratically, radiating an air of despair and mystery in the night. At the same time, several other hidden passage exits began to reveal silhouettes. These were others who had undergone the same selection, finally reaching this place. Their faces blended exhaustion, relief, and deep caution. Just as all the survivors gathered in this empty space in front of the aquarium, their minds still unsettled. That grand, indifferent, and direct sound hinting at the next challenge suddenly roared in every chosen one's ears. The caged beast still howls. What exactly are the limits? Are they captivity or another form of protection? You can choose to leave now, but remember, the story of the zoo has never truly ended. Congratulations, chosen ones. Clearing side quest, zoo. Achieved ending, leave the zoo. Clear evaluation, 2 stars. Detecting hidden condition trigger. You have the right to make a choice. Claim current reward and leave safely. B. Stay and enter, advanced clearance, trial. Warning, advanced clearance means delving deeper into the unknown core, the difficulty and risks will rise exponentially. If successful, the rewards will undergo a qualitative change, far surpassing the limits of conventional evaluation. Please make your decision within 10 seconds. Advanced clearance? This unprecedented term burst into all national command centers and live streaming platforms like icy water thrown into boiling oil, causing a nuclear-level shock and heated discussions. The global live chat exploded. Advanced clearance? What the heck? This has never appeared in dozens of previous quests. That name sounds liver-paining. No, life-paining. Choose A. Quick, Chen. Choose A. Knowing when to stop is important. Safety is the priority. What are you afraid of above? Fortune favors the bold. Chen has crushed through, isn't it for the final reward? The advanced clearance rewards will surely bring him a leap in quality. It's easy for you to say, life is only one. Didn't you hear that the hint said risk increases exponentially? How will the chosen ones from other countries choose? This is completely a gamble with life. Since the arrival of the rules and odd tales, after dozens of quests turned, this was the first time the option for advanced clearance appeared. It completely overturned everyone's understanding of the quest mechanism. Some command centers of countries that still had hint opportunities instinctively wanted to immediately contact their chosen ones, issuing what they believed to be the safest instructions. However, when they urgently activated the hint program, they were horrified to discover sending failed. Not just one country, all attempts for intervention at that moment fell into silence. The cold feedback told them. This multiple-choice question rejects any outside interference, it solely belongs to the chosen ones involved. In the highest conference room of Huaxia. The room that had just been filled with the aroma of food and a light atmosphere now felt suddenly frozen and heavy. Everyone set aside everything in their hands. Eyes locked tightly on the silent figure standing on the big screen. Quick! Record everything! The commander's voice broke the silence, filled with undeniable seriousness. The advanced clearance option, triggering conditions, selection mechanism. This is a key breakthrough in our understanding of the underlying logic of the rule-breaking tales. Every detail, without missing a word. The entire conference room immediately sprang into efficient action, filled only with the sounds of keyboard clattering and urgent commands being passed along. The leader of the analysis team couldn't help but lean closer, his voice very low and tinged with nervousness. Commander, what do you think? Chen Xin will choose? The commander's gaze did not leave the screen, and he slowly shook his head, his Adam's apple moving slightly. I don't know. He paused for a moment, his voice carrying a complex sense of emotion, but based on his performance so far and in the last copy, he and Zhou Mingyu are of the same kind. They are true explorers and breakers of the game, not just survivors. If Zhou Mingyu were standing here right now. He didn't finish, but the meaning was crystal clear. With that 4-time champion's nature, he would undoubtedly choose to stay without hesitation, diving deep into the tiger's den. This was a gamble without any room for trickery. The stakes were the lives of the selected ones tied to the nation's fate, while the potential rewards could be the key to opening a new era or a bottomless abyss. The 10-second countdown thundered in the silence, striking the hearts of everyone like a drum. 10, 9, 8. Most of the terrified selected ones made their choices almost instinctively at the moment the prompt sound ended. Leave. To be able to walk out of this hell is already a great fortune. They dared not, and were powerless to reach for the so-called core. As the light and shadows flickered, their figures blurred and disappeared one by one, returning with a rating of 2-star clearance. Finally, when the countdown reached 0, in front of the empty oceanarium, only 3 figures still stood clearly. From America, Mike Harper. His face remained pale, but the sharpness and analytical desire of a former FBI agent overcame his fear of the unknown. From Japan, Koju Run. He still held that blue manual in his hand, and his detective's instinct and obsession with the truth led him to choose to stay. From China, Chen Xin. His expression was the calmest, with a hint of familiar, near-greedy curiosity burning in his eyes. High risk means high reward. Chen Xin had kept in mind the words Zhou Mingyu said to him before getting off the train. Confirm selection. Advanced clearance, agreement activated. Copy name changed, Zoo, Oceanarium, Hidden Core. Final clearance conditions updated, dig out the hidden secrets. Warning. Warning. Unknown forces are intervening. Difficulty threshold has breached the critical point. Command centers of all countries, extra hint times +1. Final phase preparation. Copy is starting to merge. The real trial has just begun. Chapter 46, Oceanarium, are meals provided? As that cold prompt sound completely faded, Chen Xin felt as if the world before him had briefly stalled and flickered, then returned to normal. The only unusual thing was that 2 more people had appeared out of nowhere among the original tourist group. It was Koju Rin and Mike. Both of them almost simultaneously sensed each other's presence, their gazes meeting in the air, reading the same surprise and vigilance from each other's eyes. Though they were not deeply acquainted, they had met on the ending train, both being old hands who had gone through life and death trials. Mike frowned tightly and whispered, "Damn. Isn't this a solo copy? Did it change to team mode on the fly?" In the past tales of the strange, team-type copies were not uncommon. But changing halfway through the tale was a first. However, the shock only lasted a moment. In rule-breaking tales, anything that is impossible can become a daily occurrence. It should be the result of the copy merging. Q Tiaolian stroked her chin, calmly analyzing, our independent instance worlds have been forcibly merged into one by some power. It seems that this advanced clearance stage is common. The power of the horror tale allowed their languages to communicate seamlessly, with no barriers to understanding. The 2 of them simultaneously turned their gaze towards the youngest in the arena, Chen Xin. Young, but absolutely no one dared to underestimate him. After all, he was a monster who cleared the first instance with a 4-star rating ahead of time. How could he possibly be an easy target? Here, luck can only keep you alive, while a 4-star rating is proof of strength, courage, and ruthlessness without any exceptions. What is it? Q Tiaolian noticed the black and white ball next to Chen Xin, who was munching loudly on a bucket of popcorn he had somehow gotten his hands on. Tour guide, Chen Xin said briefly, though not very useful. I'm not useless. I'm a national treasure. A treasure of knowledge. The Panda Melan muttered softly in protest, but kept her voice at just the right volume to be heard by Chen Xin without sounding too arrogant. She didn't want to offend this bipedal creature who might use her as emergency food at any moment. At that moment, the aquarium staff began guiding the tourists towards the slightly heavy aquarium door. The tourists nervously followed, most of their faces still displaying the fear and numbness from witnessing the horrifying events at the zoo. Are we really safe? Can we get out? A teary voice from a girl timidly asked. Of course. A staff member turned back, wearing a standard smile, though in the dim light, that smile always seemed to lack warmth. The aquarium has a safe passage to the outside, arrangements will be made for everyone to leave shortly. Please rest assured. The group arrived at the front door of the aquarium. A plump, well-dressed middle-aged man with an overly warm smile was already waiting there, arms wide open in a welcoming gesture. Hello, suffering tourist friends. His voice was loud and infectious. Firstly, please allow me to express my heartfelt congratulations and relief on behalf of all my colleagues at the aquarium for your escape from the claws of those monsters in the zoo. He paused, scanning the crowd, his expression becoming solemn and compassionate. Let me introduce myself, I am the director of this aquarium. We have been secretly fighting against the evil beings that invaded the zoo and endangered innocent tourists. We established the stronghold and opened safe passages to rescue more victims like you and ultimately eliminate that tumor. His words sparked a glimmer of hope in many tourists' eyes. Beneath the aquarium, there is an absolutely safe secret passage that can lead you out of this nightmare. The director's tone suddenly rose, filled with incitement, but his sharp gaze swept across every face. If there are those among you who are not willing to just escape, who still burn with anger and courage in their hearts, willing to join us and become heroes fighting against monsters to protect humanity, then please stay. This is not coercion, it is a choice. We are fighting for human dignity and safety. Think about it, if we do not completely eradicate the zoo, how many more innocent people, how many lovable children like you will be caught up and even lose their lives? For the future, to prevent tragedies from recurring, we need comrades, we need allies. This is an immense honor. His highly inciting words fell like sparks in a fuel depot. A buzzing of discussions erupted among the tourists. Some young faces showed excitement and struggle, but soon, the bloody and terrifying memories from the zoo quenched that brief fervor like cold water. Fight against monsters? What a joke, just surviving was already a miracle. The director took in everyone's reactions completely, as it was neither surprising nor urgent. You have 10 minutes to think. He regained a calm tone, as if he were a tolerant elder. After 10 minutes, those who choose to leave, I will personally take you to the secret passage in the basement, ensuring your safe escape. And those who choose to stay and fight by my side, I will grant you the title and duty of Guardians of the Aquarium. He paused for a moment, then threw out a real bombshell. Perhaps you may doubt our power. But please remember, the strength of those monsters in the zoo is indeed strange and powerful, but not invincible, nor can it not be utilized. His voice carried a captivating sense of mystery. If we ultimately defeat them, perhaps we can harness the life rules contained in their power, and attempt to bring back those unfortunate lost lives. For example, the loved ones, partners, and friends you lost in the zoo. Boom! This statement was like thunder, erupting among the crowd. Many people instantly reddened their eyes, their bodies began to tremble. So many who came here were in pairs, yet in chaos and terror, they had forever lost important people. Resurrection? That word itself was like the only light in the darkness, however faint, it was enough to drive people mad with the desire to grasp it. Can it really bring them back? Can it bring my daughter back? A mother squeezed forward, her voice hoarse, her eyes filled with desperate hope. The curator looked at her, took a deep breath, his expression heavy and sincere. I cannot make a 100% guarantee, nor can I promise to resurrect all the deceased, that power may be limited. But, his tone grew firm. As the curator, I promise that as long as you become our comrade, we will do our utmost to help you first, to resurrect that dear one who entered the zoo with you but could not escape. Why should we believe you? Someone questioned, but their voice was weak and powerless. Of course, you can choose not to believe. The curator spread his hands, a gesture of openness. If you choose to leave, I will not stop you and will ensure your safety. This is a voluntary endeavor, and I respect everyone's choice. In a murmur of debate about trust, sacrifice, and the possibility of resurrection, a particularly clear and somewhat casual voice interrupted. Excuse me, do workers here get meals? Chapter 47 Aquarium Attempt. The entire room fell silent for a moment. Countless gazes turned towards the source of the voice. Leaning against the wall, with an expression that seemed to seriously consider this issue, was Chen Xin. The curator of the aquarium also seemed momentarily stunned, his brow lifting slightly, as if he hadn't expected someone to ask such a practical, even absurd question at this moment, in this situation. He quickly adjusted his expression and smiled. Of course, we provide meal services. Then, Chen Xin continued to ask, his eyes sincere, is it enough to eat? The smile on the curator's face seemed to freeze for a brief moment. Plenty. The ingredients are sufficient, you can eat as much as you want. Oh. Chen Xin replied, as if resolving a great worry, obviously relieved, and then decisively raised his hand. Then I join. His voice was not loud, yet it caused both Xiao Tialian and Mike to look over simultaneously, and even the panda Mylan at his feet almost choked on her popcorn. What on earth is this guy thinking? The two had not watched Chen Xin's Ghost Story livestream, because on the Ghost Story train, phones and internet fees were very expensive and required rule coins to purchase. A few select individuals with many rule coins had bought phones but did not dare to use them for long, as internet fees were charged separately in rule coins. And Xiao Tialian had only cleared it once, while Mike had already cleared 3 instances before coming here, but none had been highly rated, and there weren't many rule coins either, so naturally, they couldn't afford the luxury of a phone on the train. However, the netizens were different. Netizens had a god's perspective. At this moment, the global livestream chat was already bursting with laughter, filled with deep sympathy for the oceanarium director who was about to suffer. Director, run. You've fallen into a trap. All you can eat? Are you sure this word applies to God Chen? I seriously suspect that God Chen could finish the entire oceanarium in one meal. Director, I advise you to start counting your assets now and prepare mentally for bankruptcy or even selling a kidney to pay off debts. I've taken a screenshot, waiting for the director's meme. Let's have a moment of silence for the director's future wallet. +1. +10086. In the highest meeting room of Huaxia. Report. An analyst quickly stood up. Just now, we detected that the U.S. command used a hint opportunity. The commander stroked his chin, a flicker of confusion passed through his eyes. Now. The instance has just entered a new stage, and there's very little valuable information. What did they hint at this time? We are urgently communicating with the US side, but they refuse to disclose specific content. Their attitude is evasive. Refusing to disclose, the commander's gaze grew serious. In the global game of the rules of the strange talk, such abnormal secrecy usually meant the opponent might be plotting something they did not want anyone to interfere with, and it could even be harmful to others. A sense of foreboding quietly arose. Continue the negotiations, apply pressure. All analysis team members, give me your full attention. He ordered decisively. This zoo and oceanarium fusion instance is full of changes, the difficulty has increased significantly, and we cannot miss any details. Understood. 10 minutes of life and death decision time passed in the blink of an eye. The fear of death ultimately deterred the vast majority of visitors. In the end, only 7 chose to remain. Apart from 3 resolute-looking men and a mother of a child, the remaining were the selected ones, Chen Xin, Zhou Tianlian, and Mike. For them, staying needed no reason. The instance task itself was shackled. Exploring the truth was the only way to survive. Oh, right, there was also a chosen one, that selected one from Curry Country. He was surprisingly still alive. One couldn't help but marvel at the strong vitality nurtured by the Ganges water and the periodic table elements. This fellow had somehow fallen asleep at the entrance. When the zoo staff discovered him at night, they were baffled. They couldn't just let him lie at the door, so they invited him into the human pavilion, locking him up with others who were delusional. He was completely unaware of the concepts like instance fusion or oceanarium, entirely in the dark. Netizens in the live room also had nothing to say. Since the passage to the outside world was located in the basement, and the basement entrance was inside the oceanarium, Chen Xin and the others stepped into this mysterious oceanarium alongside the ordinary tourists who wanted to leave. The interior was dimly blue, with a low temperature, filled with the smell of disinfectant. Behind the huge viewing windows, dark water seemed to have a massive shadow slowly swimming by. Chen Xin, Zhou Tianlian whispered, leaning closer to Chen Xin, his eyes full of inquiry. You just specifically asked the director if he would provide meals. Did you discover something? Chen Xin did not answer directly. Instead, he turned to look at him, his gaze sharp. I've heard Zhou Mingyu mention you. He said you are clever and talented, can deduce the future? Yes. Zhou Tiaolian admitted calmly. How long can you deduce? 3 seconds. That's enough. Chen Xin nodded, his tone leaving no room for doubt. I will count to 3, and you will immediately conduct a deduction on the target I specify. Zhou Tiaolian frowned, wanting to ask for details, but Chen Xin had already started the countdown, his voice steady yet filled with an uninterruptible determination. 1, 2, 3. Without more time for thought, Zhou Tiaolian instantly closed his eyes, his talent activated at full power. Future deduction. Future fragment loading. You see Chen Xin violently erupting without warning. The broken knife in his hand, entangled with scarlet evil energy, was firmly in hand. His figure moved like lightning, directly pouncing towards the aquarium director, who had his back to everyone. On the edge of the blade, a blood-red aura surged like flames, fiercely filled with a chilling intent to kill. The director seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, slowly turning around just moments before the blade reached him. Chen Xion's swift form suddenly froze mid-air. His limbs twisted like a pretzel by invisible giant hands, making a bone-crunching crack sound that made one's teeth ache, as they distorted in broken ways that defied physiology. He was crushed and folded into a mass of blurred flesh and broken bones in mid-air. Chen Xin was dead. The director's gaze swept over all the horrified tourists present. You are dead. The deduction is complete. Ha! Zhou Tiaolian suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils violently constricted, his back instantaneously drenched in cold sweat. He instinctively grabbed Chen Xion's arm tightly, his lowered voice filled with shock and fear. What the hell do you want to do? Chen Xian merely sighed, a hint of regret on his face as he quietly murmured. Seeing your reaction, I must have failed. No wonder it's an A-level anomaly. Chapter 48 Aquarium A-level anomaly. Just now, when he first saw that uniquely charismatic director, the long silent talent prompt in his mind, starving ghost, rang out madly, as if attracted by the highest quality ingredient. Rare food discovered, A-level anomaly. After devouring, the talent can evolve to C-level. To be honest, when Chen Xian first heard the talent prompt, he was a bit stunned. Where was the A-level anomaly? After checking repeatedly, Chen Xian concluded the seemingly ordinary director was an A-level existence, akin to the ultimate boss of the 5-person household level. Wow, truly hiding one's depths. He exclaimed in his heart at that moment. Then, a bold and reckless idea uncontrollably surfaced: draw a little blood from him. Facing him head-on was courting death, but a sneak attack? Make a small cut, take just a little blood, theoretically, that should trigger the devouring effect, allowing the talent to upgrade, right? After that, he could at worst smile and say a few nice words. Maybe the director would be magnanimous and not hold it against him? However, the future that Zhou Tiaolian deduced for him coldly shattered this fantasy. He didn't even have the qualification to sneak attack. In the face of an absolute disparity in strength, any small action was child's play. Thinking about it calmly, it made sense. If he struggled against a mere sea-level octopus, how could he foolishly hope to cross two massive ranks and provoke an A-level anomaly? This was not confidence, it was sheer madness. However, the director's power also confirmed another of Chen Xian's suspicions. A big problem loomed over this director. Why would an A-level anomaly run an aquarium that seemed to be countering a zoo? What was its true purpose? Meanwhile, Mike had appeared somewhat unsettled since just now. He frowned slightly, seemingly immersed in some deep thought, stealing glances at Chen Xian and Zhou Tiaolian from time to time with an unreadable gaze. Alright, that's enough. The director's gentle voice interrupted their thoughts. He pointed to an unobtrusive iron door ahead, exuding a faint, damp odor. The entrance to the basement is right there. Tourists wishing to leave the zoo, please go that way. There will be guidance behind the door, good luck to you. His gaze then turned to Chen Xian and the others. As for those of you choosing to stay for the job, please walk to your right. That area is the staff lounge, you can rest a little inside. Work officially starts early tomorrow. After the distribution, the crowd split up. Chen Xian, Zhou Tiaolian, and Mike, along with two other ordinary tourists who chose to stay, walked into the so-called staff lounge. This space was more like a makeshift communal dormitory than a resting room. A spacious but low-ceilinged large room. The walls were painted with old, light blue paint, and the air was filled with a faint smell of mildew mixed with disinfectant. Inside, dozens of simple iron bunk beds were neatly and densely arranged, covered with standard blue and white striped bed sheets and thin blankets, presenting a sense of cold order. A flat-faced internal staff member walked over, silently distributing a neatly folded deep blue uniform to each person, along with a small booklet with a blue cover of varying thickness. Zhou Tiaolian received his portion, and his gaze quickly swept over the cover external staff manual for the aquarium. His heart sank slightly, and he immediately looked at Chen Xian and Mike beside him, noticing that the booklet they held had the cover title, Internal Staff Manual for the Aquarium. The division of work was different. This realization made Zhou Tiaolian's heart rate quicken. In the world of bizarre horror stories, especially in a scenario where faction divisions and internal risks were evident, being forced to act separately from reliable teammates and facing unknown areas alone would geometrically increase the difficulty and danger. This meant that for most of the time, he would have to deal alone with everything lurking in the external tasks. He quickly flipped through his external manual, finding that the content was mostly similar to the one he had picked up at the convenience store, which at least meant his previous deductions about the known rules remained valid. What does your manual say? Zhou Tiaolian lowered his voice and asked his two temporary teammates, trying to gather information. Huh? What did you say? Chen Xian replied vaguely, chewing on something, making a subtle crunching sound. Zhou Tiaolian looked closely and almost choked. Chen Xian's brand new internal staff manual was already missing a corner. And he, as if tasting chips, leisurely stuffed the remaining part into his mouth, chewing with a calm expression. You ate it? Zhou Tiaolian felt his logic and common sense being shaken again. I finished it, Chen Xian said, swallowing the paper pulp and speaking matter-of-factly. Photographic memory, no use keeping it around, better to add some fiber. He licked his lips, seemingly savoring. The taste was average, not as good as the dolphin plush toy. Zhou Tiaolian. He began to seriously doubt whether this guy's 4-star rating in a family of 5 was due to overwhelming skill and intelligence, or simply from this incomprehensible, rule-breaking luck. Ultimately, it was Mike who silently handed over his internal staff manual, breaking the awkward silence. Zhou Tiaolian took it in quickly and intently browsed through. Chapter 49, Aquarium, Security Department. Welcome to being a part of the aquarium. To ensure your safety and cognitive stability while you work, please carefully read and strictly follow the following rules. Rule 1, your core responsibility is to take care of the various animals in the aquarium, ensuring their basic survival needs. Rule 2, the director's orders are absolute. If he assigns you to do work outside your responsibilities, do not question it, execute it immediately. Rule 3, you have a high level of access within the aquarium, but 2 places are strictly off limits, the basement and the director's office. Rule 4, please always remember, you are an employee of the aquarium, not an animal of the aquarium. Before starting work each day, stand in front of a mirror and clearly recite 3 times, I am human. Rule 5, staff within the aquarium must take turns preparing meals. In addition to the regular 3 meals, a certain amount of sashimi must also be prepared and handed over to external staff on time. Rule 6, trust him. He is the guardian of the aquarium. Rule 7, without the director's explicit permission, internal staff are strictly prohibited from entering the zoo area for any reason. Rule 8, it is prohibited to consume sashimi and any form of lamb products. Try to minimize unnecessary communication with field personnel, they may have been contaminated to varying degrees. Rule 9. If you observe any colleague, including both internal and field staff, exhibiting abnormal behavior, speech, or appearance within the facility, report to the director immediately, do not handle it yourself. Rule 10. If the marine creatures in the facility speak to you, remain calm, do not believe anything they say, and quickly report to the director. Final advice, stay alert, hold on to your perception. Strive to survive, humanity never compromises. Zhou Tianlian rapidly digested this information, his mind raced. The rules for internal staff and field staff had clear differences and contradictions, such as the prohibition of raw fish for internal staff, while it was a product field staff needed to promote. Internal staff were warned to stay away from field staff, while field staff were prohibited from communicating with each other. This further confirmed the existence of segregation and risk within the Marine Museum. Believe in him? He noticed the ambiguous reference in Rule 6 and the situation where internal staff were relatively protected, but strictly limited in their contact with the outside world. Chen Xin and Mike, as internal staff, had their activity range basically confined to the Marine Museum. This certainly reduced the risk of facing the zoo directly, but it also meant that exploring the core secrets would be more challenging, or perhaps they would encounter danger in a more internal way. He returned the manual to Mike, their eyes meeting briefly. Mike's eyes were deep, seeming to read much, but he said nothing, only quietly tucked the booklet away. The lounge was dimly lit, with dozens of empty beds resembling silent tombstones. In the distance, the faint sound of marine creatures swimming in some kind of low, rhythmic, unidentifiable vibration echoed. The night at the Marine Museum was just beginning. In any case, let's make the most of our rest. Mike broke the silence and made the most practical suggestion: rest well, and tomorrow let's each follow the rules and continue searching for clues. When we return here tonight, we'll gather to discuss the intel. Chen Xin did not respond, his gaze turned towards the corridor outside the lounge, shrouded in a faint blue glow, his nostrils subtly flaring. You all sleep first. He stood up, his tone as relaxed as if he were just going for a walk. I'm a bit hungry, I'll go get some snacks. The words midnight snack made Zhou Tianlian, who was holding back hunger, instinctively lick his dry lips. He hadn't eaten or drunk any water all day. Looking at the blue booklet in his hand, he hesitated for a moment, still half convinced. He imitated Chen Xin and tore off a small corner to put in his mouth, chewed a couple of times, then immediately spat it out with a grimace. It tasted like chewing wax and was impossible to swallow. He turned to Mike and quietly asked. After learning that Mike had eaten other packaged food from the convenience store and had no issues, Zhou Tianlian felt slightly relieved, taking out a chocolate energy bar from his inner pocket to replenish his strength. Mike then looked deeply at Chen Xin, said nothing more, and lay down on a nearby bed, closing his eyes to rest, whether truly sleeping or thinking was uncertain. In the deep of night, silence enveloped the Marine Museum in a strange tranquility. The main lights had been turned off, leaving only the soft blue light embedded in the walls or the bottoms of the aquariums, resembling the phosphorescent glow of a deep-sea graveyard, casting shadows that blurred the line between reality and nightmare. A demon driven by eternal hunger and a national treasure forced to work, both craving, began their nighttime activities in this blue underworld. The Panda Mylan was on all fours, her black nose almost touching the ground, carefully sniffing and moving forward, looking just like a tracking dog from a poorly made spy film, although her round body severely diminished her professional appearance. How is it? Smelling something delicious? No, did I smell the direction of the kitchen? Chen Xin followed behind, lowering his voice to ask, his stomach cooperating with a slight grumble. Mylan halted, frowning with a black and white face, seemingly deep in thought. In the aquarium, there is a very special smell. Different from the murky scent of the guys in the zoo, here it feels purer and older. If I had to say, it's as if the power outside is diluted or mutated from the power here. Ouch. Before it could finish, a light but firm smack hit its head. Chen Xin retracted his hand, irritably whispering, "Who told you to analyze this? I asked you to find the kitchen. Food. Focus on what matters, and stop this useless stuff. What good does it do me if I starve? Hey! My analysis is the real important matter, okay?" Mylan covered its head, protesting in a grievance. Understanding the source of power is crucial. Shut up. Chen Xion's eyes looked particularly dangerous under the blue light. If you talk nonsense again, I won't mind tasting what grilled panda skewers are like. Mylan instantly wilted, touching the small bump that might have formed on its head, tears streaming inside. Baby feels bitter, but baby doesn't dare to say. At this moment, Mylan's round ears twitched, suddenly alert, raising its head to gaze at the dark corner of the corridor. Its voice dropped to a whisper, "Someone is coming." As soon as it finished speaking. Click. A blinding beam of white flashlight light surged out from around the corner without warning, like a spotlight on stage, precisely and coldly enveloping the figures of one human and one bear in the middle of the corridor, making their sneaky shadows exposed. A somewhat rigid, formulaic strict voice followed, "Hey! You two, why are you sneaking around here instead of staying in the lounge?" Behind the beam, the outline of a figure dressed in deep blue uniform cast a lone, oppressive shadow against the wall. Chen Xin looked in the direction of the voice. In the dark blue dim light, a middle-aged man in a deep blue uniform, with a waxy face and features stiff as if wearing a mask, stood at the edge of the corridor's shadows. He stood straight with vacant eyes, and in the flashlight's backlight, he emanated a coldness that was inhuman and unsettling. "Hey, which department are you from?" Chen Xin was not flustered. Instead, he placed his hands on his hips, taking the initiative with a justified tone. "Look closely, we are also employees here." "Which rule in the employee manual says we can't move around inside the museum at night?" "I am from the security department." The middle-aged man's voice was flat and unchanging, like a broken old radio. "I have the right to ask about your purpose for being out." "Is that so?" Chen Xin raised an eyebrow, extending his hand with a hint of provocation. "Then please show us your work ID, security department comrade. I need to confirm you are really who you say you are." Chapter 50 Aquarium Undercover. The middle-aged man obviously froze for a moment, a fleeting look of slight astonishment crossing his stiff face. "Isn't this script reversed?" Panda Mylan nervously tugged at Chen Xin's pant leg, whispering, "Two-leg beasts, is it really good for us to be so arrogant on someone else's turf? I always feel like we might get beaten." "Don't worry," Chen Xin looked down, giving it a meaningful glance. His voice dropped to a low whisper, "Someone will catch for us." "Really?" Mylan was skeptical, but its animal instincts made it immediately sniff. "Wait, it seems like there's something else, something even more troublesome, approaching us." "That's right," Chen Xin's lips curled in a barely visible arc. "That's exactly what we want." "You too, what are you whispering about?" The middle-aged security's voice suddenly turned cold, his stiff face appearing even darker under the blue light, the flashlight beam swaying dangerously, as if ready to take coercive action. However, at the very same moment he finished speaking, a strong arm, with a faded gray skin tone, bulging muscles, covered in brown fur, slithered like a long-hidden venomous snake. A hand quietly reached out from the darkness behind him. That arm swiftly locked around the entire head of the middle-aged guard, fingers sinking deep into his flesh. The middle-aged guard's body suddenly stiffened, only managing a short, choked gasp of shock from his throat. In the next second, crack! A terrifying, sharp sound exploded in the silent corridor, causing the nerves on one's scalp to tingle and the spine to chill. With brutal force, that arm violently twisted the guard's head a full 180 degrees, before yanking it sharply to the side like pulling a ripe fruit from its branch. Thud! The head dropped to the ground, rolling a few times on the cold floor, finally stopping with its hollow eyes still displaying the bewilderment and disbelief from a moment before death. And from the neck where the head was severed, instead of bright red blood, a thick, deep blue-black, oddly strange blood gushed out, emitting a strong smell of sea and rust, resembling spilled ink under the faint blue light. All of this happened too quickly, too unexpectedly. The Panda Mylan was so scared that its black and white fur stood on end, its short, chubby paws tightly covering its mouth to keep from screaming, its round eyes wide with shock. Chen Xin stood quietly in place, with no expression of surprise or fear on his face, only slightly squinting his eyes, gazing over the slowly collapsing headless corpse towards the even darker shadow behind it. The flashlight fell to the ground with a thud, its beam flickering erratically on the walls and ceiling. What followed was a strange voice, familiar yet subtly distant. "Friend, why so careless?" The voice came from the shadows, tinged with a hint of familiar reproach. "These guards may not be strong, but a direct confrontation makes quite the noise. If the director comes, it would mean big trouble." As the words fell, the shadows flowed, revealing a figure dressed in a deep blue uniform of the aquarium. However, it was certainly not human. Its form was strong, covered in deep brown short fur, with thick fingers. It was evidently a robust ape. Only its eyes, under the faint blue light, flickered with a calm and alert gleam, akin to that of a human. A flawless and radiant smile bloomed on Chen Xin's face, smoothly replying, "Thank you for the reminder, my friend. I'll be more careful next time." The ape nodded, its muscles twitching in a strange movement, the fur on its body rapidly retracting like a receding tide, its bones emitting slight adjusting sounds. In just a few breaths, it transformed back into human shape, exactly the staff member Chen Xin briefly conversed with under the rockery in the Pandit exhibit during the day. The smile on Chen Xin's lips deepened, a hint of "just as I thought" flashing in his eyes. His suspicion was confirmed. Long before, under the rockery of the Pandit exhibit, when the other party initiated contact and spoke with a probing tone, Chen Xin had already sown the seeds of doubt in his heart. And the crucial tip from the National Command Post, "There are no apes in the ape exhibit," was like the final hammer, solidifying his suspicion into certainty. Exploring the zoo made it clear to him, here the animals possessed the ability to transform into human forms but mostly retained obvious animal features, like rabbit ears, elephant trunks, or monkey tails. So, was there a creature whose innate appearance was extremely close to humans, capable of perfect disguise without leaving any trace? The answer was clear: apes. The most significant difference from monkeys is the absence of a tail, as ancient close relatives of humans, under the influence of strange powers, mimicking human form had unmatched advantages. This seamless disguise offered excellent opportunities for infiltration and undercover work. Chen Xin had personally verified the strength of the aquarium director through the deductions of Juti Aolian. If the zoo wants to launch a direct attack, the cost will surely be heavy. So, sending apes who can perfectly integrate into human society as undercover agents to infiltrate the aquarium, gather intelligence, and support from within is undoubtedly a more cunning and effective strategy. As for the specific purpose, it remains to be investigated. During the day at the panda exhibit, this undercover agent from the zoo obviously mistook the pure zoo aura clinging to Chen Xin from devouring mutton as a signal of being one of us. In the recent confrontation in the corridor, Chen Xin deliberately acted arrogant and provoked security to buy time, waiting to see if this comrade lurking would reveal itself due to sensing the zoo aura and getting into trouble. In the end, he did wait. This chain of deduction and cleverly laid trap was successfully analyzed by the command center of Huaxia as soon as security had its neck snapped. At this moment, the livestream chat exploded in confusion before erupting into excitement. Holy crap! When did Chen Xin develop an undercover agent? Undercover? It's an undercover. The zoo has an undercover in the aquarium. Chen Xin played them. Illegal teaming within the organization is confirmed. Reported. Dog emoji. The information is too much, my CPU is burning. So now Chen Xin is like an enemy command unit infiltrating the enemy's rear? So realistic, Chen Xin. That shout of friend was so natural. I almost believed it. So that coincidental encounter at the panda exhibit was the undercover meeting spot? There are no apes in the ape house. This is terrifying to think deeply about, they all came here to work. Chapter 51, Aquarium, The Conspiracy Between Nations. In the passage of the ape house. Well, if there's nothing going on, I'll be on my way, Chen Xin said, ready to move forward again. Now that their relationship has been confirmed, it wouldn't be good if he got caught in a slip of the tongue because of chatting. However, at that moment, the staff disguised as an ape pointed at the panda mylan next to Chen Xin, who was shaking like it had been turned on to vibrate mode, looking utterly confused. I say, my friend, why did you bring this traitor with you? Chen Xin, upon hearing this, immediately stopped, paused for a second, then turned around, revealing an expression mixed with surprise and heartache, as if the other party had said something extremely foolish. No, my dear friend. He gave the other's shoulder a hearty pat, his tone sincere to the point of being shocking. You've misunderstood terribly. He stepped aside and pointed to the panda as if showcasing a precious exhibit. Brother Mylan, he has always been one of us. He has been providing help to those aquarium guys outside, that's all an act, the highest level of performance. He is our most deeply buried and crucial piece, enduring humiliation solely to gain the trust of those aquarium folks. Think about it, if he hadn't acted so convincingly outside, helping them with so many little tasks, could I have brought him in so smoothly and reasonably? Everything he did was a sacrifice for our greater plan. The staff was stunned by this passionate, logically closed yet completely nonsensical explanation. Its relatively simple brain, strengthened by power, quickly processed the information, and then an expression of sudden realization mixed with deep admiration appeared. Its gaze towards the panda shifted from hostility to reverence. So, that's how it is. Brother, you hid so well. You suffered. Panda Mylan, who had nearly fainted from fright due to its bad reputation in the zoo, which made it constantly hide, was now lost in thought. It lifted its furry paw, scratching its round head in confusion, its small eyes blinking in the black circles, letting out an uncertain, soft murmur. Ha? Am I really that great? All right, my friend. It's dangerous here. If another security person comes, it would be troublesome. You should leave first. I'll take care of the body. Chen Xin said. All right, everything for freedom. After watching the staff completely leave, Chen Xin looked at the headless security guard's body on the ground, his eyes revealing a hint of hunger and greed. Isn't this the perfect midnight snack? The highest conference room of Huaxia. Watching this absurd scene on the live broadcast, the commanding officer couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. This lie, is it a bit too blatant? Did that monkey really believe it? Could it be a trap? The head of the data analysis team immediately pulled up the data and quickly reported. Commander, from the current behavioral data modeling analysis, we have initially grasped a strange, inherent pattern in this zoo. It can be summarized as strength and intelligence cannot coexist. He pointed to the comparison chart on the screen. The bizarre staff form possesses intelligence and social skills that are close to or even surpassing that of ordinary humans. They can perform complex disguises and management, but the cost is that their individual combat power is greatly weakened. On the other hand, the bizarre creatures that maintain animal forms retain strong original bizarre powers, but in return, their intelligence levels drop significantly, and their behavior patterns are closer to wild instincts or driven by a single obsession. He finally focused on the image of the monkey staff member. Based on combat data, this monkey is not weak in terms of strength, which means it made a huge sacrifice in intelligence. The basic intelligence of primates is limited, and even after bizarre enhancement, its depth and complexity of thought are probably too shallow to see through Chen Xian's complex lie, which targets human weaknesses and is improvised. Chen Xian must have keenly realized this, which is why he dared to take such a risky move and infiltrate the situation. The commanding officer listened, his brows relaxing slightly, but his gaze remained sharp. Keep a close watch. There are always exceptions to any pattern. Aquarium, late-night break room. The narrow break room was completely dark, with only a faint dim light from the hallway seeping through the door crack. Zhou Tiaolian lay on the simple bed, tossing and turning. The cold reminder from the Japanese command center slithered in his mind like a venomous snake, hissing in his brain. He suddenly whispered towards the bed next to him. "Hey, Mike." There was no response from the other side, only the sound of steady breathing. "Stop pretending," Zhou Tiaolian's voice was particularly clear in the silence, "I know you're not asleep." "What is it?" After a long time, Mike's impatient voice finally sounded, carrying the annoyance of being exposed. "The US sent you that reminder, right?" "What reminder? I don't know what you're talking about." Mike's tone was indifferent. After a few seconds of silence, seeing the other side still unwilling to respond, Zhou Tiaolian simply removed all pretense. His voice dropped even lower, but it was like a knife stabbing to the core. "The US also sent a reminder, asking you to kill Chen Xin, right?" The air seemed to freeze suddenly. The silence in the break room was amplified to the extreme, leaving only the two faint but uncontrollable breaths. At this moment, the live room viewers were few. Most of the attention was drawn to the infernal affairs happening on Chen Xian's side, leaving only the official observation groups from both countries faithfully recording everything. And since they had intentionally lowered their speaking volume, no one noticed the anomaly. After a long, suffocating silence, Mike's voice finally broke the stillness. "Looks like you got it too." Zhou Tiaolian softly hummed in the darkness, a subtle acknowledgement. However, Zhou Tiaolian's next words made Mike pause for a moment. "But I'm not planning to do it." "Why? Are you going to betray your country?" Mike asked. "Betray? Not quite." Zhou Tiaolian's voice was calm and tired in the darkness, carrying a sense of helplessness, as if he were stuck in a swamp. "Perhaps this is another form of salvation." He paused for a moment. "The relationship between our country, Yamato, and Hua has always been complicated. Even today, with strange tales upon us, this complexity has not changed. But," he emphasized, "no matter what, my country will never be foolish enough to assassinate Hua's chosen one under the eye of a global broadcast. That would be equivalent to declaring war, a consequence we cannot bear, both publicly and in the shadows. So, behind this order, I do not believe there is no shadow of your America. If I take action in the end, the fury of Hua will fall solely on Yamato, while the true chess player remains unscathed. I do not accept such a cost." Mike listened silently in the darkness. Moreover, Kyujo Ren's tone suddenly became a bit ethereal, as if recalling a chilling scene. "I do not believe I can kill Chen Xin." "Can't kill him?" Mike couldn't help but retort, his voice lowered yet filled with doubt. "No matter how strong he is just a chosen one. Now we are in the shadows, able to use the rules. Even if he has a record of clearing 4 stars, designing a trap under information asymmetry is not impossible." Kyujo Ren slowly shook his head, even though Mike in the dark likely couldn't see it. If it were merely intellectually superior or good at using rules, that would be easier. But this guy is very strange. He weighed his words carefully. The power he possesses is unnaturally strong. It does not seem like something earned from a normal clearance, but more like a deeper, more essential pollution or gift. The scene of Chen Xian's action that he saw during the simulation in the aquarium flashed back in his mind. That terrifying power, dark and viscous, as if it had its own consciousness, and the director of the aquarium's nonchalant yet absolutely crushing response. Even though Chen Xian was ultimately killed in an instant, the level of power that erupted in that moment far exceeded Kyujo Ren's understanding of human chosen ones. "In my heart, he can no longer simply be considered a human chosen one," Kyujo Ren finally gave a judgment that even he found unsettling. "To some extent, he has become a vague equation with a very powerful anomaly." He took a deep breath and made his final statement. "No matter what, I will not carry out this order. I am essentially just a detective and do not wish to be caught up in this whirlpool of great power games. Rest assured, I will not tell Chen Xin about the order you received, and likewise, I will not stop you from doing anything. Let us pretend that tonight's conversation never happened." After saying that, Kyujo Ren fell completely silent, as if merging into the darkness. His last words, "I won't stop you from doing anything," felt like a cold needle, gently piercing Mike, making his back inexplicably chill. Mike swallowed, and his chaotic thoughts involuntarily drifted back to an old story he had heard shortly after the strange tales had arrived. In a team cooperation instance, a chosen one from a small country, under someone's instructions, attempted to target the then rising Zhou Mingyu. And the result? That chosen one died in front of all internet users, dying quietly and mysteriously. He did not break any rules, and even the cause of death became a riddle. Chen Xin. Mike silently chewed on this name in his heart, complex emotions intertwining fear, doubt, and a deeper unease stirred by Kyujo Ren's analysis. Finally, in the oppressive silence of the aquarium and this lingering sentiment, he forced himself to close his eyes. The next morning, a broken scream shattered the remaining drowsiness in the aquarium's break room like an alarm. Holy crap! Director! Where is the director? We have a thief in the aquarium. The shout came from the kitchen direction, filled with unbelievable despair. The kitchen, everything in the kitchen. Ingredients, utensils, even the refrigerator and oven are gone. All gone. Completely emptied. This loud shout directly woke up all the staff who were still struggling in their dreams. The director of the aquarium hurriedly put on a coat and rushed over. When he saw the kitchen area that should have been filled with ingredients and the aroma of food, now as bare and clean as a newly delivered empty house, the muscles on his face couldn't help but twitch, and his brows furrowed tightly. The early staff who hurried over to see what was happening crowded at the kitchen door, instantly erupting in chaos. What the hell? Is this what you call a kitchen? Where's the stove? Where are the pots? I mean, weren't we promised meals and accommodations? I deal with those damp and slimy things every day, and now there's not even a warm meal? Damn it! With this much pressure, and no breakfast, what are we even doing? The staff, already tense from the high-pressure work, saw this incomprehensible scene of theft, and it was like a spark igniting the accumulated resentment within them. Seeing this, the director quickly stepped forward in an attempt to stabilize the situation. Quiet. Everyone, quiet down. Don't panic. He raised his voice, trying hard to remain calm. We still have a dedicated emergency food storage room, where there is enough food for everyone to eat for a week. I will go and get it now. These words temporarily calmed the unrest. As the director walked quickly towards the stairs leading to the second floor under the skeptical gazes of the crowd, he took out a large bunch of jangling keys from his pocket and precisely found the one labeled storage room. However, when he stood in front of that metal door, he froze completely. The door was still tightly locked. But in the center of the door panel, there was a large hole with extremely irregular edges, as if something had violently chewed through it. Looking through the hole, the inside of the room was just like the empty kitchen below, an alarming emptiness, not even a single packaging bag left. This is truly unbelievable. The director couldn't help but curse softly, fiercely grabbing at his already thinning hair, as if his hairline had receded another half millimeter. He hardened his resolve, turned around, and faced the eagerly hopeful yet increasingly desperate eyes below, declaring, "Today, breakfast will be suspended for special reasons. Everyone, immediately return to your posts and start work as planned. The food issue will be resolved as soon as possible." Director! Someone weakly asked, the knife for slicing raw fish seems to be gone too. What about today's promotional items? The director's temples throbbed, squeezing out the order between gritted teeth. Use yesterday's unsold stock to fill in. Having hastily given the order, the director quickly left with a pale face, whispering to himself in disbelief, his voice holding back anger. What the heck are those useless guards doing? This scale of theft is simply outrageous. Not far away, the two, Zhou Tianlian and Mike, also awakened by the commotion, looked at the chaotic scene in confusion, their faces filled with bewilderment. They couldn't understand why, as soon as they, the chosen few, arrived, such an outrageous supernatural event happened at the aquarium. Only Chen Xin stood at the edge of the crowd, his expression normal, even a hint of an almost imperceptible, satisfied smile on his lips. He was calm, as if all this noise had nothing to do with him, or perhaps, everything was under his control. In fact, it was true. Because this theft case that nearly brought the aquarium to a standstill was entirely his carefully planned and executed midnight emptying operation. The Panda Mylan, who had been following him and was currently trying to curl up to reduce her presence, trembled inside as an accessory having witnessed the whole thing. She tugged at Chen Xion's pant leg with her small paw, desperate for reassurance. Lowering his voice, he asked hesitantly, is this not a bit wrong? Chen Xian lowered his head, looking at the panda's anxious dark circles, and displayed a profound expression of "you're too young," as he solemnly began to convey his Chen's health theory. Mylan, you don't understand. I'm doing this for their good. Ha! You see, in the morning, the diet should be light for health benefits. Think about it, what could be a lighter, healthier breakfast choice than the northwest wind that is pure, pollution-free, zero additives, and rich in negative oxygen ions? I'm helping them follow the newest health concepts. The Panda Mylan was stunned by this reasoning, her little head spinning, feeling that something was off but unable to articulate it. But what? Chen Xian interrupted her, suddenly leaning in, staring into her eyes, and asked a soul-searching question. Just tell me, did you eat last night? I did. Then that's settled. Chen Xin straightened up, patted her head, and definitively concluded. As long as you're full, stop the nonsense. Let's go, take me to see what unhealthy stock in the aquarium needs to be cleaned up. Panda Mylan? Chapter 53, Aquarium, I Am Human. The sudden theft of ingredients at the aquarium caused a stir, but it did not truly disrupt the daily operations of the aquarium. There were just a few more complaints on the breakfast table, but for a group of workers used to facing the indescribable every morning at 8, this little bit of grumbling was just another trivial snowflake added to their daily pressure. The real daily work began at a wall. It was a massive, spotless mirror wall occupying the entire corridor. All staff members, whether on-site or in the office, had to line up here every morning and complete a critically important ritual, self-awareness reinforcement. Field staff, Rule 4, please always remember, you are an employee of the aquarium, not an animal of the aquarium. Before starting work each day, please face the mirror and clearly recite 3 times, I am human. Office staff, Rule 4, please always remember, you are an employee of the aquarium, not an animal of the aquarium. Before starting work each day, please face the mirror and clearly recite 3 times, I am human. This scene was quite bizarre. A group of people dressed in uniform silently lined up, taking turns to approach the mirror, repeating the same incantatory phrase in front of their reflections. The air was filled with a stifling, almost religious confessional solemnity, as if a group of mentally disturbed individuals were holding some absurd yet necessary morning assembly. No one dared to take this lightly. Because the cost was right in front of them. Soon it was the turn of the person in front of Chen Xin. He was a pale-faced, somewhat absent-minded young man. He stiffly shuffled to the mirror, meeting his own gaze. I am human. He began softly, his voice dry. I am human. The second time, his tone began to falter. Am I human? The third time, it turned into a bewildered question. Suddenly, his expression twisted, pupils contracting violently, as if he saw not himself in the mirror but some terrifying existence. No, that's not right. I'm not human. I'm a shark. Yes. I'm a shark. Ha 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 ha. The manic laughter broke out, filled with non-human madness and certainty. He flailed about, as if swimming in water, instantly shattering the corridor's silence, shocking those around him to pale faces as they stepped back. 2 security personnel who had been standing like statues on either side of the mirror wall immediately advanced, skillfully and coldly restraining him from both sides. No. Let me go. I'm a shark. I want to go back to the sea. Let go. His struggle appeared futile under the absolute force suppression, and the manic laughter turned into a shrill wail as he was quickly dragged away from the scene. The sound faded towards the basement, ultimately falling into silence. The corridor fell quiet again, leaving only the cold mirror and the increasingly heavy sound of breathing. This little interruption was like a stone thrown into still water, with ripples quickly swallowed by a greater silence, but the aftershocks of fear stirred in everyone's hearts. It was Chen Xin's turn. He calmly walked to the mirror, staring at the person within. His complexion was much better than the weak, starving appearance he had when first entering this strange world. His cheeks seemed to have filled out a bit. After all, he had been enjoying big fish and big meat for the past few days. I am human, I am human, I am human. He quickly recited it 3 times without any emotion, his tone flat as if reciting a manual. With a high level of sanity at 60 points, he had a solid insulation wall protecting him from this low-intensity, insidious mental pollution. In his view, this ritual was purely formalism. Interestingly, at his feet, the panda Mylan also stood up on its hind legs, with its front paws scratching at the bottom of the mirror wall. It was too short, straining its fluffy round face to get close to the mirror, its dark little eyes seriously fixed on its chubby counterpart in the reflection, earnestly chanting. I am not human, I am a panda. I am not human, I am a panda. I am not human, I am a panda. Its lines were completely out of place with the surroundings, yet utterly reasonable. After all, it truly was not human. The ritual continued beneath the weight of tension. Soon after, Zhou Tialian and the staff left the aquarium along the small path connecting the marine exhibit and the panda house, stepping once again into the seemingly sunny, yet perilous, domain of the zoo. Before leaving, Zhou Tialian cast a meaningful glance at Mike. Chen Xin and Mike, arranged by their respective teams, began their new day of work in the aquarium. However, the content and purpose of Chen Xin's work would likely be far from what the aquarium director expected. Chen Xin was assigned the job of taking care of the dolphins on the 2nd floor of the aquarium and the jellyfish in the adjacent jellyfish pavilion. However, his first stop was not these 2 exhibition areas. He headed straight back to the emergency food warehouse entrance, which had caused such an uproar that morning. The gaping hole, not open violently, was still shocking, but the surrounding floor was exceptionally clean. Clearly it had been quickly tidied up. Damn, just a step away. Chen Xin squatted next to the hole, searching carefully and finally, in frustration, punched the ground. He had hoped to find one or two strands of hair that the director might have dropped while anxiously checking here. After all, according to his twisted logic, eating a strand of hair from an A-class anomaly should count as consuming a part of the A-class anomaly. The Panda Milan, having neither a formal inside job nor an outside one, had no specific task for now and simply followed Chen Xin closely like a fluffy sidekick. Mike was assigned to another area of the aquarium, separating them. Arriving at the dolphin area on the second floor, a cold-faced staff member was already waiting there, with a bucket full of ice-fresh small fish at their feet. "Your job," the staff member succinctly stated, pushing the bucket towards Chen Xin. "Feed them 3 times a day, regularly and in fixed amounts. Additionally, today you need to clean the bottom of the pool. You'll change into a wetsuit later to check and clean up the debris at the bottom." Debris? Chen Xin took the heavy bucket of fish, keenly grasping this word. What kind of debris could dolphins produce? Besides, there shouldn't be any visitors here, right? He looked around the enclosed, enormous pool illuminated only by eerie blue water light, raising a reasonable question. "Just do your job and don't ask too many questions." The staff member's attitude remained distant. Even with a hint of barely contained impatience, the jellyfish pavilion is simpler. Just sweep the floor once a day. Finish this, and you'll have the rest of the day free to rest. I need to go feed the jellyfish now. I'll leave this to you. With that, he turned to leave. "Hey, wait!" Chen Xin suddenly called out to him. The staff halted, turned half their face, and spoke in a flat tone. "Is there anything else?" Chen Xin stared at his back and asked a crucial question that had been circling in his mind. "Are all the staff in the aquarium survivors from the zoo who chose to stay as visitors?" This was a reasonable deduction based on the information he had. As a counterforce to the zoo, the aquarium should absorb those who saw through the zoo's traps and escaped as chosen ones or visitors. But if everyone was such a latecomer volunteer, how could the entire aquarium operate so orderly and disciplined, with some processes, like the morning recognition rituals, seeming bizarre and unnecessary? Had no one from the many groups of visitors questioned the director's management methods? This seemed unreasonable. However, the staff's next answer felt like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing all of Chen Xin's previous speculations and filling him with a huge chill inside. The person turned completely around, showing real, unpretentious confusion on their face, frowning slightly, and asked in reply. "Visitors? What visitors?" Chen Xin felt his heart drop. He suppressed his suddenly racing heartbeat, trying to clarify. "Those survivors who escaped from the zoo. Didn't you all choose to join the aquarium because you didn't want to stay in the zoo?" The confusion on the staff's face deepened. He even shook his head unconsciously, as if Chen Xin was speaking a language he completely couldn't understand, in a tone that was both matter-of-fact and chilling for Chen Xin, saying clearly. "Zoo? What zoo? This is the aquarium. We have always worked here." With that, he seemed to consider Chen Xin's question meaningless and left straight away, not lingering. Leaving Chen Xin alone standing there, holding the cold fish bucket, the phrase "what zoo" echoed in his ears, and the model he had built in his mind about the two forces competing for survivors began to crack heavily. If even the existence of the zoo was unknown, then what exactly were these aquarium employees? What exactly were they emphasizing every morning in front of the mirror, saying "I am human," resisting what kind of cognitive erosion? And what was that so-called zoo in the aquarium's understanding, a non-existent place, or a taboo that could not be mentioned? Could it have something to do with the he mentioned in the rules? Chen Xin stroked his chin, thoughts racing quickly. This was the most reasonable explanation he could come up with so far. The contradictory yet crucial Rule 6 from the Aquarium Field Employee Manual flashed in his mind. Do not believe their temptations, nor attempt to seek him, while another rule stated, believe in him. He is the guardian of the aquarium. So, it's he. A glimpse of realization flickered in Chen Xin's eyes. He uses some powerful mental pollution, subtly rewriting these visitors' memories, making them firmly believe they have always been aquarium employees, while completely fading, or even erasing, all memories of the zoo. In this way, they become his most loyal, unquestioning servants, forever imprisoned in this underwater cage. He felt he had touched a corner of the aquarium's core secret, but the information was still fragmented. And a more urgent sense of crisis arose. Never stay here for long. As time slips away, that invisible mental pollution may seep in deeper. Even with a sanity level as high as 60, against this continuous, environmental erosion, it's like fighting an endless acid rain that will eventually penetrate. Watching the staff member's figure completely disappear around the corner, Chen Xin temporarily pressed down his swirling thoughts. He casually picked up a fresh fish from the bucket, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed, treating it as a protein boost. It seems nothing can be squeezed out of these formatted staff members. He licked the fish scales off the corner of his mouth. Better start from the source. Confirming that the entire dolphin area was temporarily empty, his gaze sharpened, and a familiar dark resentment from the 5-person household copy began to surround him. To avoid alerting the aquarium higher-ups to the energy fluctuations, he consciously suppressed the new power gained from devouring staff members, only drawing upon this old power. The dark energy quickly surged and condensed, transforming into two massive hands that scattered mist at the edges, silently reaching into the deep blue pool. Splash! Water splashed everywhere. The two dolphins leisurely swimming didn't have time to react before being caught by the black giant hand and pulled out of the water, suspended in midair, droplets cascading down their smooth skin. Dolphin, Sigma, degree winky face? At that moment of being pulled out of the water, the two dolphins were completely bewildered. Their minds blank, their small eyes filled with big question marks and terror. What's going on? This wasn't in the script. However, before they could regain their senses from the sudden land experience, the bipedal creature that had pulled them up leaned in, speaking in a serious tone, as if asking for directions. Hello? Can you hear me? You too, do you have anyone who can talk? Make a sound. Rule 10, if any marine creature in the aquarium speaks to you, remain calm, do not believe anything it says, and report to the director quickly. Dolphin. After a brief silence, their survival instincts and immense fear kicked in, and they began to wildly twist their streamlined bodies, emitting high-pitched, sharp, desperate chirps that echoed painfully in the empty venue. Tisk, making such a terrible noise, Chen Xin frowned, seemingly annoyed by the noise pollution. You two look very uncomfortable, did you choke on water? Before he finished speaking, those two black giant hands thoughtfully adjusted their grip, holding the dolphins by their tails, turning them upside down, and then began to rhythmically shake them up and down, side to side, as if drying off two freshly washed sea creatures. Eek! Eek eek! Beside them, the panda Mylan, with her round face raised, witnessed this absurd scene in its entirety. Upon seeing the two dolphins being shaken upside down, she couldn't help but shiver, her dark circles seeming to deepen, silently hugging her short tail. This scene felt eerily familiar. Seeing that no matter how much they were shaken, the two dolphins just rolled their eyes and fainted with no sign of communication, Chen Xin could only toss them back into the pool like two bags of wet flour, making two splashes. The black giant hands sank back into the deep blue water. After repeating this inhumane invitation 2 more times, the water surface finally showed different activity. A smooth dolphin head cautiously surfaced, its eyes wet and filled with human-like fear. It looked around, confirming no other people were present, then hurriedly spoke in clear, almost perfectly enunciated human language, keeping its voice very low. Don't grab me. Please don't grab me again. I can talk. As long as you don't tell the director about this, anything is negotiable. Wow. The panda Mylan beside them widened her eyes in astonishment. Short claws covered its mouth. Wow, there really are fish that can talk. So amazing. Chen Xin rolled his eyes at it, speechless. Aren't you able to talk too? Mylan was stunned for a moment, scratching its head. Oh, right, I guess I can too. Ignoring the panda's nonsense, Chen Xin turned his attention back to the trembling magical dolphin, forcing a smile he thought was kind. Don't be afraid, I'm actually a good person. As long as you tell me all the secrets you know about the oceanarium, I promise. He paused, keeping his smile but subtly changing his tone. I won't roast you. The dolphin's body visibly stiffened, its voice trembling with a hint of crying. But I can't say those things. If the curator finds out I revealed the secret, I will die, very, very badly. Don't worry, Chen Xin waved his hand, looking like he knew everything. Today, all the ingredients in the aquarium were stolen, so the curator probably went out to buy supplies, and won't be back for a while. But stop the buts. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll let you experience what iron plate dolphin means right now. As his words fell, a broken knife wrapped in ominous scarlet aura appeared in his hand. The blade hummed, igniting a layer of hot yet cold flame that slightly distorted the surrounding air. The two black giant hands above also opened simultaneously, seeming to reach out and casting a shadow over the water's surface. Panda Mylan was hopping anxiously on the side, softly advising. Just say it. He really can do it. I can testify. However, the dolphin's eyes flashed with extreme struggle, but ultimately, a deeper fear overwhelmed it. It shook its head desperately, its voice filled with despair. No. I really can't say. The curator will know, he will. Its fear of the curator seemed to be etched in its bones, surpassing the immediate threat in front of it. Seeing the other party, like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, preferring to be roasted rather than spill the beans, Chen Xin's fierce expression slowly faded, replaced by a cold, thoughtful look. It seems I have to take more direct measures. He murmured to himself, and the atmosphere around him suddenly shifted. The two black giant hands instantly dissipated, transforming into thick black mist rising up, quickly swirling and condensing above his head. In the blink of an eye, the black mist condensed into a huge, cold, emotionless eyeball illusion. It hovered in midair, the depths of its pupil swirling like a dark vortex, fixating on the terrified dolphin on the water's surface. This was not a physical threat, but a direct mental strike. This was the strange power that Chen Xin had accumulated after devouring the security worker last night, combined with the previously consumed iron plate octopus claw and a large amount of dolphin toy energy, naturally awakening a new ability. Mental pollution. A terrifying power that could directly interfere with, erode, and even distort the target's consciousness and perception. Used to deal with an informant who had closed their heart out of fear, perhaps it was more effective than flames and blades. Under the gaze of the massive, cold eyeball suspended in mid-air, the dolphin's eyes quickly lost focus and scattered, its prior horror and struggle retreating like a tide. Feeling rationality slowly but surely slipping away, Chen Xin felt a sharp pain. Not daring to waste a moment, he directly pressed. Tell me everything you know about the oceanarium. The dolphin's gaze became dazed, its voice losing all emotional fluctuations, turning flat and mechanical, as if recounting a recorded memory. I was originally an employee of the zoo. One day, I don't know what happened, all the animals went crazy. We followed the curator and escaped here, to the oceanarium. There is a kind of power here that can protect us. But I don't know what it is. Later, the curator's consciousness gradually becoming less clear. In the end, it seemed like he was completely controlled by something. With that power, he turned all of our employees who escaped with him into ocean animals, trapped here. He has always used his power to influence our minds, trying to make us forget the past and become real ocean animals. My will is relatively strong, I've held on until now. But most of my companions have already been assimilated. The food we are fed every day is also a means for him to pollute us. I only know this much. As the voice faded, the dullness in the dolphin's eyes slowly retreated, gradually regaining clarity, only to be submerged by deeper fear. It realized it had just uncontrollably revealed everything. What have you done to me? Nothing. Chen Xin immediately dispelled the floating images in the air. After stopping further consumption of rationality, he manipulated a dark hand to dunk the dolphin back into the water. His expression was serious. The brief information the dolphin revealed outlined a chilling truth: escape, shelter, corruption, forced transformation, level A weirdness. All of this seemed to point to the now abnormal zoo director, the current aquarium director's office. Chapter 56, Aquarium, Hong Kong Fish. It seems necessary to go there. Chen Xin looked at the deep blue light of the dolphin exhibit and quickly made a judgment. The aquarium director happened to be out purchasing ingredients at this moment. This was a rare opportunity that would not come again. Who knows when he would leave next? However, going alone is too risky. After all, that's the director's office, hiding the most vital secrets of the entire aquarium, and it couldn't possibly be without protection. What if it turns into another deadly ambush like the 5-person family? Chen Xin's gaze slowly turned to a certain direction, and he already had a suitable candidate in mind. What? You want to go to the aquarium director's office? When Mike heard Chen Xin's seemingly mad proposal, he instinctively shook his head in denial, his voice rising slightly. Are you crazy? The risk is too high. You haven't even seen the director leave the aquarium. Even if he's really gone, there must be all kinds of traps and mechanisms in the office. What if, just like your 5-person family scenario, opening the door means certain death? Well. Chen Xin smiled meaningfully. We just need to find a scapegoat to open the door, right? His gaze turned toward the panda, Mylan, who was happily munching on half a fish. Mylan, caught in that stare, shivered, and her fur bristled for a moment. Instinctively, she spat the fish she hadn't finished chewing back into the bucket and tried to hide the bucket behind her, her small eyes vigilantly staring at Chen Xin. Why are you looking at me like that? I am not capable. I'm just a cute national treasure, I can't do that. I don't expect you to do it. Chen Xin rolled his eyes, looking disgusted. You can still tell the scent of that undercover from last night, right? Of course. Mylan immediately puffed up her chest proudly. Our panda's sense of smell is very keen. I can tell not only the scent of the undercover, but even the flavor of the octopus legs you stole last night. Then it's easy. Chen Xin's lips curled into a determined arc. We can find another undercover in the zoo, and let it cooperate with our actions. Won't that work? His thinking was clear. Since there were no monkeys in the monkey exhibit, there must be more than just the one undercover they encountered in the aquarium. As long as they could find other zoo spies hiding in the aquarium and take advantage of their low intelligence to create a flawless lie to trick them, letting them gladly work for them to open the door. It is simply a guaranteed profitable deal. Beside him, Mike listened in a fog, his brow furrowing tighter and tighter. What the heck? Undercover? Mission Impossible? Are you shooting a spy film here? However, just when Mike was about to continue questioning, a phrase suddenly flashed through his mind, the one that Jutiaolian said last night. I don't think I can kill Chen Xin. His brow slightly raised, and then quickly returned to normal. This is an opportunity. If he joins Chen Xin's operation, he can observe this man described by Jutiaolian as equated with the weird up close, and even, perhaps find the right moment to carry out that command from the US Command Center. Forget it, Mike suddenly spoke, his tone unexpectedly making a complete 180-degree turn. I will join. He paused and added, but I demand guarantees for my safety. Chen Xin looked at him with slight confusion. Just now he firmly refused, how did he suddenly agree? He sensed the subtle change in Mike's tone but ultimately did not ask more, just gave a slight nod. Okay. Back at his post, Chen Xin found the old employee who had introduced the job to him that morning. The two had a friendly and honest conversation in a corner. As for why, after the conversation ended, the old employee's face was as pale as paper, and his legs were trembling slightly. You don't need to care about that. Anyway, he agreed to temporarily complete all the work for Chen Xin today. Thus, an absurd and bizarre scene appeared in the aquarium. A young man in aquarium uniform was leisurely walking a panda. The panda, like a well-trained hunting dog, had its round body close to the ground, sniffing along the floor with its nose, and its short tail occasionally shaking excitedly, almost indistinguishable from those tracking dogs in TV shows if you ignore its iconic black and white coloring. Chen Xin led the panda Mylan from the dolphin area all the way to the kitchen area. Before entering, Mylan's nose suddenly twitched vigorously, her round head pointing straight into the kitchen, and her short legs moved quickly. Seeing this, Chen Xin rolled his eyes, thinking this foodie smelled something delicious and wanted to beg for food. However, Mylan seriously said, it's the zoo smell. It's inside. The kitchen was bustling at this moment, with several staff preparing lunch, pots and pans clattering, and voices bustling. This surprised Chen Xin. He did not expect that after his looting last night, there would still be some fish escaping the net for cooking. No, there is still one possibility. That is, the aquarium director might have finished purchasing food and returned. But is that possible in such a short time? Chen Xin's gaze swept over the faces, and he couldn't tell who the hidden undercover was in such a short time. Just then, an unhappy voice rang behind him. Hey! Which department are you from? Why aren't you at your post? Chen Xin turned to see a man in security uniform approaching with a frown, his face filled with questioning and impatience. Chen Xin was just about to casually come up with an excuse to brush it off. A sudden change occurred. Ah! A piercing scream suddenly erupted from deep within the kitchen. Everyone instinctively turned to look, only to see a staff member who was originally washing ingredients by the sink, now convulsing violently, his body twisting and bending at angles no human could achieve, as if something was wildly surging beneath his skin. What happened to him? Monster! There's a monster! Amidst the terrified screams of the crowd, that person's body began to undergo a terrifying transformation, skin tearing, bones restructuring, flesh and blood flowing like melting wax, eventually transforming into a creature the size of a person. The terrifying anglerfish monster. The small lantern hanging on its head does not serve to illuminate, but is actually an eyeball. It opens its massive, fang-filled mouth and lets out an inhuman screech, swinging the bizarre glowing fishing rod on its head, beginning to wreak havoc in the kitchen. Pots and pans explode, ingredients fly everywhere, scalding hot soup spills across the floor. Several staff members, unable to dodge in time, are knocked to the ground, their blood instantly staining the floor. The sounds of screams, cries, and crashing objects intertwine into a symphony of desperate death. The security personnel who had just been questioning Chen Xin now completely disregard everything else, rushing forward to wrestle with the anglerfish monster. As expected, the anglerfish monster's giant mouth opens and closes, with a crack sound, and only half of the security guard's body is spat out. Chen Xin stands at the edge of the chaos, watching this sudden bloody farce with a blank expression. Tisk. He clicks his tongue lightly, stepping aside to avoid a flying severed limb, his gaze falling on the anglerfish monster, which is still rampaging with destruction, deep in thought. So the undercover took action first, huh? Beside him, Panda Mylan, terrified, has curled into a black and white furball, her paws tightly covering her eyes, her voice trembling. I can't see. I can't see anything. But Chen Xin just quietly stands there, not moving, as if none of this has anything to do with him. He merely observes the monster, now crazily killing, with the eyes of a predator sizing up its prey. Although the undercover hasn't been found, the chaos seems to have achieved its goal. Sure enough. These undercover agents may not be very smart, but they know to cause trouble when the others are away. Chapter 57, Aquarium, The Strange Statue. Chen Xin isn't really that scared. No prompt for a talent upgrade echoes in his mind, at least this means the anglerfish in front of him is still below B-level. Judging by its displayed destructive power, it's probably a sea-level anomaly, weaker than the octopus from last night. Sea-level, he can run. He can't fight it, but he can leave, the monster can't stop him. As for the security department? If all the security staff are as weak as the unlucky one he gave extra food to last night, Chen Xin glances at the second security guard now being chewed like a snack by the anglerfish, it seems like another batch would just be more food. So, will the director come? Maybe. A gleam flashes in Chen Xin's eyes. This is a perfect opportunity. Chaos, distracted attention, core forces being tied up. He doesn't even need to put much effort into finding the undercover agents anymore.
These undercover agents and I really do have a telepathic connection. Chen Xin smiles slightly, even the timing of their troublemaking is so synchronized.
Opportunities must not be missed. He doesn't have time to contact Mike, so he turns and sneaks toward the kitchen exit. However, after just 2 steps, a serious question suddenly appears in his mind. Where is the director's office in the aquarium? Chen Xin's footsteps halt. This is a bit awkward.
No choice, he has to turn back, his eyes scanning the chaotic hallway before quickly locking onto a security guard rushing toward the kitchen to assist.
Lucky security, target captured. 3 minutes later, in a hidden corner.
The huge eyeball's illusory image slowly fades, and the security guard, tainted by mental corruption, stares blankly, unreservedly revealing the exact location of the director's office, the deepest part of the 3rd floor of the aquarium, at the end of the hallway, behind a door with a nameplate.
Chen Xin glances at his attribute panel. Strength, 34. Speed, 30. Charm, 13. Luck, 12. Intelligence, 25. Rationality, 49.11. Free attribute points, 16.7961.
He had just consumed 11 points of rationality from interrogating the dolphin and this security guard. But it's fine, he glances at the unconscious security guard on the floor, who's actually a good supplement. He reallocates 11 points of rationality from the 16 points of free attribute he gained from devouring the security guard. The familiar clarity of the mind returned, the cost was a further shrinkage of reserves.
Rationality, 4960. Free attribute points, 16.796115.7961.
After finishing these, Chen Xin picked up the unconscious security guard, found a secluded storage room, stuffed him in, and even deliberately left a gap for ventilation before closing the door, keeping him for a midnight snack.
As for whether he would be discovered, he was not worried at all. With so many undercover agents in the aquarium, he could easily shift the blame onto them later. Who would suspect a diligent new employee? The way was clear.
Thanks to the chaos in the direction of the kitchen, almost all members of the security department were drawn there.
Chen Xin sneaked past several waves of support teams rushing to the scene, quietly making his way to the deepest part of the aquarium's 3rd floor. At the end of the corridor, a tightly closed dark wooden door stood silently, and 4 characters were written on the nameplate next to the door. Director's office. Chen Xin did not approach immediately.
He stopped about 3 or 4 meters from the door, black energy surged behind him, forming 2 slender tentacles that cautiously reached for the doorknob. The door kill from the last instance left him with quite a psychological shadow. The tentacles gently wrapped around the doorknob and slowly turned.
Click. The door opened a crack. Chen Xin's nerves instantly tensed, and the black energy before him formed layers of defense barriers. However, the anticipated whistling killing intent did not appear. Nothing happened. Chen Xin. Damn, the last instance really didn't leave me with some psychological shadow, did it? Though he thought this, he did not relax his vigilance in the slightest. The tentacles continued to move, fully pushing the door open. The scene behind the door gradually revealed itself. Then, Chen Xin froze. Inside the office, there was a strange silence. Filing cabinets, desks, chairs, bookshelves, everything was as usual. But a layer of visible dust covered all surfaces, shimmering a dull gray-white under the faint blue light filtering in from outside. This office looked like it hadn't been visited for 6 or 7 months. This was very abnormal. As the power core of the entire aquarium, how could the director's office be so neglected? Where did he usually work? Or rather, Chen Xin suppressed his rising doubts and did not recklessly step in. He used his tentacles to tentatively sweep inside, flipping through a few books, pushing a chair, confirming that no traps were triggered, before finally stepping in. Dust gently crunched underfoot. Chen Xin stood in the center of the dusty office, his gaze slowly sweeping over this forgotten space, a thought quietly surfacing. Where exactly had the owner of this office gone? And what exactly was that director who gave orders in the aquarium every day? Chen Xin steadied his mind and began to search carefully in the dust-covered office. The drawers of the desk were opened one by one. The first drawer contained a few ballpoint pens, a box of paper clips, 2 staplers, and some office clutter that he couldn't name. Chen Xin hesitated for half a second and, following the principle of since I'm here, casually grabbed a few items and shoved them in his mouth, chewing. It tasted just like industrial saccharin, not nutritious at all. Free attribute points plus 0.01. Free attribute points plus 0.01. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. While searching, Chen Xin swept clean all the edible items from the drawer, leaving only a few yellowed pieces of paper. He flipped through them casually, all were purchasing lists and work schedules, of no value. The second drawer contained some personal items, an old pair of reading glasses, an empty photo frame, a few bottles of dried ink, still no substantial clues. until he pulled open the bottom drawer. A black-covered notebook lay quietly inside, with no words on the cover. Chen Xin picked it up and opened the first page. It was handwritten, the ink had faded a bit, but it was still clear. Diary. He had no time to examine it closely and quickly tucked the notebook into his chest. This place is not suitable for staying long. The chaos in that kitchen could hold on for who knows how long. What if the curator really comes back? Just as he was about to leave, something suddenly caught the corner of his eye. On top of the bookshelf deep in the office, a statue stood quietly. It was a bizarre figure carved from some kind of pitch-black stone, completely out of place in the dust-filled surroundings, almost free of dust itself, as if it was often polished, or perhaps, it was repelling something on its own. The statue depicted a monster crouching on a rock. Its head was similar to that of an octopus, with several tentacles hanging from its jaw. It had a pair of folded fleshy wings on its back, and its muscular limbs tightly gripped the rock beneath it. A pair of eyeless sockets faced towards the direction of the office. The moment Chen Xin saw that statue, his mind went blank. When he regained his senses, he realized he had somehow lifted up onto his toes, with his arm raised high, and his fingertips were less than a fist's distance away from the statue. Chapter 58, Aquarium, The Unspeakable. A bone-chilling cold shot from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. Chen Xin retreated suddenly as if scalded, stumbling back a few steps, his back hitting the table behind him with a muffled thud. He gasped heavily, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. What just happened? He had no memory of touching the statue, nor could he recall how he walked over. That feeling, it was as if a part of his consciousness had been inexplicably removed, leaving only a void. What was even more terrifying? He had 60 points of sanity. Chen Xin dared not look at that statue again, almost crawling out of the curator's office, running wildly until he confirmed he was far from that area, stopping at a hidden corner of the stairs to lean against the wall, breathing heavily. His heart raced in his chest, each beat reminding him of how dangerous it had just been. Huff, huff. Chen Xin raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat off his forehead, his fingertips still trembling slightly. 60 points of sanity, and yet it was breached? That was already 6 times higher than an ordinary person's sanity. To be affected so thoroughly that he didn't even know how he walked over there. If it were an ordinary person, Chen Xin couldn't imagine the consequences. But one thing was certain, that statue was absolutely a problem, and a big one. However, when he saw the statue, his ability hadn't given him any hints. Could it be that the statue's level is below B rank? How could that be? Just one glance and he was hit? This thing, damn it, isn't it supposed to be harmless? He would believe it was an A-rank aberration. No, he had seen A-rank aberrations before. Wasn't that brother from the last dungeon A-rank? But when facing that brother, he at least felt the threat level, could assess the difference, and think of countermeasures. But this statue, it didn't do anything. It was just there. Merely existing caused him to lose a piece of his awareness. Soon, a thought suddenly popped into Chen Xin's mind. At the end of the 5-person household dungeon, the system mentioned, the unspeakable, was not eliminated. Hiss. That statue, could it be the unspeakable of this dungeon? Chen Xin felt he had discovered something significant. The ability didn't give hints. Could it be because the unspeakable can't be measured by the aberration level system? Very likely. Unspeakable just sounds impressive. The shape is a statue, also black. The flavor should be similar to that of a molten chocolate cake, right? Of course, it'd be best if it wasn't too sweet. If it had a flowing filling, that would be even better. As he thought about this, tears of fear rolled down from the corners of Chen Xin's mouth. As a somewhat accomplished aberration gourmet, Chen Xin had basically figured out the rules of his abilities. The higher the level of the aberration, the more delicious the taste, the purer the energy provided. If I hadn't run away in fear just now, but instead took a bite out of that statue, that flavor must have been wonderful. It might even have ended this quest right away. Damn, what a blood loss. But thinking it through, Chen Xin calmed down again. He didn't have the guts to go back and seek death. That statue clearly wasn't something to be messed with. Chen Xin didn't believe it had no means of protecting itself. Before confirming the other party's true strength and weaknesses, he wouldn't act rashly. This is unspeakable. Meanwhile, the troublesome Oncong fish in the kitchen was finally subdued. As for who subdued it, Chen Xin wasn't clear. He only knew that lunch came as usual, as if the bloody slaughter just now was merely a deleted scene. As for Mike, originally, when he learned that Chen Xin planned to go to the director's office, he had devised a whole set of meticulous plans. He intended to wait until Chen Xin handed over the clues he collected, then immediately contact the security department to arrest the person, using the aquarium's power like a knife to kill, completing the command from the US headquarters without anyone knowing. For this, he had even prepared more than 20 emergency plans covering all possible unexpected situations. But Chen Xian's actions were too sudden. When it was close to lunchtime, Mike found Chen Xian and pretended as if nothing was wrong, casually asking him, "When will you act?" Chen Xian just glanced at him coolly and said, "It's already over." Mike was stunned at that moment. He seemed to have become a clown.
And all the details about Mike's perfect plan were precisely relayed to Chen Xian by our dedicated intelligence officer, Panda Milan, word for word.
That's right, Chen Xian had long since sensed something was off about Mike.
So, before heading to the aquarium director's office, he had already asked Panda Milan to follow Mike and see what this guy was really up to. Lured by a bucket of fresh small fish, Milan decisively agreed. After all, it also felt that following to the director's office was too dangerous. Compared to that, tracking someone was much easier. After all, it had hidden in the zoo for several months, and its strongest skills were stealth and observation.
Thus, at the lunch table appeared this bizarre scene.
Chen Xian kept his head down eating his meal while his eyes intensely scrutinized Mike, his gaze carrying a significant meaning as if examining prey.
This guy actually wanted to kill him? Why? Was it a command from the US, or had the director promised him some benefits?
From Mike's perspective, this scene seemed even stranger.
He could only see Chen Xian eating while rolling his eyes to stare at him, his gaze holding an indescribable meaning.
That look inexplicably chilled Mike's back as if he owed the other millions. Even more bizarre was that after finishing his meal, Chen Xian expressionlessly cleaned his bowl, chopsticks, uneaten food in the pot, rice cooker, and frying pan, leaving nothing behind. Then, he wiped his mouth, stood up, and returned to his workstation without looking back, leaving a bewildered Mike and a messy crime scene on the table. And that panda squatting in the corner, chewing on small fish while watching the show. In the highest conference room of Huaxia. The commander stared at the live broadcast screen, his expression grave enough to drip water. Chen Xian had noticed something was off with Mike, and those of us monitoring the screen 24 hours a day naturally picked up on the abnormal movements of the US contestant even earlier. Although the entire set of more than 20 emergency plans couldn't be implemented, the intention behind them towards Chen Xian was already clear as day. At this point, the US is still thinking about their own interests. I really don't know what they are thinking. The commander gnashed his teeth in anger, his fists heavily smashing onto the table. The intelligence officer beside him forced a smile. "We have already inquired with the American side, but they adamantly deny it, saying it is the personal behavior of the chosen ones, and has nothing to do with them."
Personal behavior?
The commander scoffed, his eyes filled with sarcasm. "We are too familiar with this tactic.
Back when Zhou Mingyu was plotted against, they used the same excuse. The same script was played out again today. Only, last time they failed. This time, can Chen Xian achieve a counter-kill just like Zhou Mingyu?"
The commander's gaze returned to the screen, focusing on the figure lazily getting up after lunch. His eyes gradually became certain.
He can. Since entering the bizarre rules, Chen Xian has never disappointed anyone.
Though, his methods might be a bit strange, and his behavior logic a bit hard to grasp, even repeatedly hopping on the edge of human nature, it is undeniable that he has survived, and quite well. Every seemingly crazy action has ultimately proven to be the key to breaking the deadlock. "Send the order," the commander said solemnly. "Continue to monitor closely, but do not intervene rashly."
Chen Xian has his own rhythm, and what we need to do is believe in him. Afternoon, aquarium. The work arrangement for the afternoon has been adjusted.
Mike continued his regular job from the morning. What exactly it was, nobody cared. Anyway, he continued to perfect that useless emergency plan in the corner. Chen Xian, however, was assigned to an entirely new position. The kitchen, slicing sashimi. The old employee responsible for him pointed to the large, oddly emitting corpse on the chopping board, expressionless as he explained the task. "Today's work is to clean this up and cut it into thin slices suitable for sale."
Chen Xian looked down at the chopping board.
He recognized that corpse. It was the anglerfish monster that had wreaked havoc in the kitchen, devouring 2 security team members earlier this morning. Now it lay on the chopping board like an ordinary dead fish, having lost its earlier menace. The strange patterns on its skin still flickered with a faint light, and its giant mouth, filled with sharp teeth, lay half open, as if still expressing its unwillingness.
Chen Xian fell silent for 2 seconds, then raised his head, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. No problem.
This work, he was familiar with.
In the blink of an eye, night fell.
The field personnel returned to the aquarium one after another. Chen Xian stood at the edge of the crowd, his gaze scanning the familiar or unfamiliar faces. Soon, he spotted the undercover brother he had met a few times, followed by Jutiao Lian, who looked noticeably unwell.
Jutiao Lian was accompanied by another person. A stranger whom Chen Xian did not know at all. Chapter 59 Aquarium winning while lying down.
But just because he didn't know him, didn't mean the viewers in the livestream didn't know him.
When that face appeared on screen, the chat instantly exploded. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? How is this guy here? That weird guy from Curry Country. He's still alive? Wait, wasn't he lost outside yesterday? How did he make it to the aquarium today? What the hell, how did he get carried here? Winning dog. Pure winning dog. Other chosen ones have faced countless hardships to find this place, but he just takes a nap and fast forwards to the finish line? That's unfair. I'm envious. Winning dog +1. +2. Plus 10,086. Curry Country viewers must be popping champagne right now. This luck is beyond anyone, suggest changing his name to Child of Destiny. The chat was filled with wails of envy, jealousy, and hatred. The next process was similar to what Chen Xin and their group experienced on the first night. The aquarium director appeared, standing in front of everyone, and began an impassioned speech essentially welcoming new members into the aquarium family, to collectively resist the evil forces of the zoo, and protect this last pure land. His voice was full of infectious energy. His eyes shone with a nearly fanatical determination. After the speech ended, it was time, as usual, for the crowd to decide whether to stay. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, calling out to Chen Xin. Chen Xin. The sashimi this afternoon was cut by you, right? Chen Xin turned his head and found it was the old employee who had assigned him tasks in the afternoon. At that moment, the other person's face was flushed, his eyes seemed to be almost shooting fire, and he was tremblingly pointing a finger at him. Chen Xin looked unperturbed. Yes, I cut it. Is there a problem? You still have the face to ask if there's a problem? The old employee's voice suddenly rose, drawing the attention of many around them. This afternoon, such a big monkfish. A whole one. You only cut me 3 pieces of sashimi? 3 pieces. The air suddenly became quiet. The gazes around shifted from curiosity to shock, and then to a kind of indescribable complexity. 3 pieces? For such a big fish? Chen Xin remained calm, even showing an expression of "how do you not understand this," and earnestly explained. You don't understand. Fish, they shrink. Don't be fooled by how big they are when they are alive. After killing, bleeding, deboning, and gutting, there's not much edible meat left. Plus, it had been in the kitchen causing a stir for half the morning, consuming a lot of energy. So naturally, the meat. He seriously rambled on, and paired with his sincere face, it left the old employee momentarily speechless. In fact, most of that fish had long since gone into Chen Xin's belly. Leaving 3 pieces for the other was already his great mercy. After all, it was completely normal to taste while cutting, right? Not to mention, that monkfish was quite nutritious. Chen Xin silently calculated, the energy gained from swallowing the whole monkfish directly turned into 25 attribute points. This was far more than honestly cutting sashimi could bring. The old employee opened his mouth, wanting to refute but not knowing where to begin, and finally could only glare at him in frustration and leave with a flick of his sleeve. After all, you can never wake a person who pretends to be asleep. The gazes around gradually withdrew, but those directed at Chen Xin clearly held a few more strange elements, a complex mix of reverence, fear, and the feeling of this person is not to be trifled with. At the edge of the crowd, Zhou Tiaolian quietly watched the scene, with his expression still not looking too good. The lying flat Curry Nation choser beside him looked completely confused, having no idea what had happened. In the lounge, the 4 of them sat together. When Zhou Tiaolian returned and saw that Chen Xin was still sitting here unharmed, he already understood in his heart Mike's plan was most likely a failure. And the fact that Mike was still alive could only mean 2 things: either his little scheme had not yet been discovered, or it had been discovered, but Chen Xin was just too lazy to deal with him for now. Zhou Tiaolian leaned towards the latter. Let me introduce, Zhou Tiaolian broke the silence, pointing to the confused man beside him. This is Kalu, the chosen one from the Curry Nation. I found him in the zoo. Kalu glanced at Chen Xin and Mike, not saying a word. Chen Xin and Mike also showed no intention of paying him any attention. A person who could be picked up in the human pavilion was not worth much of their attention. Chosen one? Chen Xin caught on to the key word, raising an eyebrow. You mean, besides the 3 of us in this instance, there are other chosen ones wandering around? To be precise, there are still others. Zhou Tiaolian's tone held a hint of complexity. I found him in a place called the Human Pavilion. Human Pavilion? Mike finally reacted, his voice filled with confusion. Yes. Zhou Tiaolian nodded, starting to recount his discoveries at the zoo. That venue was very hidden, not on any map. There are many people locked inside, or rather, things that used to be people. They are trapped in transparent glass cabinets, dazed, their eyes hollow, like goods for sale. He paused, seemingly organizing his words. From my observation and reasoning, there are 2 purposes for the existence of that human pavilion. First, to satisfy the pleasure of animals. The animals that escaped from the zoo seem to have some kind of deep-rooted hatred for humans. They lock humans in glass cabinets for viewing, just like humans once kept them in cages. This is revenge, a reversal of identity.
Second, as a source of mutton. Zhou Tialian's voice lowered, carrying a chill. They periodically take a few people from the human pavilion and feed them specially made mutton. Before long, those people's bodies begin to mutate, growing hair, limbs twisting, losing their sanity, ultimately transforming into some kind of monstrous animal form. Then, they kill, dismember, and package those human-turned animals, turning them into the ready-to-eat mutton found in convenience stores. As his words fell, the lounge fell into a brief silence. Chen Xian's pupils slightly constricted. The source of mutton is people? He recalled the delicious mutton he had devoured at the convenience store, the juicy flavor while chewing, and the strange power he obtained after consuming it. No wonder. No wonder the mutton contained strange power, yet was different from ordinary bizarre pollution because it originally came from humans. Chen Xian's mind raced quickly. Zhou Tialian's information was like a key, unlocking many unresolved locks in his mind. So, what about the sashimi from the aquarium? Could it also follow the same principle? A bold guess formed in his mind. The aquarium director sends field staff to the zoo to promote sashimi, but the purpose isn't to collect tourist feedback, but to ensure that more tourists and chosen ones eat sashimi, thus planting the seeds of mutation within them. Once they eat sashimi, those people will be subtly influenced, ultimately transforming into monstrous forms of marine life. And these mutated monsters would strike against the zoo. This is exactly what the director desires, using humans turning into monsters to weaken the power of the zoo, even causing chaos. But things are not that simple. Those zoo undercover agents hiding within the aquarium clearly saw through this. They went against the grain, using the same mechanism to make the aquarium's internal staff inadvertently consume sashimi. Perhaps mixed into food, perhaps induced accidental ingestion, in short, leading them down the path of mutation as well. Once the internal staff mutate, they would wreak havoc within the aquarium, just like that monkfish in the kitchen this morning. And then? Then, these mutated former employees would be killed, their bodies disposed of, turned into new sashimi. Then let the field staff promote these new products to the zoo. A perfect closed loop. Chen Xian suddenly broke out in a cold sweat on his back. The aquarium and the zoo, two seemingly opposing forces, actually share the same underlying logic. Turning people into animals, then animals into food, and using this food to transform more people. They are not enemies. They are upstream and downstream of the same supply chain. And the chosen ones, including himself, are merely raw materials repeatedly exploited in this supply chain. Interesting. Chen Xian suddenly laughed, and his laughter sounded particularly jarring in the silent lounge. The other three turned to look at him simultaneously, their gazes varied. Zhou Tialian was wary, Mike was suspicious, and Kalu was purely bewildered. But Zhou Tialian did not dwell too much on Chen Xian's strange smile. He withdrew his gaze. In a calm tone, he asked, "My information is about done. What about you?" Chen Xian pulled out the black diary he had found in the director's office and placed it in the middle of the group. "I found a diary." His gaze immediately turned to Mike. To be honest, he had not expected this guy to provide any valuable clues. After all, according to the tracking report from Pandam Island, this guy had spent all day thinking about over 20 ways to kill himself. Where would he have the spare time to explore the side stories? However, to his surprise, Mike did speak up, and the information he revealed was quite crucial. "I found something very interesting," Mike whispered, his expression showing some confusion. "My talent, Rule Insight, can randomly extract rules to determine their truth. Last night when I was investigating, one rule showed as true. Rule 3, you have high access in the aquarium, but two locations are strictly forbidden, the basement and the director's office." He paused, his brow furrowed. "But this morning, when I checked again, the same rule had changed to false." This statement made everyone present look serious. "As far as I know," Mike continued, "in all the records since the strangeness of the rules began, there has never been an unusual occurrence that could distort a talent. The determination of a talent should be absolute and should not change due to time or environment. And the only difference between this morning and last night," Kyojo Rin picked up his words, her eyes flickering, "is the director's presence in the aquarium." "Exactly," Mike nodded. "This morning, the director was probably out buying ingredients and was not in the aquarium. So I came to a guess, when the director is in the aquarium, Rule 3 takes effect, when he leaves, Rule 3 becomes invalid." After listening, Chen Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. This guess was indeed reasonable, and the logic was sound. But there was one problem. He was the one who had personally been to the director's office. He understood the dangers in that office better than anyone else. That strange statue, that terrifying power that could make a person lose consciousness with just one glance, bypassing even 60 points of sanity. If a person's sanity was still within the normal human range, it would absolutely not escape its influence. Moreover, the placement of that statue was extremely tricky. You might not notice it when entering the door, but when you rummaged through things in the office and turned to leave, your gaze would inevitably sweep over it in that instant. A flash of inspiration struck Chen Xian's mind. Could it be possible that Mike's guess was only half correct? Whether the aquarium director was present or not might not be important at all, what mattered was whether that statue was there or not.
Chapter 61, Aquarium Diary. If the director took the statue when he left, then the office's absolute prohibition would naturally be invalid. If the director only went out briefly, but the statue remained, then the danger level of the office would not diminish in the slightest. Unfortunately, Chen Xin had no way to verify.
When he went, the statue was still there. He was deep in thought when his peripheral vision caught Kyojo Ren's action.
Kyojo Ren also took out a diary from her backpack. The style of that diary was exactly the same as the one Chen Xin found in the director's office. Chen Xin's pupils contracted.
I found this in the former director's office at the zoo. Kyojo Ren opened the cover and placed the diary in front of the group. It's the same model as yours, Chen Xin, but mine seems a bit older. In the curious gazes of the others, Kyojo Ren began to flip through the yellowed diary.
July 28, 2016, Sunny. I became the director of Sunshine Zoo. This is simply too exciting. This is a public zoo, and its original intention is to better protect these lovely animals.
I think this job is very meaningful, so I decided to write a journal to record every detail of this work.
October 2, 2016, light rain.
The number of visitors at Sunshine Zoo is more than I expected. After deducting employee salaries and daily expenses, we still have a large sum of money left over.
This is undoubtedly good news. If this trend continues, we might consider expanding some new venues.
June 30, 2017, heavy rain.
The zoo's revenue has started to decrease, but it still easily covers daily expenses.
Visitors seem less interested in our zoo. I realize I should change something.
Maybe I should introduce some new animal species? Or hold some interactive events? March 14, 2019, heavy rain. The zoo's income can no longer support daily expenses and maintenance.
I had to make a difficult decision, reduce employee salaries and cut the budget for animal supplies. I hope this is just a temporary hardship.
July 9, 2019, light rain. The zoo's income remains bleak. Fortunately, the balance saved from the previous 2 years can support us for a while, but how long? I began to suffer from insomnia. January 4, 2020, light snow. I made a significant decision. Use the remaining money to build an aquarium. It doesn't need to be large, just beside the zoo. This way, we can attract visitors and collect tickets twice. This is my last resort. I hope everything goes smoothly. February 27, 2020, heavy rain.
While the construction team was laying the foundation for the aquarium, they dug up something strange.
It was a statue.
I cannot accurately describe its appearance with words. If I had to, it resembled a humanoid creature with an octopus head, squatting on a rock. It seemed to have the outline of wings behind it, with muscular limbs that exuded an indescribable eeriness. When I saw it, I felt a chill run down my spine, and a primal fear rose from my heart. I decided to send it to the museum immediately. Such a thing should not stay here. February 28, 2020, torrential rain. On the way to deliver the statue to the museum, I got into a car accident. I was not hurt, but the statue vanished without a trace. This made me very anxious. Where on earth did that thing go? April 1, 2020, overcast. The aquarium has been completed. But the damned pandemic worsened the zoo's already bad situation. No visitors, no income, and we are losing money every day. I can barely hold on. January 1, 2021, sunny. The aquarium is officially open. Indeed, there are many more visitors. If this continues for a year, we can make up all of the zoo's losses. I can finally get a good night's sleep. August 23, 2021, heavy rain. This is not good. Since the aquarium opened, there have been several cases of visitors going missing. The police have come several times, investigated for a long time, but there are no results. I feel an uneasy sense of foreboding. I can't help but think of that eerie statue. Could it be related to that thing? September 30, 2022, hail. Due to the increasing and frequent missing persons cases, I decided to close the aquarium. I can't let it go on like this. Even if I go bankrupt, I cannot allow anyone else to go missing. October 15, 2022, overcast. The aquarium is closed. The number of visitors immediately dropped by more than half. I had to sell off some of the zoo's facilities again, those extra seats, old amusement equipment, even some non-essential decorations. I sold everything I could, and the money barely covers employee salaries. But how long can this last? November 20, 2022, light rain. I had to lay off another group of people. Watching those longtime employees leave made my heart heavy. But if they stayed, I couldn't pay their salaries. Leaving meant they could at least find a living elsewhere. The animal feed has also started to decrease.
Fortunately, we can still maintain basic survival and not let them go hungry. December 25, 2022, heavy snow. Christmas. The zoo is eerily quiet, without a single visitor. I sit alone in the director's office. Listen to the howling wind outside. Sometimes, I get the illusion that the wind carries the low growl of animals, like they are trying to tell me something. Maybe I'm just too tired. January 15, 2023, sunny. The first month of the year, and things still haven't gotten any better. The money on the books is almost gone. I've even started to consider selling some of the less popular animals to other zoos. But every time this thought crosses my mind, a strong sense of unease fills me. They've been with me for so many years, how could I? February 28, 2023, cloudy. In the end, I sold them. 3 antelopes, 2 deer. I got some money from it, enough to barely survive this month. When I loaded them onto the transport truck, I noticed their eyes. Those eyes weren't the eyes of ordinary animals, too quiet, too still, in a way that made me uneasy. It was as if they were looking at me, or maybe, remembering me. I must be overthinking it. March 15, 2023, rainy. The salary still hasn't been paid. The staff began to complain, some quit, others went on strike. The few left are staying out of old loyalty. I locked myself in my office and didn't go out the whole day. March 30, 2023, heavy rain. I made a decision. I will close the zoo. Rather than struggling to survive like this, it's better to end it with dignity. I've already contacted a few institutions that will take in these animals. The conditions aren't as good as here, but at least they'll live. On the last day of business, I'll treat it as saying goodbye to them. March 31, 2023, cloudy. The handwriting begins to get sloppy, trembling. No. No, no, no. Those animals. They've changed. This morning, when I opened the cages for the last cleaning, I found all the animals staring at me. All of them. It wasn't the usual look of waiting to be fed. It was the look of a hunter. I wanted to leave, but it was too late. The cage doors all opened automatically. They walked out, step by step, slow and steady. Some of the animals seemed to have grown larger, others had strange red eyes. Even more terrifying was, some animals started turning into human shapes. It was the most twisted sight I've ever seen. Their fur shed and twisted, bones reformed and cracked, blood and flesh melted like wax, until they turned into half-human, half-beast monsters. They started killing people. The staff who hadn't left yet, the last batch of tourists. Screams echoed from all directions. No one could escape. All the exits were sealed by them. I remembered that statue. It must have been that statue. It's back. It used some power to awaken them. Now, I can only go to the aquarium and try to find a way. The staff left here will go there with me. There is an emergency passage below, left as an escape route when the building was first constructed. Although the aquarium has been closed, the passage should still work. I'll leave this notebook here for now. If I die, I hope that if anyone comes later, they can make this notebook public. Tell the people outside. Don't come near here. Never. The notebook 9 Lian brought back, like a heavy stone thrown into still water, caused silent ripples between the 4 people. Each person was digesting this massive amount of information, the statue, the mutations, the catastrophe sweeping everything, all the clues finally began to form a complete picture. Hey, a sudden voice broke the silence, you 3, does anyone know what that statue really is? It was Kalu who spoke. Chen Xin glanced at him, he had never seen this person on the end of the world train, probably one of the newly selected chosen ones. The tone and choice of words felt uncomfortable, too casual. Although he didn't like how this guy spoke, Chen Xin still opened his mouth. After all, the matter of the statue was closely related to the safety of everyone present. That statue. He paused, recalling his experience in the curator's office that afternoon, a chill creeping down his back can affect a person's mind. Because of my special talent, my rationality is higher, I only felt a little impact and managed to pull back in time. But if it were an ordinary person? Before he could finish, Mylan, the panda on lookout outside, rolled in a flurry, panic written all over her face, her voice pitched higher, the curator's here. This sentence was like a bucket of ice water, instantly dousing the relaxed atmosphere inside the room. Zhou Tiaolian and Mike's expressions darkened at the same time. Chen Xin's heart sank, why was the curator personally coming to the staff lounge at this late hour? This was definitely not a good sign. Only Kalu looked bewildered as he scanned the 3, clearly confused. Hey, why do you all look like you just ate shit? It's not hard to guess from the diary, the current aquarium curator is the former zoo director. He has no grudges against us, so why would he want to harm us? Can't you all understand such a simple logic? Mike's mouth twitched, too lazy to respond to this clueless newcomer.
Before he could finish, the lounge door was pushed open.
The curator's figure appeared in the doorway.
He swept a glance around the room, his eyes lingering on each person's face for less than half a second, then headed straight toward a certain direction. Zhou Tiaolian reacted the fastest. He and Kalu had just arrived at the aquarium today and hadn't had time to do anything out of line, so there were no loopholes in the rules.
If the curator was looking for trouble, the only targets could be Chen Xin or Mike.
While the curator hadn't gotten close yet, he quickly tucked the 2 notebooks in the most hidden spot of his clothes, then stood up casually, pretending to go to the restroom as he brushed past the approaching curator. The curator merely glanced at him out of the corner of his eye without saying a word. The next moment, he stopped in front of Chen Xin.
You are Chen Xin, right?
His voice was low but carried an undeniable pressure.
Chen Xin's heart skipped a beat. It's over, it's over, it's over. Could this guy be coming to trouble me because I ate too much sashimi this afternoon? Please, don't, brother. You are an A-level anomaly, you have to be truthful. Isn't this aquarium known for unlimited food? I've only eaten a little bit, just one bowfin, I haven't even recouped my losses.
But now in this situation, there was no escape.
He couldn't even take on a slightly stronger C-level anomaly, let alone this real A-level one in front of him. Chen Xin could only resign himself and nodded, trying hard to look calm. Yes, it's me.
Mike, seeing this scene, was momentarily taken aback, then a surge of delight rose in his heart.
Wait, isn't this guy's visit to the curator's office this morning exposed? But I haven't reported it yet. However, this works too. That saves me the trouble. The curator comes to the lounge in the middle of the night for what?
Feels a bit off. I suggest Chen Xin run first.
Run? What's with running?
Chen Xin has seen all sorts of scenes, the curator is just a curator.
Exactly, Chen Xin is a man who has faced anomalies head-on.
+1, an old fan who chased after him from a 5-person family, Chen Xin never disappoints.
Why do I feel something is off? Anyway, I'm lying flat now, Chen Xin is awesome, and that's enough. Chen Xin, go for it. Beat the curator. Extra meal tonight.
If Chen Xin could see the chat messages in the livestream at this moment, he would definitely start cursing.
Come on, do you think I'm invincible? An A-level anomaly is not a matter to be taken lightly.
At this moment, Chen Xin quietly followed behind the curator, his steps heavy as if filled with lead.
A dangerous thought was rapidly racing through his mind. If he suddenly lunged now, could he sever the curator's throat in an instant? The answer is, most likely not. He felt anxious. At this late hour, the curator called him out alone, yet didn't kill him immediately. What exactly did he want? The boss called the new employee out alone at midnight. Could he be trying to tempt me? Chen Xin was disgusted by this thought.
While he was considering whether to find an opportunity to escape, the curator walking ahead suddenly stopped and turned his back to him, speaking.
You are the chosen one who got off the train, right? Chapter 63, Aquarium, Smuggler. Chen Xin's footsteps halted suddenly. CPU malfunctioned for a moment. Train? What is he talking about? The end train? An NPC from a game actually knows about the end train? And he even knows about the chosen ones?
The curator turned his head, seeing the shock frozen on Chen Xin's face, and a slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if it were some knowing smile.
Looks like my guess was right. Chen Xin opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. You're very curious about how I know, right?
The curator's tone was calm as if discussing daily life. I am actually a smuggler.
Once. I was just like you, also a chosen one. This sentence struck like thunder, exploding in Chen Xin's mind.
Repeated challenges in the game made me realize that continuing like this would only lead to death in increasingly difficult dungeons. The curator continued, his gaze seemingly piercing through Chen Xin to a distant past. So in one of the team dungeons, we came here.
He paused and gave Chen Xin a knowing glance. You've been to my office, right? Chen Xin's pupils suddenly contracted.
The statue placed there was once. The curator paused, his voice carrying a trace of complex emotion, an unspeakable vessel. Together, we exterminated that unspeakable thing.
Others chose to return to the train. But I was different. I smuggled myself.
I used a special item obtained in another dungeon to load my soul into that statue. That way, I escaped the endless cycle of eerie tales.
I became an outsider who got off the train.
As soon as these words were spoken, the live chat exploded.
Wait, did I hear that wrong? What did he say? The curator is a chosen one? Holy shit. What a shocking turn of events. CPU burned out, let me calm down. So the curator was once human? What is he now? No matter what, Chen God really met a senior. This dungeon is getting more interesting. I was once a chosen one too.
The curator's tone had a hint of nostalgia, as if he were opening a long-sealed memory, so I understand your difficulties.
Tell me, what is your task in this dungeon? I will help you complete it. Chen Xin lowered his head, as if seriously considering this proposal. After a moment, he raised his head, his eyes filled with trust. I believe you. Then he stated the condition to clear the dungeon. Survive for 3 days in this world. Yeah, right. Chen Xin lied. The real condition to clear was to uncover hidden secrets, the diary, the statue, the truth behind this eerie loop. But what he chose to tell the curator was a reasonable lie, without loopholes. Upon hearing this, the curator immediately revealed a satisfied smile, even clapping his hands. Good. You should have only 1 day left, right? So, tomorrow you and your teammates just stay quietly in the aquarium. When the 3rd day comes, you can leave directly. Guaranteed safety. Then thank you very much. Chen Xin put on a grateful expression. After parting from the curator, Chen Xin's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a cold darkness. Oof. So clever, and even knew to disguise himself as a chosen one to extract information? For every word the curator said earlier, Chen Xin did not believe a single one. He had already been suspicious last time he asked the old employees about the zoo. When the other party looked confused and completely forgot, Chen Xin already had a vague guess. That guess was suddenly confirmed today by the curator who confessed. The curator could alter memories. He faded all internal staff's memories of the zoo, making them firmly believe they were born as oceanarium employees. This alteration should be a slow mental pollution, taking a certain amount of time in the oceanarium to gradually take effect, hard to detect and hard to guard against. Chen Xin was very confident about his 60 points of rationality. He was sure his memory hadn't been tampered with. But from the current results, even if Mike's memory had not been altered, it was very likely viewed. Interesting. The curator could peek into other people's memories, but this ability should not be reckless. Otherwise, when he lied just now, the curator would have noticed something unusual. But he didn't. As for whether this memory browsing restriction would weaken as their time in the oceanarium increased, it was hard to say. Chen Xian's eyes flickered slightly. The best solution right now was to eat Mike, preventing his memory from being further peeped into, ending it all. Anyway, this guy had bad intentions, dying was what he deserved. Who knows, it might even spark some miraculous chemical reaction in his stomach, inheriting Mike's talents. As for Kalu and the nine-tailed lotus, they were field staff, spending less time in the oceanarium, and their influence should be small, so they could be kept for now. Chen Xian quickly sorted through all the fragmented clues in his mind. The opposition between the zoo and the oceanarium was an illusion. They were essentially the upstream and downstream of the same industry chain, and behind the scenes, it was likely all the same unspeakable entity. After all, the employee manual mentioned to him who would protect the oceanarium, and the undercover monkey from the zoo had also mistakenly thought of himself as sent by him of the zoo. The unspeakable played both roles, using the zoo and the oceanarium to check each other, consuming tourists as much as possible without letting the animals grow too powerful. As for what benefits this brought to him, it was unclear for now. The curator could alter and browse memories, but there were limitations. The truth of the entire oceanarium, after connecting these trivial clues, was starting to take shape. Next, he just needed to do 3 more things. First, have a deeper conversation with that undercover brother to confirm his guesses from another perspective. Second, find a chance to sneak out of the oceanarium tomorrow to personally confirm some things at the zoo, especially that human pavilion. Third, explore the supposed exit in the basement to see where it actually leads. After doing these, the truth should, probably, maybe, just might, be pieced together completely. Well, Chen Xin wasn't so sure. He silently estimated the time in his mind. Tomorrow, he had to complete so many things. It was a bit rushed. At the end of the corridor, Chen Xin leaned against the wall, not immediately going back. The curator's words were still swirling in his mind. Not because he believed it, he didn't believe a word, but because there was one question he couldn't make sense of. Clearly, the curator knew they were a group of uncontrollable variables, so why not just kill them directly? Instead, he went to great lengths to weave a lie of I am also chosen? Chen Xin believed that if the curator really wanted to take action, the 4 of them plus that panda would not escape. Grade A was, for them now, a dimensional strike, an overwhelming gap. But he didn't. He was testing. He was weaving. He was waiting for something? Chapter 64, Oceanarium, him. Chen Xin frowned, feeling like something had been overlooked by him. What did the curator really want? What meaning did keeping them hold? Could it be? No way. Chen Xin suddenly straightened up. Why didn't I simply go with the flow and ask the curator for a few strands of hair to try out? With the kind of gratitude overflowing act I just pulled, the curator would most likely not refuse. That is an A-class strange bodily organization.
Even just one hair would be enough for my talent to level up.
Damn it. What a huge loss. Chen Xin angrily punched the wall, regretting deeply.
Such a good opportunity, and I was only thinking about how to cheat, forgetting to do the right thing. Forget it, next time for sure. He took a deep breath, temporarily pushing down this feeling of annoyance and turned to walk towards the break room.
Mike is still over there, I need to keep an eye on him.
This guy has a lot on his mind, and if the curator sees something he shouldn't, Mike will turn into a corpse by morning or a plate of sashimi. Although Mike's death wouldn't hurt him, it wasn't the right time yet. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner at the other end of the aquarium, Zhou Tiaolian sneaked into a storage room piled with miscellaneous items, sticking to the wall. He locked the door behind him, perked up his ears to listen for a moment, confirming there were no footsteps outside, then breathed a sigh of relief. He pulled out the 2 notebooks from his pocket, one found in the zoo curator's office, the other in Chen Xian's office at the aquarium.
He hadn't had the chance to open Chen Xian's notebook yet.
Zhou Tiaolian opened the newer notebook and, using the faint light slipping through the door crack, scanned line by line through the densely packed scribbles.
April 1, 2023. I never thought I would still be alive to escape here.
The entrance to the emergency passage is right in front of us. As long as we pass through it, we can leave this hell, but our footsteps stopped.
That statue is blocking the entrance. It was the same one unearthed during the aquarium's construction.
It seems like it has been waiting for us, quietly squatting there, its hollow eyes mocking our struggles.
I have a very bad premonition. April 2, 2023, sunny.
We spent a whole day trying every possible way to move that statue, but it wouldn't budge an inch. It was like it had taken root, merging with the entire passageway.
But strangely, the animals that were hunting us didn't chase us here. They clearly could have trapped us here, but they didn't. It's as if something is preventing them from getting close. I don't know if that's fortunate or not. April 4, 2023, overcast. We tried everything we could think of, digging walls, prying locks, even trying to crawl out through the ventilation ducts. All failed. This place became an even bigger cage. But it's okay. I soon figured it out. Since we can't escape, let's stay.
Using the aquarium as a base, we can slowly build our strength. One day we will counterattack.
Those employees who couldn't escape became my first group of support.
Like me, they had nowhere to retreat, and could only fight with their backs against the wall.
And those animals disguised as staff luring tourists outside.
The survivors who escape into here become our fresh blood. I developed rules for internal staff and external staff. These rules will help them survive in the cracks.
But even so, people still die every day. April 17, 2023. This stability didn't last for many days.
Today, I saw that statue again at the corner of the hallway.
It should have been at the basement entrance.
I am sure I didn't see wrong, the twisted octopus head, those folded flesh wings, that chilling sensation. But when I ran back to the basement, the exit was still blocked by it.
May 3, 2023. I have been seeing it more and more frequently lately.
Sometimes at the end of the hallway, sometimes at the staircase corner, sometimes right outside the window of my office, staring at me through the glass.
I don't know if it is really there, or if. I feel like my mental state is deteriorating more and more.
I started to lose sleep, started to talk to myself, started to confuse day and night.
June 2, 2023. What happened today completely broke me. That statue, it turned my employees into ocean animals.
I saw with my own eyes those living people twisting, tearing, and reshaping in front of me, finally turning into fish, jellyfish, and dolphins, then being locked into the aquarium's water tanks. They were still struggling, still banging against the glass with their remaining consciousness, begging me for help.
But I couldn't save them. I couldn't save anyone. Oh my god. I feel like I'm going crazy. What the hell is going on? Why is this happening? May 32, 2023, Rainbow. I'm fine now. Better than ever. He. Everything has become clear.
The problems that troubled me, the things that caused me pain, suddenly all have answers.
So, that's how it is. June 9, 2023, heavy rain. He is controlling my time more and more. This afternoon, I had nearly 3 hours without my own consciousness. When I woke up, I found myself standing in the middle of the employee break room, surrounded by a circle of terrified people. They said I was preaching. Said I was speaking in a language they couldn't understand, saying things that gave them goosebumps. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. June 2023. He is browsing my memories. He is stealing my memories. He is becoming me. I can feel his presence in my mind, like a cold mist, slowly and steadily eroding every bit of my consciousness. He is learning my way of speaking, mimicking my thinking habits, copying everything about me. He and I are becoming more and more alike. Sometimes when I look in the mirror, I even get confused, are those eyes in the mirror mine or his? I don't know. Chapter 65, Aquarium, 1 second of silence. The diary stops here abruptly. Zhou Tiaolian closes the notebook, frowning. This aquarium's diary is completely different in style from the zoo's. The further back I read, the more twisted and awkward the writing becomes, with some sentences even seeming like they were written by two different people, exuding an inexplicable eeriness. It seems the current curator is no longer the original director. That statue, or rather he, has completely taken control of him. Zhou Tiaolian's thoughts race. If the curator has already been eroded by the statue, then calling Chen Xin out alone. It's likely to be very dangerous. Sigh. Zhou Tiaolian silently mourns for that unfortunate chosen one from Huaxia for a second. Though they were strangers, they are both chosen ones, and that's some bond. A second, that's enough thoughtfulness. At that moment. Crack. A crisp sound of breaking came from the door. Then, a beam of piercing light suddenly shot into the dim storage room. Zhou Tiaolian instinctively squints, his pupils rapidly constricting in the bright light, alarms ringing in his head. Damn. What is happening? He clearly locked the door. As his eyes slowly adjusted to the light, he finally saw the person standing at the door. Chen Xin. Chewing on something, making a crunch-crunch sound, like he was eating crispy bones. The remnants of the door lock were vaguely visible from the corner of his mouth. What the hell, are we haunted? Zhou Tiaolian blurted out, stepping back a half step. Haunted? Chen Xin was taken aback, really turning around to look behind him, then innocently turning back. I didn't see anything. Mylan, did you see anything? The panda Mylan poked her round head out from behind Chen Xin, seriously shaking her head. Zhou Tiaolian takes a deep breath, trying hard to calm himself down. He stares at Chen Xin, his tone still filled with disbelief. It's not you're still alive? What, are you disappointed? Chen Xin raises an eyebrow. No, Zhou Tiaolian is momentarily speechless, his mind a chaotic jumble. I thought the curator would kill you. He let you go? Chen Xin walks into the storage room, casually closing the door without the lock. The door could only be slightly ajar. He briefly explained his matters with the curator, omitting some details but keeping the two key pieces of information. The curator claims to be the chosen one and can alter memories. After hearing this, Zhou Tiaolian's shock almost overflowed from the screen. Since the curator can browse and alter memories, and even disguise himself as the chosen one to get information from you? He stared wide-eyed. But wait, why are you fine? Didn't he do anything to you? That's none of your concern, Chen Xin said with a mysterious expression. The poet has his own clever tricks. Zhou Tiaolian stared at him for a few seconds, realizing this had much to do with Chen Xin's bizarre talent, able to devour the strange and grow those terrifying tentacles. This guy's secret was probably deeper than the aquarium itself. Since the other party was unwilling to speak, he didn't plan to pry further. By the way, how did you find this place? Chen Xin pointed toward the panda Mylan. Tracking hound, comes with a tracking function. Mylan appropriately puffed her small chest, wearing a "that's right, I'm that awesome" expression. Zhou Tiaolian. All right then. He rubbed his temples, forcing himself to temporarily set aside the shock of this night, and began to think about practical matters. What are you planning to do? How will you get out tomorrow? Don't forget you're now an internal worker. Internal Workers Code, Article 7, without the curator's explicit permission, entry into the zoo area for any reason is strictly forbidden. And the curator's attitude just now clearly wanted you to stay honest in the aquarium. You can't get his permission at all. Remember the undercover I mentioned before? Chen Xion's lips curled slightly. Just ask him for help. Those disguised as humans, apes? Zhou Tiaolian frowned. They can change their appearance at will? They can't. But someone can. Chen Xian lowered his voice and began to recount something he did before finding Zhou Tiaolian. He found that undercover brother, and through a round of friendly communication, learned that the infiltrators in the aquarium not only included the apes from the ape house but also the chameleons from the reptile house. That thing had a very special ability, able to perfectly mimic anyone's appearance, even their breath could be imitated to a degree. Before coming to you, I already made arrangements with that guy, Chen Xin said. Tomorrow the chameleon will become me, working in the aquarium. But this requires your cooperation. If anyone asks, you need to cover for me. Zhou Tiaolian's mind was racing, immediately catching the key issue. But the curator can recall others' memories. What if he suddenly decides to recall the chameleon's memory and finds out it's not really you? So timing is very important. Chen Xin obviously had a strategy in mind. The curator definitely tried to access my memory tonight, but he failed. I have a special defense mechanism that can temporarily block this kind of probing. According to his character, tomorrow morning he should not try again immediately but will observe first.
And I will take advantage of this gap to quickly confirm some things in the zoo and come back before noon.
He paused, his gaze landing on Jutiaolian. During the time I'm gone, I need you to do one more thing. Investigate the basement. Jutiaolian fell silent for a moment.
In the storage room, only the breathing of the 3 people and a panda could be heard, along with the distant, faint hum of the aquarium's nighttime operations.
His gaze lingered on Chen Xian's face, as if weighing something. Finally, he spoke. I'll try to complete it, and also, there's something I need to tell you. Chen Xian raised an eyebrow, remaining silent and gesturing for him to continue. Mike. Jutiaolian uttered this name as if shedding a heavy burden. He wants to kill you.
He spoke briefly but relayed the instructions from the U.S. Command Center and their conversation in the lounge last night exactly as they were to Chen Xian. After finishing, he stared intently at Chen Xian's face, trying to read something from that expressionless face.
Oh. Chen Xian replied faintly, his tone calm like he was listening to today's weather report. I know. Sure enough, Zhou Tiaolian was not surprised. There has never been an easy 4-star completion in the first copy. When did you find out? This morning. Chen Xian shrugged. Mei Lan went to follow him. What are you planning to do? Zhou Tiaolian asked. Kill him? Chen Xian did not answer immediately. He lowered his eyes, as if thinking about something. After a moment, he raised his head, his tone still calm, but a chilling cold light flashed in his eyes. When necessary, I will not hold back. Zhou Tiaolian nodded, not asking further. He understood the weight of this statement. In this unpredictable ghost place, mercy is a luxury, and Chen Xian was clearly not someone who wastes luxuries on those unworthy. By the way. Zhou Tiaolian took out the notebook found in the curator's office and handed it to Chen Xian. I finished reading the diary. Chen Xian took the notebook and flipped it open casually. His reading speed was fast, his gaze quickly scanning the pages, one after another. However, as he continued flipping, his face gradually turned dark. His brows furrowed tighter and tighter, eventually twisting into a knot. Not right. Hearing this, Zhou Tiaolian thought he had discovered the same doubts he had, so he explained. It really isn't right. There are many strange things in the diary. Look at those writings at the back, it's clearly not all by the same person. It must have been controlled by that statue. That's not the issue. Chen Xian interrupted him, his voice low and heavy. Zhou Tiaolian was taken aback. Then what is it? Chen Xian did not answer immediately. He flipped back to the front pages, pointed at the writing, then flipped to the obviously distorted parts, placing them side by side. Look. Zhou Tiaolian leaned closer, carefully examining under the dim light of the storage room. Those writings, the earlier ones neat and clear, the later ones twisted and messy, and in some places, it even looked like 2 people were alternating in writing. Wasn't this clear evidence that the curator was controlled? No. Chen Xian shook his head, his tone firm. This was written by one person. Chapter 66 Aquarium Him. Zhou Tiaolian was very surprised. Look closer. One person can change their handwriting, they can write with their left hand, intentionally write slanting, can feign mental disorder, but they cannot escape those writing habits developed over decades. The angle of the stroke, the structural shifts, certain habitual ways of writing specific strokes, they are things even they aren't aware of. Zhou Tiaolian opened his mouth to argue, but found himself unable to say a word. He looked down at those writings placed side by side. With Chen Xian's hint, he finally noticed the overlooked details. Indeed. Those habitual strokes, those fixed structural shifts, those unique little motions at the end of strokes. Exactly the same. No matter how neat the front handwriting was, no matter how twisted the back handwriting was, those habits rooted in the writer's instincts remained consistent. These details should have been noticed by the detective Zhou Tiaolian, but clues regarding the statue and the curator had misled him, causing him to instinctively lean towards the answers he subconsciously accepted and ignore the details. So, Zhou Tiaolian's voice was somewhat hoarse, the feeling of being controlled that this diary wants to express, that struggle of 2 people alternating in writing, is fabricated. Chen Xian finished for him, his gaze terrifyingly serious. It is the person who wrote this diary, deliberately pretending. The storage room fell into a dead silence. Mei Lan curled up in the corner, looking curiously at the 2 suddenly silent humans. It couldn't understand what they were saying, but the suddenly tense atmosphere instinctively made it feel uneasy. Kujurin's brain was racing rapidly. If Chen Xian's speculation is true. If all those descriptions in the diary about being corroded by the statue, split personality, and 2 people alternating control of the body are intentionally written by the author to mislead others. Then why did he do this? What is he trying to hide? Kujurin suddenly raised his head and looked at Chen Xian. The 2 locked eyes in the air, both seeing the same answer in each other's eyes. That statue, that existence known as he, perhaps never controlled anyone from the beginning. Or even more terrifyingly, Being controlled has always been a personal choice.
The next morning, the monkey undercover agent came as promised with another field personnel to meet Chen Xin.
Oh, my dear friend.
As soon as the monkey undercover saw Chen Xin, he immediately welcomed him warmly, giving him a clumsy hug, his furry face full of sincerity. This is the substitute I prepared for you. Although I don't know why you insist on meeting him yourself, it's okay, everything for freedom.
Just go with peace of mind. Chen Xin looked at the enthusiastic, almost foolishly clear-eyed undercover in front of him, his mouth twitching slightly.
He was genuinely curious how this guy had disguised himself without being discovered until now. Even if the director hadn't retrieved its memory, based on the level of intelligence it was showing right now, it could hardly be called clever disguise from any angle. This quality of "I'm an undercover but passionately fiery" would not survive past the opening credits in a spy drama.
However, it was precisely because these undercovers hadn't been discovered for so long that it confirmed Chen Xin's earlier guess.
The he of the aquarium and the he of the zoo were the same being. That existence was using the undercover agents in the zoo to restrict the power of the aquarium, creating internal chaos. At the same time, letting the field personnel of the aquarium distribute raw fish slices to tourists, using these products to contaminate more fresh blood. And the effect of raw fish slices was likely akin to that of the lamb from the zoo. Once consumed, it would cause a transformation, turning into ocean creatures, causing chaos within the zoo, thereby reducing the opponent's strength.
A perfect cycle of production.
The zoo used lamb to turn people into animals, killed them to make new lamb. The aquarium used raw fish slices to turn people into seafood, killed them to make new raw fish slices. Both sides used each other's products to mutual contamination, then obtained raw materials from the contaminated corpses, continuing to produce new products endlessly.
But the question is, what does he want? No. Chen Xin suddenly denied this thought in his heart.
This may not even be he, but him.
All of this could very likely have been orchestrated by the director.
He most likely just borrowed the power of the statue, or rather, made some deal with that statue to bring all of this about.
This thought gradually became clear after he read that diary from the aquarium. No wonder it's a high-level copy. Chen Xin silently sighed in his heart.
If it weren't for those 60 points of sanity holding him up, he'd probably still be lost in the fog, unable to see this layered truth clearly. Watching as Chen Xin, with his hat pulled low, blended into the team of field personnel, moving further away, Kujurin withdrew his gaze and turned to start his own actions. Compared to Chen Xin's solitary battle, their side had quite abundant human resources. Apart from the clueless in all situations out-of-touch Karu, they had a total of 2 experienced chosen ones who had gone through at least one copy, himself and Mike.
A black and white tracking scent hound, Mylan, which had its own tracking abilities. And 3 undercover agents whose IQ might not be very high but whose combat power was considerable. All of this was arranged by Chen Xin before he left last night.
Chen Xin found several monkeys at that time, showing them a powerful zoo vibe that was beyond their understanding.
As for how he did it, Zhou Tialian didn't ask. Anyway, even if he asked, he wouldn't understand. With a passionate, well-structured speech to match, he successfully convinced these undercover monkeys that he was the messenger sent by him. Thus, they unhesitatingly expressed their willingness to follow orders. Before leaving, Chen Xin gave them a simple command.
Follow Mylan's orders, and if necessary, make sacrifices for the freedom of the zoo.
Everything is for freedom.
That blood-boiling slogan, combined with Chen Xin's serious face, completely stunned the monkeys, who were already not highly intelligent, making them thump their chests to guarantee they would complete the task.
Zhou Tialian looked at this complicated team, whose IQ was concerning but morale was high, took a deep breath.
Let's go, he said, it's time to work.
Chapter 67 Aquarium Sashimi. After passing through the bamboo forest of the Pandit exhibit, Chen Xin finally stepped back into the territory of the zoo. The ground beneath his feet was familiar, and the air was mixed with the scents of grass and the unique smells of animals. Chen Xin took a deep breath and felt a sense of relief.
Staying with an A-class anomaly in the aquarium all day, the constant pressure of possibly being discovered was more torturous than facing the obvious dangers in the zoo. Unlike the zoo, here, aside from the venues that required caution, one would hardly encounter any existence that could threaten their life on the road. Even if he encountered sea creatures contaminated with sashimi, he was confident he could escape, unlike when facing the director, where he couldn't even think of resisting. He pulled out a dolphin toy from his pocket and munched on it while walking. These toys were from the original stock of the aquarium. By applying a bit of marine animal blood to the cotton inside, the toy would have a protective effect for the holder.
It was one of the means used by the aquarium to restrain the zoo. But for Chen Xin, any protective effects were illusory. Converting them into tangible freedom points was the right way.
Freedom points plus 0.5. After casually finishing today's breakfast, Chen Xin clapped his hands and officially started his plan.
His first stop was a familiar convenience store. Hello, welcome to.
The bunny-eared staff at the counter began to say a few words, but the voice got stuck halfway. It looked at the figure in the aquarium uniform swaggering in and momentarily short-circuited, completely unable to react.
An aquarium person? What are they doing in a convenience store? Promoting sashimi? Wait, you from the aquarium openly coming to our zoo's convenience store to promote sashimi, are you tired of living?
However, before its CPU could finish processing this, a large black hand quickly shot out, grabbing its neck tightly and lifting it up completely. In the next second, the palm of the giant hand suddenly split open, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, which bit into its body like a carnivorous flower.
Ah!
The shrill scream lasted only a moment before turning into weak whimpers. When the black giant hand finally let go, that bunny-eared staff member had turned into a bloody, barely breathing blood person, lying on the ground convulsing.
Chen Xin walked up nonchalantly, pried open its mouth, and took out a slice of sashimi from his pocket, stuffing it inside.
Moments later, the transformation began. The body started to convulse violently, twisting, as if something was surging beneath the skin. Gills appeared on either side of the neck, scales poked out from beneath the skin, and the eyeballs became muddied and protruding. Those were characteristics of marine creatures, gradually transforming this originally terrestrial body.
At the same time,
its breath was continuously rising.
Chen Xian's lips curved into a satisfied arc.
Indeed, it worked. He looked down at the 6 boxes of sashimi he had left in his hands, completely full, not a single one touched. He struggled to suppress the urge to gobble them all down and carefully stored them away.
These are precious strategic resources. This is Chen Xian's current plan. To muddle the waters. Did the curator not want the aquarium and the zoo to reach a subtle balance?
Then he would personally break this balance. With his current strength, there wasn't a single staff member in the zoo who could face him head-on. As long as he caught one and fed them a piece of sashimi, he could turn those creatures that were originally animals into half-ocean, half-land monsters. Logically, there must have been other field workers promoting sashimi in the zoo before. Those who love to take advantage, there are always such people everywhere, must have fallen for it. Yet the zoo shows no signs of collapsing, indicating that the efficiency of this visitor infection is too low to shake its foundation. But he was different. He went straight to the source, capturing staff members and force-feeding them. These staff members were originally transformed from animals in the zoo, having the primal power of the zoo within them. Now, with the contamination from the aquarium, 2 opposing yet originating forces clashed and blended within them. Chen Xin originally expected that the monsters created this way would be strong enough to rival B-level anomalies, stronger than the octopus he encountered before. This was also the reason he had to do this personally.
Tialian and Mike's combat abilities weren't sufficient, sending them would be like sending a meal. As for asking that undercover brother for help?
Please, what he was doing now was no different from a backstab from the perspective of the undercover.
What good person would help an outsider betray their own kind? However, things did not completely align with his expectations.
After more than 2 hours of hard work, he indeed stirred up enough chaos in the zoo. Infected monsters were rampaging everywhere, screams, roars, and sounds of fighting rose one after another, and the entire zoo was a mess. Yet those monsters he created, while stronger than that previous octopus, still did not break through the barrier of sea-level anomalies.
Chen Xian's plan to churn out B-level anomalies and then reap the benefits fell through. But that was okay. A multitude of ants can kill an elephant. He had not yet seen a truly B-level anomaly in the zoo. Even if there were 1 or 2, they couldn't possibly turn the tide. He stood on a high ground, looking down at the zoo engulfed in chaos and fire, and a deeper smile appeared on his lips. Such a big bait, it should be enough to lure him out of the aquarium. The rest is up to you. Tialian.
At this moment, Tialian was crouched in a hidden corner on the 3rd floor of the aquarium, observing the bamboo forest of the pandit exhibit below through the window. According to the plan, Chen Xian would create chaos in the zoo, and if the curator was drawn over, he would definitely pass by here. Panda Melan suddenly moved her nose, her round body tensing up suddenly. The scent has changed, she whispered, her tone laced with a hint of tension. The curator's presence is moving.
Which direction? Towards the bamboo forest. He's left the aquarium.
Tialian's heart skipped a beat. Without any hesitation, he closed his eyes and activated his gift.
Future reasoning. You approach the window.
You carefully observe the curator below through the glass. The curator suddenly stops in his tracks. He turns his head, his gaze precisely locking onto your position.
You lock eyes.
The curator reveals a strange smile at you.
The smile lasts for 3 seconds.
Then he turned his head and walked into the bamboo forest as if nothing had happened. The simulation was over.
Chapter 68, The Aquarium. What are you doing here?
The simulation was over. At the same time, a voice rang in his mind. This was a message from the Japanese command using a hint opportunity.
Chen Xian has caused chaos in the zoo. The time has come, you can act.
However, Devouring could not calm down for a long time. In the simulation, the director clearly saw him. Through the glass, from such a distance, he did nothing wrong, merely the act of observing should have already exposed him. According to common sense, the director should have immediately come up and killed him. Indeed, during this simulation, Qiutiaorun was even prepared for not being able to survive the simulation. But the director did not.
He just smiled, and then, walked away.
Walked away as if nothing happened.
He waited until the 10 seconds of simulation time ended and exited automatically. Why? Qiutiaorun's thoughts raced.
He recalled how he had first simulated the director. At that time, it was because Chen Xin rushed up and bit the director. The scene of the simulation was bloody and brief, he barely lasted a few seconds.
But what about now? The director clearly saw him. Even a fool would see he had something up his sleeve. Why didn't he kill him? Qiutiaorun suddenly felt something was off.
He couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was, but there was a vague sense of discomfort, as if something had been overlooked, hidden in a corner of consciousness, slipping away no matter how hard he tried to grasp it.
But there was no time to think about it now.
He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down.
No matter what the director had planned, this was their only chance. Chen Xin was desperately stirring up trouble in the zoo.
If they accomplished nothing here, that would truly be a waste.
Action, he ordered quietly to the people around him.
The Panda Milan immediately took the 3 undercover monkeys and silently disappeared at the end of the corridor. Their task was to create chaos and attract the attention of the security department. Mike tightened his grip on the iron pipe in his hands. It was something he had taken from the bed frame, though crude. With his skills, dealing with 1 or 2 security personnel for a few minutes was not a problem. He stood guard at the corner of the corridor, watching his surroundings warily. Qiutiaorun squatted at the entrance of the basement, holding a small bamboo stick he pried out of the bamboo forest, aimed at the door lock.
Kalu did nothing.
Qiutiaorun told him to stay wherever he was comfortable. After hearing this guy tell a series of mysterious operations that he had done in the zoo copy, Qiutiaorun had no hope for this guy who had purely relied on luck to come this far. Getting him to help was worse than letting him daydream.
Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. While picking the lock, Qiutiaorun asked without turning his head, "Hey Mike, as an FBI agent, can't you even pick a lock?" Mike's face darkened. "That's not included in our curriculum.
Usually, when we encounter this situation, we either break down the door or use a lockpick gun."
"Do you have a lockpick gun now? Then shut up."
Qiutiaorun's lockpicking skills were not particularly great, but he was patient. The bamboo stick Chen Xin gave him was indeed useful. The bamboo was tough and elastic, and when he poked it into the keyhole and gave it a slight twist, he could hear a soft click. Soon, the door lock was pried open.
The basement door slowly opened a crack. So far, everything had gone too smoothly.
Qiutiaorun's brows furrowed slightly. It had gone too smoothly, even making him feel a bit uneasy. He glanced back at the corridor. It was empty, without any movement. The chaos created by Milan and the others seemed to have successfully attracted the attention of all the security personnel. He glanced at Mike again. Mike nodded at him, signaling that everything was normal. But the more it was like this, the stronger the vague unease in Qiutiaorun's heart grew.
The curator clearly saw him. Why not kill him?
This thought was like a thorn, stuck deep in his mind, hard to shake off. But now the arrow was on the string, it had to be released.
He took a deep breath and pushed open the basement door.
A chill and dampness hit him in the face. The moment he saw the scene inside the door, Qiutiaorun's pupils suddenly constricted.
White bones. Dense white bones.
They covered the entire basement floor, stacked layer upon layer, forming a stark white carpet. Some bones were already yellow and brittle, some still had bits of dried blood and flesh, clearly from different times. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Those who chose to escape through the underground passage all died here. This was a choice of certain death. Qiutiaorun's back was instantly soaked in cold sweat. He forced himself to calm down, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and activated his gift.
Future deductions. You take a deep breath and step into the basement.
The sound of cracking bones reaches your feet, each step stepping on the white bones. You walk through the mountain of corpses and come to a door.
You push open that door. Behind the door is a deep passage.
In the center of the passage, a stone statue quietly squats, blocking the way. That is a statue you are familiar with, an octopus head, folded wings, in a squatting pose on the rock.
You. What are you doing here?
Qiutiaorun abruptly exited the deduction state, his heart nearly jumping out of his chest.
No. The last phrase of the deduction that was not his own consciousness. He suddenly turned around. And then, he saw a scene that froze his blood. Mike's body was pressed tightly against the wall, as if held there by an invisible giant hand, unable to move. The muscles on his face were twisted in fear, his eyes desperately rolled, but he could only emit weak woos of sound. And in front of Mike, a familiar figure stood with hands behind its back. The curator.
Behind him floated 4 corpses. The 3 undercover monkeys and the panda, Mylan.
Chapter 69 The Aquarium Truth. They are dead. They all died.
Mylan's once lively little eyes were now dull and lifeless, her fluffy body weakly floating in midair, her neck twisted at a strange angle.
Zhu Tiaolian's mind went blank. How is this possible? He clearly saw the curator enter the bamboo forest through deductions. Clearly saw him leave the aquarium. How could it? Surprised?
The curator spoke with a smile. That kind face, at this moment to Zhu Tiaolian, was more terrifying than any horror scene.
Didn't you leave?
Zhu Tiaolian's voice was dry, his throat felt choked by something.
Leave where? The curator tilted his head, his expression as if he was hearing an interesting joke. The aquarium?
Oh, indeed, your companion caused a little disturbance in my zoo, it was quite noisy. He paused, his smile getting wider.
But that doesn't stop me from being here now. Zhu Tiaolian's mind raced. He looked at the curator and asked word by word, are you now the curator, or him?
The curator's smile slightly faded, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. He nodded, from the way you asked that question, I can tell my little tricks have been seen through by you.
He openly admitted. That's right, your speculation is correct. I am the zoo director and also the aquarium curator.
I have always been me, never changed.
Zhu Tiaolian's heart skipped a beat. However, the curator's tone shifted, becoming more casual. What the diary said isn't all false. Just a little bit of deviation.
He seemed to recall something long ago, his gaze becoming a bit distant.
The Sunshine Zoo was a public welfare zoo, at least before I took office, that's what I believed. But after taking office, I gradually discovered something wrong.
Despite the heavy traffic at the zoo, despite the donations given by visitors to the zoo, the accounts still occasionally showed a deficit.
He paused.
Back then, the zoo had just opened, and I wasn't in charge of the accounts, so I didn't learn about this until much later. I quickly started an investigation to find out what the problem with the accounts was. But soon, I was stopped from continuing my investigation. The shareholders who invested in the zoo prevented me, saying that if I continued to investigate, I would be fired. Although I was the director of the zoo, to be honest, I was just working for them. So I had to follow their arrangements. It wasn't until later that I learned the truth. The deficit in the accounts was due to their illegal embezzlement of funds. They raised money under the guise of charity donations and protecting animals, but in reality, all the money ended up in their pockets and never returned to the zoo. The director opened up, seeming like he hadn't spoken like a person in a long time.
Zhou Tiaolian listened quietly, not daring to make any movements. The novelty of the zoo quickly faded away. With fewer visitors, they raised less money, and the zoo's condition grew worse and worse. So, when they had made enough money, they ran away out of the country, leaving me, the legal responsible person, to deal with this heavily debt-laden mess. Then the pandemic came. It made the already burdened zoo even worse. I had to cut back on the care for other animals, but not the panda. It was almost the only source of visitors for the zoo. If the panda was harmed here, the country had the right to take it back. By then, the zoo would really be finished. As the director said this, there was a hint of exhaustion in his tone. But even so, it was hard to sustain. Just when I was losing hope. His lips tilted up slightly, and that smile sent chills down one's spine. A voice found me. At the time, I thought I was hearing things. It wasn't until I followed the voice's guidance and dug out a stone sculpture from a piece of barren land next to the zoo that I truly believed it. He. The director laughed nervously, the laughter echoing in the basement filled with white bones, creating an indescribably eerie atmosphere. Indeed, there is no dead end in the world. At my lowest point, I encountered that possibility. I made a deal with the statue. It could use its strange powers to corrupt people's minds, bringing them to the zoo and generating revenue for the zoo. All I had to do was, once the deficit was filled, build an aquarium on that barren land where I dug it up and offer a sacrifice every 7 days. And those officers coming to investigate would also no longer dig deeper under its mental corruption. The director paused, as if organizing his thoughts. Having experienced the deceptions and betrayals of those capitalists, I also learned. People always learn their lesson after suffering losses. His tone carried a hint of self-mockery. I maintained the status of the zoo and the aquarium, allowing these two machines to operate as usual. The extra money I didn't use to improve facilities or raise employee salaries, I saved it all in the bank for myself. He smiled. But it's ironic. At a time when I needed money the least, I encountered something that money couldn't solve. Cancer. Late stage. The doctor said, at most a year. Isn't it ridiculous? I struggled hard and finally rid myself of those pests, finally had a lifetime's worth of money to spend, and then fate told me, your time is up.
The director's voice grew deep. I spent all the money I could find and sought the best hospitals, the best experts, and the best medicines. But it was useless. That thing spread too fast, and it was beyond salvation. Just when I was in despair, the statue came to me again. The curator's eyes flashed with a complex light. It told me it could help me survive. Not just survive, live forever. It can reshape my body, a body that will never get sick, never grow old. All it needs is enough fuel. What is fuel? Jiu Tiaolian asked. Souls. Pain. Despair. All the negative emotions that burst forth at death. The curator's tone was terrifyingly calm, as if discussing some industrial process. When a person's fear and unwillingness peak just before death, a peculiar energy is released, which is the source of this strange power. It needs this energy, a massive amount of it, to reshape my body. So I began to make my plans. I first used the statue's power to gradually unleash the hatred that these animals had built up over the years. They had been trapped in cages for so long, pointed at by tourists, pushed around by staff. Such repressed anger had already built up to a critical point. I just gave them a gentle nudge and let them wake up, early. Then, I hid the only passage of the aquarium in the bamboo forest of the panda exhibit. That passage was originally reserved as an emergency exit when the building was constructed. I disguised it as a path to life. Then came that disaster. The curator's tone became casual, as if recounting a trivial matter. On the day the zoo fell, I led those staff members who were willing to follow me through the bamboo forest to escape to the aquarium. Of course, the statue was already placed there in advance. I didn't stop any employees who wanted to move the statue and continue escaping. The statue would take care of it itself. What remained was my current first batch of followers. I told them we were trapped here. The way out is blocked, the animals outside are hunting us, the only thing we can do is stay, build our strength, and wait for the day of counterattack. They believed it. The curator smiled, that smile carried an indescribable emotion. Then everything started to operate step by step. Visitors entered the zoo, only to be killed by the animals. A few who could escape entered the aquarium, becoming new staff members. During the process of fighting against the zoo, some staff died, others continued to live. And those who died. He didn't finish, but Jiu Tiaolian already understood. Those who died, their souls and pain all turned into fuel for reshaping the body. The entire zoo and aquarium became a huge, living altar. However, there were still some clever people in here. The curator's tone grew subtle, as if discussing a group of disobedient children. They slowly uncovered part of my secret, broken pieces. Piecing them together made some clues visible. What they didn't know was that I could peek into their memories, so nothing could be hidden from me. He paused. Most of those people, I directly sacrificed to it. Since keeping them would be a disaster, might as well turn them into fuel for practical use. But there were some exceptions. The curator's voice slowed slightly, with a flicker of complex emotion in his eyes. Some were my old brothers who had followed me since the zoo was first established. They had been with me for over a decade, watching me transform from an ordinary curator into what I am now. They were stubborn. Once they set their minds on something, not even 1,000 oxen could pull them back. After spotting those clues, they kept pursuing me, asking where the money went, asking where the missing people went, asking why I turned a blind eye to the animals' anomalies. I couldn't bring myself to kill them. This statement was said lightly, but Jiu Tiaolian could hear its heavy weight. They experienced the ups and downs of the zoo with me, and didn't leave when I was at my toughest. So I changed my method, using the power of the statues to help them become the sea animals exhibited in the aquarium. This way they wouldn't ask any more questions, wouldn't say those things they shouldn't say, and wouldn't put me in a difficult position. The curator's tone returned to its usual calm as he spoke. They are living quite well now. Carefree, with someone feeding them every day, not having to think about anything. Jiu Tiaolian felt a chill run down his spine as he listened. To prevent such things from happening again, I set up a mirror wall to affect the minds of the aquarium staff. Those ridiculous fellows really think this can help them keep their sanity. When an employee's mind is completely under my control, they will be assigned to the security department and become my most loyal subordinates. Everything was supposed to proceed step by step. The curator's tone shifted as his gaze landed on Jiu Tiaolian, until you all arrived. His expression turned strange. Your memories are quite interesting. Especially that one called Chen Xin. There's something blocking my view in his mind, and I cannot pry it open. But it's also very dangerous. The curator's eyes grew deep. I originally planned to kill you all directly, but the statue prevented me. He frowned, seemingly recalling the moment. It is very interested in you. Whom? He stared at Jiu Tiaolian, suddenly pausing. Hey, why are you smiling? Because he saw the corners of Jiu Tiaolian's mouth lifting slightly. It was a smile. A smile that seemed incredibly out of place and eerie in this moment filled with bones, the tragic deaths of companions, and facing dire straits.
The curator was stunned.
A grand, indifferent, familiar voice, as if originating from the world itself, echoed deep within Zhou Tiaolian's soul.
The Tower of Lies, built high, will ultimately collapse under the truth.
In endless sacrifices, he has long become his own offering. You have glimpsed the truth of the cycle, though you could not solve it, you have engraved the truth into eternity.
Congratulations, Chosen One. Completed side quest Aquarium. Achieved ending, Cycle Traveler. Completion rating, 6 stars.
Notes, advanced completion, rating ceiling increased.
Rewards, 6 tickets, 80,000 rule coins, the zoo director's diary, a bag of instant lamb.
As the voice faded, boundless white light engulfed all perception. But at the very moment his consciousness began to vanish, Zhou Tiaolian seemed to feel something hook onto his shoulder, hard, like it was made of stone. He struggled to turn his head, and at the edge of the blinding white light, he saw the curator's face for the first time show genuine, heartfelt fear.
Meanwhile, over with Chen Xin. Killing madly.
The entire zoo had completely gone mad with killing. All the animals in every facility seemed to have broken free from some invisible shackles, no longer confined to their territories. They roared and bit, fighting against those sea monsters that had been force-fed by Chen Xin. Severed limbs and blood splattered everywhere, blood pooling into streams that wound along the pathways. At this moment, the zoo had transformed into a blood-soaked meat grinder. Chen Xin was covered in blood, wielding a scarlet blade of evil, as 6 black tentacles with sharp white fangs danced around him, crushing all the unsuspecting loose fish.
The battlefield was much larger than he had anticipated, inevitably pulling him into the edge of this fight. He wasn't injured much.
That blood was all from the monsters. But his face did not look good at all now. Damn, he gritted his teeth, chopping down a half-fish, half-monkey monster that lunged at him, while mentally cursing like crazy. Why is this so different from what I thought? His original plan was to create chaos, lure the curator out of the aquarium, and then take advantage of the moment to sneak into the basement to uncover the truth.
But now? The curator did come out, and then what? Did the curator step into the fray? No. These animals and monsters fought until the sky darkened. He seemed to have evaporated from the world, not even a shadow in sight. If this continues, the long-maintained balance between the zoo and the Ocean Museum will be completely broken. What good does this do for the director? Does he not want to continue maintaining this stable production line?
For the first time, Chen Xin felt that things were slipping out of his control.
And just then, that grand, indifferent, familiar voice thundered in his mind. Testing the edges of rules, lingering on the precipice of collapse.
Any power comes with a cost, those who covet it will eventually become the cost themselves. You have glimpsed the truth of the cycle, shaking the balance that should not have been disturbed.
Congratulations, Chosen One. You have completed the Dungeon Ocean Museum. Achievement, Destroyer. Completion rating, 6 stars.
Note, advanced completion, completion rating limit increased.
Reward, 6 train tickets, 90,000 rule coins, Panda Mylan, D-Class Anomaly, Intelligence-Reducing Undercover Certificate. Bright light engulfed his perception. Chapter 71 In Train You violated the rules.
Zoo Rule Dungeon ends, Surviving Countries, Lighthouse Country, North Bear Country, Paris Country. Lighthouse Country Reward, Agricultural Output increases by 10%.
North Bear Country Reward. Ocean Museum Rule Dungeon ends, Surviving Countries, Curry Country, US, Japan, China. Collective Dungeon, National Rewards settled uniformly.
Rare mineral reserves increase by 60%. The world fell into dead silence.
Then, the live stream room in China exploded. Holy crap! Rare minerals plus 60%? 60%? Did I miscount the zeros?
Look closely, the zoo dungeon had national rewards, but the Ocean Museum was a collective dungeon with a unified settlement. This means anyone who survived the Ocean Museum gets a share, but whether they can actually get this reward all depends on Chen Xin and Zhou Tiaolian fighting for it.
Zhou Tiaolian is from Japan, right? Japan actually also got a reward.
It doesn't matter who it is, those who survived are heroes.
Curry Country IP, wait a minute, we from Curry Country survived too. Though I don't know how we made it. Oh my.
Curry Country shares the national reward with us.
Winning while lying down. +1.
Plus 114,514. This time, not many chosen ones survived the dungeon, but compared to the tragic ending of the 5-people family, this was already a rare harvest. Across the globe, some countries celebrated, some remained silent, and some were busy cleaning up the mess after the arrival of the anomalies. Yet no one knew the danger for the chosen ones was far from over. In the dim train carriage.
Faint light. A strange fragrance wafted around. Chen Xin opened his eyes and found himself back on the familiar N train.
At the same time, beams of light flashed, and Mike and Kalu were also teleported over.
Chen Xin was about to look for Zhou Tiaolian's figure. Ouch! A fluffy meatball fell from the sky, precisely hitting Chen Xin on the head, then rolling to the floor. Ouch, that hurts. Panda Mylan wobbled up, rubbing its head, looking around in confusion. Am I in heaven? Then it saw Chen Xin. Huh? Mylan's eyes widened. You died too? Ha! You really know how to talk. Chen Xin twitched his mouth, silently swallowing back the words of greeting to the other's ancestors. Forget it, no need to argue with an odd panda that just became a reward. He didn't expect that this time's dungeon reward actually included a living being who also fell from the sky. Chen Xin. Zhou Tiaolian's voice came from behind, the tone somewhat stiff. Chen Xin turned around, just about to say hello, but his movements suddenly froze in place. Zhou Tiaolian stood a few steps away, completely still, as if he were frozen in time. Behind him, a hand, not a stone-like, clearly patterned claw, was pressing firmly on his shoulder. Following the arm up, Chen Xian's pupils suddenly constricted. That statue. That eerie stone statue seen in the Ocean Museum director's office, which almost made him lose consciousness with just a glance, was now lying on Zhou Tiaolian's back. With its octopus-like head, wings drawn in, and crouching on the reef, it silently looked down on everything. Cold sweat instantly soaked Chen Xian's back. His legs trembled uncontrollably, a primal fear in the face of the indescribable. He recognized it, without a doubt. This statue had followed them into the end train. In a moment, Chen Xian's brain felt struck by lightning, countless fragmented clues instantly linking into a complete chain. Why didn't the curator kill them? Why did the curator ask about their passing conditions? Why did the statue stop the curator from acting? Because it had never intended to stay in that instance from the very beginning. Its purpose was to infiltrate the end train via the Chosen One's transfer. This likely wasn't even the curator's idea. The curator was merely a pawn being used, a tool meant for it to reach the Chosen One. At the moment the curator probed Mike's memories, the statue understood the existence of the end train and made this decision. And the curator was just a bridge pawn it could throw away at any time. Chen Xian's thoughts raced faster and faster, and his fear deepened. The curator merely borrowed the statue's power to reach an A-level peculiarity. What about the statue itself? S-level? Or? Chen Xin dared not think further. The air in the carriage felt frozen, time seemed to have stopped. Tears of fear flowed down from the corners of Chen Xian's mouth as he swallowed hard. Such a powerful and strange statue would certainly drive anyone mad if it engulfed them. Click. The statue slowly tilted its head, its hollow stone eyes looking down at Chen Xin and the others. The tentacles covering its mouth writhed slightly, pulling what looked like a smile across its face. Gawk, gawk. That horrific scraping sound echoed in the narrow carriage, like sandpaper rubbing on glass, or bones being crushed. Chen Xian's pupils suddenly constricted. He felt clearly that his proud 60-point sanity defense was as thin as a piece of paper soaked in water, easily punctured with a light touch. His vision began to distort. The walls of the carriage seemed to be pulled by invisible hands, expanding, bending, spiraling, turning into a bizarre shape that could not exist in three-dimensional space. The floor collapsed into an abyss, the ceiling pressed down, transforming into a vortex. He felt his soul being yanked forcefully out of his body. Just when his consciousness was about to completely depart. Swish! The sliding door of the carriage opened. Two figures appeared at the doorway. White masks concealed their faces, dressed in well-fitted dark suits and shiny leather shoes. They looked exactly like the attendants Chen Xin met for the first time. One of the attendants raised a hand, gently shaking a small bell. Ding-a-ling! The crisp sound of the bell intertwined with the statue's scraping noise, like sharp scissors cutting through the eerie sound. That feeling of his soul leaving his body instantly disappeared. Chen Xian's legs went weak, and he collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Cold sweat had soaked him thoroughly, as if he had just been fished out of water. In that moment, he felt so clearly he had truly walked past the gates of the underworld. However, when he lifted his head, he found that although the distortion in the carriage had stopped, it had not returned to its original state. He reached out to touch the twisted wall beside him, feeling its cold, real texture. What had just happened was not a delusion from mental pollution. The carriage had truly been pulled into this shape. You have violated the rules. The attendant's voice emerged from beneath the white mask, devoid of emotion, without joy or anger, only a pure, emotionless statement. Third rule of the in-train passenger code, strictly prohibited to damage any public facilities within the train. Hey, are the brothers resting here? The statue squatting on the shoulders of the nine-petal lotus suddenly ignited with a crimson glow in its hollow stone eyes the instant it saw the two attendants. It didn't even listen to the attendants' words. Its wings suddenly spread wide, and the statue shot out like a cannonball, at a speed almost impossible to perceive with the naked eye. Sharp stone claws ripped through the air, aiming straight for the attendant's mask. The attendant nearly raised one arm to block in front of himself. Hiss!
The stone claws sliced through the arm like cutting tofu, cleanly severing it into 3 segments. Yet, from the severed wound, no blood flowed out.
Only endless blackness, as if it could devour everything.
Fourth rule of the passenger code on the in train: any form of attack, provocation, or obstruction against the train attendants is strictly prohibited. The attendant's tone remained flat and calm. As his words fell, his other hand gently clapped forward. The moment the white-gloved hand made contact with the statue, it was as if it had been struck head-on by an invisible, high-speed star. The entire body flew back in an exaggerated manner at a speed exceeding that with which it had come. Boom! The sound explosion erupted inside the carriage. The statue crashed through the train window, falling into the endless expanse of white mist outside.
Chen Xin clearly saw that the attendant's speed was not actually that fast. Just a gentle clap.
That sliced-off limb fell to the floor, making a soft thud sound.
Then, like dry ice meeting heat, it rapidly evaporated and disappeared without a trace in an instant.
The attendant with the bell handed the bell to his limbless companion, then stepped with a tapping sound of polished shoes straight toward the wall of the carriage. 1 step, 2 steps. He passed through the wall of the carriage and stepped into the external white mist, vanishing from sight.
The carriage fell into a brief silence. "I'm sorry for disrupting your journey." The limbless attendant spoke, unfazed even after just enduring a battle.
"But please rest assured, we will handle it well." He gently shook the bell in his hand.
Ding-ling, ding-ling.
The clear bell sound echoed in the carriage. The walls, floor, and ceiling distorted by the statue's power were smoothed out as if touched by an invisible hand, gradually returning to their original state. And his severed arm also regrew in response to the bell's sound, bone, muscle, skin, layer by layer visible to the eye, finally restoring as it was, as if it had never been harmed. Once everything was restored, he slightly nodded in acknowledgement, then turned and passed through the carriage wall, stepping into that endless white mist. The carriage returned to the state it was when Chen Xin first arrived. Dim light, quiet air, and a lingering delicate fragrance. If it weren't for witnessing it firsthand, probably no one would ever know what kind of battle had just unfolded here.
Chen Xin slumped onto the floor, panting heavily, soaked in cold sweat.
He suddenly realized a problem.
That terrifying statue, which even his 60 points of sanity couldn't withstand, was just sent flying before the attendant. So, what kind of existence are these attendants wearing pure white masks? In other words, what level of existence is this entrain, which is likely closely related to the appearance of the rule-related oddities? At this moment, the sliding door on the other side suddenly opened, and Zhou Mingyu poked his head out, looking with interest at the 4 people slumped on the floor and that similarly floppy Mylan, a teasing smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Yo, are the brothers resting here?"
He strolled over leisurely, glancing at the struggling crowd.
"What? The advanced dungeon clearance condition is to run a marathon?"
They all looked drained like they'd been squeezed dry. A few minutes later, in the public compartment. Looking at the feast that could be called the food mountain in front of them, everyone except Zhou Mingyu fell into silence. A full 5 tons of delicacies, from staples to snacks to desserts, piled higher than a person.
This was bought by Chen Xin for 10,000 rule coins.
There was no helping it, having money made one willful. Unfortunately, even though the dungeon rewards were generous, with 90,000 rule coins in hand, the B-level strange meat required a full 100,000 to hope to devour and evolve the talent could only wait for the next dungeon.
He, this is tasty. Burp.
Mylan, holding an empty beer bottle, swayed her rounded body, her fluffy face full of drunkenness. She let out a loud belch and began to recount her heroic deeds to everyone.
"Let me tell you.
At that time, the curator had already found me, but I wasn't afraid of him at all. I fought with him for 800 rounds, making the sky dark and the sun and moon lose their light. In the end, he didn't play fair and snuck an attack. That's how I lost.
Otherwise, who knows who would win or lose?" Burp.
After saying that, she plunged headfirst into the pile of cake in front of her and was still. Watching Chen Xin eat so deliciously, some previously hesitant selected ones could no longer hold back the urge and grit their teeth to pull out their rule coins to buy something to eat. These people who had survived life and death dungeons, regardless of race or nationality, were now sitting together, chatting about their experiences and plans for the future. In the public compartment, a rare atmosphere of warmth and joy pervaded.
"Mike."
Zhou Mingyu had unknowingly walked to Mike's side, one hand resting on his shoulder, and the other hand taking a sip from the bottle, his tone casual as if discussing today's weather.
"You little rascal, this dungeon is not very honest, huh?"
With just this sentence, the smile that was just on Mike's face froze instantly. Zhou Mingyu did not look at him, his gaze falling on the white mist world outside the window. "Although you didn't do anything to Chen Xin this time, I saw the livestream, and I already figured it out. The US sent you a message to find a way to get rid of Chen Xin, right?"
Mike's Adam's apple moved slightly.
Moreover, Zhou Mingyu turned his head and looked into his eyes, his tone still calm. "You really had that thought?" He smiled, a smile devoid of any warmth.
"Do you want me to describe how those who had the same thought before you ended up dying?" Chapter 73 Final Train Knock.
Mike opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but was interrupted by Zhou Mingyu raising his hand.
No need to explain, I won't do anything to you this time. But you need to know one thing.
He leaned down and whispered in Mike's ear. On the final train, there is no prohibition for selected ones to kill each other. After saying this, he straightened up, casually patted Mike's shoulder, and turned to leave. Leaving Mike standing there, stunned, for a long time without returning to his senses.
What, did you go and knock on Mike?
Chen Xin asked, his mouth full of food, mumbling unclear words, holding a roasted pig's leg in hand, chewing with grease all over his face. Zhou Mingyu paused his steps and turned back to look at him. Did you plant a bug on me?
It told me.
Chen Xin pointed his lips to the side. Mylan had completely drank herself into oblivion, lying on the ground fast asleep.
This guy has surprisingly good hearing and smell. Just now, when you were talking, she was a little more aware than she is now. Zhou Mingyu was silent for 2 seconds, deciding not to pursue the matter further.
He sat down next to Chen Xin, picked up a bottle of wine, and took a sip.
Well, consider it a knock.
He said, his tone flat as if discussing what to eat today. I planted something in him without him knowing. As long as he dares to have any further crooked thoughts,
he can die at any moment. Chen Xin paused in his action of gnawing on a pig's leg and glanced at him. You're really cold-blooded and decisive. You'll be like this too once you participate in more instances.
Zhou Mingyu leaned back in his chair, his gaze distant. This is a mindset forged in the crucible of life and death.
It will allow you to go further. Chen Xin non-committally mumbled and took another big bite of meat.
After chewing for a while and finally swallowing what was in his mouth, he washed it down with a large gulp of drink before slowly speaking up.
So, you came to find me for some reason?
Zhou Mingyu put down the bottle, his expression becoming serious. I will participate in the next instance.
Oh? Chen Xin raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his tone, running low on tickets? No, do you really think I stayed on this train just because I'm afraid of dying and want to slack off? Chen Xin remained silent for a second.
Oh, he said, so it's not that.
Zhou Mingyu. All right. Chen Xin waved his hand. You mean just to say this? No.
Zhou Mingyu shook his head. I hope you continue to participate in the next instance.
Reason? There might not be many simple instances in the future.
Zhou Mingyu's tone grew serious. When a selected one wins 6 instances in a row, a mechanism will be triggered.
Some people call it upgrading. Upgrading? Chen Xin frowned slightly. What does that mean?
Once triggered, the difficulty of the subsequent instances will increase significantly. Zhou Mingyu leaned back in his chair, his gaze directed at the endless white mist outside the window. Although you're strong now and have a good head on your shoulders, you haven't completely adapted to the mindset of these strange rules yet. Honestly, your current approach is too wild, relying on instinct, talent, and sheer audacity.
He turned his head to look at Chen Xin.
This approach can work well in low-difficulty instances, but when it comes to the later ones, you might die very quickly.
Chen Xin didn't refute, he just listened quietly. I suggest you participate in the next 2 instances.
Zhou Mingyu said, not to earn tickets, but to help you adapt to the high-pressure environment after this upgrade as soon as possible. This way, your chances of dying later will be much lower.
Chen Xin remained silent for a few seconds and then asked a crucial question. When you say the difficulty will increase significantly, how much is that exactly? I don't know.
Zhou Mingyu shook his head, his honesty surprisingly surprising, but I guess it should be about the same as the advanced clearance you just got, maybe even harsher.
So, Chen Xion's gaze became somewhat subtle. Is this the reason you stopped participating in instances later on?
Zhou Mingyu did not deny it.
Right.
During that time, there were hardly any strong selected ones. If I continued participating and triggered the upgrade, it would be like one person shouldering the entire leap in difficulty, and I couldn't handle that. He paused, so I had to wait. Wait until there are enough selected ones globally who can shoulder this pressure with me. He looked at Chen Xian and then glanced at Zhou Tialian, who was still in a daze, and the complex-faced Mike in the distance. While there are still not many strong selected ones now, at least, there are a few who can hold their own.
Chen Xian was silent for a moment.
In fact, even if Zhou Mingyu hadn't said these things, he would still go to the next instance. The reason was simple, he had to earn money to eat. With his appetite, those 90,000 rule coins looked like a lot, but would probably not last long. He couldn't afford to just sit and eat away his savings. But now, he was more interested in another question. Who told you all this?
Zhou Mingyu's expression slightly froze.
This. He turned his gaze away. I can't say. Chen Xian stared at him for a few seconds and saw that he really had no intention of speaking further, so he didn't press on. Everyone has their own secrets, and he had plenty of secrets of his own.
This matter ended there.
The carriage fell silent for a moment. Chen Xian picked up the half-eaten pig's leg again and just took a bite when he suddenly felt the train shake lightly. According to common logic, the train should have started moving quickly after the dungeon was over. But this time, it was delayed for more than 3 hours before anything finally happened.
Chen Xin chewed on the meat, and he could roughly guess the reason.
Those attendants must have gone to deal with that strange stone statue. The train moved steadily through the white mist, and the 3-day rest period passed in the blink of an eye. In these few days, Chen Xin's life was simple to the point of being ridiculous. Besides eating, it was just sleeping. However, he seemed to have overestimated his eating speed. The 5 tons of food he bought for 10,000 rule coins was not finished until the evening of the 3rd day. While slumped in the chair, digesting, he finally remembered to count his gains from this trip.
Mylan needs no further introduction.
This panda's instincts truly live up to its heritage. Its sense of smell and hearing were terrifyingly sharp, able to catch whispers even from a car away. But it had 2 fatal flaws: it was greedy, and
it drank alcohol. Yes, a panda, an alcoholic.
And it was the typical bat at everything but loves to play. Just 2 cans of beer and it would be dead drunk, mumbling nonsense while hugging an empty bottle, then crashing into a pile of cakes and falling unconscious. Over the past few days, Chen Xin had gotten used to pulling the creature out from a pile of fluff every few hours, just to prevent it from suffocating itself. However, as a 6-star clearance reward, Mylan's reward description had a note that pleased him greatly.
Unless the original owner dies, Mylan will revive 2 hours after its death.
This was indeed good news. It meant he didn't have to worry about protecting this fragile little creature while fighting for his life in the dungeon. But honestly, with Mylan's natural danger perception and survival instincts, even if left to fend for itself in the dungeon, it would probably survive just fine.
Chen Xin pulled out another item.
The Intelligence Diminishing Undercover Certificate.
A one-time use item. The description was quite straightforward.
Apply the blood of the target to the certificate, and it will replicate the target's appearance 1-to-1. It also causes a diminished intelligence effect on creatures with intelligence below 10 or an anomaly level below D, making them ignore the small flaws you expose. The effect lasts for 24 hours.
Chen Xin stared at the certificate, falling into silence.
He strongly suspected that this item was custom-made for that not-so-smart undercover predecessor.
It won't work unless it dumps down, right?
But after a closer look at the description, it did seem pretty useful.
I'll keep it for now. You never know when it might come in handy.
Just as he was putting the item away, the train's speed noticeably slowed. The broadcast came on at the perfect time, still in that emotionless voice. Yutsue Middle School Station has arrived.
Passengers wishing to disembark, please prepare.
This time, there were surprisingly many people choosing to get off the train. According to their words, the last dungeon was so difficult that they wouldn't have made it through without the NPCs going easy on them, so this round should be a benefit round with a relatively easier difficulty.
But, would it really be like that? At least, Chen Xin didn't think so.
In the dictionary of rule horror, the word benefit never appeared. However, what surprised him was that Kalu, who had cruised through the entire previous round, was also in the group of people getting off the train.
Why are you getting off too? Chen Xin walked up and asked, with some curiosity in his voice. I thought with your personality, you'd wait until the ticket runs out before getting off the train. Kalu turned around, his expression on his face indescribable.
I also want to know, he said with a bitter face, but my rating from the last round of horror was only 1.5 stars, and I was only given 1 ticket. If I wanted to stay, I didn't have a ticket anymore.
Chen Xin was stunned. What the hell? Wait, man, how bad did you mess up last round?
Chen Xin had expected Kalu's rating wouldn't be too high, but at least he had tagged along for the high-level dungeons clearance.
How about a 3-star rating?
You know, Judy Aolian and Chen Xin are definitely 6 stars, and even Mike got 5 stars.
But here at Karu, it dropped to 1.5?
At least give a 2.5, so you can be a minor antagonist or something. From this score, Chen Xin can already imagine how unwilling the horror system was when it added that 0.5 for Karu.
How to say? This is also a character.
After the cast for the end of Days train was confirmed, global livestreams lit up again.
Countless eyes focused once more on those about to step into the unknown.
A piercing white light flashed.
Chen Xin opened his eyes and found himself sitting in an old classroom.
The wooden desks, the worn chair surface, a pen beside him, and the open book with dense notes remaining. Sunlight poured through the window, dust slowly floating in the light.
Everything looked almost eerily normal. Welcome to the Rule Horror Story instance, Yutsue High School. You will become a student at Yutsue High School. Please find and follow the rules to escape here. Time limit, 7 days.
This instance has 3 hint opportunities from the command center.
Good luck. At this moment, in the Huaxia livestream. It's here, it's here. New instance. Yutsue High School. School theme? Youth horror drama? This feels right. Damn, this instance is so misfortunate. You show me this just as school is about to start? Pain mask. Chen Xin, go for it. Bring back another 6 stars. Show them what real strength is. Yutsue High School, huh? Waiting for Chen Xin to bring this school down. Hey, brothers, wait a second, this doesn't add up. With a newly selected participant, Huaxia should have 2 selected ones, why are there 3 now? Huh? Really? Let me count. Oh my god. Guys, this isn't right. Is that Zhou Mingyu? Zhou Shun? That Zhou Shun? The 4-time champion of Huaxia? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Zhou Mingyu is back for a limited time. He's alive. He's alive. Double gods online. How can we lose this time? Tell me how we can lose? Zhou Xin is amazing. Chen Xin is amazing. Genshin Impact is amazing. Zhou Xin is amazing. Xiaoyu is amazing. Chen Xin is amazing. Wait, hold on, did something weird slip into the barrage?
Zhou Mingyu's livestream suddenly flooded with a massive number of viewers, directly splitting Chen Xian's livestream in half. And at this time, in the highest conference room of Huaxia, the commander stared at the long-lost face on the screen, frozen in place, lips trembling slightly, unable to speak for a long time. The people next to him were similarly dumbfounded. After a long while, someone spoke with difficulty. That's Zhou Mingyu? He's not dead? Zhou Mingyu, the commander's voice choked up but was uncontainably excited. He's actually still alive. Good, good. He suddenly stood up, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Chen Xian and Zhou Mingyu's livestreams, hands forcefully slamming the table. Now we have 2 great generals, Chen Xian and Zhou Mingyu. The revival of Huaxia is just around the corner. At this moment, in the horror world, Chen Xian put down his pen, quietly observing his surroundings. In a classroom of about 50 people, everyone was deeply focused on self-study, disturbingly quiet. The podium was empty, no teacher. Looking through the window at the intensity of the sunlight outside, he guessed it should be around noon. Okay, environment analysis complete. Now he had to think about another question. Where is that black and white ball he earned as a reward from the last instance? Why hasn't he seen it? As he was pondering how Mylan would appear by his side, suddenly. Ah! A scream fell from the sky. The next second, with a thump, a fluffy black and white meatball accurately smashed onto Chen Xian's desk, making the whole desk shake 3 times. Ouch, my butt, that hurts. Chen Xian was completely dumbfounded. Mylan was sprawled on the desk, rubbing her sore butt, looking at him with a confused expression. The atmosphere fell into silence for a moment. Damn, horror world, what the hell? Are you really pulling a king from heaven on me? Chapter 75 Yutsue Middle School. Forget it, waste of time. Chen Xian's CPU experienced a complex operation in this instant. First, he was very glad that the panda did not smash on his head. Secondly, he was quite sure that this scene was absolutely not suitable for a talking panda to appear. He lowered his voice and quickly said in a tone only the 2 of them could hear. You go cool off somewhere first, I'll find you later. Before his voice finished, he grabbed the little black and white thing on the table and threw it like a shot put, standard throwing posture, using his waist and abdomen for power, arm swinging out. Whoosh! With the boost of 34 points of strength, the stunned Mylan flew out of the classroom in a beautiful parabola from the opened back door. Woo! Chen Xian sighed in relief and sat up straight again. He instinctively looked around to see if anyone had noticed the ridiculous scene just now. Then he froze. Not a single person in the entire classroom looked up. Everyone continued to keep their previous position, focused on writing, as if the scream and the flying panda were just a trivial breeze. This was strange. But given the context of bizarre rules, it wasn't that surprising. Maybe this is a school for the deaf? Chen Xian, come to the 302 office. A voice without any emotion came from the camera above the classroom front door. Chen Xian raised his head and looked at the dark lens. Oh, from this perspective, this should not be a school for the deaf. After all, deaf people can't hear the broadcast. Wait. They called me to the office. I can't have broken any rules, can I? Damn. I haven't even seen what the rules look like. Chen Xian felt completely lost. He could only pray now, hoping that the rule he violated wasn't serious enough to get a death penalty immediately. Otherwise, if a B-level or even A-level weirdness came out to sanction him right at the start, what the hell would he play for? He took a deep breath, stood up, and walked towards the door. Meanwhile, over at the chosen one from Curry Country, Peru, he looked at the open textbook in front of him, falling into deep contemplation. What is all this written about? Those crooked symbols, those dense arrangements, looked to him like a foreign language. As someone who has never attended school since childhood, this Yutsue Middle School scenario was simply hellish difficulty for him.
Forget it, I can't understand the textbook, but surely I can find the rules?
He rummaged through the desk piled high with books, and after a long search, he finally pulled out a palm-sized booklet. The cover read, Yutsue Middle School Student Code of Conduct. He opened it, and inside was a neatly printed line of text. Hello, students, welcome to Yutsue Middle School.
Born is pure, you cannot allow sand and gravel. To ensure your learning efficiency, please strictly adhere to the following student codes.
Code 1, the teacher's words are absolute, no refusal is allowed.
Code 2, please maintain zero head up during self-study. No matter what happens, it has nothing to do with you.
Code 3, during class, if you answer a question incorrectly or do not know the answer, you will be punished.
Code 4, the school implements closed management.
Except for holidays or with a teacher's signature and principal's stamp on a leave note, all students are prohibited from going out. Code 5, students' mealtimes are 6 a.m., 12 p.m., and within 15 minutes after 6 p.m.
Please return to the classroom on time, those who are late will be punished.
Code 6, every morning at 5 a.m., please arrive on the playground for recitation and morning exercises.
Latecomers or those avoiding will be punished. Code 7, no loud talking is allowed in the teaching building, and no electronic devices are allowed on campus.
Code 8, if you notice any personnel changes among teachers or homeroom teachers, do not pay attention, it has nothing to do with you.
Code 9, under normal circumstances, your bathroom time is limited to 5 minutes. Code 10, study hard.
Achieve good grades in the exam. Yutsue Middle School, no sand and gravel allowed. Sincerely abide by the above rules, and I congratulate you in advance for being able to get into your desired school.
Yutsue Middle School Academic Affairs Office. March 4, 2024.
Karu stared at these words for a long time.
In the monster talk, there is a magical mechanism.
Any important written clue, no matter what language it originally is, the chosen one can understand it automatically, similar to the language in the cooperative copy. But this only applies to understanding what you see, not understanding. Although Karu has never been to school, he still has some understanding ability. He thought for a while and roughly figured out the meaning of these rules.
In simple terms, it means:
listen to the teacher, don't look up, don't be late, don't answer questions incorrectly, be quick in the restroom, and do well in the exam.
Well,
this is pretty similar to when he was in Curry Country, sitting in the detention center. If he thinks carefully, the conditions of this school may even be a bit better than the detention center, at least he doesn't have to sleep on a concrete floor.
Pretty good. Let's just hang around here for a few days and see.
With that thought, Karu comfortably shoved the handbook into the table's belly, lay down on the table, closed his eyes,
and fell asleep.
In the highest conference room of Curry Country, there was a dead silence. All senior officials stared at the chosen one, who was snoring away on the screen, their expressions complicated as if they had swallowed a whole lemon. After a long time, someone spoke with difficulty.
Do we need to send a hint to wake him up? There was silence in the conference room for 3 seconds. Forget it.
The official sitting in the main seat rubbed his temples, his tone filled with deep fatigue. What a waste. The others silently nodded, expressing their agreement.
Indeed, it was a waste.
The perspective shifts back to Chen Xian's side.
He wound through the teaching building and finally found the legendary Office 302.
The door was slightly open.
Chen Xian didn't knock, he just pushed the door open.
And then he saw a strange scene. There were 4 teachers in the office, all crowded in front of a computer, their heads huddled together, with expressions as weird as if they were watching some restricted film.
Despite Chen Xian making such a big noise when he entered, not one of them turned around. Could it be that someone hacked into the school's surveillance system?
A middle-aged female teacher lowered her voice to share her guess.
It's possible. I've already notified the IT teacher to check.
Another younger teacher replied, his tone filled with confusion. After all, a panda falling from the sky is just too unrealistic.
Chen Xian paused for a moment. Oh.
So they were discussing Mylan. His gaze swept across the 4 teachers, no special reactions, no prompt saying can be upgraded after devouring. This meant they hadn't reached the B-level uncanny stage.
In fact, to Chen Xian. His face instantly flushed, seemingly surprised that this student dared to speak back. Don't talk back to me. He slammed the table hard, raising his voice several notches. Didn't you even look at the student handbook I gave you? I actually want to look, but you didn't give me any time. Chen Xian silently complained in his heart, but still wore a nonchalant expression on his face. Oh, then what's the punishment? You.
The middle-aged male teacher took a deep breath, as if suppressing some emotion forcefully.
He stared at Chen Xian, letting out a cold laugh. Humph, good. I've seen many troublemakers like you.
He paused, adding a hint of significance to his tone.
However, I'm afraid when you come out of the little dark room, you won't be so calm anymore. The middle-aged male teacher grabbed Chen Xian's arm, dragging him deep into the hallway, his force strong but still within normal limits. Chen Xian didn't resist, at least not now. He let himself be pulled along, but his eyes discreetly scanned the employee badge hanging on the man's chest. Wang Yuanxiang. Homeroom teacher of class 3, grade 2. Math teacher. Oh, it's the homeroom teacher of my class. The two walked through the hallway and turned into the stairwell, going down. The light grew dimmer, and the air became more humid, carrying a faint smell of mildew, and Chen Xian wrinkled his nose, also detecting a hint of rust. Teacher Wang, Chen Xian spoke at the right moment, his tone carrying just the right amount of unease. Where are we going now? Wang Yuanxiang didn't look back but smirked coldly. Heh, you'll know soon. His voice came from ahead, filled with a twisted anticipation. I guarantee it will be unforgettable for you. Chen Xian raised an eyebrow and didn't say anything else. The two eventually stopped in front of a nondescript iron door on the basement level. Wang Yuanxiang took out a key and twisted it to unlock the door. As soon as the door cracked open, a chilling scream rushed out. Chen Xian squinted his eyes, seeing clearly the scene behind the door. The room was not big, about 30 square meters, but the contents inside could make any ordinary person weak at the knees. The walls were covered with all kinds of torture devices. Whips, ropes, iron chains, branding irons, finger clamps. There was even an old-fashioned electric chair. At this moment, a boy in a Yuchui secondary school uniform was tied to the electric chair. His body convulsed with the frequency of the electric current, white foam already spilling from the corners of his mouth. Beside the electric chair stood a tall, burly man with a face full of flesh, eagerly adjusting the voltage dial. Hearing the door open, he looked up, revealing a crooked grin with uneven yellow teeth. Oh, Teacher Wang. His voice was hoarse and jarring, like sandpaper scraping. Another newcomer? What did this one do? Wang Yuanxiang visibly frowned, his eyes flashing with unhidden disgust. But he still controlled his temper and replied. Caught daydreaming during the afternoon self-study, and talked back to the teacher, completely disregarding the rules. Heh, I see. The burly man grinned wider, his gaze shifting to Chen Xian, eagerly anticipating the fear that should appear on his face. But to his surprise, the student merely stood there calmly, surveying the room's arrangement, his expression as composed as he was in a museum. Hey, the burly man's smile faded a little, squinting at Chen Xian. Aren't you afraid? Chen Xian did not answer directly. He looked around and finally returned his gaze to the man's face, asking a completely unrelated question. You know, what you're doing here should be against the rules, right? Aren't you afraid of someone reporting it? The burly man froze for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. Report? He laughed so hard he almost fell over, the flesh on his face shaking. What's it to you? Do you want to report it? He stepped forward, looking down at Chen Xian from a high angle, his smile filled with disdain. Do you know what the school's passing rate was last year? 92%. Those who walk out of here. Almost no one fails to get into college. He held out 3 thick, short fingers, waving them in front of Chen Xian. Parents willingly pay 30,000 a semester to send their children here. What do they hope for? This admission rate. Besides that, do they care about anything else? Do they care about how many lashes you received? Besides, what are you going to report? Where's the evidence? We have people in high places, as long as... No evidence? Chen Xian suddenly interrupted him. You mean there's no surveillance or anything like that here? The tall man's laughter stopped abruptly. He stared at Chen Xian, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. What do you mean? Beside him, Wang Yuan waved his hand in annoyance. Don't mind him, this guy might just be scared silly. He turned to the tall man. I'm leaving him to you. I'll come to pick him up in 2 hours. After saying this, he turned and walked out. But as soon as he took a step, his body froze. He didn't know when, but a pitch-black tentacle had extended from the ground and wrapped around his calf. The voice behind him made him feel as if ice water was poured over him from head to toe. No. Chen Xian's voice remained calm, yet carried an indescribable eeriness. None of you can leave. Thanks to Cat who doesn't love eating cat sticks for the motivation charm, greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to.